gamers. Just making sure that's set right.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
The Amazon Fallout series has come and gone, and with it, the last of any value Fallout had as a serious world or franchise. Despite what anyone new to the series with this show may think, and despite what some people are almost certainly going to cope about in the comments, Fallout wasn't the utter unserious clown show that we saw in the Amazon series until Bethesda had gotten a hold of it. Yes, Fallout 2 had more than its fair share of out-of-place pop culture references, but those were mostly contained in random encounters and weren't examples of serious lore, despite what certain disingenuous actors may tell you. The biggest redeeming quality Bethesda Fallout had was that it didn't screw up the originals or New Vegas directly. Yes, there were some really bad retcons and lore changes, but otherwise you could separate the two sections of the series. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas were on the West Coast, and Fallout 3, 4, and 76 were on the East Coast. This acted as a separation between the games with more serious storytelling, and the games that treated the setting as a little more than an apocalypse-flavored theme park. As long as these two portions of Fallout remained apart, there is some semblance of the originals, and what they built not getting absolutely destroyed. Well, no more. Now not only is the West Coast infected with the same idiotic writing as the East Coast, but this show destroys and retcons nearly everything the original two games built up, as well as New Vegas. When criticizing Fallout 4, a very common sentiment that arose was that it was a good game, but a bad Fallout game. I reject this notion outright and in its entirety, as if you were to remove every Fallout element from Fallout 4 and treat it as its own standalone product, then it's still a terrible game, especially in terms of writing. The same goes for this show. Amazon's Fallout as a standalone product is rife with obnoxiously stupid writing and absurd convenience for the characters and plot. To make this point clear, I'll be doing two passes over the show in this video. The first covering the elements of the show as a standalone product, and a second, and much shorter, going over it a second time taking the lore of the games into account. Oh, and before I go any further, it is not a valid argument to say that it's just like the games, because everyone's luck stat is 10, or whatever other stupid contrived garbage you want to argue. Is Stimpack magically healing you doesn't work as an argument. Stimpack's healing you in the game is a mechanic. It would be like demanding Phoenix Downs revive dead people in Final Fantasy during serious story moments. The fact they revive people in battle is a game mechanic, which is clearly separate from the story. Any arguments otherwise are stupid beyond belief. There's four main characters we follow in this story, despite most of the marketing showing only 3. These characters are Lucy, the plucky, innocent, naive vault dweller going out into the wasteland; Cooper Howard, a pre-war actor and soldier turned ghoul, an expert bounty hunter; Maximus, an inexperienced member of the Brotherhood that wants to help people; and Gnorm the Gnome, Lucy's younger brother who is shown to be intelligent and suspicious of the goings-on within the trio vault of 31, 32, and 33. At least that's what the show wants you to think about these characters. The reality is that these characters are all poorly written jokes. Lucy's reactions to most events happening around her don't match her experiences with the world, such as saving the man who just sold her off to be harvested for organs, but in her very next scene needs convincing to save the man who had saved her previously and is offering to save her again as she's suffering from radiation sickness at this very moment and could die. The ghoul is a character that survives because the script says he does, and because everyone else around him is inept and stupid. He even takes a couple bullets to absolutely no effect. Maximus is an impotent and inept, pathetic loser who looks down upon the abuse of power, but the very moment he gets such power himself, he starts abusing it to do to someone else what had been done to him. His entire story is failing upwards and being an utter moron every time the opportunity arises, as well as hard raging against people who don't deserve it, because he either fails to learn basic information about the situation repeatedly before acting, or because he fails to explain himself properly. Norm is the smartest character in the show purely by virtue of everyone else being irredeemably stupid. Every step he takes towards learning the truth rests not on his intelligence and ingenuity, but on everyone else's sheer ineptitude and utterly moronic decisions. One last thing I wanted to talk about before I really get started is the importance of canon, continuity, and consistency. See, every moment in a piece of media establishes information about the worlds and characters we see. We're told and shown how parts of the world work and function, what the characters are like, what their beliefs are, and what their morality is, and so forth. A single line of dialogue can hold immense meaning, or be an amazing payoff to many hours worth of setup. But a single line of dialogue also has the power to destroy years or even decades of established lore and world building. The reason this is so important is because what we're shown and told by the media we consume establishes the rules by which these fictional universes are bound. It establishes our understanding as the audience as to how everything works, so we can form our expectations of how events should play out, and even form fan theories and the like. When this information is needlessly contradicted, it disrupts the believability of these fictional worlds. There's a dissonance with what we understand to be true about these works of fiction. As humans, we generally look for some semblance of logic in the world around us. It's practically hard-coded into us to seek logic behind events happening around us as a survival instinct, even if that logic, or the information we base our logic on, can be flawed. When the things we're seeing on screen don't make sense, when they don't adhere to their own rules, when blatantly illogical things are happening, it can take the audience out of the experience. It can break the suspension of disbelief. In the real world, when someone gets shot, we know this isn't a minor injury that can be walked off or ignored. Guns are deadly weapons. So it's bizarre to see a man get shot a few times in the back to no effect. This isn't an appeal to realism, but to believability, and audience confusion due to the inconsistent information. Is the ghoul a creature that could take gunshots to the back with no issue? If yes, then how and why? If not, then why do they have no lasting impact or consequence for him? The real answer is that according to the established lore, ghouls are just people with no special resistances to bullets, and can be killed without a headshot. In fact, Bethesda's own game has a quest dedicated to mocking the idea that ghouls are zombies that can only be killed with a headshot, so the ghoul should absolutely be severely wounded, or even fatally wounded by these shots to his back. Knowing the lore established in the game breaks the scene. My suspension of disbelief has been shattered. There's something blatantly wrong that is taking me out of the experience, and asking questions where the only answer leads me to incompetence or apathy on the part of the writers. Further, it tells me that the information about the world provided by this show is dubious. What else did they get wrong? What else contradicts what has been previously established? Critique like this often gets comments essentially excusing problems due to the fact that it's a work of fiction. It is fantasy, so any stupid and absurd nonsense writing is perfectly fine. You can accept dragons, elves, and talking trees, but you can't accept a 2021 BMW 5 Series 530i with optional heated seating? Why are you so bigoted?
What a blithering idiot.
It's an extreme example, but it makes the point quite well. Many modern writers seem to treat their job as though it's a total free-for-all with no restrictions or limits, and this is especially true with Bethesda, who have said on record they won't be beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago, as if something written 20 years ago is somehow lesser, or it's acceptable to contradict and destroy what has been written before. And this utter disregard and lack of respect for what has been established leads to problems like what we've got with our friend here, the ghoul. Ghouls are highly irradiated people, susceptible to damage and death as any other human would be, aside from being healed by radiation. Bethesda's own game mocks the idea of only being able to kill them by shooting them in the head. Then the show comes along and the ghoul takes bullets to no effect. We see one ghoul get killed by getting shot in the head, and another ghoul gets killed by being shot, but it's unclear where she's shot. So, how do ghouls die? We've got 5 whole games saying one thing, and the show now saying another. Which is it?
Can't climb walls.
More importantly, what will it be in the next entry of Fallout, whether it's Fallout 5 or Season 2? Do ghouls need to die by headshot, or can they be killed by normal means? If they need to be shot in the head, can you decapitate them and have the head remain alive? If they need to be shot in the head to be killed, then why didn't you need to do this in any of the previous games? Were they just wrong, despite one of these games being where the entire franchise started and established the lore? Were they wrong despite Bethesda's own game having a quest mocking the idea of needing headshots to kill ghouls? Or is the show wrong, and the ghoul just survived and was unaffected by these shots for no reason? Keep in mind, this is just one of a vast many problems with this show and the knock-on effect it has, and I'll be going through everything I can find throughout this video. Starting off with what is easily the worst character in the entire show, Maximus is first shown being hazed by fellow initiates. This seems to be done to cast Maximus in a sympathetic light. He's being unfairly targeted, and that sucks. We want to see our hero succeed. Except for the rest of the first episode, and for the rest of the season in fact, every opportunity to do anything interesting with him is squandered, only for him to be shown time after time to be a pathetic moron. He's shown in class to be unable to identify what a circuit is, which is insane for someone in the Brotherhood of Steel, as later on in the show it's explained that the Brotherhood's whole thing is hoarding advanced technology.
So, you guys use pre-war technology to find and collect pre-war technology to make sure no one hacks pre-war technology?
When his only friend gets a promotion to be a squire, he's jealous. He doesn't celebrate for his friend, and even throws an actual temper tantrum shit fit at a toilet. His friend is then horribly injured by some unknown individual, and he goes over to help, only for the higher-ups in the Brotherhood to for some reason assume he's the one who did it, which makes no sense whatsoever. He's then interrogated about his friend's injury, which he denies responsibility for, but then says that he did wish for it to happen. And is that so wrong?
I wanted it to happen. Is that wrong?
Yes.
All of this, by the way, is in the first episode, and these are among his best moments. There is literally one moment in episode 3 where he saves someone,
Sir,
and besides that,
you have
it's all
one
downhill
job
from here.
only.
Oh, and by the way, he gets a promotion from this. The Brotherhood thinks he did it, but has no proof. He admits to wanting it to have happened, and he's so inept that he doesn't even know what a circuit is, but he gets the rank of Squire and gets assigned to Knight Titus, a wonderful character who isn't terrible whatsoever. Maximus does visit his injured friend. I guess that's his other best character moment, and should be acknowledged. But otherwise, this first episode only manages to portray him as a petty and pathetic stupid loser with impotent rage. This isn't a character made for you to root for, this is a character that is made to be despised. He's only portrayed to be a terrible person that you should hate. By the end of episode 1, his single redeeming quality is going to help his injured friend, then going to visit said friend in the infirmary. By the way, when asked if Maximus was the one to injure her, she told them that he wouldn't hurt a fly. That's not exactly a glowing recommendation for someone in a military organization. He gets sent out with Knight Titus to find an escaped Enclave scientist by the name of Wilzig. During the flight, he asks a question about the power armor, only for Knight Titus to take the codpiece of the armor off, throw it at Maximus, and tells him to clean it. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. Hopefully they don't turn Titus into a stupid cartoon character. While Maximus awkwardly tries to put it back onto him, Titus gets up and demands the pilot set him down in the middle of nowhere because he wants to shoot something, which Maximus questions because they're going off mission. Titus ignores him. Despite being dropped in the middle of the desert, next time we see them, they're in the middle of a forest. In fact, they just so happen to be where Wilzig was not moments ago. What an insane coincidence. Maximus also just assumes that this was the target because the script told him so.
They were here, a man, and a dog. The target.
The only evidence he has is a white shirt and a can of cram, which means little to nothing on their own. Realizing that this cave is likely a den for a Yaogwai, they start to search it for the target while ignoring all the radiation signs and toxic waste barrels. Rather than going in all the way himself, Titus tells Maximus to go in, and when he hesitates because of course an unarmored person who has never seen combat and is being told to enter a heavily irradiated bear den is going to be nervous, Titus tells him that you earn the suit through acts of bravery, and this is an act of bravery, and tells him that this is an order. Maximus takes a few steps forward. Titus asks if he sees anything, and when Maximus doesn't answer within a few short seconds, he says,
What's the problem, dipshit?
okay, so Titus is just kind of an asshole, I guess. It raises questions about how the Brotherhood operates, that a squire is effectively sent in to die? Or is it just this one guy being an asshole? Either way, while this exchange is going on, a fucking Yao Guai manages to sneak up on Titus.
Almost sent
Like,
the
seriously, how
golden
the fuck does
child
that
to the
happen?
butcher.
It even starts making sounds right behind him, and Titus just starts slowly turning, only to get reset in the next shot and start turning again. He doesn't react immediately to clear and obvious sounds behind him, he just does a slow turn, like it's a fucking horror movie that's about to jump scare you. Except there's no jump scare, and the audience can already see what's there. What we get next is so cartoonish and stupid, I'm still in utter disbelief they actually wrote this into the show, as something that we're supposed to take seriously. The Yao Guai destroys Titus's gun, and he gets into a fist fight with the bear. He manages to stagger it, and he decides to run away and fucks up so badly that he dies. Well, not immediately, it's somehow even more stupid. While all of this is happening, he's doing his best impression of Saints Row 2022, and saying fuck over and over again. The bear then swipes at him and bites at his armor, and Maximus one-taps the bear, apparently saving Titus. Max then helps Titus take his helmet off, and Titus starts blaming Maximus and saying the Brotherhood will execute him for this, while simultaneously demanding Maximus get him a stim pack.
Give me a stim pack! What the fuck are you doing, man? Can you give me a fucking stim pack instead of just standing there? You stupid motherfucker, you know this is all your fault. You know what they do to squires that don't do their fucking job? They string you up, Maximus, by your lungs, and they hang you and let the vultures come get you. That's what they're gonna do to you.
Maximus then refuses, resulting in Titus dying from his injuries. There's so much wrong with this I don't even know where to begin, and this scene will be retroactively made worse in a matter of moments, as well as further made worse by the end of the episode. So first off, what wounds does Titus have that are so grievous that he'll die without immediate medical aid? But also, how is the Yao Guai even able to cause this vague and unknown injury? The armor only has superficial damage, and the bear clearly couldn't get through to injure him directly. They could buy sprained or broken bones at the joints or even a neck injury, had his head been wrenched hard, but we don't see that happen. We see it throw a bad CGI model of the armor barely a foot away, and it paws uselessly at the chest and bites the helmet. But otherwise, it just doesn't seem to do much that could actually fatally injure the man inside. Next is the fact that Titus is being a cartoonishly stupid asshole here. He requires Maximus to get him a stim pack, or he'll die apparently. I guess stim packs are just magic healing items? Wait, why didn't Dane get one of these earlier? I wonder if this is going to be an insanely inconsistent thing across the rest of the season. Anyways, Titus needs a stim pack or he'll die. He doesn't want to die. Like most people, he wants to live. So in order to complete his goal of continuing to live, he proceeds to berate, blame, and tell the only man who could save him that he'll be executed for... I'm not actually sure what he's supposed to be executed for. Yes, Maximus dropped the ball fucking hard, and to give the show the benefit of the doubt that it does not deserve, it could be argued that it was simply an issue of nerves for him, that he froze up in his first real combat encounter. Now the show doesn't deserve that benefit of the doubt, because it clearly shows him raising his gun to shoot numerous times, but he never takes the shot, and instead watches as Titus flees like a coward and gets attacked by the bear, and only when Titus begs for him to shoot does Maximus finally shoot, at which point he instantly kills the bear. So with his life on the line, Titus essentially presents Maximus with a choice: save the man that will haul his ass back to the Brotherhood to be executed, or let him die and take his power armor. So Maximus just sits there and watches him die like a fucking psycho. Now it's obvious what the writers wanted. They wanted our guy Maximus to get a suit of power armor so he can be a hero, but they also wanted him to be young and inexperienced so he can learn and grow throughout the series. But the way they do it here is completely unearned and unsatisfying. The best way to have done this would have been to have him earn it over the course of a season, to commit acts of bravery and heroism to show he deserves power armor, or maybe you could just have him start off as a bad apple, and through the season he can learn and grow, become more mature and responsible, and redeem himself. Alternatively, while much less satisfying, they could have had Titus die early as he did here, but in a far more heroic way. Maybe even with him telling Maximus to finish the mission and imparting some words of wisdom with his dying breath. But no, instead what we get is a pointless throwaway absurd cartoon character who exists to die, so Maximus can take his stuff with no challenge, no guilt, and no lost karma. And in order to make this work, they made this character an extreme asshole, idiot, and coward. A pathetic fool whose entire point is to upjump a character into an unearned position of power because the writers apparently couldn't think of a better way to do this, or because they didn't care to do anything better. Taken in this light, it becomes clear why Titus demanded to be set loose to roam off and shoot something. Because otherwise the vertebrate would have gone all the way to the mission objective. None of the scenes between Titus's death and Maximus's arrival in Philly could have happened, so the script needs Titus to be a psychotic, cruel, cowardly moron. Titus isn't even a character. He's a literal plot device that the writers kill off as soon as humanly possible to make way for Maximus.
It's,
Next time we see Maximus, he's getting into the armor.
video from
No idea how he got it into
Mitosis,
position to get
I
into,
believe is the
or how
name.
he hauled Titus's corpse out, but
Says-
whatever. He then proceeds to take it on a joyride, running through the desert, punching the air,
Amazon
and key among
saw
what
his
he
show,
does
Stupid
here,
by Design.
he launches a cinder block about a mile away, and he kicks a rock so hard that it causes a building to collapse. So, it's Halo Spartan armor now? This is utterly farcical. But hold on, if he can kick a rock through a building, or hurl a brick into the distance because power armor is that powerful, then why didn't Titus liquefy the Yao Guai's organs when he punched the bear? One punch from that thing should not only be extremely physically damaging, but outright fatal, even to a bear. There are many instances like this throughout the show, where the abilities of something just changes on a whim, and this isn't even the last time this happens with power armor in episode 2. After kicking the rock through the building, screaming can be heard from the other side. One would be forgiven in assuming that this is the consequence of an action taken without thinking, but it just so happens to be unrelated. Maximus is playing with his power armor right behind some dude's house, without either that dude or his guest noticing him, and screaming only starts after Maximus destroys what I presume is part of this guy's house, only to find the conflict is entirely unrelated. Seeing one man attack another, Maximus jumps into action without learning the details. He grabs the attacker by the scalp and holds him there, as the victim mocks the attacker and runs away. Maximus then releases the attacker, who explains that the men Maximus just helped had been fucking his chickens. No, I'm not joking, this is actually what is said.
I'm sorry, okay? Don't murder me. It's just... the guy was fucking my chickens.
This whole scene is presented as a joke when this is a pretty bad mark against his character. He can still be redeemed at this point though. Maximus seems to have a moment of realization that he'll surely learn from, and nothing like this will ever happen again in the rest of the season, right? He quickly gets distracted from this when he realizes his power armor has jets on it, allowing him to fly. Moving on to Lucy, she's introduced having an interview for the Triennial Intervault Marriage Program. Vaults 31, 32, and 33 were built to be together, but for some reason these vaults remain entirely isolated from one another, aside from the marriage exchange program once every 3 years. Apparently the population of the vaults are so low that there are no suitable marriage candidates for Lucy, who aren't people she's related to, and so she has applied to this program. Having been accepted, the show jumps immediately to the wedding day, where Lucy prepares for the wedding and meets her soon-to-be husband for the first time. It's a whole big ceremony that the whole vault seems to take part in, with a large number of people traveling to the door. Doorkeeper Chet delays on opening the door because he's in love with Lucy, to which she says,
"Messing around with your cousin, it's all well and good for kids, but it's not a sustainable long-term sexual practice, you know?"
Well that's a bit fucking weird. This isn't even the second time incest is referenced.
After 10 years of cousin stuff, I'm definitely excited for the real thing.
No, seriously, what the fuck is this? Mentioning it once at the start makes sense as far as explaining that the population of the vault isn't sustainable long term, as well as explaining why this marriage trade happens every few years. But to bring it up repeatedly, and even tell us that kids, or more accurately teenagers, were having sex but were also cousins is just really fucking weird and unnecessary. It's out of place and doesn't serve any kind of purpose, besides to say that our main character has been fucking her cousin for... how long now?
After 10 years of cousin stuff?
Christ almighty, what the fuck is wrong with you? This also has a side effect of making it appear as though Chet is depressed for the rest of the season because he can no longer fuck his cousin.
First I lost Lucy, and then I lost my job as the gatekeeper.
Now to make the painfully obvious reference here, Jamie and
Yeah, I'm
Cersei
still
Lannister
waking
fucking
up.
each other was critical to the plot. The fact they had 3 kids together and Robert Baratheon had no legitimate heirs is among some of the biggest reasons for why the events we see play out are even happening in the first place.
That's right.
Much of the
Yeah, we're
Seven
going to
Kingdoms believe
murderize
Cersei's
things.
children to be legitimate, or otherwise pretend to believe for their own sake, and so they don't make
Mulching
enemies of the Lannisters.
or excess
The rumor that they're not
space.
legitimate is damaging to their reputation and legitimacy. This is worse for the Lannisters than the children simply being illegitimate, because incest is rightfully looked down upon. And Fallout is brought up because... I don't fucking know, it's just kinda there for some reason. Anyways, a bunch, or presumably all of the residents of Vault 32 come over to Vault 33 for the wedding ceremony. While we're told there was a blight on their crops, that doesn't explain some of the odd behavior and shifty eyes from the 32 Vault dwellers. While Lucy goes off to get fucked by someone who isn't her cousin for the first time, her brother Norm wanders over yonder to Vault 32 to find that the actual residents of Vault 32 are all dead, and have been for quite a while. While that's weird, I sure hope this gets explained. Lucy also makes a realization that her new husband is an outsider when she realizes she hears fighting, and when she points her Pip-Boy at him, and is detecting radiation on him from across the fucking room. Alright, so numerous problems. Why did no one in Vault 33 realize that these guys had tattoos and did not at all look like Vault dwellers? Wait, scratch that. How did no one realize that these people weren't from Vault 32? Like, yeah, once every 3 years is a pretty long time, but it's not long enough for everyone in 33 to just forget what everyone in 32 looked like. Even when I was a kid, there were family members I saw extremely rarely, and I recognized them years later, and I don't even have a good memory. Yes, that's anecdotal, but we're talking about a vault full of people here. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying that not a single 33 resident connected the dots that none of these people are actually from 32. Worse yet, shouldn't there be some former 32 members in 33 and vice versa, due to the marriage exchange program? Meaning they should have living relatives in 33? Norm only checked 32 because he felt something suspicious was going on, and by the time he found out, it was too late. Why did the raiders not have anyone at all guard the door to 32, to prevent someone like Norm from going over? If one person goes over there, the jig is up and you're exposed. In fact, the raiders are super lucky no one went over there first, and it's also lucky considering that this was their plan, that the wedding reception was held in 33 instead of 32. It's also just weird that Lucy wears a dress, but no one, not even Hank the Overseer, questions why her husband isn't wearing anything other than a vault suit. It seems like a small thing, but everyone wears a vault suit. Lucy is the exception for the wedding, so shouldn't her husband be an exception as well? I guess not. Also, if he's that irradiated, his skin should be liquefying and falling off his body. Also, if him and presumably all the other raiders are this irradiated, then how did no one's Pip-Boy pick up on this until now, when we get this big reveal, and when all the raiders decide to start their attack? They had dinner together, there was a whole ass wedding ceremony, and this doesn't get detected until the fighting breaks out? Lucy gets into a fight with him, and he's very clearly trying to kill her for learning the truth. He eventually stabs her in the gut, but she manages to take him out by smashing a glass jug on his head, and using the remaining shard to slash at his face, seemingly taking him out. She then uses a stim pack, and I guess she's just not in danger of dying from her wounds now? Lucy makes it to the armory to find it has apparently been raided, with the only weapon of value left being a dart gun. So she equips herself and goes to investigate the sounds of fighting, only to find her friends and family, people she's known and lived with for all of her life, being slaughtered by the raiders. Much of this scene is in slow motion with an oldie song playing, which undermines the tone of the brutal slaughter that's happening. In fact, while everyone is getting brutally killed, we see this man get some focus, as he's terrified of the death and fighting around him. You may not like it, but this is what peak male physical performance looks like.
Get that jelly mold out of here!
Jesus Christ, shut the fuck up, you absolute waste of oxygen. This is one of the extreme few lines of dialogue we get during this entire fight, and it's inane and utterly stupid. How do these people not hear the fighting that's happening? One of the raiders literally just did a barbarian scream. Hell, Lucy heard this shit from her room, which is a few hallways away. Why did these fuckers not hear the fighting when 30 feet away from it? Why, when people are dying all around you, is your priority getting the fucking jelly mold away from the combat, as opposed to trying to get these people away from the fighting before they get killed? Are you retreaded? Among the amazing shots in this wonderful fight is one of the raiders shoving a gun into someone's mouth and shooting through their head for some reason, and one of the raiders getting gutted and his gun firing up into the ceiling, only to cut to a guy in front of him getting shot, as if he's getting shot from the gun pointing at the ceiling. This is not the only time something like this happens in the show, by the way.
Bethesda drink. Gosh.
Eventually, Lucy's husband shows up with some bacon face going on. He's ready to kill her again, but her father shows up to save her and drowns him in pickle brine, which is a pretty fucking brutal way to go. While all this is going on, by the way, Norm is hiding in a maintenance hatch. They realize something is going on at the vault door, and both Lucy and Hank go to investigate. The leader of the raiders, Moldaver, has several of the vault dwellers captive and has set up a bomb. She offers Hank a choice: Lucy's life or theirs. Hank heroically chooses his daughter, locking her in a supply closet and condemning the captive vault dwellers to death. Except no, because Moldaver just kinda lets them go after Hank is taken out with a dart gun, and they take him captive. The bomb goes off and the entrance to Vault 32 collapses. Why have Hank make the choice between his daughter and the captives, if she was just gonna let them go later on? This is made worse with context we learn much later on, too. Why collapse the entrance to 32, when Vault 33 has its own surface access, and if anyone wanted to come after you, they could have done so that way? Sometime later, Lucy staples her wound and ventures off into the wasteland, with her only weapon being the dart gun. She wanders, seemingly at random, through the wasteland. I guess she just picks a direction and starts walking. As we learn from Max's point of view in episode 1, there's an escaped Enclave scientist on the loose, and he's got some kind of valuable tech they want. This is the MacGuffin for Season 1. This is the thing that everyone is after. Wilzig is shown to be a good person, saving a puppy from being killed and personally taking care of it, apparently against Enclave rules. He's also shown to be an idiot, because some Randy walks into his lab and sees that Wilzig is up to something he shouldn't be and pulls an alarm before getting killed by dog meat. Why didn't he lock his door? So something like this couldn't happen? He clearly wasn't ready to leave and was forced to do so early, or else he'd have done so already. Wilzig grabs his shit and somehow escapes. How does he manage this? I don't know. This doesn't appear to be a simple fire alarm. There's no guards that stop him, nor are there checkpoints or anything of the sort. He just manages to kind of walk out of the place without anyone giving a shit, despite the fact that the incident alarm was pulled, and this appears to be a military organization of some kind. Are there no checkpoints or lockdowns for such a situation? He also injected something into his neck in order to smuggle it out, and it has a pulsating light on it. Did he expect no one to see this? Anyways, as he's leaving, a turret rises out of the ground.
I don't even know if it's
and rather than
intentionally
running,
supposed to be stupid.
he just kinda stares at it for a moment. Then he briskly
Though I
walks
guess
forward
that's
through the
what
gunfire from the
Ketosis is
turret
trying to argue.
without him or his dog getting hit once. You even see bullets sparking off of the bush between him and the gun. But despite firing hundreds of bullets at him, not a single one hits him. The reason stuff like this is important is because it damages the believability of the world. Why would the Enclave, whatever they are, have no security during a security alert? Why is their defense turret so shit that a brisk walk is enough to thwart it and make it entirely useless? This essentially means that it's only effective on stationary targets, and someone getting shot at will be anything but stationary when out in the open. Lucy, having explored the wasteland for a bit, sets up a campfire only to be awoken sometime later to a dog staring at her. The dog attacks and kills a rad roach, and she notices Wilzig sitting there at her fire. He then ominously explains how roaches have changed due to mutation in the apocalypse, then explains that making a campfire at night is dangerous, because people could see it at a distance. If campfires are dangerous because it could attract raiders, or rather ne'er-do-wells, then why the fuck are you sitting here like it's not a problem? You're not equipped to handle a single raider if one happens along, let alone a group. He explains that the surface is no place for vault dwellers, and if she's going to survive up here, she's going to have to change. Overall, it's not an entirely terrible scene. I'd have changed many aspects of it, but I also like that he's trying to warn her about the world she's in, even if the way in which he does is immensely stupid. This, unfortunately, is where Wilzig stops being a character, which sucks because he's one of 2 characters that's even remotely likable in this show. He walks off to leave Lucy alone in the night. When we next see Lucy, she gets directions from a weirdo, and those directions happen to be that there's a town just over the hill. This looks like it's less than an hour walk from where she is. This is important to point out, because she had no direction or lead from her vault. She picked a random direction and started walking, and she made it near all the way to Philly, where she's going to meet Wilzig again, who's going to Moldaver, and that is just an incredible coincidence given the fact she had no leads and stumbled into exactly what she needed, as opposed to wandering the wastes until she dies. A group of bounty hunters approach a grave with an IV bag running down into it. They explain that someone is buried alive here, and he's dug up once a year to have a part cut off, then buried again. They dig him up to hire him as help for a job they want to do. One last bounty. In short order, the ghoul kills all 3 and is free to hunt the bounty himself. Multiple questions. If he's a prisoner, why isn't he tied up? And no, I won't be accepting the argument that he was stiff and needed to stretch before killing these guys. He's a prisoner of some guy who clearly hates him. He is also apparently an extremely skilled killer. There is zero reason to not have him restrained in some way. Further, he's dug up every year to have a piece cut off of him. Which pieces have been removed? He looks fully intact. Aside from him missing his nose, and judging from other ghouls we see later on in the show, this is a normal thing. They tell him about the job they've dug him up for, thinking he'd be interested in going back to California, as that's where he's from, and he seems to take issue with them claiming to know anything about him, to which their leader says he doesn't sound grateful and they should put him back in the hole, resulting in the ghoul killing all of them with ease. This conflict just feels forced. It's as though the whole scene just exists to show off what a menacing badass the ghoul is. I suspect they're trying to emulate the Man in Black from Westworld, but this is a poor man's counterfeit. Now that we've met all the major players, it's time to talk about the big boss fight where they all meet up in the town of Philly. Lucy, looking for a lead on where Moldaver went, checks a local shop. The owner, Ma June, laughs at Lucy being a real vault dweller, having assumed they all died off years ago, but loses all interest when Lucy mentions she's looking for Moldaver. Ma June tells her to get out. Outside, she runs into Wilzig again, and they have a quick chat, only for Ma June to come out for Wilzig. Apparently there's some kind of deal planned for her to get Wilzig to his destination. At this point, the ghoul calls out Wilzig, and mentions all 6 agencies have a bounty out for him, and he's here to collect. His opening move is to blow Wilzig's foot off. Ma June offers 1,000 caps, the currency being used in this world, to whoever can kill the ghoul. This starts one of the most ridiculous fight scenes you will ever see. This almost plays out like a parody, where the ghoul one-shots everyone with his insane gun that shoots these bizarre capsule things that look like a super miniaturized Fat Man bomb, but without the square thing on the back. What these are and why he's the only one with them is never explained. They appear to exist purely to make him look super badass or something, as he becomes a force of nature destroying everyone around him with extreme ease. He even takes a few bullets to the back, to apparently no effect. He's in no rush to get behind cover, and for most of the fight he's just standing out in the open without a care in the world. This man is not immortal. He can be killed. Even if he is extremely skilled in combat, he takes no measure to protect himself, except slowly walking behind a wooden stand, which wouldn't protect him from bullets, then sitting down to reload. Let's just be honest here. He's winning purely because the writers want him to. Now this can be said about pretty much any story, but the difference is in how it's handled and portrayed. The art of writing a good story is making the events of the story satisfying and make sense. In Star Wars, when Vader is about to shoot Luke's X-Wing, Han Solo comes out of nowhere to save Luke. Except, we know why Han decided to do this. It was set up previously that Han was kind of guilt-tripped for taking the money and running, rather than staying to help. You could tell before the end of the scene that he wasn't comfortable with this, and based on what we've learned of Han at this point, it makes sense that he'd have this change of heart. It makes for a satisfying character arc for Han, and for a satisfying conclusion to the movie. Everything slots together and works well, and the whole movie is like that. Yes, the writers got what they wanted with the destruction of the Death Star, but it was done in a way that makes sense for the world we see. Here in Fallout, you have the ghoul nonchalantly shooting people, as if it's little to no effort for him, and not taking cover for a majority of the fight, as if none of these people pose a threat to him. Remember that one bullet is all it takes to kill someone. Even he is not immune to such a weakness. This just comes across as cartoonish and stupid. This doesn't make him appear impressive as a character, because like the entire rest of the show, the scene is driven by absurdity and everyone else's stupidity. If they really wanted to establish him as a badass, they'd have had him use the environment to his advantage. Take cover, take potshots at his attackers, to show he has deadly accurate aim. He could even one-shot them all this way, if it at least looked like it took some effort, and in the process showing how skilled he is, rather than just winning because the script said so. I have to stress this point. He took a few bullets to the back, and they did nothing to him. What was even the point of this, when it only makes the show worse? We then get the scene that was released standalone before the show released. I don't normally mention such things, but I felt this was significant enough to point out, because this clip is actually worse in context. Lucy goes through an overly long and cringy bit of dialogue, to eventually reason out that the ghoul is the aggressor here, which... no shit, Sherlock. You were standing right next to Wilzig, and the ghoul vaporized his foot, and that as the aggressor, use of force against him is justified. Out of context, the assumption would be that she was trying to rally people against him. In context, people did rally against him already, and it was an absolute bloodbath. No amount of her being a naive vault dweller excuses the fact that she just saw him kill at least half a dozen people without a second thought, and he clearly doesn't give a fuck about rules or law, and she should realize that given the massacre he just committed. Especially considering she's already lived through a brutal and traumatic fight herself, as well as seeing her vault come under attack just a day or two ago. This is a constant problem with Lucy throughout the show. She keeps flip-flopping between going through shit that should harden her and change her worldview, then she goes back to being a naive vault dweller who has never experienced any hardships, or when she does learn, results in situations even more stupid. But I'm jumping ahead. The ghoul starts to walk forward, and because he doesn't see her as a threat, she shoots him with her dart gun to no effect. Apparently he's got a lot of drugs in his system, so I guess that negates the dart. I'll give it a pass. It's also worth noting that he kills everyone else who raises their gun, but he just stands there and listens to her prattle on, instead of just killing her too, at least until she shoots him. Despite the fact that she clearly doesn't pose a threat to him, and her weapon is totally ineffective, he's now finally going to kill her. Except our noble hero Maximus shows up and tells the ghoul to stand down. This is where the scene gets bad. Yes, it was already awful, but it gets worse here. For some reason, the ghoul prioritizes killing Lucy, rather than dealing with what is very obviously the immediate threat. Against all logic, Maximus somehow manages to get to Lucy faster than the ghoul can shoot and for the bullet to reach her. He then tells her that Wilzig is important and to keep him safe while he deals with the ghoul. Now we get the boss fight itself. The ghoul has been shooting at Maximus for a while now to no effect. No idea why he'd waste bullets, they're clearly ineffective, but whatever. Maximus pulls his gun and fires a few shots and immediately fumbles the gun, losing it forever. Good job. I don't know, maybe it clipped through the ground or something because he never tries to retrieve it. Also, he domed a bear in one shot at a greater distance earlier, but apparently missed all his shots against the ghoul at close range before he lost his gun. Good job. Not to let Maximus hog all the stupidity to himself, the ghoul lets him close distance when the last thing you'd want is power armor getting in close, if you don't have any way to deal with it in close quarters. Good job. Maximus then punches the ghoul hard enough to send him through a set of stairs. He should have multiple broken bones. In fact, he should be dying or dead. But this doesn't affect the ghoul at all. Yes, the power armor we've seen kick a rock through a building, causing it to collapse, as well as having the ability to throw a cinder block off into the distance, can now only give the ghoul a love tap that doesn't injure him at all, but also hits him with enough force to destroy a staircase. Rather than going for his gun, Maximus goes towards the ghoul who climbs up the crap shack out of reach of Maximus. Even though Maximus won't get his fucking gun, he still has options here. He could rip out a plank of wood from the broken stairs and throw it at the ghoul. We know he can do this. He does end up tearing out the support under where the ghoul is standing, causing him to fall to the ground. Alright, so your enemy is on the ground, stunned for a moment, and at your mercy. Do you A, kill him immediately, or B, throw him uselessly away? Remember, power armor is heavy. It would have to be based on the fact that it's a powered mech suit. Just falling on the ghoul would kill him. Now granted, throwing him into a wooden stand like that should kill or at least cripple him as well, and it doesn't. But we also just saw the ghoul get punched through stairs. All Max had to do was dead space stomp this cunt's head and the fight would be over. And no one would ever have to worry about him again. But no, instead of taking the most logical choice, he does the stupid movie trip of throwing someone uselessly across an area. Good job. Maximus then goes after him again, trying to punch him, only to get his foot stuck in a piece of wood. Yes, the power armor that can kick a rock through a building has been completely foiled by a plank of wood. Good job. The ghoul gets behind him, slices a hose with a knife, causing the power armor to go haywire. Max tries to fly for some reason, only for the ghoul to throw a hook onto Max's armor, and this somehow causes him to lose control, and he blasts off into the distance like fucking Team Rocket.
I don't remotely care about catching this one.
Needless to say, this entire fight was beyond pathetic, and it's a good little microcosm of this entire show. As mentioned earlier, the ghoul just wins because the writers want him to. He takes numerous hits that should cripple him or even kill him outright, and he might as well have not gotten hit at all. It's like he's being hit with a wiffle bat.
Where the hell are they, though?
What the hell are you doing, Cartman? I'm killing you, but unfortunately I could only afford a wiffle bat, so it's gonna take a while.
As a result, it feels like there's no stakes in this fight. It's just two action figures being haphazardly slammed together, until the writers decide one of them won the fight. The ghoul winning the fight outright relies on bad writing. In particular, the insane inconsistency of power armor. You could be mauled to death by a bear, despite it not actually being able to do anything to you directly, due to the armor. But Maximus can crash land fucking hard, and be totally uninjured. Power armor has insane strength when the writers want it to, and it can do incredible damage, except when it doesn't. Effectively, power armor is only useful when the writers decide it's useful. This is what I mean when I say there are no stakes. The stakes are typically what the audience is supposed to care about, what they're supposed to be invested in, what is at stake.
Wait,
we want to see the One Ring get destroyed, so as to destroy Sauron forever. We want to see the crew of the Nostromo survive against an alien creature that is stalking and killing them one by one. We want to see John McClane stop the terrorists and save the hostages. We want to see the Terminator fail its mission to kill Sarah Connor, so her son can lead the human resistance against the machines. When the power levels or capabilities of characters or equipment change without reason, that can affect people's investment in what's going on. A lightsaber is a deadly weapon. It can cut off limbs or kill with extreme ease. That is, until we've seen multiple characters get stabbed through with it, only to survive. No, not him. They become a joke because the writers of much of Disney's Star Wars have made them inconsistent. Fights that once had deadly consequences, or at least life-altering consequences, are now apparently only a minor hazard. As a counterexample, returning to the Terminator, aside from one moment where the Terminator somehow vanishes from a scene, the entire rest of the movie is really fucking solid. When it's attacking the police station, it makes sense that the cops would fight back. They don't know they're fighting a robot that is unaffected by their bullets. No one single thing kills the Terminator. It's a matter of doing damage to it using what resources they have in a desperate situation. Sarah Connor manages to finally kill the Terminator in a hydraulic press, but it's in a factory where it might make sense for such a machine to exist, and by this point, the Terminator has been heavily damaged, so it makes sense that this machine would be able to finally kill it.
You're a terminated fucker.
The writers wanted her to survive, but they did the work to make the Terminator a believable threat, put the characters into realistic situations, and finally took it down in a believable way, and it is all very consistent. This is what makes it such a satisfying story. With Fallout, rather than a story being artfully woven or skillfully crafted, with satisfying events, moments, and payoffs, you instead have the writers drunkenly stumbling towards the outcomes they want, and everything to get there is total contradictory nonsense. This style of writing persists through the rest of the show. They want Maximus to be an underdog and get power armor, so the knight he's assigned to just dies, because reasons. Also, he can just get it. They want a big boss fight between all the main characters, but they also want everyone to survive, because they're the main characters. So the capabilities of power armor is nerfed, the fight between these two utter clowns is enough time for Lucy and Wilzig to escape, and Maximus is sent flying off into the distance like a cartoon, while the ghoul apparently just has God mode on. The only significant consequence from this fight is that Wilzig will eventually die from his injury, and that's because everyone involved is stupid. To jump ahead to give another example, in a later episode Lucy is tranquilized and strapped down to have her organs harvested, only for the robot to not trank her again, and not strap down her legs, so she can kick its saw blade arm in such a way as to cut her binding to free her, but also not injure her severely. I'll have a section for all the absurd conveniences later, but you get the point. The writers seem to have a vague idea of what they want to happen, put a character into a situation, make some references for those member berries, then have our heroes win or escape danger, but instead of the characters being skilled or intelligent and using their resources to their advantage, shit just happens. This isn't just bad writing, this is outright incompetence. Either that or a total lack of care. Speaking of which, there's the other half of this scene to contend with. Lucy helps Wilzig at the Ma-Jun's store, where she gives him a prosthetic leg, but not just any prosthetic leg, one with a fucking meat grinder on it that chews up the stump and leaves an open wound to bleed out and fester. What in the fuck mothering Christ is this monstrosity? Why would this ever exist? This only makes a bad problem worse. It seems as though it's just absurd for the sake of being absurd. I don't even have to explain how this would never work, because the show itself repeatedly shows he's still bleeding out, and even Wilzig himself realizes he's not going to survive. Were there no other options? I have to stress how fucked this is. We see the ghoul stab the dog at the start of the fight, only to give it a stim pack after the fight, and it's just fine again immediately. Could they have not given Wilzig a stim pack? Yeah, it wouldn't grow his foot back, but they could have wrapped it in gauze and given him a crutch. Anything would have made more sense than the fucking insane meat grinder prosthetic. Wilzig tells Ma-Jun to have Lucy take him to his destination. He manages to convince her, then she convinces Lucy by telling her that Wilzig is to be brought to Moldaver, the woman Lucy is looking for, who kidnapped her father.
But what does Moldaver want with you? I mean, she's still Dad.
For some reason, this show hardly has any serious moments that aren't immediately undercut by either the stupidity of this world, or by insufferably stupid dialogue like this, or both. Why does Ma-Jun need to rely on Lucy to get him to Moldaver? Did she not have a plan in mind for this when she took the job?
You have anyone else you can trust in this town?
Apparently not. While Maximus and the ghoul are busy being completely retreaded outside, Lucy and Wilzig take the chance to escape.
Potato seeds. Potato. Welcome back, Trev. How you doing?
Sometime later, off in the desert, Wilzig tells her that he's not going to make it, revealing that he took cyanide. He explains what Lucy needs to do, but he dies seemingly before he's finished telling her something. It's a good thing he didn't die before telling her to cut off his head, because the important part is in there. Seriously, he took the cyanide before he even explained anything to her. What if he died sooner? After traveling for a bit, Lucy puts a tracker into the head. Why does she even have a tracker? What do vault dwellers need to track? She just has it because the plot needs her to have it. There's two big things to note about this scene though. She's having a campfire at night after she's already been told not to do this because it's dangerous. A light in the darkness is a beacon to anyone out in the wastes that someone is there. Someone that could potentially be taken advantage of or killed. She knows this now thanks to Wilzig himself, and she either forgets or ignores this advice. More importantly, however, is in how inconsistent her character is again. Despite living in a vault all of her life, and repeatedly shown to be a naive and innocent person, she's treating this severed head as though it's a toy. She has no problem handling it, and she even starts petting it. This is a dead man's head, a man she knew briefly, and was clearly uncomfortable with having to cut the head off in the first place, but now it might as well be a fucking ball with the way she's treating it. Being this desensitized to death would make sense for a much more hardened character like the Ghoul, Moldaver, or the higher-ranking members of the Brotherhood who fight and kill their enemies. But not a character like Lucy, who has only ever been in 2 fights within the past week, and got scared by a tumbleweed. She should be disturbed by it, but isn't in the slightest. It's fucking weird. Later on, she reaches Hollywood Boulevard, which is now a lake. She sees a baby deer somehow get ninja killed by this thing. Yes, we're supposed to believe that this massive creature, big enough to swallow a human whole, is able to stealth kill a baby deer just because there's some weeds in the way that would absolutely not obscure it. The Gulper then attacks Lucy from behind, and manages to take the head and swallows it. I referenced it earlier, but back in Philly, the Ghoul used a stim pack on Wilzig's dog, and for some reason the dog was just fine with him now, even though he severely wounded his master and stabbed him. I'm sorry, but dogs don't work like this, and no, I don't care about your edge cases or personal anecdotes. Dogs are typically smart enough to recognize people who have hurt them, and will remember those individuals. The Ghoul then uses the dog to track down Wilzig, who is dead. In fact, for some reason the Ghoul waits until nighttime to follow them, by which point Wilzig is already dead. And no, I'm not buying any argument that he survived the night like this, only to randomly kill himself the next day. Anyways, the Ghoul then follows the trail that Lucy left behind, and eventually catches up with her, literally seconds after she lost the head. When she tells him she lost it, the Ghoul quickly deduces that it was a Gulper and uses her as bait. This does eventually lure in the Gulper, which for some reason bites the hook instead of the bait. Do I really have to explain the basics of fishing now? In a fucking breakdown for a TV show?
Sure,
well, it can happen
writers
on rare
have never
occasion. Fish
experienced
don't
any
tend to
part
go
of
for
life.
empty hooks
That's why
because it doesn't
everything they
look or
write is
smell
so
like
alien.
food to them. Lures have hooks, and live bait are put onto a hook because the fish try to eat them, and that is how you hook a fish. The Gulper also appears to be somewhat intelligent, as we'll learn later, as it can distinguish individuals and target someone who has attacked it. So why, when there's bait that is away from the hook, does it bite the hook? The Ghoul is also dumb enough to leave his bag of stuff within reach of Lucy, who uses it to uselessly slap the Gulper's head when trying to get it to leave her alone. The Gulper flees, and the Ghoul is pissed that Lucy broke his vials, which is a plot point I haven't discussed yet. The Ghoul, and seemingly ghouls in general, need to take a vial of stuff. What this stuff even is never named. It just kinda exists, and it prevents ghouls from turning into Walking Dead zombies. This is effectively the difference between life and death for him. Why in the world would he not keep them in a more sturdy container? And why would he leave his bag in the middle of this dock rather than stowing it somewhere more secure? This is so important to him that he abandons the bounty based on the super convenient fact that apparently these things digest slowly, so the head is relatively safe. Also, he can go get more vials, which is implied to be quite the walk away. Lucy is also pissed with him and brings up the golden rule: do unto others as you would have done unto you. She acts like it's ridiculous that he wouldn't even know what the golden rule is, despite her vault having been raided, and further having seen the Ghoul will kill people in Philly. He takes Lucy with him and abandons the dog. On their journey, they run into an old friend of the Ghoul's, another Ghoul who is going feral due to a lack of the vials. After a bit of a back and forth, the Ghoul distracts his friend, only to kill him. Initially, I really liked this moment because he had given his friend a good memory to think on before putting him out of his misery to prevent a fate worse than death. He then starts harvesting his friend and cannibalizing him. Lucy is shocked and horrified by this and criticizes him, but he gets the bright idea to give her the knife and have her harvest the ass jerky. What was at first a really good scene with an impactful moment has been undermined by both the ghoul's stupidity and the fact that it was kinda treated like a joke. Rather than explaining that the wasteland is harsh and sometimes you have to do things you don't want to survive, rather than having any kind of somber or serious tone, the ghoul is practically jovial about it.
It ain't all canned peaches and marmalade left up here, sweetheart. Sometimes, a fella's gotta eat a fella.
Same goes for the ass jerky comment. There's no respect for the dead. This isn't treated like an unfortunate reality that he doesn't take pleasure in. In fact, it's kinda shocking that he's doing this at all, considering at the start of the show we've been told that he was buried alive for years, and he's only dug up once per year to have a part cut off. So he could go at least a year without food, but probably a lot longer, but now he needs to cannibalize his friend? He's certainly not doing this for Lucy's sake. That, combined with the fact that he isn't treating this seriously, makes it come across as though he's only doing this to fuck with her, as opposed to any actual need for him to do it. The other part about this that makes him look as dumb as a brick is that he gives Lucy his knife so she can harvest the meat for him. She's your prisoner and you don't know what she's capable of. Even if he assumes she's harmless because she's a vault dweller, that's not a good assumption to make because you don't know what she's been through, you don't know if she'll do anything to survive or not, and probably worst of all, she already fucking shot you. What if she stabs you in the throat immediately? What if she tries to blindside him later or try something when his guard is down? If he really wanted her to do this, you could have had him draw his gun, keep it trained on her the whole time, toss a knife on the body and tell her to do it, and when she's done, have her toss the knife out of reach so you can collect it and her safely. Even then, that's taking an unnecessary risk for no good reason, but at least it's better than directly handing her the knife up close. During their traveling, the ghoul refuses to give Lucy any water, and he eventually fills his canteen that he had previously dumped out when she was asking for water. Wait, why does he need to drink water when he was buried alive for years? Oh, fuck it. He fills it up from a pool of radioactive water, and Lucy, being so dehydrated, gives in and drinks from the pool herself. He mocks her golden rule, to which she angrily asks, "What are you?" For him to say,
"Oh, I'm you, sweetie. You just give it a little time."
Ah, we get a lame, "We're not so different, you and I" moment. This is the closest Lucy has to an arc in this show. It was alluded to earlier when she first met Wilzig, that she'd have to adapt to the wasteland or be destroyed by it, and that once she does make that change, will she want the same thing? Which of course plays into the final episode where her goal changes, but this show doesn't seem to realize what it's done. Lucy changing her goal at the end of the show isn't due to her adapting to the harshness of the wasteland, but because she learned something about her father that makes her hate him. The implication here in this scene is that much like how Cooper Howard became the ghoul, Lucy too will change to be violent, unforgiving, and cruel. Now you can do this arc where rather than becoming like the ghoul, she might instead become like the average survivalist, who can handle themselves in dangerous situations and navigate life in the wasteland, but the problem is that we get neither really. This whole arc doesn't seem to go anywhere. She does manage to survive the super duper mark coming up, and it initially appears as though she's become hardened to life in the wasteland, but then she's just more or less the same as she was before after this. She's hesitant to help Maximus, which is dumb and nonsensical, and she's suspicious of Vault 4, which during their entire time there is intentionally made to look suspicious, and she mentions that she had a dumb plan for dealing with Moldaver in the finale. Is this the growth she's supposed to have had? The ghoul then falls into a coughing fit, and Lucy uses this chance to escape. And by escape, I mean she runs 30 feet and stops like a moron so she can get caught again. This actually plays out like a cartoon. The ghoul pulls out a lasso, throws it around her, and she looks down before being yanked off her feet and pulled back to the ghoul. For some reason, as he's grabbing at her, he puts one of his fingers in her mouth, which she bites off. The ghoul then says his line from the trailer.
"There you are, little killer."
Wait,
but in context, this doesn't make sense. Taking it literally, she hasn't killed anyone yet. If we're to take it just as a phrase to refer to the fact that just about anyone has the capacity for violence, there's probably a better way to phrase it than calling her a killer.
Too.
Also, if he thought or knew she could reach this point, then this makes the situation with the knife earlier even worse. Why would you risk this if you thought she was capable of this? This really does feel like a trailer line, and they had nowhere else to put it that made sense. In the trailer, you see her with a shoulder pad and blood on her, and it feels as though he's caught up to her after she's killed someone, which would actually make a lot more sense than what we got.
There you are, you little killer.
The ghoul takes revenge upon Lucy by cutting off her finger, to which she barely reacts. No screaming or anything, just some grimacing, as though she's being made to be slightly uncomfortable as opposed to having a part of her body cut off. Sometime later, they reach the Super Duper Mart, where the ghoul sells Lucy to whoever dwells within. He's doing this to get more Zombrex. This whole entire sequence is exceptionally stupid, and it would win the crown of some of the worst writing I've ever seen on its own, if it wasn't for the rest of this show existing. First off, as soon as Lucy goes inside, the ghoul collapses. This is apparently due to a lack of the ghoul juice, and he doesn't get up until he gets more juice, even though his friend didn't suffer anything like this. He was just losing his mind. Next, Lucy runs into an apparently friendly robot who offers to fix her up. In the operating room, it opens a drawer full of severed and rotting fingers, and he picks up a particularly nasty one and just grafts it onto her hand. She even says it feels good, and the finger just works with no issue. This is utter insanity. That thing is rotting. It should give her necrosis. It should kill her. It should not be functional, and it certainly shouldn't feel good. Infected wounds are no joke. In the olden days, battle wounds that weren't cleaned and taken care of oftentimes led to death. Hell, it's still a big risk today. Even with all of our medical advancements, plenty of people still die from serious wounds due to infection. The difference is the methods of cleaning are more well known, and necessary cleansing materials are far more common than they used to be. There were even procedures to take care of particularly bad wounds by putting maggots on them to eat the dead flesh, as they wanted to eat living flesh, so they would effectively remove the dangerous tissue. What we have here is simply sheer stupidity on a level that simply should not be possible. Severed fingers turning blue and green are not a cosmetic feature. It's a sign of active decomposition. This is one of the more frustrating parts of the show, simply for the fact that a 5-second Google search and extremely basic knowledge would have prevented this utter stupidity. She has this finger for the rest of the show, by the way, and they're sure to make sure it's discolored the entire time. The discolored finger is probably the most consistent continuity throughout all of the show, and Bethesda Fallout in general. But why did the robot have a drawer full of fingers?
I'm simply going to harvest your organs.
Oh. So this whole thing is an organ harvesting operation? I thought this was an adaptation of Fallout, not RimWorld. But this just raises so many more questions. First of all, why even replace the finger if you're just going to harvest her organs anyways? Some people write this off as the robot being quirky, but the same exact thing happens to the ghoul near the end of the show. He's captured by people who intend to execute him, but they allow him to sew Lucy's finger onto his hand, where she bit off his finger earlier. This is just another example of the writers getting what they want, despite the fact it makes no sense. We need this moment of conflict between Lucy and the ghoul, so he can see the error of his ways when she helps him anyways later on. But we also can't have any long-term consequences, such as missing body parts, so she just gets it back immediately, despite the fact there's no good in-world reason for this to happen, and the ghoul gets his finger back the exact moment he needs it, despite the fact there's no good in-world reason for this to happen. It's a major injury that is immediately negated, because we can't have these characters suffer long-term consequences. Back to the organ harvesting operation. Would there really be such a market in a post-apocalypse world, where there is no society of any kind, doctors appear to be rare, and you wouldn't even have the capability to actually check one's organs to see if they need to be replaced? Further, how are they preserving the organs they steal? The drawer of fingers makes me assume they have no method to preserve them, which means they would just go to waste, like the fingers. If there's a means of preserving the organs, then why did they not do this for the fingers? So the robot uses a tranquilizer on Lucy, so it can go cut her up and take her organs, but she's already awake again, and has been for a few minutes. How weak was this tranquilizer, and why didn't it trank her again? Or alternatively, why the fuck did it not strap her legs down so she can't move? It had two options to prevent her from fighting back, and took neither. In fact, this scene is so absurd and ridiculous that Lucy manages to kick it with her free leg, the saw conveniently cuts her binding without injuring her at all, and she takes it down with a defibrillator before jury-rigging it into a weapon for herself. This is one of those things that is so exceptionally and obviously bad, it shouldn't need to be explained. As a reminder, this is the whole point of the operation they've got going here, and the robot they're using can't even properly restrain or tranquilize their victims. It's a wonder they ever successfully harvested anyone's organs. As a reminder, these people thought they weren't being paid enough. They went on strike to get more pay, and this is the quality of what they write, where every major element in a scene is broken beyond belief and beyond what is ever reasonable. Lucy holds the robot hostage and threatens to hurt it if the two stoners are just kinda hanging out and apparently overseeing this place don't do what she says, to which they respond,
"It's a fucking robot."
I get that it's a haha funny joke and all, but this is actually valuable equipment that does a specialized job that I doubt these two could do. They also have guns and don't do anything to stop her at any point here. She tells them to release the ghouls. Why do they have a bunch of ghouls locked in fridges? Both regular ghouls and these feral ghouls who have lost their minds? This is never explained, it's just kinda there. They flip one switch to release all the regular ghouls, who take their chance to escape. She tells them to release the rest. They start to argue vaguely that you don't want to do that, but she shoots a dart into the couch they're on, which immediately starts melting due to the contents of the dart. I love when my household cleaner melts anything it touches as though it's acid. They know the second set of ghouls is feral and will attack them, but they don't try to explain beyond this weak, vague muttering I mentioned, and they don't try to get away from her, or anything of the sort. They just open the doors. Well, what are they supposed to do? Get shot? They're releasing multiple feral ghouls. They know they're dangerous. That's why they're scared of doing it. They have a better chance of dealing with Lucy than multiple feral ghouls, and her only weapon is a big, unwieldy robot. They could just explain that the ghouls will attack them. They can get up and run, take cover behind something. Releasing the ghouls is the worst option, so naturally that's what they do.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
Lucy realizes the ghouls are going to attack, and she gets out of the way. The stoners get killed and kill a couple of the ghouls in the process, and Lucy kills one without getting injured. This scene brings up the issue from episode 2 again, because now we have contradictory information. The ghoul takes several body shots to no effect. His friend is killed with a headshot, but the first ghoul here is hit with a body shot and he goes down, never to be seen again, which implies he died. The second ghoul takes a body shot to no effect, then is killed with a body shot. The third ghoul is killed with a headshot, then Martha appears to be killed by a body shot. This is exactly what I mean about needing the rules to be consistent. Do they need to be killed by headshots or not? Episode 2 says they can take body shots with no problem. Episode 4 says body shots kill them. Which is it? In case I can't make this any more clear to people, imagine if it was Lucy who got shot several times in the chest and she just walked it off without issue. That's exactly what is happening here. It also appears to be very lucky that Lucy manages to hit the ghoul lady mid-air, and the shot is so powerful it manages to knock her off course. Also, one of the ghouls attacks the immobile robot on the floor for some reason. Anyways, we do get one of the few kinda decent moments in the show, though it still has problems in addition to what I just mentioned. Lucy had seen a ghoul woman going feral, much like the ghoul's friend from earlier, and she was let out with the second group. In fact, she seems to be the primary reason Lucy demanded the stoners let them out. The ghoul slowly shambles her way towards Lucy, clearly barely holding on to her sanity, and Lucy tries to encourage her to hold on, while at the same time eyeing a gun on the floor in case she needs to defend herself. The ghoul lady can't hold on and goes feral. Lucy dives for the gun and manages to shoot her out of the air. I do like that they're trying to do something here, but there's no time to really linger on it, and there's those problems I mentioned. First, and by far most importantly, Lucy clearly didn't want to kill this woman, but was forced to due to circumstance. But we don't see Lucy coming to terms with what she was forced to do, or even sitting there for a moment to process that she was just forced to kill an innocent person who only attacked her due to her own deteriorating mind. The scene shows her sitting there for a second, has a joke with the robot, then just cuts. I think it would have been far more impactful to linger on the scene a bit, as Lucy has to come to terms with what she was forced to do, then steeling herself and becoming a slightly more hardened character, who at least somewhat knows what you need to do to survive in the wasteland. It's also weird to me that there's just a whole case of ghoul juice right next to Lucy and she doesn't attempt to get any for the ghoul lady. Now it is a risky situation, and she doesn't know when or if the ghoul lady is going to attack, but it strikes me as weird that she doesn't at least glance at the box of ghoul juice and consider that as an option. Ultimately, this isn't the biggest issue in the world, and it doesn't break the show or anything, but I feel it could have been handled a bit better.
Also, they
Finally,
added critical hits
with all that out of the way,
game,
Lucy puts on a single
cool.
shoulder pad for
You hit
armor
them in a weak
and gives
spot
the ghoul a bunch of vials of
gives
ghoul
you,
juice
like,
because of her golden
5%
rule.
extra, give or take.
Keep this in mind for later. The bigger question, though, is why did she not take any supplies besides the shoulder pad and the gun? I think it's safe to assume that this isn't a legitimate business, with people locked in fridges and an organ harvesting operation going on. Surely there's some meds as well as food and water you'd need, right? Apparently not. This is especially ridiculous considering the next time we see her, she's dying from radiation sickness, which is worse given the fact she knows she was dunked in radioactive water, she knows she drank radioactive water, and there's a Radaway just sitting there that she doesn't take. Saying this character is dumb as a brick would be an insult to bricks. Last we saw Maximus, he was blasting off again at the end of the fight in Philly. He lands quite a distance away and hits the ground hard. I'm going to say it again, how the fuck did Maximus survive this? But Titus didn't survive a bear scratching at his super armor. Next time we see Max, he's hauling the armor up by a chain on the outskirts of Philly. It's implied the armor isn't really functional right now, or else he wouldn't need to haul it up with a chain. But it raises the question of how did he get it back to Philly if it was non-functional? This thing just teleports as the script needs it to, and there's a far more egregious instance of this later on. If the armor is functional, then it raises the question of why he would leave it unguarded. There's no reason he should have left it alone, and if he really needed to, that he should have hidden it somewhere where people won't mess with it. Also, the Brotherhood contacts him through comms the suit apparently has. He lies and pretends to be Knight Titus while telling them that Maximus died honorably. They say they're going to send another squire out for him, and not knowing what to do, he tears the comms out and destroys them like the moron he is. Apparently it's that easy to trick the Brotherhood. Apparently they can track where the suit is, because the squire gets dropped off here shortly, which just raises the question of why did they not ask what the fuck Titus was doing going off mission, and later, what would have been assumed to be Titus fucking around off mission. This is also just stupid for Maximus to do because his whole goal is to collect the target and complete the mission, and this actually kinda raises a point I hadn't thought of previously. Part of the problem with Maximus throughout this entire show is that I don't know what he wants. I don't know what his goals are. I don't know whose side he's on, and I don't know what he's going to do at any given moment. He seemingly changes on a whim, betraying the Brotherhood repeatedly and doing horrible things, despite wanting to be a hero who helps people, and he never seems to learn any kind of lesson. At one point near the end of the show, he even has to have it explained to him that an entire vault of people will die out due to his actions if he does not return a vital piece of equipment to them, and he doesn't want to because of the fucking power armor. I'd call him a directionless character who only does what's convenient for the story the writers want to tell, but that's every character in this show. See, a well-written and developed character would have inherent attributes and beliefs, by which you can judge what they would do when you put them into almost any situation. A story can almost write itself at that point if you're a decent writer. To use an easy example, we all know Batman wouldn't just start slaughtering innocent people. The vast majority of the process of writing a story is establishing characters and putting them in situations to deal with while trying to keep those characters consistent or challenging their beliefs. If Batman has a no-kill rule one minute, and then violates it for no good reason the next, it makes for an inconsistent character, and the audience doesn't know what he'll do next. It doesn't make for an intriguing character, because the no-kill rule would become the no-kill suggestion that gets violated the moment the challenge arises. Part of what's interesting about Batman is seeing him overcome situations while adhering to his no-kill rule. Put Batman into Die Hard, and every one of those terrorists would survive. He would use stealth to his advantage. He would use his gadgets to incapacitate the terrorists. He would defuse the bomb. He would talk to Alfred or Lucius or Oracle to find out more about Hans Gruber and his men. Put Batman in Alien, and he would formulate a plan based on what knowledge they have and try to destroy the alien with as few casualties as possible.
In fact, there is a comic book of Batman and Superman fighting.
He might try to find a sound frequency that irritates the alien to either drive it away or to draw it out. He would either lock the crew of the Nostromo somewhere safe, or he'd have them stick together as a group with strict rules, such as no one going off on their own for any reason. The characters in Fallout just do whatever is convenient for the writers. They don't even attempt to challenge themselves and their characters, they all just win because that's what the writers want. This bit requires me to skip ahead again, but it's necessary. Maximus is a member of the Brotherhood, but why? After his hometown was destroyed, he saw a Brotherhood Knight. Best faith interpretation, it's implied their heroism inspired him to join them. But he doesn't put in an effort to learn something as basic as a circuit. He's jealous of a friend's advancement, and pledges he'd do anything for the Brotherhood, only to stand around slack-jawed as the knight he was assigned to was mauled.
Yeah, thanks for the warning, asshole. I really appreciate how you stood there staring at me, not doing a goddamn thing. You're like a cat watching a mouse die.
He then waits for that knight to die to steal his armor and take it for a joyride under the idea that they won't execute him if he completes the mission, but I still don't know why he wants to be a part of this organization that has only ever treated him badly, and he clearly has no loyalty for. He lies to the Brotherhood, cuts off communications, seemingly abandons them completely to join Vault 4, then suddenly cares about helping people with his power armor again after being exiled from Vault 4, then betrays the Brotherhood again by giving them a fake head, having given Lucy the real one, only to betray her.
Everybody betrayed me. I fed up with this world.
And put her in danger by telling them where she went with it, and tells Dane that he's going to live with Lucy in her vault. What would Maximus do if he were in Die Hard? I genuinely don't know. I guess it depends if he had the power armor or not. Considering how utterly stupid he is, he might openly attack the terrorists and get the hostages killed in the crossfire. What would Maximus do if he were an alien? He'd probably shoot the alien, and the acid blood would eat through the hull, resulting in everyone dying. The only things I can imagine Maximus doing in any given situation is either the most self-serving thing or the most stupid thing you can do in those situations, because that's all we get from him for the entire show. I guess you could say he's impulsive, but even that isn't done in a satisfying way, because he just comes across as an inconsistent mess of a character with no real goals or direction. The idea that he wants to help people isn't worth jack shit when it's handled poorly, let alone as bad as this is. This isn't even a case of good intentions gone wrong, it's just an exceptionally poorly written character that exists for no other reason than to have a major Brotherhood of Steel presence in the show, and as a result of the awful writing, he is one of the most insufferably stupid characters I have seen in a long time. Not even Jar Jar Binks was this bad. At least he was accidentally heroic, instead of accidentally and intentionally monstrous. Getting back on track, Maximus goes into town to get a part of the armor fixed, and he has to sell a tooth to get enough money to do so. Hey moron. Maybe it would have been useful to keep the massive bag of supplies you had. Maybe you could have sold something or traded something to her in exchange for the repair. Also, who the fuck is buying teeth in this world and for what reason? Also, we never see him missing any teeth at all. Ever. Another example of inconsequential consequences. Upon returning to his power armor, there's a bunch of locals there messing with it, and clearly interested in taking it. Maximus, genius that he is, has no weapons as his pistol from the start of episode 2 vanished, and during the boss fight he fumbled his other weapon and never picked it up, like the insufferable tard that he is. And I'm going to keep referencing this fucking bag because who knows what else was in it. That is a chonky fucking bag. Surely there were other weapons in there, right? So Maximus, genius that he is, decides to take on several people alone and unarmed and gets the shit kicked out of him. He's lucky to be alive. let alone being able to get up again. He grabs a pair of giant steel tongs and a wooden toilet seat to be his weapons. Again, just making this character look like an utter unlikable fool. He takes out the big guy quickly, but the rest of them team up on him, disarm him, and use the tongs against him. I'm no doctor, but I'm not sure you can survive this, and if you can, you are seriously fucking hurting for it. Luckily for Maximus, these locals are so exceptionally stupid that they think it's a good idea to push him into his armor, so he can then grab the head of what appears to be their leader, and crushes it like a melon, resulting in the remaining guys running off. Once again, things progress due to sheer luck and the stupidity of everyone involved. They could have put Maximus anywhere, but instead they shove him into his power armor suit. If they had done literally anything else with him, he'd be dead, or at the very least unable to stop them from taking his armor. A vertibird flies overhead, and Maximus goes to check the center of town to find a squire being dropped off, and he gets back to his armor and gets inside it in the nick of time, before Thaddeus shows up. I didn't find Maximus to be a likable character before, but this is where I really began to hate him. Thaddeus presents himself to who he believes to be Knight Titus. Maximus raises his bloody hand, the one he just used to squish that guy's head a few minutes ago, and Thaddeus begins freaking out, thinking that he's about to be killed and begs for mercy. This is a bit of a weird moment because I don't actually know what Maximus was intending here. Was he going to kill Thaddeus in cold blood? It kind of seems like it because I don't know what else he could be doing. Maximus sees Thaddeus terrified and begging for his life, and realizes he can take advantage of the situation. Exactly as Knight Titus did to him before, he pulls the crotch plate off of the power armor and tells Thaddeus to clean it. Later on, we see Thaddeus at the top of a tree looking for apples, despite the fact it clearly doesn't have any, because Maximus said he's craving an apple. Thaddeus apologizes profusely, falls off the tree, and offers some rations from the pack, to which Maximus says he's not hungry anymore. This is what I mean when I say Maximus is an insufferable, awful character. He looks down on people abusing their power against others, but in the very moment he has power over someone else, he begins doing the same thing to them. Yes, this is one of the people who were hazing him before. No, that doesn't matter, nor does it excuse Maximus's actions. If you're truly against the abuse of power against others, then you wouldn't act like this because this is hypocritical. By what we're shown, Maximus isn't against the abuse of power, he just didn't like being on the receiving end of it, but then we're shown that he is more than willing to abuse said power against someone else the moment it's convenient to him. Rather than being the better man, and acting with honor and integrity, he instead uses the opportunity to be a petty little shit, and abuses this guy who doesn't really deserve it. Now, a good story can be told about such a character who goes from abused to abuser, but this ain't it. Once again, I'm not even sure the writers of the show realize what they've done here, because the show never seems to portray these actions as though they're a bad thing. It even seems like it's supposed to be justified, or a funny joke that Maximus is just treating this guy like absolute shit. Nor does Maximus ever admit or realize that he's in the wrong. You could even keep these parts of the show, and just have it so Maximus learns a lesson and becomes a better person as a result, but we never get that moment. The only reason Maximus stops picking on this guy is because Thaddeus, not knowing that it's Maximus in the suit, expresses regret that he died and feels sorry for having hazed Maximus, and the fact that he never got the chance to haze someone else, with Thaddeus also mentioning that the other recruits had hazed him until Maximus showed up, and he suggested they haze him instead. All of this combined, including what he's going to do in just a little bit down the line, is why I find Maximus to be such an exceptionally detestable, repulsive character. He never faces consequences for these actions, he never learns a lesson, he never grows as a character, and there seems to be no real purpose to most of his actions as far as the story goes. Maximus deciding to not treat Thaddeus like shit anymore doesn't appear to be a genuine moment of character growth. It comes across as an impulsive dickhead getting sad for a few minutes upon learning Thaddeus isn't a total monster. It comes across as Maximus deigning to show mercy upon someone, not because of any realization that what he was doing was inherently wrong, but because he had a shallow moment of empathy. This does result in the best moment for Maximus in the entire show, where he ends up fighting to save Thaddeus from the Gulper, but this redeeming moment is pissed away immediately in their next scene. To catch up on a few things I skipped, they find Wilsig's headless body.
Oh, yeah. Yes?
That's definitely him.
This comes across as a joke, but is treated seriously by both characters. Needless to say, you can't identify a headless corpse to a picture of a face because the headless corpse no longer has a face to match to. They assume the ghoul did it, and Thaddeus suggests they can track him because of the radiation trail he would leave behind. As a quick reminder, this show takes place in a world where there is a global nuclear war. Everything is irradiated. Surface dwellers are irradiated, like Lucy's would-be husband from episode 1. You're not going to be able to track a faint radiation trail when everything is irradiated. It's like looking for a needle in a pile of needles. They also notice a trail in the sand to follow. It's after this we get the moment where they stop and Thaddeus expresses his regret of Maximus dying, but I've covered that already. What's more important is how awful the dialogue is for that moment. I'll have a section for this later, but there is plenty of awful dialogue in this show, and this is an example of that. When Thaddeus brings up the death of the previous squire, believing Maximus to be dead and Titus to be in the power armor, Maximus asks Thaddeus to say something about him, to which Thaddeus initially says he was a good guy, until Maximus says to say something bad about him, which Thaddeus isn't comfortable with given the fact he believes Maximus to be dead, but he is then ordered to. Then we get this insanely stupid line of dialogue.
To be honest, me and the other guys used to be pretty hard on him.
That's what she said.
I'd like regularly beat the shit out of him. It wasn't personal, you know? It's just, well, you know, people at the base, they used to beat the shit out of me all the time. This shipment of new recruits came in, and one of them was Maximus. So it's a funny idea. What if we beat the shit out of that guy instead? And it worked. Yeah, I was really popular. It's great. I just wish he lived long enough to find someone else to beat up, you know? Only seems fair.
When you cut through the awful dialogue, it's a fine, if kinda standard backstory for these characters, but the dialogue itself is abysmal. People used to beat me up, then the new recruits came, and I said let's beat one of them up. It sucks he died before he could beat someone else up. What the fuck is this fermented dog shit? This is an incredibly malformed attempt to say that Thaddeus feels bad about it, which we already knew. Also, Maximus will be more kind to him for a short time,
You know what?
but there's no reason for the dialogue to be this clunky and ridiculous. Instead, he should have said something to the effect of, back at the base, I used to get beat up a lot. Then Maximus showed up, and I suggested we beat him up, and it worked. It got them off my ass, but Maximus seemed to be a loner. I hope he didn't take it personally. Yeah, it's not perfect, but I also don't get paid to write for a TV show. More importantly, it gets the job done of showing Thaddeus feels remorse for having beaten up Maximus, and explaining to both Maximus and the audience that it wasn't personal, without making it sound incredibly stupid and awkward. The most frustrating part about this for me is that there is something here. There is a slight glimmer of something that could be good in the right hands. Especially given that Maximus will save Thaddeus' life in their next scene. But this hint of something good ends up getting strangled in the crib.
Finally!
And it's time to develop into something more meaningful, because these writers are shit. There's also a really weird backstory for Thaddeus here, and I bring this up as yet another example of how awful the writing is.
I've been breeding
this doesn't impact the
for
story
a perfect
in any way. You could cut
IV
this line from the show entirely
Xenogard
and
for
you wouldn't lose
months.
anything. One might even call it a nitpick.
We've
But what I
finally
see here in
achieved
this
one,
line
now to
is a
raise an
microcosm
army.
of the show's awful writing. It's a good example of the utter nonsense on display. Thaddeus says that before he joined the Brotherhood, he worked as a shitter. They would feed him and a bunch of other people a lot of food, so they would shit, and that shit would attract flies, and they would mulch the flies up for protein to sell. I don't know how this show constantly outdoes itself with its stupidity, but this is beyond stupid. They feed people, so they'll shit to attract flies to use as a food source. This reminds me of those fucking troll logic memes from 4chan over a decade ago, where the whole joke was just breaking the laws of physics, like attaching a magnet to a car and holding a magnet on a stick in front of it to achieve perpetual motion. I don't think the exchange rate of real food to flies would be a particularly good one, but this is also ignoring the fact that their entire job is just to shit. Thaddeus even says he got fat from this. If collecting flies for a food source is a goal, wouldn't it make sense to have these guys employed to do an actual useful job, and just feed them well anyways? I'm not sure if the writers know this, but people tend to eat food daily. Oftentimes, more than once a day. They're gonna be shitting regardless of whether it's their full-time job, or if their actual job was something else and they just end up shitting anyways, because they're living creatures and that's what living creatures tend to do. This is just utter nonsense and stupidity. This doesn't appear to be a joke either. Thaddeus seems genuine here. If it is a joke by the writers, then that doesn't change the fact that the ridiculous thing they wrote as a joke is still presented as being true within the world, meaning that it's an actual real thing within the world, despite being a farcical joke. This is what I mean when I say this is a good microcosm of the show as a whole. No aspect of this dumb piece of backstory works. It's stupid and absurd and makes no sense whatsoever, and if it's meant as a joke, as many things are in this show, it is undermining the seriousness of the world by adding something stupid and ridiculous that would never actually exist as presented to us. Later on they reach the lake, and it's only when they're waist deep into the radioactive water that Thaddeus realizes they might be tracking the wrong abomination and they get attacked. He asks if he should lead the charge, but Maximus steps up and tells him to get back to shore. Luckily for everyone involved, this just so happens to be the same gulper that ate the head. Thaddeus shoots at it, and there's this amusing little moment where the gulper looks at him for a second and does his silly little run to go kill him. Anyways, this is genuinely one of the few really good moments of the show.
Kratos'
Maximus saves Thaddeus. They kill the
Amazon's
gulper and
Fallout
retrieve the
show
head.
is
I'm desperate for any
intentionally
positives
stupid
that
or
don't
something
relate to
like
sets, props, costumes, or acting, so I want to make
It's
clear
like
just how appreciated
7.5
this slight
hours
good moment
long
is, where Maximus tells
diatribe
Thaddeus to get to
about
safety so he can take on the gulper himself, and he ends up saving Thaddeus.
modern Fallout
It's too bad the
and
rest of the
whatnot
scene is surrounded by
sneaky
shit,
poo-poo.
because I genuinely believe, based on how Maximus is written, that he
Planification
would
of
have
the
let
series.
Thaddeus die if he hadn't expressed regret for how he treated
Specifically the
Maximus
show.
before. But yes, they kill the gulper, get the head, and Maximus actually gets to be a decent character
It should
for
be
about 15
on the right
seconds.
side of the screen.
Now, it would have been difficult,
OBS.
but Maximus still could have been redeemed at this point. Yes, he's been a terrible, contradictory character so far, but a talented writer could have done something to improve him and make him likable, especially considering we just had a really good moment where he saved someone's life, and that is really endearing.
That's fair.
Any goodwill earned by this action is immediately pissed away in their next scene, and outright turns Maximus into an irredeemable villain. While sitting at a campfire, still high on the success of the mission, Thaddeus realizes that he hasn't been branded yet, and asks Maximus, who he still believes to be Titus, to brand him. Maximus is hesitant at first, but goes along with it anyways. This is already bad because Maximus is causing extreme pain to this guy for no reason. Maximus isn't a knight, and he's certainly not Knight Titus. Once Thaddeus gets assigned to a real knight, he's likely going to be branded again, rendering this first branding entirely pointless, meaning he's suffering this extreme pain for absolutely no reason. Worse yet, should the plan somehow go wrong, then the Brotherhood might see this as a sign of Thaddeus being a co-conspirator or an accomplice to Maximus, rather than someone who is duped. This could very well ruin Thaddeus' chances of ever returning to the Brotherhood due to Maximus being stupid and impulsive. After a quick back and forth, Maximus gets the idea to reveal who he is to Thaddeus. I feel this makes the branding even worse, because now you're revealing literally a minute later that you just caused him pain for no reason. The pain is still fresh. This isn't just a recent injury that's fading from memory, it's a burn wound, which tends to be painful for quite a while. It certainly still hurts. If Maximus at least waited a few days or a week or two, there would at least be some separation from the injury, and the memory of how bad it felt would have largely faded, and it might have been a bit easier to forgive him for what he did. That was the goodwill being pissed away. Now for Maximus becoming an irredeemable monster. Thaddeus asks for Titus's because of fucking course he would. He was assigned to a knight, and he learns he's been serving an imposter this entire time. If Titus is injured or lost somewhere, it would be Thaddeus' duty to either try to save him or get help for him. Now Maximus, genius that he is, decides to not explain that Titus died in the line of duty. He decides to not explain that he's innocent of all wrongdoing, even if that would be a lie. He decides to do nothing reasonable or logical here. Maximus decides to say to Thaddeus, "We need to get our story straight," in a creepy tone.
What did you do? Personality Titus.
Oh, he's dead. So, you know, you and I, we just have to get our story straight before we go back.
The utter stupidity of this writing is painfully obnoxious. There is no story to get straight. When you're in a situation where two or more characters need to get their story straight, it's people who are involved or otherwise have knowledge of the situation. The reason they need to get their story straight is because one or more characters may be lying to save themselves from the consequences of their actions, and the truth would hurt their ability to do so, as would an inconsistent story. So whatever story they tell the cops, or any other entity they may have to answer to, would have to be consistent from all characters involved. Any discrepancies between stories would be evidence of the characters lying, and could lead to them facing said consequences. In this situation, the only living character who witnessed Knight Titus's death is Maximus himself. As long as the body isn't found, he can effectively tell any lie he wants, as long as it's believable. There's no reason they need to get their story straight, because literally all he has to do is just say Titus died in the line of duty, and he's in the clear. At least as far as Thaddeus goes.
There's something I should tell you. My name isn't Titus, it's Maximus. Titus is the name of the knight who owned this suit before me. He was threatening me, so instead of helping him, I watched him die, and I took his armor.
Funny he can be that plain and simple about it in a moment where it doesn't really matter, but here he just says the worst thing possible for no reason because... I don't even know. I think the writers just wanted the MacGuffin ejected from the show for a few episodes, so they can go piss on the ashes of this franchise a bit. Thaddeus, reasonably believing Maximus to have murdered Knight Titus, which isn't actually too far from the truth, reacts poorly to Maximus saying they need to get their story straight. He doesn't even attack, he just says that the Brotherhood will find out and execute him, and Maximus immediately goes into Tard Rage mode and tries to kill Thaddeus, even managing to step on his foot in power armor and causing an extreme wound to Thaddeus. Maximus is now utterly beyond redemption. In the span of just a few minutes of screen time, Maximus has gone from an awful character to earning some goodwill, to pissing away that goodwill, to becoming irredeemable. Thaddeus has done nothing wrong outside of the hazing, and that certainly isn't worth being killed or permanently crippled over. He is innocent. He isn't deserving of death or life-altering injury. Maximus is trying to kill him to save his own skin, because he's too brain-dead fucking stupid to just explain what the situation is. This is outright, objectively bad writing. A character being stupid isn't a free pass to have them just do any stupid shit that happens to be convenient for the writers. Even stupid people have a logic to their actions. If we were to assume we're supposed to see Maximus as an utter moron, and they were intending for him to be stupid, then despite his stupidity, he would still want to protect himself and keep himself alive. We are shown multiple times that he's capable of making these decisions. So Maximus being stupid is simply not an excuse for why he wouldn't just explain the situation to Thaddeus. Before the fight, Thaddeus realizes he has the key to the power source for the power armor, and during the struggle he manages to unlock it and pulls it out, trapping Maximus in the suit. Thaddeus grabs Wilzig's head and abandons Maximus, as he screams for Thaddeus to let him out, and even threatening him.
No, don't leave me in here!
I'll fucking kill you, Thaddeus!
What is it with characters in this show threatening the only people that can save them?
You stupid motherfucker, you know this is all your fault. They string you up by your lungs and they hang you. No, don't leave me in here!
I'll fucking kill you, Thaddeus!
It seems weird to me that power armor would just trap you inside when it has no power. This is a design flaw that can easily be fatal for anyone who runs out of power, or, as we see in the show here, the power source is removed and it just locks up. This is purely a fabricated problem, so Maximus can join Lucy, while keeping the MacGuffin away from both of them so the season doesn't end immediately. Thaddeus walks off into the night, rightfully leaving Maximus trapped, though I'd argue Thaddeus should have opened the faceplate and just fucking domed him then and there to save us all some trouble. This entire section is a stupid, pointless, inane waste of time, and this whole stretch of the show is probably the most stupid, aside from the big reveal in the season finale. Now, I did say at the start that this first pass over the story wouldn't take the games into account as far as looking at the lore goes. I won't be calling out any inconsistencies, contradictions, or plot holes due to information in the games until much later. Right now, this is looking at the show as if it's a standalone thing. But I have to slightly break this rule here to make a comment about why I think this particular section exists. I feel this is here just so we get some time in an experiment vault. The vaults in the games are notorious for their horrible, unethical experiments that oftentimes result in the horrific deaths of everyone inside the vault. This isn't always the case. There are control vaults that are meant to keep people alive, and there are vaults where the residents either survived the experiment, rebelled against vault tech, the experiment didn't happen, or the experiment actually turned out well. The vault we see in this section, Vault 4, feels like it was shoehorned into the show for no other reason than having a vault to explore and an experiment to learn about, just like in the games. I say this because this particular part of the show just feels like it's out of place. It's a distraction. It's not part of the ongoing narrative, and worst of all, this is time that is utterly wasted, as nothing is gained or learned here that impacts the overall story. This is a filler episode in a show that shouldn't have any, on top of the filler that is Norm's storyline, and the filler that was episode 4 in the Super Duper Mart. This is screen time that could be used to tell the audience about major factions, characters, or events that will be relevant to the story. This is a chance to teach us about the world, especially anyone new to the world of Fallout. The one thing we do learn here that connects to the story didn't require 2 whole episodes dedicated to nonsense, and there are about 1 billion ways this information could have been conveyed that would have been far better than what we got, and that's on top of the fact that the show already conveyed this information. Getting back on track, we skip to the next morning, where Maximus is still stuck in the armor, when suddenly a pack of giant roaches come crawling into the tunnel. They start covering the armor, apparently trying to get Maximus within. This is a good thing. A superior version of this show would have had an extended 20-minute long scene of him getting eaten by the roaches here and now. Luckily for Maximus, and unlucky for the entire rest of the world, Lucy comes out of nowhere and into the tunnel Maximus is in, and randomly starts shooting the roaches. Why did she start shooting them? She had no reason to go into the tunnel. It's in the opposite direction of Thaddeus, who has the head, which has the tracker in it, which she is tracking. She should have followed the tracks away from Maximus. Why is she moving in the opposite direction of where she needs to go? This is also one of the most insane moments of extreme coincidence in the entire show. See? Maximus is about to deservingly get eaten by roaches. Lucy is about to pass out and likely die from radiation sickness. And Lucy, who's tracking ahead, just so happens to stumble across Maximus in both his time of need and in her time of need, right in the nick of time for both of them, when it makes no sense for her to be here given the tracker, because pretty much any direction she'd be coming from would likely have her going away from this particular spot, or passing it and probably not even noticing it, and as mentioned, not even entering the tunnel from that direction. Worse yet, the show goes out of its way to show that Lucy can barely hear him from inside the suit, so she didn't come in here to help him. It was literally just random that she started killing the roaches. Now we go from an insanely convenient moment to an insanely stupid one. Lucy actually fucking hesitates on saving Maximus and needs convincing because she's had a bad time since she left the vault and has learned she can't really trust people up here. Except the last time we saw her, she helped the one man who has caused her the most direct grief and pain, and even sold her off to be harvested for organs. And yet, she needs convincing here to save Maximus, the guy who saved her life once before and took like 20 bullets for this bitch. Make it make sense. Is she a naive vault dweller who believes in the golden rule, and that people should be good? Or has she learned a lesson from the harshness of the wasteland and that people shouldn't be trusted so easily? But even then, the latter doesn't work because Maximus should have proven himself in her eyes. Yes, she doesn't know that he's a complete irredeemable monster, but based on what she has seen of him, she should be more than willing to help him. Why in the world does she need convincing to save him when both their lives are on the line and he's the one person on the surface besides Wilzig that's been helpful to her and hasn't tried to cause her harm? So with both of them saved, they decide to continue following the tracker. Maximus hides the power armor, which just raises the question of how the fuck did he move this thing? It's giant. It looks heavy as fuck. They also don't show it being moved. so I guess the showrunners don't know how he moved it either. As they travel, Lucy asks Maximus about what happened in the past 200 years, since recorded history of the world for anyone in the vaults obviously ended with the bombs dropping and people going into the vaults. Maximus then says a mysterious line, that the bombs dropped when he was a kid. This has been alluded to a couple times with a flashback, but as we'll soon learn, Maximus grew up in a town called Shady Sands. This town was nuked several years ago, and he survived by hiding in a fridge. What's so weird about this line is that Lucy is obviously talking about the Great War 200 years ago, and not the one singular nuke that went off about 20 years ago. Maximus should know the difference, and he somehow doesn't. Either way, they show the same flashback multiple times throughout the show, and it gets increasingly obnoxious. The writers apparently think they have something deep and profound here, when what they actually have is stupid beyond belief. Let's rewind about 16 years to ye olden days of 2008. It had been close to 20 years since the last Indiana Jones movie, and a new one was finally made and released, and it received plenty of criticism for being a cartoony, nonsensical mess full of ridiculous plot points and contrivances. One of the most infamous scenes that got criticized was when Indy hid in a lead-lined refrigerator to survive a nuclear blast, with the fridge launching into the distance, hitting the ground hard and bouncing and rolling, all for Indy to be no worse for wear. The logic behind this seems to be that lead is used for radiation shielding, therefore... Now, as I said, this was mocked and reviled and criticized for being utterly and irredeemably stupid. Funnily enough, this was even mocked in a Fallout game, where you can find an Easter egg of a skeleton in a fridge with a hat similar to the one Indy wears, showing a much more realistic fate for him. Needless to say, to be launched into the air and land like this would kill a person. This is ignoring the fact that the fridge itself should have been torn apart by the blast, by the way. Fallout 4 went on to have its own infamous fridge, where a child survived a nuclear blast inside a fridge and became a ghoul, and survived locked in that fridge without food and water for 210 years. This too, much like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, was widely criticized by people as being insufferably stupid and lore-breaking. Seemingly having learned no lessons from either Indiana Jones or Fallout 4, this show goes on to make the same mistake yet again, but even worse. At least in Indiana Jones, there is the flawed logic that being in a lead-lined fridge would protect you from radiation, but even that manages to get completely fucked up by the show, as there's a giant hole in the back of the fridge. Further, this nuke has the strangest destruction pattern imaginable. Nukes don't tend to create large craters when they explode above ground, yet here in Shady Sands it's like it carved out a gigantic bowl. It's largely a spherical shape, with there being general destruction around the crater, but not in the way that makes sense for a nuke going off below ground. When a nuke goes off at ground level, the crater it makes is mostly from stuff that's been vaporized down to the atomic level. Immediately next to the crater is where the actual blast wave starts. Maximus's fridge is right next to the crater. There is 0% chance it should be intact, let alone that he should survive. But apparently in this world, the destructive force of a nuclear detonation simply ends where the crater does. This isn't even accounting for the ruins of Los Angeles in the background that should have also been impacted by this explosion. The sudden drop-off and destruction is just bizarre. It makes it feel like this crater is just out of place here. I'm not saying that as a reference to the issue that arises when taking the games into account. On its own, it just feels like this crater has been photoshopped into a skyline of a city that it just doesn't fit in due to this weird discrepancy in the damage done. Now I am getting ahead of myself, so let's rewind slightly to get to a couple things that happened prior to reaching Shady Sands.
So, you guys use pre-war technology to find and collect pre-war technology to make sure no one has pre-war technology?
I mean, yeah. Well, when you say it like that, I mean, yeah, it's weird.
Fuck off you fat useless sack of fucking Yankee danky doodle shite.
I have two problems with these lines. The first is in the fact that we still don't really know what the Brotherhood of Steel is. If this show is the first piece of Fallout content someone is consuming, there's little to no information given on what the Brotherhood is, what they do, what their goals are, or why they exist. Based on what we've seen up until this point, they appear to be a military organization with a heavy religious aspect to it, but we haven't gotten any information about who they are. The Enclave has a similar problem here. We get the line in episode 2 that there's an escaped Enclave scientist, but if you haven't played the games, then you don't know what the Enclave is. Doing this with the Enclave here is at least excusable, since we only see them this once and they're not a major player in this first season. The Brotherhood is so major to the point that one of our 4 major POV characters is a member of the Brotherhood, but all we know about them is that they're a vague military entity and they want the MacGuffin, which we don't even know what that is yet. This is what I mean when I say that the wasted time in this show could be better used teaching parts about the world to the audience. Let's imagine for a moment that this show was actually well written, but the general flow of the story remained the same. So Lucy and the Ghoul go on a side quest, Lucy and Maximus visit Shady Sands at Vault 4, and so on and so forth. This is still unnecessary filler nonsense that could be better used telling us about the world and major players in it. I don't know what the Brotherhood is, what they want, what their goals are, or even if it would be a bad thing if they got the MacGuffin. Should I be rooting for them to take it from Moldaver after Lucy uses it to get her father back? Should I be worried about what Moldaver would do with it, as she's clearly the evil villain that needs to be stopped? The other problem is that this line undermines the Brotherhood and treats them as though they're a stupid joke.
Well, when you say it like that, I mean, yeah, it's weird.
We finally learned something about what the Brotherhood even wants, and the Brotherhood POV character vomits out almost the equivalent of, "Oh yeah, that is dumb." It's one thing for characters to oppose and even mock and deride their enemies. It's a whole different situation when a relatively normal person and a member of that faction are both mocking it as being stupid and ridiculous, especially given the only 2 characters of that faction we spent any significant time with are both stupid and evil. You could have even kept Lucy's line and just have Maximus treated as though it's normal or reasonable. Maybe even explain the reasoning as to why they hoard advanced technology and don't want anyone else to have it. Instead, the impression we're given is that Maximus remains almost completely ignorant of, and uncommitted to, his own faction's ideals, despite having been raised by the Brotherhood for most of his life. Moving on, there's this weird scene where they come to a bridge and notice 2 people on the other side, which leads to a bit of a standoff, as neither group seems to want to pass too closely to the other. There's a big, long, unnecessary back and forth where both groups claim to be unarmed, with Maximus lying, and I just can't help but be annoyed at everyone being stupid in this situation. Maximus and Lucy can look for alternate ways to cross. They could backtrack a bit and take cover until these people cross and move along. No, for some reason we need everyone to cross at the same time. As they're passing by each other, the strangers draw their weapons and attack. Maximus takes a shot to the arm, but manages to grab Lucy's gun and kill both of the strangers with ease. Wait, if he's this good of a shot, why did he have so much trouble with the Ghoul back in Philly? Why did it take him so long to shoot the bear attacking Titus? Based on this small sequence alone, you'd think Maximus is a hardened survivor of the wasteland, an expert marksman, as opposed to the other clown he's been for the rest of the show. To make it clear, I don't mind him being competent. The problem is the inconsistency. He's shown to be a weak, pathetic loser, and is completely ineffective in one-on-one combat in a fight he shouldn't be able to lose. But then he one-shots a bear and kills these 2 people in quick succession with no issue. It's like he's a goddamn expert. It's like he's done this 1,000 times. I guess he's just selectively competent when the script calls for it. Starting to notice a pattern here. He explains to Lucy that they're fiends and that they're cannibals. Why not just say they're cannibals? It's after this they reach Shady Sands, and Lucy is shocked to learn that a society had been built after the war.
You never heard of the New California Republic?
The show doesn't explain what the New California Republic is. The sign says former capital, which implies there's more to it, but we never actually see anything of this faction, except for Moldaver's group at the end, and we don't even know if she's actual NCR, or if they're just claiming to be while squatting in one of their old bases. Lucy is heartbroken by the fact that society had rebuilt already, as rebuilding society was the whole point of her vault. This is apparently what they were training for the entire time. It's shocking she's only realizing this now, when she's already been to a town full of people. Maximus consoles her by explaining that it didn't work out, and shows her the crater. After spending a little bit of time here, Lucy finally checks his wound to find out it's a lot worse than he was letting on, and she makes it a priority to find medical supplies for him. If only you had taken the medical supplies available to you when you had the chance previously. If only Maximus had kept his fucking bag. It's not like Thaddeus would have been able to carry 2 of them. They find a medical facility and Lucy goes in, despite Maximus protesting this. When she doesn't return after about 15 seconds, Maximus goes in, walks in a room and gets trapped, thus beginning the long and pointless Vault 4 arc. First of all, though, it's really weird that in a post-apocalypse world where everything is a ruin, that this trap is just fucking pristine. This looks no different than what you'd expect from any modern office building, and even the decal on the door to trick people into the trap room, as well as the hallway beyond the door, are all in absurdly great condition, considering the fact this building survived being nuked, and over 200 years of existing. What's also weird is that we just learned of a whole-ass society existing super close to this location. I can't stress this point enough. They find this place the same day they pass Shady Sands. This is 2 hours later at most. As we'll learn later, Shady Sands was big enough to have cars and streetcars, which implies this was not a small town at all. So Shady Sands is simultaneously big enough to where it would have public transit, but at the same time so small as to be completely passed by on foot. Also, just from looking at this crater alone, I simply don't believe that this town would have needed public transit. It is a big crater, but the town that would fit on top of it would be very small. We're talking just a few residential streets at most. As brought up previously, how is everything next to the crater still mostly intact? The blast wave of a nuke is a destructive wave of force. This, combined with the intense heat, is what does a majority of the damage. This blast wave wouldn't make a crater, but it would cause damage to the surrounding buildings, and would outright destroy those closest to ground zero. What we have in the show is a perfect sphere of destruction, where the crater itself is, but no destructive blast wave of the bomb. Moving on to Vault 4 itself, there's nothing I can really say that could prepare you for the immense stupidity we're about to experience. To summarize the main conflict here, Vault 4 is taking in survivors of Shady Sands, but is also constantly portrayed as being sinister, and has the Overseer acting cagey about the forbidden level 12. Even telling Lucy to get out of his office for even asking about level 12.
What's on level 12, and why can't we go there?
We don't talk about that. Jeez, what's the matter with you?
Sorry,
You should go now.
I only wanted to...
Goodbye, Goosey. Skedaddle.
This is just totally unreasonable. He's acting as if she should just automatically know, and that talking about it is disrespectful. But she doesn't. That's why she asked. They draw attention to this forbidden level, but absolutely refuse to explain what's down there. That is naturally going to invite curiosity. This is made worse by the fact that there's a bunch of people here with weird mutations, and there's a full-on psychotic blood cult that strips naked, covers themselves in the ashes of the dead, and apparently think that spilling blood will bring back Shady Sands. Further, Maximus seems to have bought into the pleasant facade of the vault, with the luxuries it has available that he apparently has never experienced. Lucy, having seen how crazy this place is, ventures into level 12 to discover its secret, during which she finds a video where a woman is in a tank full of water and gives birth to fish that immediately begin eating her. Further exploration reveals cryopods where more of these pregnant women are being kept. Lucy gets discovered and naturally assumes the worst, fights to escape only to get captured, and eventually has it revealed to her that nothing sinister is going on at all. The Vault had performed horrible experiments before, but the residents fought back against Vault Tech, took over the Vault, and are now doing what they can to help the people who had been tested on, including the frozen pregnant women. Once again, this is simply a good example of bad writing. When you're misdirecting the audience in order to subvert their expectations, that misdirection has to make sense in retrospect, because the actions each character takes should be consistent with their goals or character. It is the goal of Vault 4, and therefore the Overseer, to help people. They want to help the Vault residents who have been tested on, and they want to help the outsiders who happen upon their Vault. He knows how bad the experiments are, and it makes sense to forbid outsiders from going to level 12. But there's simply no good reason to not be forthcoming with the information that there's people down there who were used as test subjects in the past that they're currently trying to help. They have no guards on the elevator and no logs or restrictions in place to actually prevent people from going down there. So it only makes sense to inform newcomers of why level 12 is forbidden, so as to prevent anyone from coming to the wrong conclusion, or worse, accidentally causing harm. The assumptions Lucy made based on what she saw and experienced was only reasonable. It's only after she's caught and throws acid in someone's face that she's finally told the truth, when it's effectively useless and pointless, because they're going to banish her from the Vault now for attacking people in what she reasonably believed to be self-defense. Knowing the truth behind level 12 now does nothing but place guilt onto Lucy for attacking innocent people that she more than reasonably believed to not be innocent. If you're going to tell her now, when it doesn't matter, then why didn't you tell her before when it did matter and could have prevented this? Now going back to the start of this section, when the doctors are looking at Maximus, they pull out a human tooth from his arm. Who the fuck is using human teeth as ammo?
Me.
This is
So you
stupid
can
and
bite
insane
someone
and
from a
utter
distance.
nonsense. Teeth do not make for good projectiles and would likely be destroyed if fired in a conventional manner. They're told they have to stay for a few days due to the injury Maximus received, despite giving him a stim pack, again creating an inconsistency with what they do. A dog can go from dying from a stab wound to perfectly fine instantly, a razor-bladed foot can't be healed by them, a man's life can be saved by them, and now Maximus just has to wait for a few days because reasons. The trapped room they're in is labeled test subjects. Why would the Vault want or need to trap surface dwellers to experiment on? As we learn in the finale, Vault Tech expects people to die out on the surface. The first mutation they see is the Cyclops Overseer, which is presented as something shocking, but then they immediately see other people with mutations after that. How did they not see any of these mutations before? Also, why are all these mutations so fucking lame? They mostly seem like vestigial or superficial mutations, such as an ear or a nose on the forehead. Maximus is told that their scavenger teams found his power armor, and they brought it to the vault for him. How did they find it when it was hidden? How did they get it back here? We see later that it still doesn't have its fusion core, so they didn't put one in and walk it back. When Lucy meets with the Overseer, we get this really weird conversation about how he just hates the dirty, smelly outsiders, and that just kinda seems weird and out of place. Is this supposed to be some kind of allegory for immigration? I've mentioned this already, but why is there nothing preventing anyone from going to level 12? No locked doors, no guards, nothing. The guy who catches Lucy does so because she accidentally made a noise. His first assumption upon seeing the open door is that one of the women got out of their tube. Upon hearing the noise, he sets off an alarm and grabs a fucking harpoon gun. Why in the world is a fucking harpoon gun your go-to weapon for what you assume to be an escaped pregnant woman that you're helping? Also, the whole grabbing the harpoon gun is part of why Lucy believes she's in danger, and further makes this situation appear sinister. She is totally justified in defending herself here. After Lucy is captured, she gets mad at them for experimenting on the women. Rather than explaining what's happening, they say she needs to see the tape. As if it will explain anything and her perspective will change. In this video, one scientist is barricading a door, while another rambles at the camera about how scientists should be in control, and that this disaster shouldn't stand as proof that they shouldn't be free to do what they want. Out of context, this means nothing as far as Lucy is concerned. There's nothing in this video that the Overseer couldn't have just told her directly, and he has to give her the context after the fact so she can understand what it even meant. The video doesn't really explain anything at all, and I'm not sure why it exists. The door is broken down by a gulper, which then kills the two scientists, then does a lame-ass horror trope and attacks the camera for no reason.
What the fuck was that?
How did they recover the holotape? The comedy in this entire part of the show is abysmal too. After playing the recording, the Overseer says the video gets him every time, as though they had just witnessed something tragic, as opposed to horrifying. He also mentions that the Gulper is his great uncle. After explaining what their vault experiment was, they ask Lucy about her vault's experiment, to which she says there wasn't one. The Overseer, and apparently his second in command, decide that not knowing isn't an excuse, and she must face punishment for her actions. They lock her into a pillory, and make a big show out of her punishment, and, well...
for causing harm to a fellow survivor, you are hereby sentenced to death
by banishment to the surface!
1 hour later. 2 hours later. 3 hours later.
Can you move it along? I'm all out of time cards.
Did I mention that this show is aggressively unfunny and painfully stupid? Lucy is confused by this, and they say that she's sure to die immediately, but they're also giving her 2 weeks worth of supplies. I legitimately don't know where to even begin with this bit, because it is so overwhelmingly nonsensical that I can't even conceive of a setting where any of this makes sense. This appears to be stupid for the sake of stupid, and not in a good way. If he thinks she'll die immediately, why give her supplies? Why does he think she'll die immediately when they have not only taken in survivors of Shady Sands, so they know it isn't hell on earth up there, but we've already been told they have scavenger teams, they brought Max's power armor here? Why did they make it look like he was going to cut her head off with the sword? Why the fuck would you cut the leather strap when such materials are going to be rare and hard to come by or make in the post-apocalypse? Why are you rewarding someone for attacking your people? Now I have a section later on in the video discussing the humor of this show, but I feel this moment is so egregious that I need to address it here and now. The tone of this entire show is an inconsistent mess, and I don't know how the writers want the audience to feel for most scenes in the show. Typically when creating a fictional world, even one with humorous elements, care is given to make sure serious moments are kept serious and not undermined with out-of-place jokes. If a joke is added to a serious scene, it's usually one that fits in with the scene, as opposed to one that breaks it. For example, in The Gentleman, a group of amateur MMA fighters knock over a weed grow-op. Their coach finds out about this and realizes they fucked with some very dangerous people. So he goes to them offering apology, giving them back their product, and offering his services to them as penance for what they've done. Further, he's already captured the informant who had told his boys about the grow-op in the first place. There's some humorous back and forth due to the name of this informant, a man named Fuck, P-H-U-C, and it being confused for the word fuck. More importantly though, as they're questioning him, Fuck manages to escape and jump over a nearby wall, only to land on train tracks below and immediately get killed. It's a hilarious moment when you don't see it coming, but it doesn't do anything to undermine the world or characters. It's a mistake that is reasonable given the situation, and understandable. It fits within the world. What we have here in Fallout is more akin to an Austin Powers joke, except it isn't funny. In Austin Powers, the characters and world are meant to be goofy and nonsensical. Characters making bad or stupid decisions is part of the joke. Unrealistic things happening is part of the joke, because it's a comedy,
I have no idea
those comedic
what this
elements are the main
meant to you,
focus.
Peggy.
The story of the Austin Powers movies ultimately don't matter much because they're a parody of spy films. Similarly,
think they deserve
Monty
death.
Python and the Holy Grail abruptly
But I
ends
guess
when
she
King
can't
Arthur and the
control her
remaining
blood
knight
lust, right?
are arrested for the murder of the historian, and this works because of its absurdist humor. Fallout is not an outright parody, nor is it an absurdist comedy. Fallout shows us a world where characters have real struggles, where this is a very dangerous world. People need to fight to survive. This show can't decide whether it wants to be a serious drama, a goofy comedy, or even an action comedy where the comedic bits don't intrude on the serious moments. I have the answer, by the way. This show was nominated in the Emmy Awards for drama, not comedy, meaning the people who made this pile of crap did actually intend for the story to be taken seriously, and still filled it with idiotic jokes that damaged the world. Just for a point of reference, this absurd and stupid execution scene is in the penultimate episode. In the very next episode, Cooper Howard has an earth-shattering discovery about his wife that is played totally straight and serious, and Lucy has an earth-shattering discovery about her father that is so shocking she apparently just stands there catatonic for hours on end that is also played totally straight and serious.
I'm cereal.
Worse yet, for even bringing up issues like this, you'll have people defending the show on the basis that it's not serious, and it's supposed to be goofy, stupid, and silly. So, which is it? Is this Austin Powers where the actual mechanics of the story and events taking place are unimportant, so nonsense like this is entirely acceptable? Then what do you call all the serious moments in this show where you're clearly supposed to be invested in what's happening? Or is this show supposed to be taken seriously, and you are supposed to be invested in the drama of the world and characters? If that's the case, then how do you explain all the goofy nonsense? Because the way it's portrayed here, these things simply do not mesh. The excuse that it's supposed to be silly and stupid can only get you so far when you have very, very serious moments that are being played straight. There comes a point where you have to pick one or the other, and if you still decide to pick both, then you have to show restraint, something these writers clearly lack. What we're left with is a show that selectively decides at random whether any given moment is supposed to be treated seriously or as a joke, leaving the audience to decipher what is serious lore, world building and characterization, and what is an entirely unimportant joke with no meaning. Am I supposed to take everything this guy says as a joke? Because he's constantly a goofball? Is the Gulper actually his granduncle, or was it a joke? Does he actually believe Lucy will die immediately upon reaching the surface, or was it a joke? When he talks about the dirty, smelly outsiders and how much he hates them, is that for real, or was it a joke? Now, in case the scene wasn't insufferably stupid enough already, Maximus happens to have seen Lucy getting dragged off to her trial and execution, and he makes the hard decision of staying where he is, watching a still image on TV and eating popcorn, or getting up to save her. He does choose to save her by stealing the Vault's fusion core for his power armor, which he was shown earlier, getting his power armor and wrecking shit with no attempt to understand the context of the situation at all. He just begins attacking people with no knowledge of the situation and throwing them across the room. He picks up and throws a vending machine, and most horrifyingly of all, he flips the table with all the bags of popcorn on it.
You're horrible! You're an irredeemable monster!
All before Lucy can stop him and explain the situation to him. Where to begin? Much of this plays into what I was just talking about, where it's a big goofy scene where someone lacking context is flipping shit, and it seems as though it's supposed to be comedic, yet at the same time, the theft of the fusion core is presented as a big deal. He's throwing people around like ragdolls, and there's even a joke of him apologizing, and a guy on the ground groaning in pain. The show seems to treat this as though it's one big comedy bit, but when taken in the context of this being a relatively serious world, this becomes so much darker. There's the very real possibility that the man on the ground is dying from his wounds, and he isn't even a bad guy. To compare to Austin Powers again for a moment, innocent people aren't typically shown to die. More often than not, it's the goons and henchmen working for Dr. Evil that die, and their deaths are usually treated as a joke, if they even die at all.
Why won't you die?
It's generally more acceptable in a comedy for a villain or antagonist or otherwise unlikable character to be the one to die. Because good or well-meaning characters dying often comes with the baggage of tragedy. That's not to say you can never kill a good character in a comedy. Oftentimes those deaths are done either as a parody of the genre, or it's simply a part of what pushes the protagonist or the story forwards. Further, skilled and talented writers can make such deaths work as well. Here in Fallout, we have a normal dude doing his job in the wrong place at the wrong time, as he happens to be in the path of Max's Tard Rage. We're supposed to laugh at the severe injury and potential death of an innocent man, simply because it was framed in a comedic style, when this has been shown to be an utterly brutal and unforgiving world. This would be like if Dune just randomly had a bunch of dumb joke characters that had silly funny deaths and injuries for no reason, besides the writers thinking it was funny. My favorite part in Dune Part 2 was when Raban slipped on a banana peel, and they had goofy cartoon sound effects as he tried to keep his balance before falling to the ground. Now, if we didn't already have enough proof of how utterly irredeemably stupid Maximus is, this scene is yet more evidence to pile on. Having power armor on its own is a show of force. He could have easily walked up, presented himself in full power armor, and demanded her freedom. He then would have been told about her exile and realized the situation had resolved itself. Instead, much like the chicken fucker encounter from episode 2, he walks into a situation without knowing what's happening, throws a shit fit, hurts people and breaks shit, all because he failed to do some basic observation to see Lucy is fine, or ask questions, or act like a reasonable person in any capacity. Remember, Lucy has had her bindings cut already. She is free. In fact, this happens at the exact moment she's pleading with them to let Maximus stay, and to not let her crime impact him. Once she gets him to stop, the scene cuts to them standing awkwardly in an elevator as they leave. For comedy.
Chris Redfield just doesn't say anything. Like, ugh, Ethan, don't! And he's just not saying anything. It was just like, why?
Apparently the Vault Dwellers just let them go? I mean, I guess there's not much they could do against someone in power armor, so maybe they didn't have a choice.
I don't know why.
Overall, this whole section of the show is just completely insufferable, and I might actually hate it more than the finale, just due to the non-stop stupidity during this whole section in Vault 4. Keep in mind, I haven't even covered everything from this section, like the awful dialogue.
Because people don't want to communicate with each other.
You mean use my
one of the dumbest ones.
I don't know, that weird thing could happen.
What weird thing?
Well, it's just for some guys, not me. But for some guys, you know, when they're making move. It gets all big and hard like a big pimple, and then it pops. You want to make my cock explode now?
Real riveting stuff. After an awkward elevator ride, they make it to the surface, and Lucy has to argue with and guilt-trip Maximus into giving the fusion core back. He doesn't want to, because he needs it for his power armor, and he can help people with it, which is hilarious in retrospect considering he has almost exclusively been a menace with this armor. It's weird that she has to convince him that the Society of People in the vault would die out without the fusion core, rather than him just realizing that it's wrong to steal from people, especially given the fact he wants to help people, and this is very much the opposite of helping an entire vault full of people. He finally relents and agrees to give the fusion core back. Of note, however, is that they decide to just leave the armor out in the open where it can easily be seen and stolen, as opposed to making any attempt to hide it, including in the small building like 20 feet away. After returning the fusion core, Lucy offers Maximus to join her vault, and he finally reveals to her who he really is. All this time, she thought he was Titus, as he stole Titus's name, and that's the name he gave her when they first met. He explains calmly and clearly the situation he had with Knight Titus, and she accepts this. Why couldn't he have done this earlier when it mattered? Moving over to Thaddeus briefly, he stops at a gas station with the dog following him, and he puts the dog into a fridge to stop him from following. This is important because the ghoul finds the dog later and uses it to track the head again. We also see how mangled his foot is. I'm no doctor, but I'd be shocked if he ever had full use of it again. This looks like a permanent injury to me. Later on, Thaddeus happens to meet the chicken fucker Doctor Man. Chicken Fucker offers to heal Thaddeus' foot, and Thaddeus accepts, only to pull his gun on Chicken Fucker and threaten to take his stuff instead of paying. Keep in mind, none of this has to do with how sleazy and untrustworthy Chicken Fucker is. This is just Thaddeus randomly deciding to rob this guy. Chicken Fucker then explains that Thaddeus doesn't know what any of the medicine does, it would need someone who does to pick the right one. Thaddeus backs down and pays him with the fusion core he took from Maximus. Chicken Fucker then gives him a vial of stuff that magically heals his mangled foot. What in the world is this insane liquid? Why does he have Wolverine regenerating power? As it turns out, this is another insane plot device to eject him out of the show. But before I get to that, Thaddeus asks where he can find a radio station so he can contact the Brotherhood, and Chicken Fucker tells him there's one near Shady Sands, which is described as a radioactive shithole. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that not only did Lucy and Maximus stand right on the edge of that radioactive shithole with no negative effects, but also that Thaddeus would have had to pass pretty close to it as they were following his trail. This also means that to backtrack back there, he'd have to pass both the ghoul, who is tracking him with the dog, as well as Lucy and Maximus, who are tracking him with the Pip-Boy.
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Either way, he reaches this radio station, which is surrounded by traps and corpses, and the radio host was apparently happy to help Thaddeus contact the Brotherhood. All these traps and corpses? They were his critics who came after him. Make of that what you will. This is also presented as comical, as there are corpses in cartoonishly large bear traps, mouse traps, and other absurd death traps. Thaddeus sees Maximus and Lucy walk up, and he mag dumps at them, only to miss every single shot. I get being afraid of Maximus, but he could have killed an entirely innocent person there. Either way, he backs up and accidentally gets shot through the neck by a trap that shouldn't even be able to function. The crossbow is aiming down towards the ground, but somehow shoots him all the way up through the neck. The bolt isn't even on a fucking angle, it's level. This doesn't kill him, much to his confusion, and he pulls it out, only for the wound to knit itself back together, at which point Maximus speculates that Thaddeus is a ghoul. I'm sorry. What part of having an insane healing factor makes you think he's a ghoul? Does it look like any of these fuckers have a healing factor? His foot can completely heal being torn apart, and he can survive what should be a fatal injury as a ghoul, but none of these fuckers can regrow their nose? Is this healing factor how the ghoul survived those shots to the back in episode 2? If they do have a healing factor, then how did the two ghouls that died due to chest shots in episode 4 die? How did the ghoul Lucy shot die, since that didn't look like a headshot either? This is what I mean by the healing juice being a plot device to eject Thaddeus, by the way. The Brotherhood, as we learn here, hate ghouls, and now Thaddeus is apparently a ghoul, so he can't take the head back to them anymore. How convenient. Maximus asks for the head, and says he'll slow down the Brotherhood, so Thaddeus has a chance to escape. so he just gives it to Maximus and thanks the man that tried to fucking murder him before running away, before the Brotherhood shows up and running out of the show entirely. What a disappointing fate for the one character besides Wilzig that was kind of interesting and seemed to have something going for him. I hope to God he doesn't return in Season 2, where they'll almost certainly ruin him more. Maximus decides to give Lucy the real head and takes one from the nearby corpses as a decoy for the Brotherhood. I don't know why in the world he thinks this would ever work. Like, surely he realizes they're going to check the head for the MacGuffin and realize it's fake when it doesn't have it. Worse yet, he doesn't know what Thaddeus told them. What if he reported everything he believed to be true? Admittedly, there aren't really any good options for him here, but it's still worth pointing out that he wouldn't be in this situation if he wasn't an idiotic psycho who attempted to murder an innocent man. Every time I have to cover a new section of the show, I want to say that it's the most stupid or weird part of the show, but then I realize the rest of the show exists. This is one of those times, because everything that happens to the ghoul, between Lucy leaving the ghoul juice for him and the finale, is just utter stupidity. Having been saved by the naive vault dweller, the ghoul takes the second chance and immediately binges all the drugs in the Super Duper Mart before finding a tape of one of his old movies where he kills a communist cowboy in cold blood. I haven't talked about it yet, but we had gotten a scene previously of his pre-war self, Cooper Howard, having an issue with this scene because he didn't think it was in character for the role he was playing to kill this man. Hollywood at this time was going through a Red Scare, and people were being blacklisted for sympathizing with communism. The implication is that he realizes he's become just like the cold-blooded character he once took issue with, but played on film anyways, a reflection of the man he's become. While I believe there's potential here, I can't help but feel it's squandered. The ghoul plays a surprisingly small role in the show, and given just how brutal and uncaring he is, I just don't buy that the thing that turned him was this 1-2 punch of being saved by Lucy and seeing a dark reflection of himself, especially given the fact that this doesn't really change him all that much as we see later. For now, he passes out from the drugs and awakens to a few state troopers that have clearly wandered onto the wrong film set. They claim to be from the government, and take him into custody for what's been done to their operation. They haul him across the desert to an isolated mansion where the president of the government is, and... okay, what the fuck, man? First of all, I wasn't even aware there was any kind of government organization that existed. There's been zero signs of such a thing up until this point. Secondly, the government? Really? Fucking really, man? Did the writers just give up at this point? Or did they just not have any more member berries to pull from the games? I don't understand why this vague, nebulous government organization named the government exists, and I don't know what it does, aside from apparently protecting an organ harvesting business. How much territory do they control? Who are their citizens? Where are their towns and cities? This might as well just be a group of randos. For all I know, this entire government is the president, his 4 chucklefuck rangers, and the 2 stoners that Lucy got killed. There's only 2 things the audience has to gain from this section, and this information could have been conveyed in a way that doesn't require all the stupidity. That is that the ghoul seems to like Lucy enough to want to protect her now, and that he knows who Moldaver is. How we get that information, like the rest of the show, is immensely stupid. When sat down in front of the president to answer for his crimes, the ghoul admits to the attack on the Super Duper Mart. This is insanely idiotic because him admitting to these crimes is entirely unnecessary. Yes, he's protecting Lucy from them, but he doesn't have to name or describe her. He could literally just tell him that he found it that way, which isn't even entirely inaccurate. He took the ghoul juice Lucy gave him, went inside, and found the operators dead and all the prisoners gone. Instead, he admits to a crime he never committed, and unnecessarily puts himself at risk for no good reason. Now, during this whole scene, he's making comments to antagonize one of the rangers. In particular, mentioning that he shot up Philly, and when the ranger mentions his father lives there, the ghoul says that his father is either dead or a coward, which angers the ranger to the point the president tells the other ranger to take his gun away so he doesn't do anything rash. Keep in mind, these 2 appear to have a history together, so he should know better. I get that this is supposed to be the ghoul intelligently playing the situation to his advantage, but it once again just comes across as things happening because the writers wanted it to happen. It just seems like it was too easy to rile up this guy this much. The real problem, however, is that they've essentially already decided what they're going to do with him. As soon as they suspect he's responsible for what happened at the Super Duper Mart, the punishment was already decided. They just needed to find out if he actually did it or not. So with the understanding that he did it, and considering they're going to execute him for this, why in the fuck would they supply him with thread and needle so he can sew his finger back on? This isn't even counting the fact that it's his trigger finger. The man is about to die. There's no reason to allow this. Hell, they even untie him to allow him to do this. He is your prisoner, and you know he is dangerous. What the fuck are you utter clowns doing? I suppose I shouldn't be too upset about this, because at least they're being realistic by portraying government officials as incompetent. The ghoul naturally takes them by surprise as they're leading him away, and kills both of them, taking their guns and turning them on the president. He then asks about Moldaver's wanted poster, implying he's going to be following up on this lead. It's treated as though that seeing she's still alive is a surprise to him, even though he was told about her at the very start of the show.
Figured you'd be interested in is where they's running to. That witch, Moldaver.
The scene only does the stinger and the yodeling after this guy over-explains that this is where the ghoul is from originally, and it's treated as though that's the shocking thing for him, not that Moldaver is still alive. Yet in this episode, it's treated as a shocking revelation for him that she's still alive.
Why do you have this picture on your wall?
That's Moldaver. Why?
That's not how I remember her at all.
When we next see him, he's hanging out in some guy's shack eating dinner, and for some reason the dude assumes that the ghoul cooked and ate his daughter, until she brings the ghoul a glass of water. I guess he is a cannibal, but it's just still a weird conclusion to jump to. Anyways, he's here because he wants to find Moldaver. You see, Moldaver paid Rufus, who paid his brother Tommy, who paid Ma June, to arrange safe passage of Wilzig to the observatory. This goes all the way back to the question of why didn't she just station a few of her men there to do the job? Instead, we've got this weird convoluted bullshit that doesn't need to exist where she paid a guy, who paid a guy, who paid a hag to do a job, where she could have just had her own men do it, or the guy she paid initially could have done it. Keep in mind, this is her life's work. This is the most important thing to her, and she's barely putting in any effort to make sure Wilzig gets to her. It's also unclear if this was her own directive or not. If it is, then it makes no sense because she isn't trying to create a degree of separation between herself and the job. One thing Attack of the Clones is criticized for is the fact that Count Dooku hired a bounty hunter, who hired a bounty hunter, who used a robot to assassinate Padme. But the degrees of separation would be useful in that instance so as to reduce the chance of anyone investigating the assassination from finding the source. If the robot got destroyed, then they have no lead. If any link in the chain is broken before they get another lead, they're fucked. There's no such situation here in Fallout. Worse yet, it's implied that Moldaver has a bounty on Wilzig as well. When the ghoul got dug up in episode 1, it was because those bounty hunters wanted to do one last job. They figure the ghoul would be interested because Wilzig is going to California, where Moldaver is. We know Wilzig planned on going to Moldaver, but how would anyone else know about this intention of his to include it in the bounty? Regardless, the ghoul gets the information he wants, but there's a problem. You see, he's already killed this kid's brother. And that's why he's here to get the information from him. Now he suspects that the kid would want revenge, so he kills him. Yes, the kid draws first, but he could have handled the situation so as to not kill him. This is what I meant earlier. The ghoul doesn't really have any real redemption. He's the same both before and after his moment of reflection. The only real change is that he's friendly towards Lucy now. He also knows the kid would want revenge, but apparently just gives a pass to their father? Why wouldn't the father want revenge after you've killed 2 of his sons, one of them right in front of him? Well, it's been quite a while since we've seen this character, hasn't it? The reason I saved Norm and Cooper Howard for last is because their stories don't really impact the main narrative all that much. Very little happens in each, and they ultimately feel like filler, aside from a few key moments that have any relevance to the main narrative, which is the really big reveal at the end of both stories, which tie into the big reveal of the main story with Lucy. That said, I'm still going to cover what they contain, but I won't be going quite as deep for most of this. Most of this section within Vault 33 seems to be trying to portray Norm as intelligent. He knows something is up, and he wants to find the truth. However, most of what he accomplishes relies on everyone else's stupidity. Starting off, for helping Lucy escape, both Norm and Chet are taken in to be punished by the Vault Council. Chet is taken off being the doorkeeper, and Norm is working with computers and information maintenance. They mention he bounces around a bunch because he isn't passionate about anything, and that's actually kind of his trump card here. They can't really punish him by putting him on a crappy job if he doesn't really care about any of the jobs he's already done. What a smart boy Norm is. He also makes a comment about how he approves that they punish people for breaking the rules, before pointedly asking if that's only for Vault Dwellers, or if it applies to people who come down here and murder Vault Dwellers, causing the council to pause and look at each other with concern. Norm has a few moments like this that unfortunately don't amount to anything. I like that something is being attempted here, and I can see why people say they like him and his storyline, even if it doesn't really go anywhere. Anyways, smart boy Norm is foiled by Betty, who assigns him to deliver meals to the prisoners, the people that attack the vault with Moldaver. He isn't even assigned to guard duty, he just brings the food to them. I fail to see how this is supposed to be a punishment, but the show is setting up a conflict here between these two. Later on, the vault has a meeting to decide what to do with the prisoners, and of course the writers can't help but make it utterly stupid and ridiculous.
Well, you know what? The young man Woody interrogated this morning? He left an impression on me.
That is the gentleman who showed me his butthole.
Yes, but what I took from that is a desire to communicate, to reach out across the cultural divide.
I don't know, followed a super dumb or something, so it's a free pass to put any dumb shit we want in it. This, by the way, is the exact reason I'm against the historical revisionism. That Fallout has always been super wacky and funny and has never been serious. Is there even any reason I should need to break down why this line is stupid beyond belief? Surely this one is self-explanatory. Norm suggests they be executed, which the council is against, and many members of the Vault seem to be against too. There's a nice little moment here where he concedes that he's wrong, and calls them Overseer, which causes them both to reply at the same time. I liked this initially because it seemed like Norm was going to play these clowns against each other, but unfortunately, it goes nowhere whatsoever. During this meeting, we also learn that the Vault's water chip broke, which is going to impact their available water supply. This plot point doesn't go anywhere. It's mentioned once and forgotten immediately. Later on, Betty visits Norm and they talk about a suggestion, with the point of the conversation essentially being that Norm might be too smart for his own good, but it's done with awful dialogue.
Regular boys can get angry and they'll just pee on the wall.
What the fuck is this dialogue? Why in the world is the example of what normal boys do when angry is peeing on the wall? Is this a thing? I've literally never heard of this behavior before. What do regular boys do when
you
they're
guys
angry
peed
if
on
they
the
don't
wall
need to
before?
pee? Why not just say something like, normal boys throw a temper tantrum when angry? Meanwhile, a woman who is widowed in the attack on the vault latches on to Chet, who is still sad about not being able to fuck his cousin anymore.
First I lost Lucy, and then I lost my job as the gatekeeper.
Anyways, the show kind of makes light of the fact that this guy died, almost seemingly mocking this character that we never got a chance to see. I suppose it's another attempt at humor in the show, but just comes across as awkward and weird. She starts dressing him up as her dead husband and tries to fuck him, despite being pregnant, only for her water to break as she's on top of him.
Now that is one wet lady.
Aren't you supposed to
What the fuck is this, and why did we need it in the show? Norm has a slight interaction with one of the prisoners, who Norm accuses of murdering the innocent Vault 32 dwellers, to which he responds,
I don't know what the people of Vault 32 were up to, but it was anything but innocent.
Norm tries to investigate 32 on his computer, but is restricted from doing so. Instead, he decides to investigate the vault itself and brings Chet along. They explore most of the vault to find all the residents have been dead for a very long time, as their corpses are all desiccated, and Norm checks a Pip-Boy on one of the corpses, which says they died 2 years ago. They also find a TV that has apparently been playing a recording talking about the Rat Utopia on loop for 2 years straight, because it's still playing when they enter the room, and we hear the line, "They eat each other to survive." While the show wants to believe this is somehow relevant to the story they're telling, it isn't. What happened in Vault 32 has nothing to do with overpopulation or people eating each other. It looks as though there was a sudden civil war, and everyone died or killed themselves, and at some point they decided to try and break into Vault 31. Of note, there's a message written in blood next to a corpse that says, "We know the truth." I feel like this is one of those lines that's supposed to invoke a mystery, but looking at it reveals how fucking stupid it really is. Who is this message for? Well, it's for the audience. But who in-universe is it for? It can't be the residents of Vault 33, because it isn't even close to the entrance where they'd see it, and there's no way of knowing if they'd ever come over here to see it. These vaults don't freely intermingle, and only seem to have contact once every 3 years, so the average vault dweller isn't going to see it. Is it for the people who are secretly running the show? Because first of all, they clearly don't know, and secondly, even if they did check in on the vault to check it out, it's meaningless at this point anyways. Everyone in 32 is dead, so those residents knowing the secret is meaningless. The knowledge of the secret died with them. In the Overseer's office, there's also a strange message. Death to management. Seems like an odd choice of words, but maybe there's more to it. Maybe it will all make sense in the end. It won't. He also learns that it was his mother's Pip-Boy that was used to open the door from the outside. They also check the entrance to Vault 31 to find that the Vault 32 dwellers tried to get in, and apparently just died partway through, but similarly wrote a vague message of, "We know what's in there," for apparently no one. This is the main thrust of the plot with Norm for the entire season. He knows something fishy is happening, and he wants to find the truth. He also discovers that the Overseer for Vault 33 has always been someone that came from Vault 31, deepening the mystery. And wouldn't you know it, both Norm's father Hank, as well as Betty, the new Overseer that just got voted in, are both from Vault 31 as well. Oh boy, what nefarious things are happening over there in Vault 31! It's also worth pointing out that Norm is shocked to learn that all the Overseers have come from Vault 31, seemingly voted in conveniently during a crisis, and there's even a slogan to vote for Vault 31 dwellers, and somehow no one has noticed this in all this time. They even said Betty was Overseer before, and we don't know how long Overseer terms are. After some time, Betty leads everyone to Vault 32 to show them what's there, and the vault has been entirely cleaned up. This was actually one of the most ridiculous parts of the show, because it shows just how little the people who made this mess think of the audience, as the new cleaned up vault constantly has flashbacks to Norm and Chet's exploration of it when it was full of corpses in the previous episode, and the start of this one, as if the audience wouldn't realize that it was the same place because it had been cleaned up and looked slightly different. It's also implied by the song that this place was cleaned up in 24 hours, and there's no explanation for how this was done. Best faith assumption would be that everyone from the mysterious Vault 31 came over and cleaned it up, but even then I'd expect it to take more than a day. I mentioned this already, but Norm also discovers that when Moldaver invaded the vault, she used his mother's Pip-Boy to open the door, and this is the point where we have to rewind all the way back to episode 1, because we now have full context for how utterly stupid and insane this part of the story was. If you'll recall, Moldaver and her crew got into Vault 33 by posing as members of Vault 32, doing a wedding transfer. This is where one member of a vault would be traded to a neighboring vault in a marriage ceremony, apparently to keep biological diversity within the residents, so the population would remain sustainable. And remember too, that Moldaver came here targeting Hank. She wanted to kidnap him in particular. So why, if she had the ability to get into the vaults, would she go into the one that didn't have her target? She could have gone straight to 33, but decided instead to go to 32 and play this game of pretending to be vault dwellers to get inside 33. So she could trick them, duh! Okay, let me rewind this back just a tiny bit more then. What was her plan for dealing with the residents of Vault 32? In fact, why deal with an entire vault full of people in order to sneak into another vault full of people when you can just go straight to the one you're targeting?
All my
well, she didn't have to deal with the residents of
Vault 32
were writing the
because
they
show
were all dead. Yes, but how did she know that? And if so, then how? See, what we've got here is an example of extreme convenience and absurd stupidity on the part of our main antagonist. As explained, her goal is to capture Hank from Vault 33. So instead of going to the vault he's in, she instead goes to Vault 32 for no particular reason. See, the problem here is in the fact that if she's trying to avoid direct confrontation with the residents of Vault 33, she isn't alleviating that problem by instead going to Vault 32, because there's no reason to assume that the residents of Vault 32 are dead. Hell, they were dead for 2 years without either Vaults 31 or 33 learning about their deaths until Moldaver attacked them from 32. Either way, outsiders are coming into the vaults with nefarious intent, and had the residents of 32 still been alive, it would have meant she'd have to fight or capture them just to get into Vault 33. As it is, she lost over half of her men when having the surprise advantage over Vault 33, so even if the plan was to for some reason attack 32, then trick 33, she was clearly not prepared. This is what makes her plan stupid, but worse, this is what makes it an extreme convenience that everyone in Vault 32 is already dead, because she couldn't have pulled off her dumb plan if they weren't. Her entire plan seems to live and die on whether the residents of Vault 32 are alive or not, something she can't possibly know, but should assume they are alive because there's no reason to think they wouldn't be. Further, how long did Moldaver have to wait for the wedding day? How long were the raiders living with all these corpses and just not doing anything with them? Once again, this is the level of inane and stupid writing we're dealing with. I'm not done with Moldaver in the vault yet either, but that has to wait for the finale. Norm asks about his mother's Pip-Boy, and Betty says it was buried with her. You just fucking bury useful technology for no reason? Wouldn't resources in a vault be scarce? Do they have fucking replicators down here?
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Now Betty is lying here. Obviously they didn't actually bury it, but it does raise the question of why would anyone ever believe this, and more importantly, this should be a red flag for her that Norm knows something he shouldn't. But she takes no action and just lets him go. Worse yet, he says great job cleaning up, and she also doesn't take this as a red flag. There's also this weird scene where Betty assigns about half the vault residents to go live in Vault 32, and I don't know why this is done. Remember, we don't have a lot of people here. This does nothing to protect the genetic diversity within the vault, nor would it prevent inbreeding. You've got an extremely small population, and there just doesn't appear to be any good reason to do this. This comes after the raiders mysteriously die from poisoning, too. There's a bit more, but I'll save that for the finale, where everything ties together.
That is a giant gun.
As for Cooper Howard, there's honestly not a whole lot to comment on. Essentially, his plot follows him becoming suspicious of his wife and Vault-Tec. The first actual scene he has, and the first scene of the show as a whole, is him performing for a birthday party when the bombs drop. There's so much wrong with the scene, but I'll keep it short. The first flash of the nuke is missed by everyone, including Coop, but not his daughter. This is apparently because a camera was flashing at the same time. I'm sorry, but the flash of a nuke and a flash of a camera will never be confused for one another. The light from a nuke is so bright that people who witnessed them go off have stories of being able to see through their arms because the light was that bright. Finally, when escaping, Coop rides his horse towards the nuclear blasts, which are still going off. Yes, the road is winding, but at this point, the biggest danger will be the dust. The fallout of the nukes.
He said it! He said it!
His top priority should be finding shelter for himself and his daughter as soon as humanly possible. After this, we get a chronological story of him going from Hollywood superstar to learning the truth about Vault-Tec. As mentioned earlier, during his shoot, he gets uncomfortable with his character essentially executing a man in cold blood, and the director has a talk with him, telling him that the story had been changed and the former writer was fired for being a communist. It comes across as really weird that he would act this way, since he's not actually killing someone. Cooper then meets with his wife, who got him a job advertising for Vault-Tec. They do a photo shoot, he does a bunch of poses, and eventually he stops the shoot to suggest doing a thumbs up. You're already doing poses on your own. Why not just do it? Why bring attention to something so small and insignificant? Again, ignoring the context of the games, treating this as though this show is its own thing, why does this warrant special attention? He does another ad for Vault-Tec and meets one of the executives and doesn't take too kindly to him. Later at a party, he learns a friend of his can't get work anymore due to being a communist sympathizer. He meets with him and the friend explains that Vault-Tec owns half of everything, and they have a fiduciary duty to the shareholders, and this will lead to something bad happening. The reason this is stupid is because a corporation which fails its fiduciary duty is liable to be sued by the shareholders. No explanation is given for how owning half of everything fails a duty towards your shareholders, but killing them certainly does. This line exists only to suggest that capitalism's focus on profits made the apocalypse inevitable, but it does so by not understanding how capitalism works, which is unintentionally hilarious. Later at dinner, Barb laments the fact it's going to be hard on their daughter to live in a vault and abandon their dog, since dogs aren't allowed in the vault. Rather than asking why living in a vault seems to be a foregone conclusion, Coop instead focuses on the rule about no dogs. Coop ends up making a good point of who decides the rules, who determines his freedom, only for the wife to misdirect by crying that she had to stay home while he went off to war. On first viewing, I found this annoying, because it's the obnoxious complaint that women at home have it worse than the men who went to war and were shot at and risked their lives daily. But on a second viewing, I didn't actually mind it as much, because it's actually clever and manipulative misdirection on her part. Cooper Howard is actually bringing up a good point. Where do these rules come from? Why are my freedoms being limited? Who makes these decisions? These are things she can't reveal, so she breaks out the fake tears and the faux righteous indignation to justify her staying at Vault-Tec to protect her family. He goes to one of the communist meetings, where none other than Lee Moldaver is the one organizing them and speaking at them. How in the fuck did she survive for over 200 years? The show fails to explain this. The short version is he gets tired of hearing her stupid commie gobbledygook and leaves. I'll give the show credit on one thing. It does have an accurate portrayal of communists, as when he criticizes their beliefs, one of them immediately calls him a fascist.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of money in selling a political ideology that ends in bread lines. Okay.
Moldaver tells him that she knows a side of his wife that he doesn't, which leads to a one-on-one conversation outside of the meeting. She explains that her company was developing technology that is hard to monetize. Cold fusion. Infinite energy. Keep in mind, they're in a resource war and are facing an energy crisis.
As all nations race to secure
honestly
uranium
kind
to
of
control
silly to suggest that infinite energy isn't
turning even allies into
marketable, because you're providing
infinite
the service.
Energy would literally be the single most useful thing in the world right now, bar none. This is something that should be insanely easy to monetize.
You still need to pay people to keep the power lines going. You still
every
need to
company she's ever
manufacture
worked
power lines
for,
on the
and
grid.
with them, all the
You
research and
still
patents to her cold fusion.
having to do things, so you still have a reason to charge people.
Hypocrisy is like violence
You
in
can
movies. It's
easily
only that bad guys use it,
capitalize on
Are the
infinite
bad
energy.
guys using hypocrisy? Not to get too political, but I can't help but get the impression that this line was thrown in because one of the writers was a Bernie bro who gets upset when people point out that the communist owns multiple million-dollar luxury homes. Coop's response is weird because it doesn't seem to relate to anything.
Yeah, I got a little showbiz secret for you. A good bad guy doesn't see themselves as a bad guy.
Coop, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? She's not calling herself a bad guy, and Moldaver's enemies don't see themselves as bad guys either. She explains that America has been in a resource war for a decade, and that Vault-Tec bought the means to end that war, not to put it on the shelf, but because it didn't fit into their business model. Now the show does answer this in the finale, and you are likely not prepared for just how stupid that gets. But before we even get to the explanation, this is already stupid beyond belief. What they just bought is effectively a money printer. People will always need energy, and they've got an infinite source of it. This is quite possibly the single most useful and valuable thing in the world, but they bought it not to make money off of it, but because they've got some other vague, unknown plan that this would ruin. This all leads to Moldaver essentially asking him to spy on his wife, so she can get her technology back. He doesn't go along with it right away, but ends up changing his mind, implanting a device into her Pip-Boy to listen in on conversations she's having. Because of course when a commie insults you and demands you spy on your wife, it's just what you do.
I'm not a communist, Mr. Howard. That's just a dirty word they use to describe people who aren't insane.
God, the writer's intentions couldn't have been more clear, and this gets infinitely worse in the finale. There's also a moment where Coop wants to get out of the city to somewhere nicer, but his wife doesn't want to due to her job. She wants to make sure they get a slot in a vault. He says he can afford one off of the money he makes, and she clarifies that she wants to get into one of the good vaults. He asks what that means, but she never answers. Rather than pressing what the fuck that even means, since that should absolutely raise some red flags, he basically ignores this and lets it go. He also does end up spying on his wife, but we'll get more of that in the final episode. Ultimately, most of Cooper Howard's scenes felt like a distraction and a waste of time. While they give a feeling of some of what's going on before the war, they don't seem all that relevant for the most part, aside from a few bits here
alerted
and
the
there.
Horde.
But the vast majority of it just seems really pointless. The only through line is commentary about communism and capitalism, as well as reframing the Red Scare of the 1950s. Since there's no mention of the conflict with China at all in the show, it rings hollow. Again, I'm trying to avoid the game lore as much as possible here to look at the show in a bubble, but the problem is that if you're going to focus on aspects of the pre-war world, then the conflict with China is a core part of that, especially with the whole communist Red Scare angle that the show is going for. Otherwise, it comes across as just some vague, unknown war with communists that's happening somewhere, and we never see it.
Can't specify China because it would make it to where they can't show the show in China.
Alright, we're now up to the grand finale of this wonderful, amazing show. Just to recap where all the characters are at this point, Maximus is returning to the Brotherhood on a vertibird, Lucy is approaching Griffith Observatory, the Ghoul is apparently looking for Moldaver, I guess, Norma's about to gain access to Vault 31, and Cooper Howard is spying on his wife, and is about to listen in on a meeting she has. This episode jumps around quite a bit. To keep things a bit more sane, we're going to try to bundle up each character's scenes as much as possible. There's also so much bad writing in this episode alone, that this will take a while to get through, so bear with me. Starting from the top, the Brotherhood is taking Maximus back to Philly. Why Philly of all places, you might ask?
Philly clear for landing. The locals put up a fight, but so did we.
Wait, what the fuck? I thought these guys were supposed to be heroic or good or something. Are you telling me Titus wasn't just a bad apple? Did they actually just wipe out Philly so they could station their men there? It appears so. They march Maximus through town to what appears to be their leader, the man who questioned him back in episode 1. And everyone here is Brotherhood. No civilians. There isn't even any shots of civilians looking out their windows nervously.
I could have sworn
So I guess the Brotherhood did just
some
wipe
way
out this
you could check
town.
to see if
He
the
asks
town
Maximus
was
where his
town.
knight is, to which Maximus simply responds that Titus is dead, rather than giving any kind of explanation whatsoever. So I guess he's just conveniently stupid again. They check the head and immediately figure out it's a fake. Like, yeah, no fucking shit, Sherlock, what the fuck did you think would happen? The leader mentions that this isn't the first time a brother faced misfortune in his presence, and surmises that Maximus must have been lying about not hurting Dane, on the basis that he's lying now with the fake head. A couple of knights hold him down, and appears as though they're going to execute him, but he says he's willing to give up the information. Why in the fuck would they believe you at this point? Luckily for Maximus, Dane comes forward and admits to injuring herself. The blades in her boots in episode 1? Yeah, she did that to herself. Dane admitting to hurting herself, and Maximus saying he'll tell them the location of the head combined, saves his ass. The leader of the Brotherhood takes him aside and tells him power is taken, not given, and that they can take power and forge a new Brotherhood, himself as its leader, and the likes of Maximus as its sword. He also mentions that the Brotherhood has lost its way, and they used to rule the wasteland. Just how big is the Brotherhood exactly? The show really doesn't make it clear. We see this one base, the airship, and we hear of another group existing somewhere, but it's really vague and unclear just what the Brotherhood even are and how big they are in this show. Once again, without reference to the games, this may be confusing to anyone new to the franchise, especially given the fact that Maximus's whole deal was wanting to be heroic, and here the Brotherhood are apparently having wiped out an entire town for no given reason. If they had once ruled the wasteland, then how did they fall? Where was their decline? Remember, these things are the show totally had time to explain, but didn't, because we really needed a scene of a woman's water breaking on an incest-obsessed loser, or a scene where a woman gives birth to piranhas that immediately eat her. Later, Maximus is preparing to go out to battle with the rest of the Brotherhood, and Dane is gearing up too. She explains that this is her punishment. Her punishment for hurting herself to get out of duty is to be put on duty now that she's apparently healed. What? In military terms, feigning an injury to get out of duty is called malingering, and it's a serious mark of dishonorable conduct. It is proof to other soldiers that you cannot be trusted with anything. Dane should be put on duty, yes, back at the base, doing menial work. No combatant wants to be assigned to work with someone who slashed up their own feet to get out of their responsibilities. That's a good way to find yourself in a firefight with your buddy having lit out when you weren't looking. In this context, it is insane that anyone in the Brotherhood would take Dane's word for anything they didn't see for themselves. Such as when Dane loudly proclaims that Maximus, a known treacherous squire who tried to cover up the death of his knight, to have slain Moldaver at the end of the season. Instead of cheering, they should be jeering and demanding proof of Dane's claims. Anyways, Dane apologizes because she didn't know that the Brotherhood would blame Maximus for it, which, yeah, I still don't get that one. It seems totally random in its presentation that they'd blame him for injuring his only friend. Maximus also explains that the only reason he came back was to protect Lucy, and confirms that he's planning to abandon the Brotherhood to go live with her in the vault. And Dane says that there is no leaving. I honestly don't have much to say about this. It does make sense that Maximus would be disillusioned by the Brotherhood at this point, and it makes sense that they wouldn't want people they've invested time and resources in training to just up and leave. What doesn't make sense, however, is this shot where they're leaving to go to the observatory, but they're flying away from the city. Moving over to Cooper Howard.
I hope you like the taste of lead, you commie son of a bitch.
He's spying on his wife still. He drops her off at Vault-Tec HQ, and she complains that her Pip-Boy is constantly sending out a transmission, but she can't trace where. And it's suggested by Bud that the boys in the lab might be able to fix it, but she says she can do it herself if she can track where it's transmitting to. This is then dropped. She then wears this Pip-Boy into a highly top-secret meeting where they're about to discuss not just sensitive company information, but literally suggesting they do some outright evil shit, including, but not limited to, making vaults to experiment on people. It seems beyond stupid that she would risk this meeting being overheard, when this is something that could ruin your plans in this company if word got out. Why not take the Pip-Boy off? Why not fix the problem now?
Reason in the future. Nifty.
Bud, we're getting late.
Oh, there's no time. Gotcha. This isn't totally lazy awful writing, guys, I swear. As she enters the building, the transmission cuts out, so Coop goes in. Next time we see him, he's learning that she's in a meeting and can't see him right now. He sits down and listens in on the meeting through the device. Now this meeting, and every scene related to it, is easily the worst thing in this entire show, and it's arguably the worst thing to happen to all of Fallout, besides Bethesda's acquisition of the IP. Also bear with me here because I'm going to be using a lot of clips to show the exact things being said, because nearly all of it is important. This meeting is between Vault-Tec and the representatives of 4 companies: the Big MT, West-Tec, Repcon, and Robco. Up until this point in the show, the only company really named has been Vault-Tec itself, so the audience has no point of reference for what these companies are or what they do if they're unfamiliar with the games. This comes across as particularly strange because, as we've been told, Vault-Tec owns half of everything. When you're that big, everyone else is small fish compared to you, so why bother with these much smaller companies? Bud opens by saying that Vault-Tec would like to collaborate with these companies on some of the vaults. This line is very important for numerous reasons, but just keep it in mind for now. Not wasting any time to prove that the writing quality hasn't improved at all, the West-Tec representative says,
I don't get the vaults, but it's time to come out.
What if people are still alive on the surface? They'll be Stone Age creatures, probably eat whoever steps out of your vaults.
To which Bud responds with,
that isn't an issue. Our vaults have the resources to survive for centuries. Meanwhile, our competitors, every other human who isn't us, will be dead on the surface. Because after all, what is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction?
Coop figures it out before Bud answers that it's time. Alright, where to fucking start? I don't get the vaults. They'll probably be eaten by savage surface dwellers. Hey, dumb fuck, why wouldn't they arm the vault with weapons so they can protect themselves from any potential threats? Why do you just assume they'd be totally unarmed and unprepared to return to the surface? In fact, we even see in episode 1 that the vault has an armory, because fucking of course they would. It really comes across as though they couldn't think of any other way for Bud to get to his marketing pitch of time being the greatest killer, so they just zap this guy with the idiot baton. I don't know how anyone could ever not understand the point of the vaults. People go inside, and they survive, and come out and rebuild civilization after the dust has settled. The point is that they're given equipment and resources to survive. This question is so utterly stupid, I'm surprised he didn't ask where they'd get their food from when they're locked in a metal box underground. It's one thing to ask the logistics or the method behind how these things would work. It's a different thing entirely to have the room temperature Celsius question of, won't all your vault dwellers just die and get eaten by the primitive degenerates when they step outside? Bud's response is terrible too. It won't be a problem because all the surface dwellers will be dead because time is the greatest killer. Except that is monumentally stupid. The only way to guarantee that humanity on the surface is completely wiped out is to ensure that everything on the surface is wiped out, which is going to be extremely difficult even with global nuclear war. Even if you did succeed at this, you would only succeed in making the planet uninhabitable. The idea that time would wipe out any savage degenerates is just outright stupid on its face. Societies rise and fall, cultures come and go, empires collapse, but people always remain. Hoping that people will just eventually die out on the surface is folly, because mankind as a species is really fucking good at surviving. It's why we've lasted so long and have become the dominant species on this planet. In the event of a global nuclear war, most, if not all countries would collapse. There will be mass death and carnage on a scale not seen before for our species. Things would get really fucking bad. But groups would emerge trying to survive. New societies would arise from the ashes of the old world. This is, in fact, up to this point in the show, the story of Fallout as a whole. The only way to truly ensure that humans are wiped out is a virus targeted to kill humans or an actual planetary extinction event. This plan is stupid and unviable before we even get to the rest of the meeting scenes. It is dead in the water before they have a chance to elaborate and make it worse.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
This is already ridiculous beyond belief, and we've barely started to learn about Vault-Tech's dastardly Grandmaster plan. Bud continues.
Time is the apex predator. And in the event of an incident, time is the weapon with which we will defeat all of our enemies.
That is how we will win the great game of capitalism, not by outfighting anyone,
but by outliving them.
This is where the writers show their hand. This is what the entire show has been leading to. An awful nonsensical message that amounts to capitalism bad. Now again, this whole thing is already stupid for the reasons I've already explained, and this will get exponentially worse with each new piece of information related to this meeting by the end of this episode. Especially when you take the game's lore into consideration. But with this being the entire point of the show, it is now necessary to take a detour to talk about this message. Capitalism is an economic system in which private individuals or business own resources, create goods, or provide services, and demand for these resources, goods, and services is governed by the free market. If there's enough demand for a good or service, then there will be someone there to provide it for a price. In short,
Aw, $20. I wanted a peanut. $20 can buy many peanuts. Explain how. Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
Now it does get more complicated than that, but this is just a basic explanation of the system. Now let's talk about how you win the game of capitalism. You don't. At least not the way they're portraying here in the show. Winning at the game of capitalism would simply be earning enough money to take care of yourself and your family for life, allowing you to buy the necessities you need and luxuries you want. Now this will obviously vary from person to person. Some people are fine living a more simple life. Some seek the extravagant. Winning under capitalism means succeeding and prospering. It doesn't mean a life of excess, it doesn't mean being the only ones to exist, it doesn't mean seeking power over others, and it doesn't mean owning everything ever. Capitalism isn't immune to criticism, and like all things, it should be criticized. However, this isn't an effective criticism of capitalism, because it appears as though the show writers don't even understand what capitalism even is. This is an idiot child's criticism of capitalism. The evil corporate overlords are so greedy, uncaring, and self-centered that they think it's a good idea for literally everyone else in the world to die, so they don't have competition. This leaves the realm of being a criticism of capitalism, and fully enters the realm of mustache-twirling cartoon villains. This would be like saying the Austin Powers films are a criticism of capitalism, because Dr. Evil wants to melt the polar ice caps to flood the planet if he doesn't get $1 billion. What Vault-Tec is attempting to do here would effectively render most economic systems redundant. No people means no customers. No customers means no one to give you money in exchange for goods. No people means both your money and your goods are worthless. Your 11.3 kajillion dollars are meaningless if you're the only person left alive in the world, as is your vast quantity of products to sell or services to provide. The show acts like the end point of capitalism is to own everything and have no competition. But if you get to the point where you own everything, then capitalism again becomes redundant as an economic system. If you own everything, then there is nothing to gain by providing goods and services, and as such, continuing to engage in the system is pointless. You're effectively taking money from your left pocket and putting it into your right. If there's only 20 people alive in the world, and they all work for me, and I pay them for their work, but they pay me for rent, they pay me for the goods they work to make, they pay me for everything, then I'm not actually gaining anything. This whole plan from Vault-Tec is just utter nonsense from every angle. As I said, this is an idiot child's critique of capitalism. The big bad corpos are just cartoon villains who want to do mean and evil things. Isn't that terrible? Don't you hate capitalism now? I can't help but find it dubious when fiction acts as a criticism of real-world systems of government or the economy or beliefs, because it is very easy to stray into the territory of simply portraying the ideas you dislike as cartoonishly awful. While all your own ideas and beliefs can be portrayed as so good, it becomes an outright fantasy. It's the equivalent of that meme, now I'm gonna portray myself as the Chad and you as the Soy Jack. Someone in favor of capitalism could easily portray it as though it's a system with no problems whatsoever, where everyone works hard and earns more than enough money, and portray society as one with no issues, just as easily as this show that is against capitalism portrays it as though it makes total sense to kill literally everyone that isn't you in the name of capitalism. It goes without saying that few things are ever so clear-cut, especially when it comes to economic systems, religious beliefs, and systems of governance. Now, I am going to stick to my rule of not taking the games into consideration as far as criticizing lore breaks with the show. However, I am going to bring them in for one aspect here, and that is this show's criticism of capitalism, because this ties into a trend in the games, in a pretty bad way. For anyone unfamiliar with the games, there's plenty of lore to learn about the world, both big and small, through notes and computer logs. Under Bethesda's tenure, it has become an obnoxiously common occurrence to learn the local lore of some pre-war business, only to find out the owners or managers were cartoonishly evil, to the point of making absurd safety violations and human rights violations, to the point of locking people in their workplaces, skirting around safety procedures anytime the option arises, skimping out on necessary materials and resources, and so on and so forth.
To make it even harder
Most, if not all, modern-day safety precautions, procedures, and rules are written in the blood of tens of thousands of men, women, and children who have died due to various disasters, caused by accidents, mistakes, or making assumptions, down to outright negligence. Bethesda's games seem to treat it as though it's a checklist of how awful and incompetent they can make the pre-war world look. Severe violations of basic safety precautions is treated as though it's a punchline to a joke no one was making, and this kind of thing has absolutely infested the lore, all seemingly for the point of making a capitalism bad message, because in almost every instance it comes down to making sure the companies stay productive and so they don't lose any money. This show takes this concept to the next level with Bud and this meeting here, We haven't even gotten to the big reveal yet. It is serious storytelling and lore that Vault-Tec is this ridiculous for the sake of pushing an overused and stale capitalism bad message that doesn't even make any sense. In both cases, the world, narrative, and characters are sacrificed outright in the name of the message. The end result in the games is that we're constantly told about what a horrible nightmare the pre-war world was like, where everyone was stupid, incompetent, evil, or a victim of one of the previous three, yet the world shows us robots and generators, equipment, and most importantly, energy production and machines that still work all perfectly fine with little to no issue. The rides at Nuka World have either been inactive for 200 years or have been running constantly for 200 years. And when you take control over the park, most, if not all of the inactive rides are activated with no issue. Much like everything else in Bethesda Fallout, they want their cake and eat it too. Here's your crazy post-apocalypse wasteland, and yet the power is still on. And I bring this up because Todd Howard, ML Pagliarillo, and Jonathan Nolan wouldn't have the comfortable, luxurious lives they've got if it wasn't for capitalism allowing them to succeed on less than mediocre products. And I just think it's quite weird seeing them pushing an anti-capitalism message so hard in their products given that fact. I'm clearly not an anti-capitalist, but for anyone who is, Bethesda and what they've done to Fallout would serve as a good case study to make your argument against capitalism. It's very much a parallel to Star Wars. You've got a brilliant original work, while not perfect and even has its own failings, is still beloved, only to get bought out by a much larger company and completely bastardized and mined for its iconography, with no care for the source material. Now I blame this more on individual or even corporate greed over the entire system of capitalism itself, because we have seen genuinely great works of art from large companies. I don't believe the entire system needs to be tossed due to some bad practices. In fact, it kind of speaks to how strong capitalism is as a system that communists, or anti-capitalists, would have to resort to this absurdist cartoonish parody of capitalism by having all the bad guys outright say, "Let's kill everyone so we can win the game of capitalism." Well, that was quite the tangent, but it was necessary due to the fact that the writers wrote something immensely stupid about something they clearly know nothing about. Anyways, back to the show. The representative for Robco raises a question that never gets answered.
Even if you outlive all external threats, here's my problem with the vaults. You can find a bunch of rats in a nest for a long time. They end up eating each other. So who's to say your rats are gonna survive better than those animals on the surface?
This is actually a decent question, but they kinda mess it up here. This strikes me as a case of someone who has heard of the rat utopia, but took away the wrong lesson from it. The problem wasn't in being confined for a long time, but in overpopulation and having all their needs taken care of. To summarize, the rat utopia experiment found that overpopulation led to a breakdown in the social behaviors of the rats, which resulted in behaviors such as cannibalism, parents abandoning their young, and the rats losing the social skills required to mate. This inevitably leads to total extinction. So is this applicable to the vaults? Well, yes and no. See, we're supposed to believe that this is relevant because we were shown a clip of the rat utopia when Norm was exploring Vault 32. The implication being that Vault 32 experienced infighting and extinction for the same reason as the rats did. Except that's not why they died. They died because they learned the truth. Further, these vaults don't have an issue of overpopulation. If anything, they've got a dire underpopulation problem. Now, the concern of a rat utopia event is a legitimate one, and the question does make sense to ask. To which the answer should be that the vaults should have manufactured issues that can be solved, and to keep people busy with work, which seems to be the case given what we see in Vault 33, as well as making sure they don't get overpopulated. However, this question never gets answered. The other representatives all jump in at the same time, talking utter nonsense over each other for no good reason.
But standing out here yelling rabble, rabble, rabble isn't going to help anything.
The phrase I managed to pick out from Frederick is, "I don't need rats for people on the surface," which is a phrase so disconnected from anything that it left me mystified. I can only assume this and everything else said when they're talking over each other was just supposed to be meaningless babble because I don't know, honestly. I don't know why they needed to bring this up and not answer it, besides maybe the writers sucking themselves off over knowing about the Rat Utopia and referencing it in their show, despite clearly not understanding it. Barb interrupts the chatter, refocusing everyone, and this is where things get really nonsensical when you consider everything that is said.
When I think about the future, I think about my daughter. How do I provide her with a better future? That's what we've invited you here to discuss. And how do we design our vault society so our children have that better future? I suggest we try.
Ah, how wholesome. She wants to ensure the future of her daughter. What a good person Barb is.
Bud here has an idea for 3 interconnected vaults. But we need more ideas. We need your ideas. Because it was the spirit of competition that made our companies great. And I propose we bring that same spirit of competition to our solution. We have over 100 vaults spread across America. Enough for each of you to claim several, where you can play out your own ideas for how to create the perfect conditions for humanity, whatever you want to do. No one needs to. And may the best idea win.
What? A
It
boss!
was the spirit of competition that made our companies great? But I thought the whole point of this was to eliminate all the competition.
Our vaults have the resources to survive for centuries. Meanwhile, our competitors, you know, every other human who isn't us, will be dead on the surface. Because after all, what is the ultimate weapon of mass destruction? Time is the apex predator. And in the event of an incident, time is the weapon with which we will defeat all of our enemies.
And that is how we will win the great game of capitalism, not by outfighting anyone,
but by outliving them.
Because it was the spirit of competition that made our companies great. And I propose we bring that same spirit of competition to our solution.
This effectively nullifies their entire plan from the outset. They want to eliminate competition in order to create the ultimate monopoly, so their genius plan is to invite their competitors to survive the war, therefore not actually changing
bring in the
anything,
heavy weapons,
besides
boys.
reducing the human population by about 95%. Great fucking plan! This too gets even worse when more information is revealed later on in the episode. Now back to what Barb said. While she doesn't say the outright evil thing quite yet, it is strange that when given the idea that they can do anything with the vaults, representatives dive headfirst into cartoon villain territory without hesitation.
We could intentionally overcrowd a vault so people have to compete to survive inside it.
All Barb said was that they'd have several vaults in which they can try ideas to create the best conditions for humanity. So why is Dick Dastardly here jumping to the idea of overcrowding a vault to make people compete to survive? It sounds like it would be an utter disaster.
We have been developing a robot that delivers milk to the front door. It's quite intelligent. I would like to see a vault governed by it.
We want a milk delivery robot to govern a vault of people? What in the actual fuck does this even mean? What can you accomplish from this? What will you learn from this? This fucking vault is going to be in Fallout 5, isn't it?
What about using a vault to develop a super mutant soldier, using illegal immigrants?
Ah, yeah, it's very topical, because illegal immigration is bad, and I guess that means people who are against illegal immigration would be fine with them being used as test subjects for horrible experiments? This is quite possibly the most clunky insertion of modern political commentary in the entire show. It just feels out of place. It feels like they said a buzzword, because it might get someone's attention.
We could pump psychotropic drugs into the air supply.
But why, though? How does this in any way create the best conditions for humanity?
It separates parents and children, and only the smartest kids reach adulthood.
And within a few short moments, we've reached the point of these characters outright considering child murder. Now, I am going to reference the games again briefly, but it's for a really good reason. It's a very well-known fact of the Fallout lore that horrible experiments take place in many of the vaults, and a few of the ideas that are mentioned here are references to vaults that have appeared in the games.
Over a
My problem
million
with this is the
HP.
fact that it feels like they're doing this purely for the sake of member berries. that an audience familiar with Fallout expects the vaults to house horrible experiments. So rather than considering what was actually said by the characters, we just go straight to evil cartoon world, where vaults have horrible experiments with no connecting tissue. I have to stress this point. Barb didn't say that the point was to make people suffer, and none of these ideas presented seem to have a purpose. Barb had said, "We have over 100 vaults spread across America. Enough for each of you to claim several, where you can play out your own ideas for how to create the perfect conditions for humanity. Whatever you want to do, no one needs to know, and may the best idea win." The implication being that they can try anything they want, for whatever reason they want, without consequence, but with the intent of creating the perfect conditions for humanity, whatever that means. Rather than following through on any kind of logical response to this opportunity, by presenting ideas that could genuinely benefit humanity, or explaining how these ideas might work, we instead get this cartoonish bullshit, where it seems like each idea presented has the intent of either killing people, making them miserable, or committing other insanely immoral acts upon them. Again, it feels like it's only here to be a reference to the games, rather than considering the actual offer they were presented. I also have to assume this is part of the show's criticism of capitalism as well. These representatives are all rich corpos, so of course they'll be perfectly fine with treating normal people as though they're playthings, without any care for what happens to them. I have this assumption because it's a common sentiment among anti-capitalists that rich people are just outright inherently evil, and they claim that no one can get rich by having morals or not doing anything to harm people, which is just outright insanity. But running on that utterly malformed logic, it would make sense to write that these people would be absolutely gleeful at causing the suffering and death of thousands of people, for no particular reason. Again, it's funny to see a rich people bad message coming from people who are more wealthy than a vast majority of the population. This scene continues on, but we get the big reveal next, which is saving to go through all three big reveals together. While Betty is busy, Norm sneaks into her office and hacks into her computer, and starts a conversation with the overseer of Vault 31. He pretends to be her, claims to be compromised, and the Vault 31 overseer recalls her, essentially granting Norm access to Vault 31. Once there, the door opens, and you have to wonder what Norm's plan is. What if there is a group of soldiers on the other side? What if there were robots meant to protect the vault and only allow in authorized individuals? What if there was a single guard with a gun? Norm has no reason to expect he should be able to just waltz in unopposed, free to explore and discover the secret of Vault 31. Well, maybe he just wanted to talk to someone from the vault to figure out what's going on. They've clearly got some kind of fucking conspiracy going on, and they lie about what's in Vault 31. Why in the world would they just tell him if confronted directly, especially when he deceived them to do so? Also, what if they just had a fucking camera out there and saw that the person who arrived wasn't Betty? I guess it's just really fucking lucky for Norm the Gnome.
Why am I still getting hate?
That the only active inhabitant of Vault 31 is a fucking brain on a Roomba. I'm not fucking with you. This is the only creature active in 31, and it got thwarted by a fucking broom before he even arrived. After Norm saves it, the brain realizes that it's not Betty and freaks out. It tries to kill Norm by pulling out a needle and trying to ram it into him, but failing. Not even because Norm steps aside, but because he veers off and crashes into a box. I see we're back into the comedy portion of the show. I can't put enough quotations around the word comedy, so I won't even try. This whole thing just keeps going and going, where the Roomba tells him to hold still, tells him to not go into the nearby room, don't look at the terminals, and so on and so forth, and it's fucking insufferable. I have to stress the fact that this whole segment is tied directly into the big dramatic reveal for 3 characters, and you constantly have these dumb, out-of-place, low-effort jokes undermining it on Norm's side, while the other 2 are treated dead serious. It results in a massive tonal whiplash. I'll point this out again when I get to it, but these moments do a lot to undermine the serious tone the episode is going for. It's like the Norm scenes had a totally different writer from the Lucy and Coop scenes. Norm gets his reveal fairly early into his scenes, and around the same time as Coop is getting his big reveal. But we're at the point where keeping a sane grasp on all these threads is getting a bit impossible, so again, bear with me as I go through the absolute torrent of insanity that is coming. First up on Cooper Howard's side, after Barb makes the offer to the representatives to each have their own vaults to do whatever they want with, and they all dive headfirst into horribly immoral ideas that will make people suffer or get them killed, the Robco representative jumps in.
It's a fun
EXP's so get in the
earning
ball!
potential with the end of the world. But we're talking about making a significant investment based on a hypothetical. How can you guarantee results?
The immense stupidity constantly on display is insufferably painful. There's a lot of earning potential at the end of the world. I'm going to need you to elaborate on this. Technically, this isn't entirely wrong. If society as we know it were to collapse, new societies would obviously form. There would be people vying for power and control. Those who form new monarchies, dictatorships, and governments with themselves at the top would gain significant control, power, and influence as long as they could keep their new nations together and not be destroyed by other new societies. But even that isn't what is typically meant by earning potential. They're just talking about making money. Further, this isn't what Vault-Tec is even suggesting. Again, their plan is to eliminate the competition. In Bud's own words, everyone that isn't us, referring to Vault-Tec. There is no earning potential in everyone being dead. There is in fact the opposite of earning potential. Money would become worthless. Next he says that it's a significant investment based on a hypothetical.
Me have all money.
How can you guarantee
then
results?
Me win.
It's at this point I genuinely have to ask what he means by investment. Are we talking about actual monetary investment in this plan? Or are we talking about signing up for this plan of killing 99% of humanity? Or is it both? What he should be asking here is, what do I stand to gain from humanity being wiped out? Not, it's a fun idea, how can you guarantee it though? It is genuinely frustrating how mind-numbingly stupid all of this is. Some people defending this show insist that the Robco rep is just being obviously sarcastic, while also sneakily buying into the idea to get information about the plot. If the latter were true, the former wouldn't be, because it's stupid to tip your hand with obvious sarcasm while trying to convince someone you're interested in their idea.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
This is not okay. This needs to stop now.
But now we finally get one of our big reveals. How are they going to guarantee results?
By dropping the bomb ourselves.
It would be 9/11 times 100.
Their plan was already immensely stupid beyond belief. A plan that literally cannot function, but this makes it infinitely worse. Remember that Vault-Tec is also said to own half of everything. Even if this statement is hyperbole, the implication remains that Vault-Tec is an absolutely massive company with its hand in many, many pies. Vault-Tec, accepting that nuclear war is inevitable is one thing. They can plan around it, try to keep people alive, try to remain a functioning company, and so forth. This is, of course, completely disregarding their insane plan of waiting for everyone to die so they can be the only ones left. But this goes so far beyond cartoon villain territory that I don't even know what to call it. By dropping the bomb themselves, they're guaranteeing the destruction of most, if not all of their business ventures, all of their factories, warehouses, mining operations, storefronts, and so forth. They're destroying everything that makes them a business that exists to make money. This is a level of sheer unbridled stupidity that should not be possible. As a reminder, the people who wrote this crap went on strike. They don't think they got paid enough to write this utter nonsensical drivel. Beyond just destroying their own business ventures, this destroys everything. Everything! No more of the luxuries money can afford, no more infrastructure to run your businesses that no longer exist, no more fancy vacations or extravagant cruises, no more self-flating award shows, no nothing. We're supposed to believe that as capitalists trying to make money, their grand plan is to destroy everything, including all their income sources and every luxury they could ever want, all for the sake of living in an iron box underground for hundreds of years, just to come out onto the surface and be the only ones left. This is a plot point we're supposed to take seriously. This isn't a joke. This isn't a parody. This isn't a simulation. This isn't a fever dream. This isn't a psychotic hallucination. This is a serious plot point that they honest to God want you to take seriously and be invested in. I cannot emphasize this enough. Their plan already didn't work from every angle before, and it is made infinitely worse by the reveal that they're the ones to drop the bomb in the first place. I genuinely don't think there's any combination of words in the English language to adequately describe how utterly, monolithically stupid and nonsensical this is. It is the equivalent of shooting yourself in the head with a shotgun to increase your lifespan. It is the equivalent of burning down your home in order to protect it. Even as I wrote this part of the script,
nobody
I
can
found
steal your
myself
home,
speechless
your home
and utterly
isn't there.
dumbfounded at how stupid this is, and how utterly nonsensical it is from every angle. That anyone thought this was a good idea in any capacity. That anyone thought that writing something this impossibly stupid was acceptable. That these people went on fucking strike because they thought they weren't being paid enough. This might actually be the single dumbest plot point ever written, because there's no scenario in which this plan will ever work or make sense, made worse by the show outright proving that this plan doesn't work. Further, this means that Barb, who is in on the plan, was apparently fine with her daughter being out when they dropped the bombs. What the fuck?
If they ever drop a really big bomb,
Do you think it's gonna happen?
I certainly hope not.
Instead of having people be awesome, why not have them be dumb?
You're a fake and a fraud!
I understand he's talking to his child, but he knows at this point that Vault-Tec is planning on dropping the bombs. Oh, and by the way, mere moments before Cooper Howard learns that his wife is evil and insane, we get this funny scene.
You'll never find out. Oh, he's gonna find out.
This is what I mean by Norm's scenes undermining the serious tone of the episode. To rewind slightly, Norm is going deeper into Vault 31 to discover its secret, and the Roomba brain is trying to kill him and failing.
Wait! I am the overseer here. My orders must be followed. Why isn't this working? This is conflict resolution 101.
The big dramatic scenes where Vault-Tec is talking about wiping out humanity and nuking the planet are constantly interrupted by Norm and Bud's wacky adventure, made worse by the fact that Norm is learning the secret of Vault 31, which, as a reminder, caused everyone in Vault 32 to kill each other and kill themselves, and we're about to get a horrifying and tragic revelation for Lucy as well. I have to assume this is some misguided attempt at bringing the humorous elements from the games to the show, but even in Bethesda's awful games, they knew to keep the funny haha bits away from their attempt at serious storytelling. If the actual events of the episode weren't bad enough, this tonal whiplash and utter spamming of low-effort, unfunny jokes makes it unbearable. Norm, knowing his father is from Vault 31, asks if this is where his dad is from, realizing the vault isn't like the other two, and that there's no one else here, and that this room is unusual. And this is where we get the gut-bustingly hilarious line of, "He'll never find out. Oh, he's going to find out," as Norm turns the lights on, revealing dozens of cryopods. Given that they're trying to keep the secret, the Roomba brain, now revealed to be Bud, explains that this is his Buds program.
These are Buds. My Buds. America outsourced the survival of this country to the private sector, but it would have been insane to keep a failed nation alive, so we kept Vault-Tec alive instead.
So, which is it? Is he killing everyone to win the great game of capitalism, or is he killing everyone because America is a failed nation? I mean, either way it doesn't work, because wouldn't the nation have failed due to its government as opposed to its people? The country would have been 301 years old at the time of its fall. I don't think that constitutes a failed nation in terms of its people, when the people we see in the show just seem to be rather average people. Either way, dropping the bomb still makes no sense regardless.
A well-trained staff of highly supervised junior executives for my own assistant training program. Because the future of humanity comes down to one word. Management.
This gives context to the line from Vault 32, death to management. This is also quite possibly the lamest reveal ever. Some guy decided to kill everyone, so his people can be corporate managers, but managers of what?
So what's Vault 32 and 33? Just people to be controlled?
What? Oh, when you put it like that, sounds downright morally questionable. They're our breeding pool. The ultimate expression of HRR&D, genetically selected to breed with my buds to create a class of super managers. People with positivity, people who make lemonade.
It's like this show has an incredible aversion to doing anything that makes any kind of sense. So Bud, the Roomba, is using eugenics to create a breed of super managers, but he seemingly forgot that you need people to manage in the first place, and the only people he kept alive, besides Vault Tech, was their breeding pool to create their super managers. If everyone is a manager, then who is going to be doing the actual work? Who is at the bottom of the totem pole? This should go without saying, but nearly every group in society works in a hierarchy. Joe Average and a dozen other people go into work to do their day job. They've got a manager or supervisor that oversees them. That manager has someone above them that oversees numerous managers within the business if it's large enough, and so on and so forth until we get to the top, where the CEO is. To use an analogy, if everyone is a 4-star general, then who are they going to send to die in the trenches? You might answer the people from the other vaults, but as we'll soon find out, that isn't part of their plan either. This is just yet another instance of unbearably stupid writing that makes no sense whatsoever and clearly wasn't thought out at all. Further, in the first episode, when Lucy had her wedding ceremony, many of what they assumed to be Vault 32 dwellers came to 33 for the ceremony. Knowing everyone in 31 is on ice raises a question. How do they insert Vault 31 dwellers into the other vaults for these wedding ceremonies? Do they just wake up everyone in 31 all at the same time every 3 years to play their part in these weddings?
Genetically selected to breed with my buds to create a class of super managers. People with positivity, people who make lemonade, people who will inherit the earth after we've wiped the surface clean.
We wiped the surface clean.
Norm is very obviously distraught over this, and for good reason. He just found out that him and everyone he knows are just breeding stock, that his father is a part of the group of people who caused a nuclear devastation that ruined the surface in the first place. Now that we finally have this reveal, this raises a lot of fucking questions. So first of all, how did the residents of Vault 32 even learn this secret in the first place? This seems like a pretty well-kept secret, and while it's not impossible for it to get out, I suppose, it is one of those things where it just doesn't make much sense for it to have gotten out. Most characters in the show are immensely stupid, so I'll just assume that's how it got out. More importantly though, why did everyone in 32 die? In fact, how did they all die? Yes, it makes sense that the natural-born members of 32 would go and kill everyone originating from 31, as well as anyone who sides with them, but then you have people who look like they died trying to get into 31. You have people who killed themselves and the Overseer is dead. I have to assume that the people from 32 eventually won, then decided to kill themselves for some reason, because if anyone from 31 survived, there's no chance whatsoever that they wouldn't report to Bud. As far as Bud's plan goes, this should be catastrophic. They just lost half of their breeding pool. What's worse is the fact that no one knew about this until the raid from Moldaver. Bud can connect himself to 31's system by driving into a docking port, but he can't see what's happening in 32 and 33? That seems like a critical oversight, one I'm not sure I buy. This gets worse when you consider that Barb says that their vault is supposed to oversee all the others.
I have worked hard to make sure we go into a special vault for management, where we will oversee all of the other vaults.
How the fuck are they going to do that when they can't even oversee their own? Surely if any other vaults have opened, they would know about this, right? How are they supposed to control any of those people? How would they prevent any of those people from forming their own societies, and thus becoming competition that needs to be destroyed? As for Lucy, she doesn't get so much build-up to her reveal in this episode, which is why I've held off on talking about her section in this episode until now. She delivers the head to Moldaver.
One night, I actually tried to stuff an old grenade into the neck hole. Yes, I was gonna walk in here and blow everybody up.
So maybe the writers are acting on personal experience here, but heads don't tend to be empty. This utter moron doesn't realize that would only get her killed. I actually want this version of the show now, where she walks in, holds the head up thinking she's going to kill everyone in the room, and blows it up, only killing herself to the shock of Moldaver. Anyways, Moldaver agrees to let Lucy's father go, now that she's provided Wilzig's head to her. But first, she wants to tell Lucy how she knows her father. Moldaver reveals that unlike Lucy and Norm, their father Hank wasn't born in a vault.
Your father has been around for a very long time. Part of an organization that thought they had the answers to all the world's problems.
So now we get a third explanation for why Vault-Tec is doing this. First it was to win the game of capitalism, then it was because it would have been insane to keep a failed nation alive, now it's because they apparently have the solution to all the world's problems. Their solution is to kill everyone? I mean, if I kill myself right now, I'd never have to pay taxes again, but that wouldn't solve the problem of being overtaxed. Yes, problems like poverty and homelessness would be a thing of the past if Vault-Tec had succeeded, but it's a moot point if there's no one left to even have problems. Moldaver continues to explain that Hank didn't tell Lucy's mother any of this either, and goes on to explain that her mother, Rose, was much like her. Kind, loving, curious, and clever. Now this leads into something else, but we now reach the point where I have to go back to the raid in episode 1 again. So in addition to all the problems I've talked about so far with this section, it is made even worse with the knowledge we learn in this scene and later on in the episode. Moldaver personally knew Rose, and even knew Lucy, and apparently Norm when they were kids. See, Rose took the kids and left the vault and found Shady Sands, and apparently settled down there. Additionally, by the end of the episode, the writers are going to try to recontextualize Moldaver to be a good person and give her a heroic death. With that in mind, why the fuck did she go into Vault 33 with raiders, kill a bunch of innocent people, and put Rose's children at risk, one of which got stabbed and was lucky to survive, and the other was honestly really lucky to have come out of it unscathed? Further, she put Hank at risk, the person she came here to get in the first place. You can't tell me now, at the 11th hour, that Moldaver is suddenly this great, awesome, amazing, caring person when she had a bunch of innocent vault dwellers slaughtered and put her girlfriend's children at risk. Normally when you have a shocking reveal that the big bad isn't actually a villain, it's due to a misunderstanding or a lack of information on the part of the protagonist. With perceived acts of evil being sufficiently recontextualized to show that the supposed villain wasn't actually committing acts of evil, or that their acts were justified in some way. You don't have that when the show opens with a brutal slaughter of innocent people. There's no recontextualization that excuses the murder of innocent people. There's no justification for the murder of innocent people. This show desperately wants you to see Moldaver as a hero, especially with what's coming up, but she's already evil. Is she beyond redemption? No, but then you have to do the work of redeeming her as a character, showing her change and grow. Show her realize and regret the actions of her past. Instead, a switch got flipped between episode 1 and episode 8, and now she's just a good guy, and we're supposed to forget everything she did, because look how good and nice and caring she is, and look at how horrible and evil Hank is. Yes, he got a switch flipped too. Hey, remember this scene?
You are my world.
Yep. That don't mean shit now. What seems like genuine parental care for their child is also recontextualized to him being on board with Vault-Tec's insane super manager eugenics plan, and that's why he cares about her apparently. But I'm getting a tad bit ahead of myself.
Rose was so clever. Like you.
I should probably repair my equipment.
Your mother discovered that something was siphoning the vault's water away. From that one clue, she deduced that maybe civilization had returned to the surface.
I'm sorry, but how the fuck do you deduce that civilization had returned to the surface based on missing water? What if it was a leak? What if it was animals drinking it? What if there's a hole in whatever the water is stored in and it started evaporating?
When she told her husband, he said it was a ridiculous idea. And that she should tell no one.
Lucy, let's go.
And that's when she realized that her husband, the overseer, was hiding things.
Lucy, let's go. Let's get out of here.
So she ran away. Like you did, Lucy. And took her children. And she found this wonderful city.
In my controller.
It was everything the vaults had promised.
She is lying.
What a horrible, irresponsible person Rose was. Holy fuck. based on some missing water, she assumed with no other evidence whatsoever that civilization had returned, took the kids and stepped outside to see this, and decided to keep going. Also, where the fuck is Shady Sands in proximity to Vault 33 if they could be siphoning their water? There's nothing but wasteland here. I guess it was just really lucky that Rose just so happened to have wandered in the direction of Shady Sands, as opposed to wandering off into the endless wasteland to die. Absolute potato brain. Now we get a couple statements that tie in together, because this is central to everything in this finale.
This
Norm
opportunity
discovered
to
that
take
his
a wee
father
little bio
and everyone
break.
from Vault 31 are pre-war people who were frozen, and that the residents of Vault 32 and 33 were nothing more than breeding stock for Bud's Buds, which, by the way, Bud seemingly runs Vault Tech, and with Barb they plan on dropping the bomb themselves to ensure they wipe out their competition, while simultaneously inviting their competitors to survive in vaults. This is Cooper Howard's big reveal. The final big reveal is Lucy's.
A nuclear event would be a tragedy, but also an opportunity. Perhaps the greatest opportunity in history. Because when we are the only ones left, there will be no one to fight. A true monopoly.
Now all this is already beyond insane. What's even more crazy is that any of these people are still listening to them. Here you have Vault Tech talking about eliminating everyone who isn't them, destroying all competition, making it so they're the only ones left, and they're saying this to people they've already called their competition in this very meeting, and all these idiots are just sitting there like a bunch of exceptional individuals, as if they somehow won't be included in the people that will be dying due to being competition. By the very nature of what they are planning, every single person who isn't a part of their group is competition and would need to be eliminated. I really cannot stress just how stupid this is. Vault Tech pitches the idea of collaborating with these companies because the spirit of competition is what made them all so great, and they somehow get these morons to buy into this idea when the whole presentation is filled to the fucking brim with Vault Tech wringing their hands over how they'll be the only ones left and everyone else will be dead. It is utter lunacy.
This is our chance to make war obsolete. Because in our current societal configuration, which took shape without
Intentional guidance. We have friction. We have conflict. And we have war. And war, well, war never changes.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Wow, you really had to fucking stretch to get that one in, didn't you? This is our chance to make war obsolete. How? By eliminating all of humanity except for like 100 people in a vault? Except that doesn't work because...
We have over 100 vaults spread across America.
Now, it has been established that horrible experiments are going to be performed upon the people within these vaults, but some of them would inevitably survive. What then? This plan was already self-defeating and stupid in numerous ways, but they're going out of their way to make vaults specifically for the purpose of protecting people from the nuclear apocalypse that they are causing in order to eliminate anyone who could compete with them, thereby creating groups of survivors that will inevitably compete with them through virtue of simply fucking existing. See what I mean when I say this gets exponentially worse with each new piece of information? It is shocking just how bad this writing is, and that you had people praising this show, hailing it as one of the best video game adaptations ever made, and saying it was well written. They fucking nailed it! Hell, I'm still not even including the game lore, and this scene gets even worse when you account for the lore established by the games. Anyways, the other half of Barb's statement here effectively refers back to the whole competition thing, but reframing it as conflicts that can escalate to war. While we're getting this, Moldaver is expositing the information about Lucy's mother that I've already covered, but there's more.
But then her husband came after her, and when she decided not to return home, he took the children, and he burned that city to the ground. Shady Sands.
She's lying, Lucy.
That's how Vault Tech deals with competition. Just like they did 200 years ago.
So Hank, previously shown to be a caring father, is recontextualized to be a brain-dead cartoon villain that is either fully on board with Vault Tech's plan, or is so petty and vengeful that he would nuke an entire city full of people in order to get back at his wife, or both. Vault-Tech's plan is so comically insane that the mere fact that anyone takes it seriously is enough to completely ruin their character, because it requires them to be stupid enough to fully buy into a plan that is self-defeating in numerous ways and can't ever work. This is especially worse for someone who is a Vault Dweller from 31, 32, and 33, because they've seen firsthand just how small their breeding pool is. So small that we only ever see about 50 to 60 people max within the vault in the entirety of the show. And so small that there is no one available for Lucy who isn't someone she's related to. These vaults are effectively a genetic dead end, especially with Vault 32 having been completely wiped out. We are only a couple generations from inbreeding being inevitable, even if 31 decides to activate everyone they've got on ice. That would only delay the inevitable at this stage. Further, based on what we know, much of this scenario doesn't make sense. The pieces of information provided by the show are: 1. Hank thinks he knows who Moldaver is during the raid. 2. Rose took the kids to Shady Sands. 3. Hank went to Shady Sands to take the kids back. 4. Moldaver knows Hank nuked Shady Sands. So there's some major gaps here. Did Hank kidnap the children, or did he talk Rose into letting them go? If he kidnapped them, why didn't she go after them? If he talked her into letting them go, then fucking why? I find it hard to believe that a caring mother, who realized she was being lied to within the vault, would allow her children to return to the vault. Hank thinks he knows who Moldaver is, but I don't even know what this is supposed to mean. She introduces herself by name and in person, so it's safe to say they never met face to face previously. But he knows enough to suspect who she is by the end of the raid, but also didn't recognize the name, but also she somehow knows that it was Hank that nuked Shady Sands. The characters just know all of the information when it's convenient to exposit everything when needed, even though they shouldn't have that information. Also, why the fuck did she give him her real name? Why is everyone in this show a fucking utter retard? Speaking of, why doesn't Hank immediately recognize that this isn't one of Bud's buds? Yes, there's dozens of them, but it seems questionable that he wouldn't have at least passing knowledge on most of them. These people are supposedly the future of humanity. The moldy lady then goes on to explain that her cold fusion technology was bought out by Vault-Tech, and they made it so only someone from Vault-Tech could activate it. It's a bit mysterious how this is even supposed to work, because when Hank does give the code, he just types it on a normal keyboard, even though the show treats it as though it needs to be him personally to do it. Moreover, why can't they just hack it like Norm did with the Overseer's terminal? Why is it that only someone from Vault-Tech can activate it? Moldy Lady is trying to convince Lucy that this cold fusion system is super duper great, and that it would provide infinite energy to the people. The food and medicine can be made far easier, and everything would be great. Isn't it funny how most portrayals of the communist utopia require literal magic technology existing for it to work?
Tea Earl Grey hot.
Lucy ignores this and asks what happened to her mother, to which the moldy lady says, "I think you know." Lucy turns to look at the Walking Dead zombie that's been sitting at the table this whole time. So this raises a whole bunch of new questions and issues. Every second of this episode is just hemorrhaging issues of every kind. From inconsistencies to plot holes to conveniences, to just utter insane nonsense writing, the characters being incredibly evil and immoral, outside of what the writers are trying to portray their characters to be. So Rose is a ghoul. When getting nuked, I suppose it is really lucky that she survived at all, as opposed to getting completely vaporized. So is she a normal ghoul or a feral ghoul? The show establishes that feral ghouls are, well, feral, and seem to attack anyone who isn't also a ghoul.
No, you and your smooth-faced friend, you, might want to clear out before things get ugly.
This seems to be common knowledge. With that in mind, why does Rose not appear to be feral? She's just chilling there and not trying to attack anyone around her. Well, she's got no eyes. Yes, but neither did this fucker, and that didn't stop him. Also, just how much damage can a ghoul take before dying? Does it really have to be a headshot? There is barely any flesh on that skeleton. How is she alive? We also apparently need to take the healing factor into consideration now too, since both the ghoul gets shot with no problem, and Thaddeus has insane healing abilities, but also ghouls can be killed with a shot to the chest. What the fuck is going on here? More importantly, it's implied by the show that there's some kind of relationship between these two. implied to possibly be more than just friends, and yet, Moldaver is apparently just fine keeping her girlfriend as a pet skeleton monster. Why the fuck wouldn't you put her out of her misery? This is just monstrous, and this episode is trying to recontextualize Moldaver to be a good person. A hero. Anyways, this whole scene is presenting things as though Lucy is unlocking memories that she lost, which is just stupid, like the rest of the show. This story requires Lucy to forget major events that happened to her in her childhood in order to function. It is absurd that a 6-year-old child who lived her entire life in a vault would have completely forgotten that week she had been outside for the first time, traversed the desert and lived in a city big enough to have a streetcar, and returned home to the vault. The show alludes to her memory of the outside by saying as a kid, she thought the ceiling of the vault atrium was a lot higher, but that doesn't cut it. For a child to live her entire life in a box made of iron and concrete, she would absolutely remember the time she left the vault door opening, the desert sands, the clouds in the sky, the massive city, and she would have remembered that this was the last time she saw her mother. Keep in mind, there's absolutely zero reason she should believe what Moldaver is saying without these magically unlocked memories. This is someone who came into her vault and needlessly slaughtered innocent people, but Lucy just takes all this at face value and accepts it as true. Worse yet, Hank is being entirely useless this entire time. He's mostly just weakly muttering, "Don't listen to her," and "she's lying," with no real conviction behind it, as opposed to doing literally anything to defend himself in any way, including lying. He doesn't even attempt it. He could say anything he wants in this situation to turn it around on Moldaver, especially since he can't know that Lucy's memories just got magically unlocked. Say anything. Say the Plague of 77 was fake, but it was because Moldaver tried invading the vault back then too, and that Lucy's mother got killed in the attack. Say you don't know what she's talking about. Say there is no code, or that you were never given one. Say you don't know how Shady Sands got destroyed. Say literally anything, you pathetic loser. Lucy gets all teary-eyed and tells him to give Moldaver the code. She just accepts what the psycho says when she has no good reason to. How do you know she's not gaslighting you? Your only experience with this woman is her invading your vault and slaughtering your friends and family. And you learn there's an insane blood cult who worships her, and now she's telling you a story that she was the good guy all along, and your father is evil incarnate. There is no reason to trust this bitch you've never met. I have to chalk this up to Hank's utter lack of trying to defend himself in any meaningful way. All we get here are these feeble comments that don't amount to anything.
She's
lying.
This does not sound like someone at all invested in anything that's happening. He doesn't sound stressed or pained or anything of the sort. He sounds bored. He does eventually throw his chair at the bars of his cage and he yells, but that's only after he's lost Lucy, as she's bought into Moldaver's story by that point. Yes, Moldaver is telling the truth, unfortunately, but what matters here is convincing Lucy, and that is somehow done with little to no effort. Lucy cries and tells him to give her the code, and he just does it. Imagine being so on board with killing everyone on Earth except yourself, that you go and nuke another city 200 years later, just to completely give up on any semblance of sticking to your plan, because she got a little teary-eyed that he's evil. Literally billions of people dead at the hands of Vault-Tec, which he was in on, and tens of thousands more that he personally caused, including his wife. Is he doing it purely because his daughter is sad? Or has he actually learned he's wrong here? Why should it take your daughter looking sad, and learning the truth about her skeleton monster mother that you nuked, for you to realize, oh no, maybe killing everyone was a bad idea? I don't know that I buy it. If he is just feeling sad but still believes in the plan, again, all he has to do is resist and lie. There's no real way they can force him to give up the code, unless they start torturing him. In fact, what was Moldaver's plan for getting the code from him if Lucy didn't conveniently show up and completely buy her story without question? Anyways, he puts in the code and activates the thing. Also, to wrap up Norm's part in this story quickly, he goes to leave, but the Roomba goes into a docking port and closes the door so he can't leave, and suggests he gets into his father's cryopod, otherwise he'll starve. Bud? Why did you think it was okay to lock Norm in the one room where he could do the most damage? Hell, he can kill you! The ideal thing to do would be to smash Bud's brain case open and disconnect the brain from everything, and just fucking do as much damage to it as you can. Alternatively, it seems to me like this Roomba has the same vulnerability as a fucking turtle. Just flip him on his side. He got defeated by a broom. It is not hard to fuck with him. Norm obviously doesn't seem like the violent type, but he does have leverage here. But no, he seemingly just accepts his fate. This is the last we see of Norm. Hank tells Lucy that he did love her mother, but she stopped being her mother when she took her into danger. He is no less than objectively correct here. Rose took the kids and left the vault, with no idea of what anything was like on the surface. She had no idea what was out there. She apparently didn't even check before taking the kids out there. What if the area around the vault was still extremely irradiated? What if there was a camp of raiders on top of the vault, and that's why the water is being taken? What if there was no one and no resources for hundreds of miles? What if 1,000 other possibilities that might have resulted in their deaths or worse? Just as Moldaver is about to activate the cold fusion, the Brotherhood shows up in force and she goes off to fight them. While this is happening, Hank explains to Lucy that he did what he had to in order to protect his people, and that Moldaver is no different. He tries to appeal to the things she's seen on the surface, that everyone is afraid and miserable, that the people are forced to do horrible things to survive. This is during clips of the battle starting between the Brotherhood and the NCR.
I had to make a choice between their violent world and our peaceful one.
Ah, he killed those tens of thousands of people in the name of peace. What a humanitarian. So this is, what, the fourth or fifth explanation for why all this is being done now? First it was to eliminate competition in the name of capitalism. Then it was so they wouldn't keep a failed nation alive. Then it was to solve all the world's problems. And now it's a choice between a violent world or a peaceful one. That's obviously not to say you can't have multiple reasons for doing something, but none of these make any sense in the first place, let alone together. Especially the whole capitalism reason, as I've gone over extensively. It seems more like the reason just changes on a scene-by-scene basis to be what is most convenient to the writers at that particular moment. But we still can't get over the massive hurdle of their plans amounting to killing everyone and that being detrimental to what they want, or just simply not making sense outright. Hank continues, saying that if the problem with the world is factions constantly fighting, then the solution is to get rid of the factions. This is what everything the episode is trying to say comes down to. Factions will conflict with one another, so get rid of them. Except you can't. It's literally human nature to form groups and subgroups.
Because at the end of the day, long as there's two people left on the planet, someone is going to want someone dead.
Alright, maybe a bit hyperbolic, but the fact remains that we will always split into groups one way or another. The fight against that is the fight against human nature. Hell, it's just nature at large. Many predatory animals live in packs, like wolves, and that is a group that separates itself from all the other packs of wolves. Even if you could unite everyone in the world under one single banner, which will never happen, you will still have groups and subgroups forming within your own singular faction. Friend groups, work groups, political groups, families, neighborhoods, local communities, towns, cities, counties, municipalities, states, provinces, even continents. People dividing into groups based on interests or skills or abilities. People dividing into groups based on race and sex and sexuality. Even Vault-Tec itself in this show is dividing groups of people with their trio vault system. It is seemingly done for the sole purpose of inserting their super managers in the 32 and 33, but by the very nature of having 32 and 33, you've separated them into two individual groups. Who's to say they won't one day come into conflict with one another? What is there in place to prevent groups from forming within singular vaults? Besides their cataclysmically small populations, that is. Like everything else this episode is trying to say to justify Vault-Tec dropping the bomb, this is utterly nonsensical and impossible at every level. The idea that you can stop people from forming into groups that will eventually have conflict with each other is impossible.
I can change almost anything, but I can't change human nature.
You can no more change human nature than you can make the sun set in the east. Rivalries, competition, and conflict will always exist. The day we as a species have no conflict and agree on everything is the day we cease to be human. We cease to be individuals. We'd be nothing more than soulless, mindless automatons, following lines of code and never deviating from those set parameters. Whatever reason the show wants to go with, whether it's winning the game of capitalism, refusing to keep a failed nation alive, solving all the world's problems, ending factions, or all of them combined, their goals are stupid, self-defeating, and impossible at every turn by their very nature. This is what nearly 7 hours of insufferably awful writing and unfunny jokes and inconsistent stupid characters has all been leading to. Again, I have to stress this fact. People got paid to write this. They went on strike because they thought they weren't being paid enough. All of this gets worse when you remember what was said in episode 1 as well.
If our measurements are correct, radiation levels on the surface are dropping fast enough that the next generation, Lucy and Monty's children, will be able to recolonize.
What the fuck do you mean, you utter clown? You know there's people alive on the surface. You should know this wasn't limited purely to Shady Sands.
We don't know much about what's up there. Desperation, violence, lawlessness. These survivors will need to be shown a better way.
What? Are you kidding me? Those people will be groups that aren't your group. You won't be able to control them all, especially not with the extremely small population they think they have. How are these vault dwellers supposed to go to the surface and take over? By the nature of expecting violence up there means you failed your plans.
If the problem with the world is factions, endlessly fighting, endlessly at war, then what is the solution but to get rid of the factions? To make the world us.
People who will inherit the Earth after we've wiped the surface clean.
We don't know much about what's up there. Desperation, violence, lawlessness. These survivors will need to be shown a better way.
This show seriously does not remember what it said or done in previous episodes. Unfortunately, there's still yet more episode to contend with.
Hate! Hate!
The Brotherhood, while taking losses, is effectively stomping the NCR when all of a sudden the Ghoul shows up. How did he get here? When did he get here? Wasn't he coming here to confront Moldaver? Why didn't he? How didn't anyone notice him before now? Did the NCR let him into their headquarters?
We can start now.
The Brotherhood seems to consider everyone here to be an enemy, given the fact they shot at civilians upon arrival, and the Brotherhood hates ghouls. So why are they just standing there letting him babble on, instead of just shooting him? He is actively loading his weapon while talking about their power armor having a fatal weakness. He shoots one of them and one-taps them. Wait, hold the fuck up. Are you telling me that this guy knew this entire fucking time the power armor has such a major flaw that you can simply one-tap anyone wearing it? Then why the fuck didn't you do this in Philly when you fought this ridiculous clown? He could have, and by all rights should have killed you numerous times, and only didn't because of plot armor. It seems as though everyone in this show is a stupid clown. As it turns out, we're not watching a dramatic show, we're watching a circus. They all just forgot their rainbow wigs and big red clown noses. Speaking of clowns, everyone in the Brotherhood just stands there like...
Bunch of slack-jawed
Whoa. Too spicy. They just fucking stand there and watch this guy die and don't immediately start shooting at the man who is not only a ghoul, which they hate, who is not only an active threat, but has just proven himself to be such a massive threat that he can kill power-armored soldiers with ease. When they finally do start shooting, they miss every shot and he manages to pull the fusion cord to turn the lights off, which leads to an awful fight scene in the dark. The ghoul apparently kills 5 power-armored soldiers and not a single fucking one of them thinks to turn on their flashlights in the dark. I want to say this is inexcusably stupid, but I'm starting to feel like a broken record. It comes with the territory of covering a show that is so unbelievably irredeemably, aggressively fucking stupid. He also kills one of them by throwing a grenade into the neck area. Cut back to Hank begging for Lucy to open the door as she's still just standing there not doing anything. I suppose we're supposed to take it as though she's processing it, but she's literally just standing there like an NPC, waiting for their next scheduled event to trigger. The door bursts open and the power armored soldier who got his head blown off with a grenade just stumbles in and falls down. How did it manage to walk this far with the guy inside it dead?
Every moment I live is agony.
And who should stumble in but Maximus? The ghoul killed everyone in that room except for fucking Maximus.
Hate! Hate!
Maximus goes to Lucy. Hank explains that he's her father and asks to be let out, which Max does immediately and without question. Max pulls Lucy aside saying let's get out of here, and Lucy says not with him, explaining that Hank nuked Shady Sands, treating us to Max's stupid flashback yet again. While this is happening, neither of them notice Hank pulling the corpse out of the power armor and getting into it himself. I swear to God, the utter unfiltered compounding stupidity is going to give me a fucking conniption.
Go! Do this every time! You... Oh, you... Ugh! God! Choking on my own rage here!
Hank walks over and tells Lucy that she's coming with him back to the vault. Maximus once again impotently rages, only to get knocked the fuck out immediately. Why couldn't this have just killed him? Lucy tries to wake him up, but then grabs her gun and aims it at her father, who seems confident that she won't shoot, considering that he was the whole reason she came out here in the first place. Hank? Buddy? She just learned that you not only turned her mother into a somehow barely living storytelling skeleton, but that you nuked an entire town off the map as well, populated by tens of thousands of people. She learned her whole life was a lie. You're not in a position to be calling her bluff. This is interrupted by the ghoul appearing and shooting him, but only grazing him across the cheek. He calls back to when Hank asked for an autograph pre-war. You know, the scene we saw earlier in this episode, as if this is now some epic payoff because they set it up like 20 minutes ago. But then we get an extremely bewildering moment.
Now, I've waited over 200 years to ask somebody one question. Where's my fucking family?
What? Since when is that his goal? Wait, he had his daughter with him when the nukes went off. How the fuck did you lose her? This is what I mean by important pieces of information just not existing within this show. When I see him riding towards the nukes with his daughter at the start of episode 1, and he's a loner as a ghoul in the present day, then I assume she fucking died. The key piece of information, that she was taken by Vault-Tec, would be a crucial part of understanding the ghoul. But it wasn't even hinted at that she was still alive, and that he ever had this motivation. This comes completely out of left field, especially given the fact they explained why he does all this in the first episode.
Whenever somebody says they're doing one last job, it usually means their heart's not in it. Probably never was. But for me, well, I do this shit for the love of the game.
They literally say he just does it because he likes it. I suppose if this is what he had a breakdown about in the Super Duper Mart and suddenly cares about his family again, but we weren't given any of this information, so this sudden shift in motivation seems to come out of nowhere. It's one thing to leave plot threads open-ended for the next season. Plenty of shows do this, but this show outright fails to explain things that are crucial to understanding the world and characters. This is another instance of the writers wanting their cake and eating it too. They wanted this remorseless badass bounty hunter cowboy, a shallow and lame echo of the Man in Black. But I guess they also wanted him to be a caring family man. And rather than have any setup for his true goal, it just comes out of nowhere as if flipping a switch. In fact, he came here because of Moldaver, but he acts as though he was here for Hank. Did he know Hank was here? What was he going to say to Moldaver if he wasn't? The real answer appears to be that the writers needed him to come here to have this confrontation with Hank when he had no reason to come here otherwise. And having met Moldaver before the war, and seeing she's still alive is enough motivation, I guess? Hank just runs away. He literally just runs to the opening of the room and flies off. I guess it's lucky for both of them that Hank didn't decide to just come after him and kill him. Yes, his head is exposed, but that's not a guarantee that the ghoul would kill him. It could really go either way. We see a shot of all of the corpses, kind of implying both sides got wiped out, despite the fact that the Brotherhood will come into this room conveniently after Lucy and the ghoul have left. I guess they're all just standing idle in the hallway until they get the event trigger that will make them run into the room, like good NPCs. The ghoul seemingly begins talking to himself. He repeats the line, "War never changes," and says that the wasteland looks like chaos, but there's always someone behind the wheel, and that's who he wants to talk to. What do you mean there's always someone behind the wheel? Is the implication here that the chaos of the wasteland is due entirely to some shadowy figure behind the scenes? Why in the world do you think they would ever answer your questions? Also, as he's saying this, you can see explosions and smoke in the ruins of Los Angeles, which just raises the question of who the fuck is fighting out there? The Brotherhood's full force went to the observatory, and the show hasn't established the NCR to exist anywhere outside of this observatory. Further, the show hasn't established anyone living in the ruins of LA, nor has it established anyone going there to fight. So what the fuck is even happening here? The ghoul tells Lucy that's where her father's heading, to the person behind the wheel of the chaos of the wasteland. How do you know that? In fact, I thought Bud was behind all of this. It was his plan. Bud's buds. Are you telling me that Bud was just a stooge for someone else? Then how could he know his own plans wouldn't get fucked over? Was Bud's shadowy overlord on board with his plan? Would Bud's shadowy overlord be someone he'd have to contend with if they became competition to him? Lucy is angry that the ghoul let her father go, to which he responds,
"Well, it's easier to track a stuck pig than to ask it where it's off to."
The ceaseless compounding idiocy just never ends. He should have prevented Hank from running so he could ask himself. The ghoul literally said that Hank used to pick up his wife's dry cleaning, and he's obviously one of Bud's buds. You are closer than ever to learning the fate of your family. A stuck pig is easier to track? What utter nonsense is this? You are tracking someone hundreds of miles away. He will not be bleeding all that time. Fun fact, the human body has this neat trick where minor wounds heal. They'll bleed for a bit, then stop. Hank's blood trail would end within 15 to 45 minutes, assuming he didn't get it treated somehow sooner. But that's assuming he would even leave a blood trail, because he's in a big bulky power armor suit. That blood ain't dripping on the ground. The ghoul also didn't shoot him with a tracker. Even if he did, the nature of the injury Hank sustained means that the tracker wouldn't have stuck inside of him. The ghoul gives Lucy a choice. Go with him and meet her makers, as everything about her world was decided over 200 years ago, or stay with Maximus and get killed by the Brotherhood, which I guess makes sense as they apparently wiped out the town of Philly for no good reason earlier. Lucy takes Max's gun and aims it, and the show does a really lame fake out as if she's going to shoot the ghoul, but she puts her zombie mother out of her misery. After they leave, Maximus wakes up, and an injured Moldaver stumbles in and activates the cold fusion. Why did she not do this earlier when the Brotherhood arrived? More importantly, this was the whole point of everything she, the Brotherhood, and Wilzig did this season, so it is now a vital question to ask what activating it here means. This is effectively her last act before she dies. So does activating the cold fusion prevent the Brotherhood from taking it? Or can they just turn it off and take it for themselves? Because if they can just take it, then this is a Pyrrhic victory for Moldaver. Or is it locked in and can't be undone? If so, how? And it raises the issue that it makes no sense for her to not press the button earlier when the attack began, and more importantly, why here of all places? The city, as far as it's been presented, is dead and abandoned, so who are you providing infinite energy for? More absurd is the fact that we see streets and buildings lighting up in the distance, which has a whole plethora of implications on its own. For this to work as presented, we would have to assume one of three things. Either A, the nukes dropping and over 200 years of decay hasn't damaged the power grid in any way. B, that Moldaver had gotten the resources to prepare a dead city to receive power again, meaning replacing light bulbs, repairing power stations and substations and transformers, and everything else involved in providing power to an entire city. Or C, this is literal magic that just generates power for everything that can be powered. Even in its closing moments, the show can't help but get more and more stupid, as though it's a fucking contest. The moldy lady stumbles over to Rose and sits down and holds her hand, saying, "We did it, Rose," while completely ignoring the head of the man who gave up his life to bring this technology to you. She does this as she watches the city light up for the first time in over 200 years. This show absolutely wants you to see this as a heroic death for a character that has been shown to be an absolute monster. Moldaver asks Maximus what his brotherhood would do with infinite power, and says maybe he could stop them, maybe he can't, maybe all he can do is try. Why are you saying it to him as if you know he's a main character? From your perspective, he should appear to be no different than any other member of the Brotherhood. I suppose this does also answer the question that the Brotherhood can in fact claim the cold fusion for themselves, so I guess it's supposed to be tragic that the evil, psychotic, murdering Kami got to see her dream realized, only to die knowing that it'll be taken away in mere moments by her enemies. I wish I could call what happens next the dumbest moment in the entire show, but as you could tell from the rest of the episode that this is far outclassed by everything that came before it. The Brotherhood rushes in, with Dane going up to Maximus, seeing the NCR leader dead, and proclaiming that Maximus shall be knight for this victory. Fucking what? You have no authority to promote anyone, let alone this malignant piece of shit. Worse yet, you are being punished for trying to get out of duty. You should probably have the least authority out of anyone in the entire Brotherhood. Shut the fuck up, you utter clown. All the Brotherhood in the room go along with this too. The show ends with the Ghoul, Lucy, and Dogmeat walking off into the night to track Hank, before we get a shot of his perspective as he walks over a desert ridge to look upon some city. What an absolute cataclysmic disaster this entire fucking show is from start to finish. It's genuinely mind-boggling that anyone thought this show was anything but a rancid piece of shit. You know, besides fans of Bethesda Fallout, who will seemingly accept anything without question or critical thought. At every turn, this show is absolutely drowning in stupidity abound. The characters are inconsistent and abysmally stupid. The power scaling of equipment changes on a whim, based on what the writers want, with one of the worst examples being power armor throughout the show. Amazon's Fallout has some of the worst, most lazy, inconsistent, and nonsensical writing I've ever seen, where things just happen because the writers want it to, most times with little to no proper setup, or even basic reasoning for things to be happening. Much like The Last Jedi, this show should be used as a case study as what not to do when writing a story, where every rule, guideline, or suggestion is broken and has the most token adherence to. This isn't a show trying to tell any kind of interesting story. This is a product meant to show you as much recognizable iconography as possible and push an absurd message about how capitalists want to kill everyone so they can make money. I'm not sure there's a single scene that comes out of this mess unscathed. I'm not going to say that writing is easy, but there are really easy ways they could have improved many moments of the show, such as Max getting his power armor. I went over this earlier, but if you want Max to get the power armor in a way that's going to be much more satisfying to anyone paying attention, then there are other ways to do it. For example, the fight in Philly could have been Titus against the Ghoul. Rewrite it to have the Ghoul attempting to keep his distance, taking pot shots, looking for any weak points he might be familiar with. No, not that one. And maybe have him lure Titus into a trap, where he loses balance or gets stuck somehow. No, not like that, but in a way that makes sense and allows the Ghoul to fatally injure him, only to realize that Lucy is left with Wilzig, and rather than finishing the job, he goes after them, and Titus tells Maximus to finish the mission with his dying words. Is it perfect? No, not at all, but it is a significant improvement over Titus telling Maximus that he's going to be executed in this ridiculous fight we actually got. I'm not sure the writers could have done a worse job if they tried. I've gone over why the capitalism bad message in this show is stupid. It's one of those things that gets worse the more you look at it. For example, Vault-Tec buying Moldaver's cold fusion because they didn't want it to be used, because America is in a resource war where cold fusion would provide infinite energy and effectively end the war that Vault-Tec is profiting off of, as if they wouldn't profit massively, potentially even more, off of infinite energy. The idea that you couldn't make money off of an infinite energy generator is downright absurd, stupid, and nonsensical on its face. First of all, regardless of how much or how little upkeep it has, it is still a service to be sold. The only difference being that you can't jack up the prices due to resource limits due to not needing any resources. But more than that, you would still need to upkeep all the infrastructure necessary to deliver power to homes and businesses of each and every person in the country, or alternatively, on the planet, depending how far their reach is. If anything, Vault-Tec could use this to undercut the competition, to drive them out of business, taking over the entire domestic energy sector, and actually provide electricity to the entire country. The writers really want us to believe that Vault-Tec wouldn't be able to make money off of infinite energy in a fucking resource war. In fact, as far as winning the game of capitalism goes, would this not be the single best way to do it? People are always going to need energy, and you've got an infinite supply of energy. You don't need to mine for any additional resources. You don't need to rely on the sun or the wind or on water or anything of the sort. You have an infinite source of something that will always be in demand. Would that not be the true end goal of any hyper-capitalist bent on making as much money as humanly possible? Further, Bud had this plan for his 3 vaults, but he had no internal security where he could see who was coming to his vault, and he couldn't see what was happening at all in 32 and 33, to the point that he had no idea that 32 had been wiped out entirely for 2 entire years, and even that the residents had tried breaking into his vault? This is stupid and utterly nonsensical, but it needed to be this way for Moldaver and her raiders to pretend to be vault dwellers to get into 33, which they wouldn't have been able to do if 32 hadn't entirely wiped itself out for no good reason, and if 32 hadn't wiped itself out, then Moldaver would have had to attack 2 vaults instead of just 1. This is what I mean when I say this show is stupid and gets worse the more you think about it. The issues just compound more and more, and the show gets worse and worse. Hell, there's probably issues I've missed that other people may notice through watching the show, or even this video. It is shocking just how densely packed the show is, in terms of plot holes, contrivances, inconsistencies, outright bad writing, utter nonsense, unfunny out-of-place jokes, tonal whiplash, and characters being inconsistent. Then you have characters knowing things they shouldn't. How does Wilsig know Lucy's name?
Miss McCain.
How do you know my name?
The show goes out of its way to make an issue out of this, but then drops it. It was meant as a mystery box, but then they never answer the mystery. How does Moldaver know that the man she never met was the one who nuked Shady Sands? Because the script said she needed to for this big shocking reveal. You also apparently have characters just forgetting major events in their lives.
That the next generation, Lucy and Monty's children, will be able to recolonize.
You mean the radiation levels from when you nuked the planet, or the radiation levels from when you nuked Shady Sands 20 years ago? Remember, Vault-Tec's whole plan is everyone but themselves being dead, and 20 years ago Hank discovered that not only were people still alive on the surface, but they had rebuilt a whole society. Shouldn't this set Vault-Tec's plan back at least a couple hundred years, if not indefinitely? The show proves their plan is impossible, but apparently Hank forgot this in episode 1. He didn't need to say this either. He could have said that Lucy's great-grandchildren could be the first ones to return to the surface and recolonize, but he went with the next generation. As in, within her lifetime.
Yes, it's
her
electricity
children.
production.
How would they explain that the radiation levels haven't gone down enough when they would inevitably be denied returning to the surface? For that matter, would Bud's race of supermanagers be finished by that point? It really doesn't seem like these people are being prepared in any way to be supermanagers. You have defensive turrets incapable of shooting a man and a dog shuffling along at what can't even be described as a jog. You have vaults showing they have security, but never use them when it would make sense in the story for them to be there, such as guarding the elevator in Vault 4, or helping defend Vault 33 in Episode 1. You have the Brotherhood just standing and staring as a ghoul loads a weapon and kills one of their power-armored soldiers. And I still haven't even fucking gotten to the issues that exist within this show? due to this show being a part of a larger franchise. Everything up until this point has purely been the show against itself, with the only references to the games being extremely minor, and not even criticizing the show for being inconsistent with previously established lore. Which, by the way, let's get to that, shall we? Now this has been a long time coming, and it was genuinely difficult to not bring up the lore until this point. But now I could finally talk about how this ridiculous show does immense damage to the existing franchise, including Bethesda's own games. As mentioned at the start of this video, this section will be accounting for all the problems that exist when you take the rest of the franchise into consideration, though I won't be going beat by beat this time, like I did when going through the show for the first time. Starting off in episode 1, the show fucks up from the very first frame for the fact that it's daytime when the bombs drop on the west coast. It's established not only in Fallout canon, but Bethesda Fallout canon, that it was morning on the east coast when the bombs dropped, approximately 9:47 AM. Due to time zones existing, it would have been 6:47 AM on the west coast at the same time it would have been 9:47 AM on the east coast, a difference of 3 hours. This was also in late October, so daylight hours would be shorter than in the summer, so it would likely still be dark out, or the sun should be just rising. Ultimately, this alone by far isn't the biggest problem. However, it is a sign of things to come, and it is evidence of the writers doing what they want and not adhering to the lore. Next, the setup of these vaults is confusing and unclear early on. Yes, this isn't so much of a lore problem, but as someone familiar with the games and there being a lack of clear explanation early on, this led to some confusion as to what the situation was here. There isn't an example in the mainline games of multiple vaults built all together like this. It does provide cover for the frozen vault tech management being inserted into Vaults 32 and 33, but I feel like this could have been done better. On the subject of the frozen managers, I was under the impression that cryogenically freezing people long-term hadn't been fully tested yet. Was that not the whole point of Vault 111 in Fallout 4? This is an issue of Bethesda contradicting their own lore. Yes, that's not uncommon, but it's worth pointing out every time it happens to showcase the utter incompetence that goes into each entry they make into this franchise. If long-term cryogenically freezing people is untested, then wouldn't this put your entire plan for rebuilding the world at risk? If long-term cryo-freezing was safe, then why would we need Vault 111 to exist? Doesn't it render the test moot if you already know the results? It would be like feeding someone cyanide to discover the effects it has on people when we already know what it does. Further, Vault 4 seems to have cryopods as well, so I guess just anyone that needs them has them. On the Maximus and the Brotherhood, the show treats them as a radical religious order now, and it's really fucking weird. They have clerics and branding, and these fucking chanting weirdos, and just none of this is what the Brotherhood is. A common argument in defense of the Brotherhood in Bethesda games is that time has passed, and each entry takes place in a different location, so it's okay that they've changed. But at this point, we've seen at least 3 radically different versions of the Brotherhood under Bethesda alone, and 2 of them are a far cry from what the Brotherhood were originally, with the third being relatively close but still off. Most of their questline, story, and characters are shit in Fallout 4, but it's the closest Bethesda has gotten to the original Brotherhood. In fact, this Brotherhood would be far more believable than either the Brotherhood of the show or Fallout 3, but the existence of these other 2 make Fallout 4's version of the Brotherhood an anomaly. To make this point a little bit more clear, the clerics of the Brotherhood are an entirely new thing, and they talk about clerics in other Brotherhood chapters, which implies that the entire faction has radically changed, as opposed to this one chapter, because it wouldn't make sense for them to refer to a scribe as a cleric, if cleric is a rank unique to this chapter. Also, one of the biggest issues with the show's Brotherhood in particular is this line.
We once ruled the wasteland.
When, motherfucker?
30%
This is
off
the
on
ultimate proof that the
gift
writers of this show and
subs.
whoever at Bethesda approved it don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Really
Further,
care.
I'm going to call out any and every Fallout YouTuber who hears this line and has no problem with it as a shill. This is one of those statements that is so blatantly fucking incorrect that every fan of Fallout should take issue with it on its face. The Brotherhood never ruled the Wasteland. They were always a small faction, especially before Bethesda fucked them up by making them the only faction that matters in the entire franchise. In the original Fallout, they were a group of isolationists living in a bunker. These were descendants of military deserters that abandoned Mariposa, and they weren't super open to recruiting people. In fact, they send you on a suicide mission and laugh about it just to make you go away and stop bugging them. It's only because you complete this mission that they allow you in. In Fallout 2, their power was waning, with only a couple of outposts throughout the game. This is clearly supposed to be them after their peak and in their decline. Further evidence of this is one of the loading screens showing a power armor helmet having been damaged and being worn by a tribal. This doesn't necessarily mean it's the end for them, but part of the point is that they are not doing well presently. But they were still technophiles, with their primary goal being keeping technology out of the hands of people who might misuse it. They did recognize the mutants in Fallout 1 and the Enclave in Fallout 2 as a threat, but they weren't the police of the Wasteland. They weren't heroes bent on protecting people and bringing order to the world. By the time of Fallout 3, they became good guy saviors of the Wasteland, recruiting stupid and irresponsible rando wastelanders and sending their men out all willy-nilly to die. As mentioned, this is often defended on the basis that it's a very different chapter years down the line. This chapter had traveled across the entire country to get to Washington, D.C., and when Elder Lions decided to shift to a more humanitarian version of the Brotherhood, the chapter fractured. Those remaining true to the Brotherhood ideals became the Brotherhood outcasts, and those who changed their ideals remained as the regular Brotherhood. I do feel much of the problem here comes down to which group got which name. There's no reason that those who stayed true to the Brotherhood ideals should become the outcasts, especially when Lions Brotherhood are the ones that got cut off from support from the West Coast as a result of his choices. In every aspect but name, Lions Brotherhood are the outcasts. The problem is, anyone new to the franchise will likely get the wrong impression of what the Brotherhood are, and to anyone familiar with the original games, it feels as though it's a concerted effort to rebrand the Brotherhood into underdog heroes when they never were. Then we get the Fallout 4 Brotherhood, which comes across as little more than a diet enclave. The Enclave, for reference, were remnants of the US government and loyalist military that survived after the war and wanted to wipe out everyone and everything that didn't have pure DNA. They considered them all mutants that needed to be destroyed, even regular humans. In Fallout 4, the two versions of the Brotherhood from Fallout 3 reunited and got back to wanting to acquire technology, like in the originals, but now they want to exterminate all the ghouls and mutants too. Granted, they don't count normal humans among them, unlike the Enclave, but even when told of a scientist that would be useful to them and created a cure for being a super mutant, they ask you to kill him instead of trying to recruit him or acquiring his research and cure. Additionally, for a group who wants to keep advanced technology out of the hands of ignorant people who would misuse it, because in their view, this is what led to the use of nuclear weapons in global nuclear war. The Brotherhood has no problem using nukes and mini-nukes without hesitation, and for a group that wants to acquire advanced technology, they decide to nuke the most technologically advanced place known to exist within this world.
2 more pieces.
As to Fallout 76, I'm not super familiar with their version of the Brotherhood, because honestly, fuck that game. But the problem here is that this game is a prequel, and Bethesda made a bullshit excuse to justify shoving them into this game too, just 25 years after the bombs dropped.
Fallout 76 created a class
The
war.
original leaders of the Brotherhood should still be in charge. There's no way in hell they would establish a chapter on the other side of the country populated by randos. But apparently, they just had a satellite to communicate with someone who was friends with the original leader of the Brotherhood. That's right, they just made up an OC and said they were best friends with a legacy character. All this being said, there is one example of the Brotherhood creating a massive wasteland-spanning empire. In Fallout Tactics, a branch of the Brotherhood crashes their airships near Chicago, and eventually expands all the way to Denver, conquering or integrating everyone in their path. This, the Midwestern Brotherhood, is by far the largest such entity which has ever existed in any Fallout-related media. Problem though, Fallout Tactics has long been only semi-canonical, with very little being confirmed either by the original developers or Bethesda. In fact, Todd Howard himself said that they consider both Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel to not be canon. In Fallout 3, the Chicago branch is referenced offhandedly as a tiny outpost, so Bethesda has already retconned the only rulers of the wasteland the Brotherhood could ever have actually been. But hey, they might just go full circle and retcon the retcon anyways. Now the Fallout show, as mentioned, they're a full-on extremist religious order, but most of all, through all these examples, the Brotherhood vastly changes from iteration to iteration, and they've never once ruled the wasteland. They've always been a small faction with little to no territory. The only exception, maybe, is Fallout 4, but we don't know just how much of the capital wasteland is under their control, and even if it was, this is not something we've ever seen in-game. The very notion that the Brotherhood ruled the wasteland is fucking absurd on its face to anyone familiar with the games. The worst part is, every time I have to talk about the Brotherhood in a video about Fallout, I constantly have to reiterate all these different versions of the Brotherhood and how contradictory they all are. At this point, it feels as though they have no real identity, because it keeps changing from iteration to iteration. I said it before and I'll say it again. What is the Brotherhood going to be next? I said this last year in my Fallout 4 analysis videos, and back when I made those, I couldn't have guessed they would have been a full-on religious cult in the Fallout show. They're just a blank check for an iconic faction, where what they are and how they function can be whatever the writers want on a whim. To that point, the rank system of the Brotherhood has completely changed. Before, squires used to be children, even in Fallout 4. The adults who were working up to a higher rank were initiates. Then there were two branches of the Brotherhood, the scribes, which were their researchers, and the military branch, which consisted of knights and paladins, with paladin being the highest rank one could normally achieve. After that was elder, which is the leader of the chapter. In the show we still have knights, but there's no mention of paladins. Their leader is given the rank of elder cleric, which seems unnecessary when we already have elder as a rank. But people assigned to a knight are now squires, and those training to be squires are now called aspirants. Also, scribes are not mentioned, but now we have clerics, which is apparently a replacement of scribes. Further, there's no mention of Arthur Maxson, the leader of the Brotherhood at the time of Fallout 4. All of this seems to have come from the showrunners, who have said in interviews that they see the Brotherhood as being Knights Templar. Apparently they heard the words Knight and Paladin, and decided on the spot that the Brotherhood must be a religious military order. Also, on a much smaller note, this flag is completely fucked. This Brotherhood flag resembles the flag of the USA, but that's not an association the Brotherhood would ever want. Remember, this is a faction that was founded by soldiers who seceded from the USA due to the testing of the FEV. They hated what the USA had become in the Fallout universe. They would never use a flag that resembles the old world flag of the USA. Now, it has been pointed out that this flag actually existed in Fallout 3. For some reason this gets defended as the show being accurate to the games, but remember that Fallout 3 is the game Bethesda made that has many inconsistencies with the original games. This design existing in the show isn't excused, because this design is still a problem for Fallout 3, and would be a problem regardless of who made it or where it appeared. It being in Fallout 3 does not grant it legitimacy. Worse yet, the actual American flag, or at least the Fallout World's version of it, is shown to fly next to the Brotherhood flag. Can you guys at least fucking try? On another note, the Pridwin from Fallout 4 makes an appearance. Apparently this is supposed to be a different but identical airship, but it literally has the name Pridwin printed on the side. This is more likely to be a simple oversight than anything else though, but I will take this chance to declare the Institute and Railroad endings of Fallout 4 non-canon, because honestly, fuck the Institute and the Railroad. Back to the vault briefly, it's kinda staggering both how big and how small it is, and it's really weirdly paradoxical and I hate it. On one hand, we only ever see a couple dozen people, and it makes sense how there would be a couple characters that get any kind of focus or speaking lines. But this vault feels absolutely tiny for a place that was supposed to house 1,000 people when the bombs dropped. Now obviously population could change over time, but it feels like a drastic drop off to go from 1,000 people down to about 50 if we're being generous. We're talking a loss of about 95% of the population over the course of 220 years. That is catastrophic. Worse, that's apocalyptic levels of population decline. But even ignoring the population, these vaults feel physically small. Now they are supposed to be somewhat cramped, this isn't a luxury resort after all, but it just feels tiny, like it wouldn't even hold the full initial population of 1,000 people. Yet despite that, when we see the vault door for the first time, they look down off the catwalk they're on, and the whole facility appears to be several stories deep. This is now likely the single biggest location we've seen in the entire franchise. It's also worth noting that this vault is built under a beach and should be flooded, or at the very least suffering from long-term corrosion and exposure to the salt water. Now I realize the population and the small feeling of the vault may be similar to the games, but that's just the problem. In these Bethesda games, things tend to be scaled down to facilitate being able to make these worlds. Achieving realism in the games would require far more work than they take as it is. None of the vaults portrayed in any of the mainline games are large enough to house 1,000 people. Similarly, most of the cities you see in the Elder Scrolls games would realistically be larger. A common example being Solitude, the capital of Skyrim, having only 7 buildings aside from the castle and palace. While the size of Solitude is inexcusable even in Skyrim, a town like Balmora in Morrowind, while still quite large, would likely be much larger for building the world to scale. But as mentioned, to make these games, some sacrifices must be made, and the true scale of the world is one of them. This was a chance to show a more realistic and accurate look at the world, only to build it to scale to the games. Because the scale is so small, it not only makes the world feel smaller, but I just don't buy that this group of vault dwellers are supposed to be the future of mankind. There appears to be more Vault Tech middle managers on ice than there are people alive in Vault 33. I do not believe for a second that this is a sustainable population. On the topic of vaults, however, one of the biggest issues is with Vault 4 and the trifecta vaults existing within Los Angeles. All the way back in the original Fallout, the Master was based out of the Cathedral in Los Angeles, and his whole entire plan was based around finding vaults and cracking them open. He had discovered that the FEV didn't work properly on people who were affected by even extremely minor mutation or exposure to radiation. To build his master race, he needed pure humans, and the only place to get them was from vaults. The fact that there are now 2, technically 4 vaults within the Los Angeles area is completely inexcusable. These are out in the open and obvious to anyone looking for vaults. It is impossible to miss them. There's not a single reason in the world that the Master wouldn't crack these vaults open and turn their residents into super mutants. The fact that they exist is a massive lore break, and it shows how little the showrunners and Bethesda give a fuck about the consistency of the lore. The things they had done before in Fallout 3, 4, and 76 were already inexcusable, but this has to be some of the strongest evidence possible that they do not care. They just do whatever they want, with no consideration for what was there before. According to the Amazon Fallout show, there is no indication that the events of Fallout 1 even happened, and in fact, imply that Fallout 1 itself is not canon due to the new location of Shady Sands, and the fact that the Master had failed to raid 2 vaults that are out in the open in his territory. In fact, there's no indication in the show that the Master or his super mutants ever existed at all. Further, there's no mention of any location aside from Shady Sands from the original games. There's no mention of Junktown, or the Hub, or New Reno, or Vault City, or Arroyo. There isn't even any mention of the Boneyard, despite most of the show taking place there, and Shady Sands having been moved there. That's before we even get to the major problems regarding Shady Sands and New Vegas.
It's entirely possible.
Speaking of which, let's dive into those problems. As if these vaults existing in the city wasn't a problem, Shady Sands is now where the Boneyard should be. In the games, Shady Sands was in eastern California, far to the north of the Boneyard. Why is this a problem? Well, there's numerous reasons. First of all, Shady Sands is populated by vault dwellers from Vault 15. This is another population of pure, or mostly pure humans, that the Master would absolutely not ignore. They'd have been destroyed before they ever had the chance to form the NCR. Secondly, they would have developed differently if they were based out of the city. Shady Sands is a town built from scratch. Meanwhile, the Boneyard, which is in LA, suffers from a Deathclaw infestation, as well as a corrupt Regulators faction, who are thugs who essentially control the small town of Aditum within the Boneyard. But more importantly than anything else, this wasn't something that needed to be changed. This is something I've thought about a lot, but there was simply no good reason to destroy Shady Sands as it was done here in the show. The reason Shady Sands is now in the middle of Los Angeles is clearly because the writers wanted our heroes to find the destroyed remains of the city, and it simply wouldn't make sense with the current setup of the story to have them run all the way out there just to see it destroyed, then go back to LA. This was a change made out of convenience, but this was for an event that wasn't even necessary in the first place. As mentioned, the city being destroyed was significant to the story, due to Lucy's mother being there at the time of its destruction. But did this really have to be Shady Sands? No, not at all. It could have been any city, really. This could have been the Boneyard or Aditum. This could have been an entirely new town, somewhere outside of LA. It feels like Shady Sands was partially chosen for shock value, and partially chosen to erase all progress made on the West Coast. It's important to remember, the Fallout was largely about society rebuilding. Through Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas, we see the rebuilding of civilization progress to the point full-on nations are forming and going to war with one another. Meanwhile, in Fallout 3 and 4, you've got a perpetual nuclear wasteland theme park where nothing ever progresses past people living in ruins or in buildings made of scrap. Destroying Shady Sands and apparently the NCR resets the West Coast back to zero. It's no different than the Capital Wasteland or the Boston Commonwealth now, and Bethesda gets to have their perpetual apocalypse wasteland with no progress whatsoever for the entire country now. Fallout, a series about people rebuilding in a post-apocalypse, is now just a shooting gallery appealing to the lowest common denominator with no higher goals or aspirations, and the last part of this franchise worth a damn just got vaporized.
We need
everything that had been built up in the original two Fallout games has effectively been erased, all for the sake of the dumbass plot of this show, and for the sake of the writers being absurdly stupid. They've said outright that they did it to keep a Wild West wasteland feel. Did they not realize they could have set the show in a place where society wasn't rebuilding? And this is quite possibly the single most stupid reason to have destroyed the NCR. Yes, I said the NCR. Hey, question for the people defending the show. Where the fuck is the NCR if they haven't been destroyed? We're in the heart of their territory, and they have no presence. Yes, their capital, or former capital as the show copes about it, has been destroyed. But that doesn't mean you abandon the territory surrounding it. We only see survivors in Vault 4, and Moldaver's remnants at the Griffith Observatory. Hell, they have so little presence that some new faction called the Government has formed. Who the fuck are these people? If they're supposed to be the NCR, why not just say
only
NCR?
Allowed to send
but I don't think they're the NCR because 1, they give no impression of being the NCR, or any kind of serious organized faction, and 2, I sincerely doubt the NCR would have a fucking organ harvesting operation going. As of New Vegas, they're a corrupt echo of the old world government. You can't overtax someone if you've stolen their organs and any other body parts you choose.
31%
but most of all, the show itself effectively tells us that the NCR is gone.
Every water
Remember when
guy I
Lucy got
have.
upset that her vault didn't get to be the first to rebuild society?
You never heard of the New California Republic? Well, if it makes you feel any better, it didn't work out.
She gets upset about Shady Sands existing, but Maximus says it didn't work out. Does he mean Shady Sands or the NCR as a whole? It really seems like it would be the NCR as a whole, because if she's upset about society being rebuilt without her vault, then one city being vaporized wouldn't make a difference. That line, if it makes you feel any better, it didn't work out, only makes sense if he's talking about the NCR as a whole. It also just outright comes across as though he's referring to the NCR as a whole in its presentation. Moreover, Griffith Observatory has a sign calling it the NCR headquarters, meaning this is their center of operation. This is a poorly maintained center of operation for a faction that is supposedly still active in the world. In fact, there's little actual confirmation that Moldaver and her followers actually are NCR. Yes, the building has a flag in it and the sign I mentioned, but they never claim outright to be the NCR. The best we get is someone flying the flag during the battle, but this could still just be a cult of weirdos. They're either using a convenient name or simply LARPing as the NCR. The worst part about this is all of the lost potential. Regardless of what a deranged weirdo clown might say, the destruction of Shady Sands wasn't inevitable. The destruction of Shady Sands and the NCR could have also been handled in a way that was interesting, but we didn't get that. Instead we got a Supreme Leader Snoke. They cut it off and did nothing with it. They just erased it between entries, and rather than using it for some kind of interesting storytelling, it essentially just comes to a halt. Now just to make it clear, you could have done something interesting with the downfall of the NCR or the destruction of Shady Sands. These are not untouchable entities, but it's generally a bad idea to kill off a beloved character or destroy something significant in a franchise without good reason. This is something that takes talent and skill to do properly, and the writers clearly lack that talent and skill. To continue using Snoke as an example, while he wasn't a long-time established character, and while The Force Awakens was utter garbage, people were interested in who he was, what his goals were, and where he came from. The possibilities were limitless. Then Rian Johnson mocked fans for caring, killed off Snoke and any potential he had as a character, as well as any potentially interesting backstory, and you're just left at a dead end of storytelling. The same goes for Shady Sands here. You have a beloved and iconic faction that started off in Fallout 1 and progressed through Fallout 2 in New Vegas. They were a society rebuilding in the ashes of the old world, and they were by far not perfect. They had their own problems, and this too had effectively limitless potential. Would the NCR get worn down over government corruption or through war campaigns? Would they cleanse themselves of corruption and work towards a better system? Would they suffer a death from 1,000 cuts, or slow entropy as they failed to secure their territory or failed to expand? Would they become even more powerful as a growing nation, and become the de facto government of the wasteland? Well, now we know the answer, and it's none of those possibilities, and it's none of the possibilities anyone thought of after playing New Vegas. No, the answer is that the NCR got destroyed by some asshole whose wife left him to go smash clans with a 200-year-old woman because he's a stupid petty loser, and because Vault-Tech's amazing plan is let's kill everyone to win the game of capitalism. This is arguably the most stupid and unsatisfying way you could have destroyed the NCR. Their fall, their destruction, is due to no fault of their own, but because a clownish group of moronic rejects just exist now, and have the power to destroy beloved legacy factions on a fucking whim. All the potential the NCR had has just been washed away forever, and if they even exist as a faction now, it will likely be through ragtag groups like the one Moldaver is running. Remember, her whole plan was infinite energy, and she uses it to light up a dead city, as opposed to anything that will actually be useful to any potential NCR settlements or territory that might still exist. And she appears to be entirely unsupported by any potential NCR government that still exists. She is on her own here, with her ragtag crew of randos. Worse yet, she's dead now, and so is everyone that was with her. It's also unclear why the blood cult supported her, especially considering the fact that it doesn't seem like she's told anyone that Hank nuked Shady Sands. To take a counterexample, Tony Stark's death was set up and teased throughout the MCU. He nearly dies trying to stop Obadiah. In Avengers, he's called out for being selfish, only to fly the nuke through the portal knowing he might not come back. In Endgame, he uses the Infinity Stones to undo the snap. Yes, Endgame is terrible and there are many problems surrounding this moment, but this moment in isolation is still pretty good. People still reference it as being one of the better moments of the movie, and even the MCU as a whole, despite the immense flaws of Endgame. Likewise, New Vegas does show the NCR being a bloated and corrupt government, with little different from the pre-war USA. This is a story that could continue into a downfall of the NCR as a faction, and if done well, it could have been an interesting and satisfying story to see play out. But again, we don't get that. It's just gone now, with nothing to replace it, aside from the same Wild West lawless wasteland, with small, vague, barely defined communities of people just existing, like we've seen in both of Bethesda's games. Everything the West Coast was, everything it built up, all the potential it had, has been erased for no good reason. One of the saving graces of the Bethesda games is that they were separated from the West Coast. They couldn't damage it too much from the other side of the country. It was a divide between serious storytelling in the post-apocalypse and a wacky, goofy wasteland simulator, and in one fell swoop, that divide has been demolished, and now the West Coast is just as shit and just as stupid and nonsensical as Bethesda's East Coast. I know I'm repeating myself, but I really can't stress this enough. Thanks to this decision, as well as other choices made with the writing of this show, the events of the original games have effectively been erased. As mentioned, according to the show, it appears as though the Master doesn't exist. The NCR and everything it built is gone.
Had to finagle it a bit, but we got
The
it.
Brotherhood is an inconsistent mess. I'm not sure they could have done a more efficient job in completely fucking up every major aspect of the West Coast if they fucking tried. Can't wait for the next season to ruin even more factions and characters in the world. I haven't even gotten to this stupid fucking timeline yet either. When Lucy is in Vault 4, she wanders into a classroom and sees this timeline of events on a chalkboard, with the fall of Shady Sands being listed as 2277, with an arrow to a nuke next to it. Now the very obvious read on this is that it fell due to the nuke. The major cope that was going around at the time of the show's release was that if you think that's what it meant, then you clearly don't know how a timeline works. The other argument essentially amounted to fall doesn't mean fall. Now I covered this in my retcon video, but it's worth going over again here, for the sake of completeness. Looking up examples of timelines online, there's not a single one I could find that randomly added an arrow between events. Either there's an arrow between each event, or there is no arrow at all, or there was an arrow at the very end pointing off into the implied future. Further, every event on this timeline has a date, whereas the nuke itself doesn't. Defenders of the show can cope and sneed about this all they want, but that doesn't change the fact that they're wrong. To any reasonable person who isn't invested in defending this show, Bethesda, Fallout, or Microsoft, from any and all criticism, the obvious read on this timeline is that Shady Sands was destroyed in 2277. Again, cope and sneed all you want about being able to read timelines, but if the nuke really was later on, then where the fuck is the date for this event? There is zero reason to not include the date for what is arguably the most important event on this timeline. Fact is, they fucked up, and it's an immense fuck up that's supported further by the rest of the show. First of all, Lucy says her mother starved in the famine of 77.
In the Great Plague of 77, everyone had to quarantine.
No,
They couldn't
I am
put the farms together.
7 steel
People
short.
starved. My mother included.
There's even a cope about this, that starving doesn't mean dying, despite the point very clearly being made by Lucy in this scene, is that her mother died. If she suffered from starvation for a time, but ultimately survived, then it doesn't mean as much when trying to convince the ghoul that cannibalism is wrong. Once again, any rational and reasonable person understands what Lucy is saying here, is that her mother died in 2277. Now this is the lie that Hank told her to explain why her mother was gone, meaning that Lucy's mother left the vault for Shady Sands in 2277. Now, considering the fall of Shady Sands has the date of 2277, it's fucking weird
Let's
that it looks like a goddamn paradise in 2277.
Not the level 61,
before it's
but
destroyed.
the other two.
The implication sure as fuck is that Hank assumed she died in 2277 because he nuked the goddamn city. This is the only scenario that makes sense. If he randomly waited 4 or 5 years to nuke Shady Sands, that is an absurd amount of time where Lucy's mother could have returned to the vault, either alone or with a group of people, to get her children back. Are we really supposed to believe that these are two separate events 4 or 5 years apart? I mean, that's what the showrunners in Bethesda want now, but come the fuck on. It's clear that the original intent was that the town was nuked in 2277. Additionally, the end credits sequence for episode 5 starts on this frame and pulls back to show this being a school in the town of Shady Sands. The stamps on this library book show the last year being in 76. This further supports the idea that the town was nuked in 2277. Yes, it's just an end credits sequence, but as I said in the retcon video, if this wasn't supposed to be significant or important at all, then why put it there? Why put incorrect information in the end credits sequence regardless? Even if it is just an end credits sequence with no real significance or implication upon the show, it would still raise the question of why include incorrect information here. Especially when passionate nerds will pick apart every frame of a trailer, let alone a full-on show, to get every piece of information they might be interested in. Further is the whole argument of fall not meaning fall. To say the fall of something is to talk about its end. Falls often happen after a decline, such as the fall of Rome, or after a siege, such as the fall of Constantinople. But the fact remains that the fall is the end point, full stop. Moreover, there's no decline whatsoever portrayed within the show. This is something we're told happened this one time, through the chalkboard, despite showing the complete opposite later on in Lucy's flashbacks. There is simply no basis whatsoever to even imply that fall somehow means decline here, especially considering the fact that the fall of Shady Sands and its destruction are supposed to be two completely different and unconnected events according to Todd Howard. More importantly, arguing that the fall of Shady Sands and its destruction are two different events is utter nonsense, because if Shady Sands suffered some unfortunate decline, despite the show depicting the opposite, then this decline would be overshadowed by its destruction. This timeline shows the most important events regarding Shady Sands: its founding, its evolution into the NCR, Shady Sands becoming the capital of the NCR, and it becomes the largest economic and political power in California. These are all obviously very significant events, but when you have the supposed decline, and an entirely unrelated destruction of the town within short order of one another, you'd think the much less important event would be overshadowed and overlooked by its outright destruction. Finally, there's the in-universe cope of Shady Sands being the former capital of the NCR. I feel like this was a late change as well, to lessen the blow against the NCR, despite the fact they're effectively shown to be non-existent within this show. Now Todd claims that Shady Sands was destroyed shortly after the events of New Vegas, but within New Vegas itself, we're told that Shady Sands is still the capital in numerous ways. First of all, NPCs refer to the things the government back in Shady Sands is doing.
Something the politicians back in Shady Sands came up with. They pay us to move here and farm the land. They even protect the fields.
The bottom line for NCR is productivity and growth. Politicians back in Shady Sands are completely detached from the people actually living here.
The counter-argument I've seen to this is that every city would have a government, so it's the local government of Shady Sands calling the shots in the Mojave, as opposed to the federal government of the NCR. This would be like if the mayor of Chicago ordered a military takeover of, I don't know, Somalia or something? This is just an absurd and ridiculous argument made in an attempt to defend the show from criticism, and to recontextualize what was said in New Vegas. Further, as a part of the GI Blues quest, you can take a quiz to get access to an NCR soup kitchen, and one of the questions is asking what the original name of the NCR capital is. To which the correct answer, of course, is Shady Sands.
You look like a person in need of a good meal.
Murder
You wouldn't happen to
eyes.
be an NCR citizen, would you?
Now, it's not that I don't believe you, but I'm gonna have to give you a little quiz to verify your citizenship status. That okay with you? Okay, second question. What was the original name of the NCR capital? Aradesh, Shady Sands, the Boneyard, or Vault 13? Good. You passed with flying colors. I told you it'd be fine.
So it is confirmed in the games that Shady Sands was still the capital of the NCR as of 2281. For this former capital thing to work, we would have to accept the absurd notion that the NCR randomly moved its capital from its founding city after the events of New Vegas, but before the town was nuked, which Todd has said was shortly after New Vegas, meaning this former capital rebranding happened only a couple months at most before the city was destroyed. There is simply no excuse. They wrote it so Shady Sands was destroyed in 2277, and they realized their massive fuck-up way too late, and tried to mitigate the problem, and only looked worse for it. Todd Howard explains that Shady Sands was destroyed just after the events of New Vegas, and that everything that happened in New Vegas still happened. Oh, it did it? So are you saying that Caesar won the Battle of Hoover Dam, and that the NCR won the Battle of Hoover Dam, and that House won the Battle of Hoover Dam, and that the Courier won the Battle of Hoover Dam with the help of Yes Man? Saying that everything in New Vegas is canon is utter nonsense, because it's a game with numerous choices and mutually exclusive endings. For fans of the NCR, this must sting especially bad, because that means everything they did in New Vegas was for nothing. The faction they supported got randomly nuked 37 seconds after the end of New Vegas. Sucks for fans of Mr. House too, because now he's lost his nation of customers, which he was going to use to restart industry and high technology development to eventually get mankind to settle on other planets. Even ignoring that, New Vegas appears to be in ruins. I have to stress this again because of just how damaging it is. All the potential these factions and their characters had have been cut off. So much so that this ending sequence in episode 8 implies that none of the endings are canon. At least not in any way that matters.
Sassy,
if you're
or
a fan
no,
of the House
but
ending,
actually,
for example,
yes.
What does it matter that he won Hoover Dam?
Mr. House's Securitron army took control of Hoover Dam and the Strip, pushing both the Legion and the exhausted NCR out of New Vegas. Mr. House continued to run New Vegas his way, a despotic vision of pre-war glory. The streets were orderly, efficient, cold. New Vegas continued to be the sole place in the wasteland where fortunes were won and lost in the blink of an eye. The Courier, fair and kind-hearted to those in the wasteland, ensured that Mr. House would keep New Vegas stable and secure for future generations. Mr. House afforded her every luxury at his disposal in the Lucky 38, both out of gratitude and a quiet pride in his choice of lieutenants.
Future generations, my ass. According to the Fallout show, Vegas didn't even last 15 years after House won. Hell, if we believe Todd Howard's timeline, then it was less than 5 years. Good job, everybody. It was all for nothing. This is a child smashing together expensive collectible figures with no concept of how valuable they are. Both Bethesda and the showrunners. One last small point to add. When Lucy looks at the NCR flag, it plays the music from the games. First of all, the show has not earned this moment. But secondly, that is fucking Fallout 4's theme. They couldn't even use a theme relevant to what they're actually showing. Let's not forget as well that the code to activate the Cold Fusion is the release date for the original Fallout. In an otherwise good show, a reference like this would be a neat touch, something that shows that passion and dedication were involved in every facet of its creation. But here, given the context, it feels like acknowledging the existence of the original creators while spitting in their faces, profiting off what they achieved while burning it down and pissing on the ashes. Having the password to the machine that directly contradicts the Fallout lore be the release date of the first game is frankly insulting. At this point, I think they're going to do one of three things with Season 2. Either they're going to do a Dragon Break type deal to say all of the endings are canon, despite not making any sense whatsoever, or they're going to say that none of them are canon, Or they're going to pick one, but it won't make any sense regardless. Speaking of New Vegas, though, let's get to the other elephant in the room. During Vault-Tech's insane cartoon villain meeting, they invite Frederick Sinclair and Mr. House to a meeting, as well as representatives from West-Tech and Repcon. First things first, Repcon is a subsidiary of Robco. Why would they need their own representative here? That's just a minor point, however. The real problem with the scene is the outright character assassination of both Sinclair and House. Starting with Sinclair, the show portrays him as a generic rich fat cat type character with no morals. When called a Vault-Tech's insane plan, he comes up with an idea for a vault experiment with which to torment innocent people. House also makes a jab at him about losing money running a casino. A very clunky reference to the fact that Sinclair goes on to build the Sierra Madre, which never opened. This is in fact more frustrating because Show Sinclair and Game Sinclair are two completely different people, despite supposedly being from the same continuity. He's also representing the Big MT for some reason, when the experiments of the Big MT fucked over the Sierra Madre, a casino and resort that was essentially a love letter from Sinclair to a singer and actress, Vera Keys. In fact, it's part of the story that Dean Domino, a singer turned ghoul, hated Sinclair because he just personally hated the guy, because he liked Vera, and nothing seemed to get him down.
Thing is, here's where being my partner pays off. See, I know how to get into the casino vault. There's a private elevator, Sinclair's elevator. It's up in the executive suites in Vera's room. Not a coincidence. Vera. She was my other partner before the bomb. Took some legwork. Some convincing made it happen. Sinclair was already puppy-eyed, so all I had to do was the introductions. She smiled, fluttered her eyes, showed a little leg. And he built this whole place for her. Made her the key to his vault, like a joke, because of her name. Her fake Hollywood name. Except Sinclair didn't know I'd been there first. I could twist her whatever direction I wanted. All she had to do was get inside the Sierra Madre for the gala, then use her voice to open the door. After that, smooth sailing. Would have been the biggest heist in history. Sinclair left holding the bag, ruined. The bomb. Vera got sealed in here. A few hundred years go by, give or take. Almost the end of the story. Then you came along. Now we finish the job. Rob the Sierra Madre, rip out its heart. Last chapter of Frederick Sinclair. Close the book. Problem? All high and mighty. Lording it over everyone. Acting so self-righteous, like nothing could touch him. He was the one with the problem. Never got mad at anything, nothing seemed to shake him. Even after his life kept getting dragged through the dirt. Always kept looking for the bright, shining future in everything. So, I decided to take everything from him. Do to me. What, weren't you listening? He thought he was better than me. Don't believe me? Look around. This big casino. This big, colossal monument. Think it was for some woman? No. All ego. All self-righteous and light. Fit him perfect. Had to take him down a few pegs, bring him down to my level. Begin again. Some things you don't get up from. I was going to prove it.
Shout out to Dean Domino, the world's biggest hater. Dean is so obsessed with destroying Sinclair and his legacy, to the point that he still wants to ruin him over 200 years after he died. Meanwhile, Sinclair seems to have been a pretty good-natured guy for the most part, seemingly having dealt with some pretty nasty events in his life, yet remained optimistic. He does have a bit of a vengeful streak against Vera and Dean Domino after finding out they were working to fuck him over, but he ultimately regrets this and does what he can to prevent Vera from falling into the trap and died in the process. The whole tragedy of Vera and Sinclair is completely undermined and ruined by him being turned into a stupid, evil, heartless fat cat cartoon villain.
I'm so proud to be here.
I forgot to bring Dugan with
Now
me.
I just want to leave. Please.
No assistance in mining
me
this
leave.
here quartz.
Sinclair! Sinclair! I'm going to die here, amongst the ghosts. I'm still being recorded by the holographic system. Sinclair? Sinclair, where did you go? Why did you leave me here? Why? Sinclair! Sinclair! The doors, they sealed. I can hear the other guests screaming to be let out, to let go. Sinclair? Sinclair, where did you go?
As mentioned in the retcon video, it's also just really weird that Sinclair would be the representative for the Big MT when they were screwing him constantly with their insanely unethical experiments they were conducting during the construction of the Sierra Madre. Experiments, mind you, that the game effectively tells us numerous times that he didn't know about. The show seemingly portrays Sinclair as an evil rich person due to the awful capitalism bad message that the show is pushing, because apparently all rich people are just inherently evil or something. That's the level of infantile writing we're dealing with in this stupid show.
Capitalism
They're willing to completely
bad.
fuck over and
Haven't you
retcon
been
a legacy
paying attention?
character to be an evil monster just to push the idea that rich people are inherently evil or something, while ignoring the lore that everyone got fucked over. The bombs dropping, the horrible experiments of the vaults. Everyone was a victim. Everyone. Not just the poor. The rich weren't protected. As mentioned, Sinclair himself was a victim of the Big MT's experiments, but I guess Sinclair is just a cartoon villain now, and his death is both ironic and deserved, rather than him being yet another victim of this fucked up world. They turned a tragic figure of unrequited love into a Captain Planet villain. A further problem with the Vault-Tec meeting is the fact that Sinclair is on board with dropping the bomb and destroying everything, when in the games, he was in the process of building Sierra Madre Casino and Resort. Now he did build it to withstand the bombs in a worst case scenario, but knowing he's on board with dropping the bomb changes things. Why would he build this love letter to Vera Keys, only to nuke it? As for Host, the damage is rather immense here too. With the retcon video, people got upset at me for calling him an altruist, and maybe I did use the wrong word there, but the fact remains that his primary goal is saving mankind.
I'm not offering you an incentive as crude as money, though there'll be plenty of that. What I'm offering you is a ground floor opportunity in the most important enterprise on Earth. What I'm offering is a future. For you, and for what remains of the human race. You have a very bright future ahead of you. Thanks to your actions today, so does the rest of mankind. New Vegas is more than a city. It's the remedy to
quartz, my boy.
derailment. The city's economy is a blast furnace in which can be forged the steel of a new rail line running straight to a new horizon. What is the NCR? A society of people desperate to experience comfort, ease, luxury. A society of customers. With all that money pouring in, give me 20 years and I'll reignite the high technology development sectors. 50 years and I'll have people in orbit. 100 years and my colony ships will be heading for the stars to search for planets unpolluted by the wrath and folly of a bygone generation. I knew I couldn't save the world, nor did I care to, but I could save Vegas, and in the process, perhaps save mankind.
I've seen people argue that he's lying, and I've even had people imply that I'm stupid for thinking he's telling the truth. But this perspective appears to come from their own real-world ideology and biases, as opposed to anything actually shown within the game itself. I even had people calling me an Elon Musk simp for what I said about House, which is just fucking bizarre. I think far too many people suffer from political brain rot and can't separate their political beliefs from the media they consume, and they liken fictional characters far too closely to real people and what they believe about those people and their supporters, resulting in these extremely bizarre reactions. Fact is, House has no reason to lie to you in New Vegas, and he's honest with you with every other interaction he has. He never misleads you, nor does he outright lie to you. So to claim that his goal of saving humanity is a lie, based on nothing actually in the game, holds no water whatsoever, especially given the fact that he has no reason to lie about this. He's been pragmatic and forthcoming in every other interaction. Why would he lie about this, when he can just as easily say that he has the power and knowledge to run New Vegas better than anyone else? Why concoct a fantastical story about colonizing other planets, something the Courier will likely never live to see, just to convince them that he's a better choice than the army of slavers or the corrupt government with too much red tape? Well, because it's not a concoction, it's his actual plan. The point that should have been obvious to everyone is that House made Benny his protege, possibly his successor. When Benny betrayed him, he needed someone else he could rely on to do the things he can't, and when the Courier turns out to be reliable and willing to do the job, he's essentially making you his protege. The good karma ending for Mr. House even says that he had a quiet sense of pride for his choice in Lieutenant.
The Courier, fair and kind-hearted to those in the wasteland, ensured that Mr. House would keep New Vegas stable and secure for future generations. Mr. House afforded her every luxury at his disposal in the Lucky 38, both out of gratitude and quiet pride in his choice of lieutenants.
I've also seen people argue that Mr. House wipes out the Kings, but this is people cherry-picking. He wipes out the Kings in two scenarios. Either if you negotiate peace between them and the NCR, as the House it appears as though his enemy has an ally within his own city, which he cannot allow, and the Kings fight to the last man as a result. Alternatively, if you don't help the Kings at all, it simply states that House tried to increase control of the area, at which point fighting broke out, and again, the Kings were wiped out to the last man. Remember that House is an extremely pragmatic individual. If he considers someone to be an enemy or an active threat, he'll deal with it in quick fashion. Remember too, that if you escalate hostility between the Kings and the NCR in GI Blues, then the Kings take the opportunity to attack the NCR and throw them out of Freeside, which House looks upon favorably and takes as proof of their loyalty to New Vegas. People also reference that he destroyed Vault 21 against the will of the occupants, forcing them out in the wasteland to die. But this is simply just untrue outright. He contacted them and offered to restore interaction with the surface as part of New Vegas under his control. Due to the Vault's experiment, which dictated that any dispute between Vault dwellers would be solved via gambling, the side for opening up the Vault won, and they collectively accepted House's offer. House did strip the Vault of useful technology and filled half with concrete after negotiations to keep the upper level open. Most of the residents who were forced out did go off on their own, but at that point that was their choice as individuals. Further, he has no interest in petty revenge.
That's because he ceased to be relevant when you recovered the platinum chip. Revenge doesn't interest me. Progress does. Sorry to deny you a moment of primate triumph, but you'll have to go elsewhere to sound your barbaric yawp.
He has no interest in policing what individuals do on their own time.
I have no interest in abusing others, just as I have no interest in legislating or otherwise dictating what people do in their private time.
He has no interest in being worshipped.
Nor have I any interest in being worshipped as some kind of machine god messiah. I am impervious to such corrupting ambitions.
There's one strong through line with House, and that's the fact that he's most interested in advancing his plans, and those plans, as repeated throughout the game, are to save humanity. Unfortunately, it's necessary to go through all of this due to some simply bizarre takes people seem to have on him, so we can establish a baseline for the kind of character House is, and why he doesn't work within the show. People also just outright get a lot of basic information about him wrong. But we don't get that much of House in the show. What we do get is damaging. There's two major parts to this. The fact that he knows Vault-Tec dropped the bomb, and the fact that he appears to be on board with it. First, to the point of House supporting this plan, he says this.
It's a fun idea. There's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world. But we're talking about making a significant investment based on a hypothetical. How can you guarantee results?
I've seen arguments that he's just playing nice to get information out of them, though I don't see anything to support this other than Cope, that they totally didn't ruin anything, even though this show effectively damages the entire franchise. Admittedly, Bethesda and Amazon may be able to salvage this if they follow this line of logic, but the portrayal in the show clearly tells us that he's on board. As mentioned earlier, however, the first comment House makes is labeled as being sarcastic, while the second comment immediately after is playing nice to get information. This doesn't work, because if you're trying to get information, why would you ruin that by being sarcastic about their Grandmaster plan? As I said earlier, it's stupid to tip your hand with obvious sarcasm while trying to convince someone you're interested in their idea. Regardless of that counter-argument, nearly every other aspect of the franchise they touch in this show is fucked as a result, which gives me no good reason to give them the benefit of the doubt on this one single aspect. Seriously, why would they get this right when they get everything else wrong? They couldn't even get the time of day when the nukes dropped correct, nor could they get the location of Shady Sands correct. But this is the one single thing they fucking nailed? Bullshit. As to the point of Vault-Tec dropping the bomb, the fact he makes no reference to this is fucking weird. In New Vegas, he tells you that he had determined nuclear war was inevitable, and even calculated when the bombs would drop, though he was off by just 20 hours.
By 2065, I deemed it a mathematical certainty that an atomic war would devastate the Earth within 15 years. Every projection I ran confirmed it. I knew I couldn't save the world, nor did I care to, but I could save Vegas, and in the process, perhaps save mankind. I set to work immediately. I thought I had plenty of time to prepare. As it turned out, I was 20 hours short. On the day of the Great War, 77 atomic warheads targeted Las Vegas and its surrounding areas. My networked mainframes were able to predict and force transmit disarm code subsets to 59 warheads, neutralizing them before impact. Laser cannons mounted on the roof of the Lucky 38 destroyed another 9 warheads. The rest got through, though none hit the city itself. A suboptimal performance, admittedly. If only the Platinum chip had arrived a day sooner.
They did send these guys off to the expedition?
The Platinum chip was printed in Sunnyvale, California on October 22nd, 2077, the day before the Great War. It was to have been delivered by courier the following afternoon, but by then, the world had ended. The chip contained vital software upgrades, but not just for my Securitrons. Every aspect of the missile defense grid would have been upgraded too. Given that I had to make do with buggy software, the outcome could have been worse. I nearly died as it was. Software glitches set off a cascade of system crashes. I had to take the Lucky 38's reactor offline, lest it melt down. For nearly 5 years, I battled power outages and more system crashes until I finally managed to reboot my data core with an older version of the OS. I spent the next few decades in a veritable coma, but I survived, obviously, and eventually thrived.
If he knew Vault-Tec dropped the bomb, why would he make no reference to this at all? Either for the fact that he had direct information, or the fact that a company would nuke the entire world. Again, I don't believe there's any valid defense for this. This also amounts to House taking blame for something he had no fault in. If he were inclined to be a liar, he could say that he discovered Vault-Tec's plot to start the war, and did what he could to prevent it, but the Platinum chip arrived too late. He gains nothing whatsoever by concocting a story about personally making slightly flawed calculations just to cover for Vault-Tec. Remember, this is a very egotistical man. He wouldn't take blame for something he did not do. Worse yet, if this was Vault-Tec's plan, they should still be a consideration in the present day, and they are not. Further, going back to the meeting at Vault-Tec HQ, we need to remember that House asked how Vault-Tec could guarantee results, justifying any investment he might make. Barb doesn't actually answer that question, instead saying, "We will drop the bomb ourselves." That would start a nuclear holocaust, sure, but it wouldn't guarantee that the vaults will achieve what they're supposed to. If you ask how much mileage the new car you want to buy will get, you're not going to be satisfied by "turning the key will start the engine." But House just stops asking questions. I've seen people argue that Vault-Tec didn't actually drop the bomb. It was just an idea they had, but this doesn't hold up when you consider that this is the key moment the entire first season is leading up to. This is one of the 3 big reveals we get all around the same time in the finale. If Vault-Tec didn't actually drop the bomb, then this reveal is much less meaningful. Yes, it still has impact on Coop as a character, but otherwise it doesn't really impact anything else in the universe at that point. It would be like the equivalent of a character saying they're going to kill someone, but then their target dies in some other way, making the intent of wanting to kill them have much less significance. Wanting to do something horrible and actually doing it are 2 very different things. But most importantly of all, the show reaffirms that Vault-Tec did in fact drop the bomb.
People who will inherit the Earth after we've wiped the surface clean.
We wiped the surface clean.
Bud, in the present day, is still talking about wiping the surface clean of human life, which more than implies that Vault-Tec did, in fact, drop the bomb. And drop the bomb might actually be a misnomer, since all of the nuclear detonations we see at the start of Episode 1 are ground bursts with no evidence of a missile being involved. Vault-Tec didn't need any missiles in order to set off the attacks within the United States and trigger a full nuclear response. They had a fleet of vans.
Good morning! Vault-Tec calling.
Who'd notice? In fact, rather than adding to the world, this reveal only damages it immensely. We've already been over why this plan is stupid in the first place, but now it is going into the lore of the series and fucking it over quite possibly beyond repair. Regardless of whether Vault-Tec dropped the bomb or not, the fact that this exists as part of official canon now establishes Vault-Tec as being stupid far beyond reason. They've been turned into ridiculous, poorly written cartoon villains. Further, if Vault-Tec did drop the bomb, then this effectively retcons and undoes the entire theme of the franchise as a whole.
War. War never changes. War never changes.
War. War never changes.
From the very beginning, Fallout has largely been about the conflict inherent to human nature, and this is something Bethesda has never truly understood. War never changes ends up being little more than a cool sounding tagline in the Bethesda games, as opposed to the driving force behind most, if not all of the major events and conflicts within them. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas are largely about different factions rising from the ashes of the old world and fighting to survive, with some fighting for control thinking they know what's best to progress and rebuild society. The Master wanted to turn all the humans into his master race of super mutants to eliminate the differences that cause conflict, keeping everyone under the banner of the Unity. The Enclave wanted to wipe out everyone they considered to be mutants, which was effectively everyone but themselves. Caesar's Legion believed the way forward was controlling people under a dictatorship that focused on the collective surviving at the expense of the individual. The NCR is a nation that emulates the old world government and democracy. We don't get that kind of nuance in the Bethesda games, with Fallout 3's version of the Enclave being contradictory cartoon villains, and almost nothing they do makes any sense. Colonel Autumn wants a water purifier, so he can provide fresh water to the people of the wasteland, because he still considers them citizens, whereas Eden wants to do the same thing as the Enclave in Fallout 2, and just wipe them all out, because they're mutants, with seemingly no plan beyond that. In Fallout 4, the Institute creates synths, and they kidnap and replace people with them, and even use them to assassinate their enemies, and they also turn people into super mutants by the boatload, making the surface even more dangerous, only to then look upon the lack of progress on the surface as a failure of the people up there to rebuild. This isn't even counting the absolute tidal wave of other problems the Institute as a faction have. It is nothing less than an objective fact that Bethesda's Fallout games are nothing more than post-apocalypse wasteland theme parks with little substance to them. They provide wide open spaces with a large amount of generic dungeons with no reason for existing, and plenty of enemies to shoot until they stop moving, and occasionally some given reason for activating an object in the world or talking to an NPC.
How do I use this thing?
This isn't a franchise that is largely about conflicts between different groups and choosing how those conflicts should end. This was very much a core aspect of Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas. Fallout 3, on the other hand, forces you to side with the good guy Brotherhood of Steel against bad guy Enclave, and very few, if any, side quests that have any real conflicts going on that can be solved without violence. In fact, in Fallout 3, one quest you could solve peacefully ends up resulting in an off-screen genocide, thus proving the supposedly horrible racist people within Tenpenny Tower were completely in the right for not wanting to let the ghouls in. Further, Fallout 3's idea of a deep moral choice between two sides is whether you decide to nuke a town full of innocent people or not for no good reason. In Fallout 4, the most nuanced conflict we get outside the main story is that of a drug dealer wanting money he is owed, and this is a quest that can be solved in under a minute. We also get the USS Constitution quest, where robots are trying to fly a ship to the sea so they can go to war against the Chinese, while some scrappers want to kill the robots and scrap everything from their ship. What was a chance to have an interesting conflict ends with the scrappers randomly deciding to betray you should you help them, thereby making the whole choice to help them irrelevant and a waste, especially on future playthroughs. As for the main story, the choice comes down to whether you want to side with the bad guys
help it that
or
they
nuke their sun
actually
as well as the wasteland
sold their
again,
games
despite
on
the fact
some
it makes no sense for
presentation
any of the
called
three other
Bethesda
factions
Lands
to
before.
destroy the Institute when taking it over would be far
It
more
really
useful
does not
to
help
them.
with the image.
What I'm getting at here is that Bethesda does not have a good track record with this series to anyone who is actually paying attention, and, as mentioned, the line "war never changes," referring to the conflict inherent to human nature, largely falls by the wayside in favor of these games being a little more than shooting galleries with awful writing, whereas this line actually meant something to the originals in New Vegas. It was the core theme of the franchise. This show turns that line into a fucking marketing pitch to sell nuking the entire planet so they can win the game of capitalism. They have retconned the very core of this franchise to push the message of capitalism bad in the most stupid way I've ever seen. Just to reiterate, nuking the entire planet helps no one at all, especially not Vault-Tec. There will always be factions. To think otherwise is stupid. Additionally, much to the dismay of the utterly insufferable people who spam the phrase media literacy anytime a discussion about media comes up, so they can twist every piece of entertainment to be propaganda for their insane commie beliefs, the creator of Fallout himself has come out and said outright that Fallout was never a critique of capitalism, echoing what Chris Avellone had said in his own review. Shock horror, the game that starts out every entry talking about the brutality of war and human nature inevitably leading to conflict, was secretly about the brutality of war and human nature inevitably leading to conflict. Who would have fucking thought? Fact is, Bethesda has never had respect for the lore and they never will. They constantly change things on a whim, because it's easier to let their writers do whatever they want, rather than have any kind of stand. Outright, the Fallout was never a critique of capitalism, echoing what Chris Avellone had said in his own review. Shock horror, The game that starts out every entry talking about the brutality of war and human nature inevitably leading to conflict, was secretly about the brutality of war and human nature inevitably leading to conflict. Who would have fucking thought? Fact is, Bethesda has never had respect for the lore and they never will. They constantly change things on a whim, because it's easier to let their writers do whatever they want, rather than have any kind of standard. They shit on the lore time and time and time again. The only thing that's shocking this time is just how much damage they've done with this show. This honestly feels malicious. And yes, I know Bethesda didn't write this, but they did approve of it. Reminder that a vast majority of established lore has been destroyed or changed within this show. The lore is the backbone of franchises like this.
Guy reminds
it is
me
the
of,
foundation the world,
Faceless,
stories, faction, and characters are built upon. When that foundation is in flux and can change at a moment's notice, you are damaging the consistency of the franchise as a whole. An example I will always reference is Kid in a Fridge from Fallout 4. In Fallout 1, you get a bad ending if the ghouls die because their water pump isn't fixed. They die of dehydration. In Fallout 4, Kid in a Fridge survives 200 years inside of a fridge without food or water or air. Keep in mind, Fallout 4 contradicts itself with this a few times as well. What might seem like a minor thing to some people, this is huge because it changes our understanding of how ghouls function. In the next Fallout thing that gets released, will they need food or not?
In the ball.
Well, as Amazon's Fallout showed us, it is just as inconsistent and stupid. The ghoul's buried for 30 years and gets dug up only once a year to have a body part cut off. Yet he drinks water and resorts to cannibalism because it's necessary to survive. So, which is it? Hell, this entire section of this video is dedicated to all the lore issues I found within this show. This entire section is about the examples of how Bethesda doesn't give a fuck, and I'm not done yet. Not by a long shot. I have tackled some pretty big ones here, so let me rapid fire a few smaller ones. What the fuck is up with this meat grinder leg prosthetic?
I do need another
Nothing
one.
like this existed before, not even in Bethesda's ridiculous Fallout games. Part of the problem with the entire pre-war world being turned into a joke through items like this existing is that it becomes hard to take the setting seriously at all. We're apparently just supposed to believe that everyone pre-war was hyper-incompetent and everything was awful. The anti-feral ghoul juice is an invention of the show. No such thing was shown or mentioned to exist previously. If this is necessary to prevent becoming feral, then how did any ghoul met previously in the game survive all this time? This also raises the question of how such an extremely specific medicine was discovered in the first place. We're talking about people losing their minds completely, and this could just magically stave it off infinitely, as long as you take it regularly. Keep in mind, this had to be created after the war too, because there's no known instances of pre-war ghouls being widespread or widely known. Also, the ghoul taking bullets to the back makes even less sense in context. Remember that ghouls are just extremely irradiated humans. They can die as easily as a human can. They're not zombies, and they're not bulletproof unless you shoot them in the head, which actually makes this even more weird. Fallout 3 had a quest called You Gotta Shoot 'Em in the Head, where a ghoul who has an issue with people being racist towards ghouls wants these targets killed by shooting them in the head, because these people supposedly act like ghouls are zombies, and will only go down with a headshot. Now he does have an ulterior motive, but the point remains that this quest goes out of its way to make a point about needing to shoot them in the head being nothing more than a myth. Remember, this is Bethesda lore that Bethesda's show is contradicting. Additionally, why do ghouls look like Walking Dead zombies now? Again, they were horribly irradiated humans, but they were never outright zombies, though Bethesda clearly likes treating them as such. Further, what the fuck is up with this magic healing factor juice that apparently turns Thaddeus into a ghoul? And why is the evidence for Thaddeus being a ghoul the healing factor? This is a new invention of the show, and I don't know why it exists. This absurd healing absolutely strays into the territory of just magic, because that's the only way this can happen. Hydra in New Vegas heals crippled limbs over time, but it's also made from critters only found in the New Vegas area. This could be something made from ghouls instead, but it's never explained. As mentioned earlier too, how is having a healing factor evidence of being a ghoul? Most of these guys are missing their noses and are clearly physically damaged. Hell, if ghouls have a healing factor, then why is Lucy's mom still a skeleton? This is just utter nonsense, and it feels like it was done to boot Thaddeus out of the show without killing him, so Maximus and Lucy can get the head with no effort or trouble now that they've finished their side quest. The weak point of power armor is also an invention of the show. This just exists purely so the ghoul can take out the Brotherhood, so they don't ruin the moment with Lucy and her father at the end. If such a flaw existed, it would have been discovered a long time ago in the games. Further, power armor locking up without the fusion core is also a lore break, once again, to Bethesda's own lore. Bethesda introduced the fusion core in Fallout 4. If your power armor ran out of power, you'd still be able to move and walk around, just more slowly than if it did have power. Further, if you managed to pickpocket the fusion core out of someone else's power armor, they'd either get out on their own or be ejected. It's not clear which it is. Either way, there's no reason Maximus should have been locked inside. Another thing worth mentioning is the shifting abilities of the power armor. I didn't like the Fallout 4 introduced flying and power armor because it just did not seem practical.
They will
like
literally say things just simply based
it just doesn't work.
on
now,
trying
according
to
to the
sell
show, power armor can just fly like an Iron Man suit. Worse yet,
them
despite
saying
the show
the Fallout
contradicting
shows
itself
came
on
into
this
the
matter,
games. It's
power
only a
armor
marketing
now also
point.
just grants incredible strength
It
not
doesn't
seen
really matter.
before. I've
Yes,
always assumed
small,
that an unarmed
giant.
person in power armor can do immense damage to a regular human,
Like
just due
Nintendo
to the nature of power armor essentially being a mech
has
suit.
done it with
But it
the
becomes absolutely
Hyrule
cartoonish that power
Historian
armor can
or
give enough
whatever
force to a
that
kick or a
book
throw
was,
to collapse a
where
building,
they try to make
or
the
launch a cinder
official
block
Zelda
into the
timeline,
distance.
and people try
This effectively means as
to
long as you
accept
can
it
get a
as
hold
like
of something
gospel.
solid enough,
No,
you could turn it into a
was
deadly
never.
projectile. A handful of gravel
It was never
would be like buckshot
the way
if you
it
threw it at
actually
someone.
is.
Yet
And
another
doesn't
contradiction
even
with
make
Bethesda's
sense if you
lore is
actually
the
look at
Gulper,
it.
a creature of their own invention in Far Harbor. This is what the
all
Gulpers
it
look
was
like in Far
was
Harbor, an
a
entirely different
marketing
creature than what's in
thing
the show.
for
While not a retcon on
Skyward
its
Sword.
own, the existence of a picture of President
Because
Kimball during the blood cult ritual
the selling
in Vault
point
4
was, oh, this is
implies that he
before
died when Shady
Hyrule.
Sands was destroyed, further strengthening
It's
the
a prequel to
implication
all the other
that it was the
games.
capital
Look,
and happened
here's the
during New
timeline.
Vegas. As
And
the
the reason
credits of
why
episode 8
they
show that the
specifically wanted
NCR
to
assaulted
sell
the strip,
the timeline
implying that House's
was
ending
because
is
it was
canon,
a
and he
popularly
estimated that Kimball would
debated
be
thing
thrown out of
online at the
office for the failure of the Mojave campaign.
It's literally
This is the guy who
just
calculated
marketing.
the bombs dropping to within 20
can't
hours.
take their
I think
word
his
for
predictions are a safe bet.
Like, they can
Vault
say,
33 shows that
oh,
they
this
need
is
an elevator
canon
to
all
access
they
the
want,
vault
but
door. This is the only time this has been
doesn't
shown to
add
exist
up.
in this format, as well as this
Like,
drawbridge
2
design
plus 2 doesn't
to
equal
reach the door
45.
itself. This is
You
likely
can't
done to
just
facilitate
make things
Lucy's
happen
escape,
like that.
both in preventing anyone else from getting to the door too quickly, and to have a gap between the console where she's at and the rest of the vault, so no one can forcibly restrain her. The show also establishes the origin of Vault Boy's thumbs up pose, which is just dumb. This is one of those things that didn't need an origin, and everything about it is just really, really dumb. Coop is doing his photo shoot and striking poses, only to stop and suggest doing a thumbs up, as if it's something special. In universe, it shouldn't be anything unique or special, and there's no
Stephen
reason to
King's
draw
favorite
attention
steak.
to it. Also, this isn't even accurate to the actual pose that Vault Boy typically has. Vault Boy has his arm outstretched, whereas Coop is holding his hand close to his chest. This is nothing more than the writers inserting their OC into a part of the lore that wasn't clearly established, and quite frankly wasn't important enough to ever show. Vault Boy was fine as it was, because the natural assumption is that he was nothing more than the creation of a cynical marketing department, trying to appeal to people, with a friendly-looking cartoon mascot, and that it was ironic due to the world and setting, especially given the nature of vaults being used to conduct inhumane experiments on people. But since it was never written down how he was created in universe, I guess it's just an opportunity for Amazon to shove their OC into the role of being the original Vault Boy. Over the past several years, I've noticed this obnoxious trend with certain franchises, where new owners go into the lore and try to tell new stories or over-explain things in the background lore and history of these franchises, and it often ends up being bad and out of place. Now, this isn't inherently a bad thing. It is possible to tell stories that take place during historical times in fictional settings. But the problem is that it's often done without respect to the source material, with a good example of this being Rings of Power. You have a lot of backstory and history of Middle-earth that exists and details certain events that have happened, but they don't follow any characters as a traditional story would, and there's empty spaces that opportunists will take to shove their own creations into this existing setting, or alternatively, leaving their mark on this setting by changing what is already there. Again, using Rings of Power as the example of this, Tolkien never explicitly stated that Galadriel wasn't a warrior, so now in Rings of Power she is a warrior. I despise this kind of writing, because it doesn't seem like it's done with any genuine interest in the source material. It seems as though it's done by people who want to selfishly make their mark upon someone else's beloved and highly respected work, with no respect for that original work they're bastardizing and shitting on in the first place.
Yay.
I feel like this is one of those cases in Fallout, where they're going into things we don't need to know, or are otherwise completely unnecessary to explain, and showing us what happened there anyways, thereby putting their OCs into these historical events, regardless of how pointless or stupid it is. All of which also waste showtime, which could otherwise be spent telling a better story with the elements that are supposed to be important, such as the Brotherhood's history and motives. We've never seen augments like this before, and it just seems like it's weird for the sake of weird. Likely to appeal to the whole capitalism bad messaging, this show pushes the idea that vaults were made to protect the rich.
The vaults were nothing more than holding ground for rich folks to hide in, while the rest of the world burned.
When in reality, most of the vaults were horrible experiments which resulted in the deaths of most, if not all of the residents, and oftentimes the vault population was selected based on what was convenient, or what was useful to what experiments were being tested in the vaults. In fact, the show itself supports this, when Coop says he can just buy his way into a vault, and his wife says she wants her job at Vault Tech to ensure she gets into one of the good vaults, heavily implying that even if Coop could buy his way in, him and his family would have likely died horribly. But when Barb talks about the good vaults, this is before the HQ meeting, so Vault Tech also deliberately has bad vaults, and she knows it, when she says that the program is supposed to be all about coming up with the best form of society. All of which goes against the games themselves, where the vaults were never meant to save anyone as a running theme. Suddenly they are, except when they're not. Because reasons.
You know what folks up here say about the vault? What? Fuck the vaults.
This has never been a thing before now. The overuse of oldies music is obnoxious and tone-deaf. It feels like every well-known song, or close to it, was essentially spammed throughout the entire show, to the point I'm shocked Butcher Pete wasn't playing when Lucy learned her mother got nuked by her father. There have been in-game radio stations since Fallout 3, and I don't have a big issue with that, but originally the oldies were used as one song at the very, very start of the game, and all other music fit the tone of the world, often sounding grim, dour, and depressing, or alternatively, tribal or intense. I even think some of the music from the original games would have fit well for establishing tone in the show,
So
at least if the show wasn't full of unfunny jokes.
Caves exist.
The show makes a brief mention of the Enclave, and while they don't look
Means we
like
do
the
need to
Enclave,
explore the
it's kind of
grounds
weird they're still around.
more closely.
I don't know if they'll play a role in Season 2 or not, but at this point, it feels like it's just a member berry.
If we can map
While the
out all
Enclave
the
should be
cave
non-existent and
entrances,
entirely wiped out at this
that
point,
will be useful.
I'm just going to come out and say I don't mind them reappearing. I do really like them as a faction, and would like to see more of them in the
Sometimes I
franchise.
feel like things
The
I
obvious
say is
caveat being that they're
vapid.
done well. They were not done well at all in Fallout 3, and I don't expect Bethesda to ever do them justice, much like the rest of the franchise. The newly invented lore of feral
really
ghouls
like
hating
this new
chickens is
cave
really fucking weird,
system setup.
especially given the fact
sparkly!
the feral ghouls seem to attack anything that isn't a ghoul.
I will
Why
cry.
is Bud in a fucking
but I can't
Roomba?
get you.
I talked about how this didn't make sense earlier, But this is worse in context of the rest of the games. There are numerous ways shown to keep people alive for extended periods of time.
Tough booger.
Maybe House's life support system was one of a kind, but the robot brains exist, which are described in lore to use brains grown in a lab, except once again, Bethesda's own lore introduces robot brains that have human brains in them in Vault 118 in Far Harbor. I don't actually have a problem with that on its own, but it raises the question, why would he choose to be in a fucking Roomba?
Got him.
Also, even if House's system is one of a kind, his Roomba can enter a docking port to activate systems in the vault. Why did he not just do that? Have himself be built into the system itself? There's no reason whatsoever to be a fucking Roomba. The show calls the fiends cannibals. They are not. They are extremely violent drug addicts. It's also questionable as to why they're here, and as to how they still exist. Titus makes a comment about the Brotherhood collecting toasters, which is ridiculous for a Brotherhood member to say. This is the kind of thing someone would say to insult the Brotherhood, and I don't see someone getting as far as Knight and disliking the Brotherhood to the point of saying something like this. There's also been a bunch of arguments appealing to game mechanics, and this is some of the worst argumentation I've ever seen. There's people justifying extreme convenience by saying characters just have 10 in their luck stat, and this is so inane and stupid. Yes, Lucy listing her tag skills at the start of the show is a neat little nod to the game mechanics, but you shouldn't go trying to justify or canonize game mechanics as part of the world. This should really go without saying, but character stats exist because they need to in order to determine certain attributes of the characters within the world, especially in RPGs. Skills and special are nothing more than numerical representations of a character's ability.
I'm not exactly
Luck more so leans towards being exclusively a meta thing, as luck isn't really an inherent attribute people have in real life that can be raised or improved. A person in real life who wins the lottery has no more inherent luck as a person than any other person does. To argue anything in the show is based on someone's luck stat being 10 is essentially giving up on making any rational or reasonable argument. Besides which, Bethesda has put all the main characters into their Fallout Shelter game, complete with special stats. They're all between 3 and 7. There are no luck 10 characters in the show. Similarly, people cite Idiot Savant as though this explains why Maximus fails upwards, apparently failing to realize that this is a stupid and lame excuse, but also doesn't even make sense based on what Idiot Savant does. The perk essentially has a chance to grant bonus experience whenever you do something that grants experience, such as killing an enemy or completing a quest. In order for Idiot Savant to proc, you need to succeed at something, and even then that grants you level ups, not advancement in a faction, nor does it allow you to just win situations. On the point of game mechanics being treated as though they're real in the world, what the fuck is the deal with Stimpaks? They can save a man from death. They can heal a stab wound to the gut, to the point you can just go gallivanting through the wasteland. Yeah, I'm sorry, those staples ain't holding with the adventure she goes on. And they can heal a dog from being stabbed, to being perfectly fine again in an instant. But at the same time, they can't heal Dane's leg getting fucked up by razors? They can't heal the wound Maximus takes from the fiends? See, I always viewed Stimpaks as nothing more than a game mechanic, and not actual serious lore. They can heal dire wounds, or even save someone's life without further treatment.
And for to think of Stimpaks still work how they do in the survival mode,
but it can't
which
revive a
is
character
they
who dies in a
just
story,
give
because
you
it is
some
simply a mechanic to account for
health
when a
regen
party
over
member gets
time.
knocked out in battle. The fact that Stimpaks are just treated like magic cure-alls, but isn't used in situations where it would make sense to use them, is kind of insane. Like the residents in Vault 4 want Lucy and Maximus to stay, so he can heal up properly. But why would he need to if Stimpaks are this effective? Fact is, trying to justify game mechanics in universe is fucking stupid, and it should only ever be done with things that make sense to exist within a universe that characters acknowledge.
But after
Perks and
we've
skills and
reloaded
special
our
are
stuff,
just game mechanics. They're meta information that should never have an impact on the canon
Looks like in
universe
real
or
life,
story
we broke.
itself. If someone were to say that the courier survived being shot by Benny because they had 10 luck, I'd call bullshit on that too, because that's fucking stupid.
I don't know why that's
Not to
been
mention
the
that
case.
Lucy's tag skills don't seem to have any real effect on situations either. She has speech, but blows every attempt to use it. She only ever uses guns to shoot tranq darts, and when has she ever used science? On Wilzig's head? There's no indication that game mechanics mean anything in the show, except for member-berry purposes.
I see a biggie.
Moreover, you only get 3 tag skills, or 4 with a perk, yet Lucy lists off repair, science, speech, fencing, which the equivalent would be melee in the games, phys ed, which shows her wrestling, which the equivalent would be hand-to-hand, shooting, and gymnastics, which doesn't have an equivalent in the games. If we're really running on the idea that these are her tag skills, then she has 6 tag skills, or 7 if you include gymnastics. I feel this point should be self-explanatory by now. The MacGuffin of the whole show so far is this cold fusion device that can, according to the show, provide limitless power, and Vault-Tec bought it because they didn't want it getting out because they couldn't make money off of it. Now, regardless of how immensely stupid that is, this also just isn't true according to the games. The Gex had cold fusion as part of their system to help people rebuild in the post-apocalypse. In fact, speaking of the Gex and Vault-Tec, let's get back to them to wrap this section up.
I wonder.
Now, I already went over how this plan to kill everyone
I
was
should probably
idiotic,
try
because
to
factions of
hang
people
around
always form no matter what, and that there would
this
surely
island
be
a little
survivors
more
from some of these vaults.
to try
But
to
worse
tease
yet,
out some
there are control
more,
vaults with no experiment that are intended to actually keep people alive, and further compounding the issue is the existence of the
Meteorites?
Gek itself. The Gek is a
This
device
may be one of the
specifically made for the
new
purpose of
mons,
rebuilding in the
could be
post-apocalypse. According to
another
Fallout 2,
meteorite
each
mon?
vault was supposed to receive 2 Geks. However,
they did
Fallout
add
3
Xenolod,
contradicts
but that's
this,
a raid.
as many vaults lack a Gek. This could be explained away as not wasting resources on experiment vaults, but that excuse goes out the window when the one you acquire in Fallout 3 comes from an experiment
Yes, we do
vault.
have a few
Regardless, it is a fact written in stone
our
that
list
Geks
that
exist
we
and were distributed
don't
to at least
really
some
have
vaults,
where
including Vault 8,
possibly
which
find
established the town of Vault City, as well as, you guessed it, Vault 15, which established Shady Sands. So if it's Vault-Tec's plan to wipe everyone out because time is the greatest killer,
not get this
then why would they go out of their way to provide numerous vaults across the country with Geks so they can rebuild society and therefore become the very competition they intended to wipe out in the first place? Yes, as utterly and irredeemably stupid as Bud's plan was before, it gets exponentially worse when you include the game lore.
Not even a
In
chest
fact,
in this one.
this gets even worse when you consider how many vaults that have Geks that are close to LA in the first place. Now, some of this information comes from the Fallout Bible, so take it with a grain of salt. But as I understand it, this is considered canon until Bethesda says otherwise. But as you've seen so far, everything established in the
Where did I
original
get
games is
10
canon
spheres
until
from?
Bethesda says otherwise, including the
I'll
entirety of
take it.
Fallout 1 apparently. First off, there's Vault 8, as mentioned.
Better to have some
They're set
on
to
my
return to the
hands
surface
than
only
none.
10 years after the war. Vault
Nice.
13 has conflicting
Nice, same page over
explanations,
here, too.
with Fallout 2 saying that the vault was to remain closed until the Enclave needed the subjects inside, and the Fallout Bible says it was supposed to be closed for
Gather some to make
200
the moon
years.
sword.
Further, there's Vault 3 in the Mojave, which was also a control vault, though its residents were wiped out by the Fiends. Vault 15, on the other hand, was an experiment vault, and was expected to fail, but was still provided with Geks, and was set to open 50 years after the war. So Bud's plan,
Also,
which was already
bounty
monolithically
bosses there.
stupid, is made worse by the fact that vaults were provided with Geks to start rebuilding civilization,
Removed from the face
and
of
some
the
of these
planet.
opened up early on. But this is made worse still by the fact that a few of these were set up in his own backyard, or near enough to become another faction to deal with should they survive. It genuinely feels like all this is just a really bad excuse to destroy the NCR, wipe out anything established on the West Coast, and do away with the concept of factions conflicting with one another. Bethesda tried doing that, and it was dog shit. New Vegas is beloved by fans, and Bethesda's Fallout games keep getting compared to the originals, and New Vegas. So I guess it was just time to completely obliterate anything of value that those games held, so the franchise could finally be fully supplanted with Bethesda's shit-ass bootleg Fallout from Wish. They say don't attribute to malice what can be explained by stupidity, but how the fuck else can you explain what's been done here? This feels malicious. Nearly everything has been changed, overwritten, or destroyed. Any amount of seriousness this franchise had has been completely undermined and destroyed to the point that people claim the franchise was never serious, with everything being turned into a goofy, unfunny joke. And there's an immense amount of historical revisionism, claiming that Fallout was always mainly about wacky comedy, and that a serious and grounded Fallout wouldn't be Fallout. Any serious lore and world building gets changed or recontextualized, or retconned or destroyed on a fucking whim. Factions change radically between games, and the biggest faction gets wiped out off-screen. There's no consistency to the world or lore or factions. Fallout has just been reduced to a vague post-apocalypse themed bowl of slop, where every major element of the franchise exists in a constant state of flux, because all that matters is what the current writers want to do, with no fucking regard for anything that's come before. Unless they get into trouble with any fans left remaining that are willing to call them out, then they contrive an excuse and ignore the criticism and keep on fucking this franchise into the fucking dirt. I'm getting to the point of utter exhaustion constantly pointing this shit out. On the subject of maliciousness, I get the very distinct impression that the Blood Cult in Vault 4 is meant to be a not-so-subtle shot at the fans of the West Coast games. Bethesda's Fallout games are utter dog shit, and when criticizing them, many fans refer back to the originals in New Vegas, as they were generally well written, and they were leagues above anything Bethesda has done, and much like the Bethesda fanboys do in any discussion, they perceive these fans to be cultish and obsessed, rather than engaging in good faith and understanding that the fans of the West Coast games just want good fucking Fallout games again, that are well written and consistent with the original games in New Vegas. But no, instead we get a cult of insane people obsessed with Shady Sands, who strip naked and put blood and the literal ashes of the dead on themselves, because they believe this will somehow bring back Shady Sands, and I absolutely believe this is meant to be a malicious and hateful representation of the fans of the West Coast games, who want the franchise to return to its roots and be good again. Why the fuck else does this absolutely bonkers insane scene exist? Yes, they have an image of Moldaver, but that doesn't end up connecting to anything, they just fucking have it. It also makes no sense that they would exist to avenge Shady Sands, but have no idea who to avenge it against, since Moldaver apparently never tells them about Hank or Vault-Tec, despite leading a small army to go get Hank at the start of the show. This show answers the question of who dropped the bomb as well, a question that never needed answering. Once again, the point of Fallout has always been the conflict inherent to human nature, the morality of the post-apocalypse world, and society rebuilding in that post-apocalypse. It never mattered who shot first when both sides were horrible and corrupt. It never mattered who shot first because that conflict is over, and even if the remnants exist of the governments responsible, they're a shadow of their former selves, and in no shape to continue their war. More to the point, everyone responsible for the war should be dead by the time the first game takes place 84 years after the bombs dropped. This is one of those questions that should never have been answered because learning the truth 100 years after the fact is meaningless when everyone responsible is dead and gone, and knowing who shot first doesn't impact anything present day in the timeline, as it's now about new factions and civilizations rising and conflicting with one another. Who shot first is about as relevant as who killed JFK to the people of the post-apocalypse. But worse than that, this has been answered. 3 times in fact. In Fallout 2, President Richardson will say that the Chinese started dropping the bombs first. Now he is a dubious source, as he's not only a member of the Enclave, but he's also a politician. But the creator of Fallout himself, Tim Kaine, has said outright in an interview that it was the Chinese that dropped the bombs first, because the USA wouldn't stop experimenting with the FEV. Finally, Fallout 4 itself, Bethesda's last mainline Fallout game to date, has terminal entries confirming the Chinese launched the missiles first, with the US changing its DEFCON status in response. Now again, I'd have far preferred for this to never be answered, purely for the fact that what matters is that the bombs dropped at all, not who did it first. But now that it has been answered, that should remain consistent. I am vaguely aware of the fan theory that Vault-Tec dropped the bomb prior to the show, but I never took any stock in this theory, because everything in lore prior to the show contradicts it. Now the show has gone and confirmed that it was Vault-Tec for the most stupid reason conceivable, and it contradicts what has been established. Speaking of Tim Kaine, one of the weird cope defenses going around is to counter criticism by pointing out that he liked the show, as if this is supposed to mean anything. I know this is a bit of a tangent and not actually related to any particular problem with the show, but I feel like this really needs to be mentioned, because it's honestly pathetic how often this comes up in an attempt to counter or dismiss criticism of the show. The fact that Tim Kaine liked the show does not in any way nullify or negate criticism against the show. First of all, someone can like something despite the flaws it has. Secondly, death of the author. It doesn't matter if Tim Kaine likes the show, if it has obvious problems to criticize. Those problems don't just evaporate because he said he likes it. People are improperly invoking a form of word of God here, as though Tim Kaine both were still the IP's owner and actually saying things in defense of specific problems. He isn't. Word of God also only applies to things an author left ambiguous, in which they thereafter clarify, such as J.K. Rowling's declaration of Dumbledore being gay. It's not a license to ass-pull. It's also worth noting that Vault-Tec's plan is basically an exceptionally stupid version of the Master's plan. Effectively, both want to eliminate groups, because that causes conflict, but the Master, while his plan was absolutely flawed, at least had an intelligent design behind it. The Master's plan was different for the fact that he wasn't seeking to eliminate everyone, but to turn them into his master race of super mutants, where the differences between average humans would no longer exist. He also has the excuse of being a bit mad and overzealous due to his exposure to FEV, turning him into an abomination, as well as him outright absorbing several people, mutants, and even computers outright. Whereas Vault-Tec's plan is to eliminate everyone on the planet who isn't them, to bring about world peace, and so there would be no competition, so they can win the game of capitalism. The whole plan is malformed from the outset. The Master wanted to replace humans by turning them into something else. Vault-Tec wanted to kill everyone that isn't them. I also want to touch upon Vault-Tec one last time. The show tells us they own half of everything. I don't know if this is hyperbole or if it's meant to be taken seriously. Regardless, this absolutely raises the question of how did Vault-Tec get this big in such a short amount of time? I'm not exactly sure when Vault-Tec formed as a company, and search results are returning information from Fallout 76, but the point is that they're not a super old company. This raises a question. Are they a new company, or are they a subsidiary of another company? If they're a new company, then to both become the single biggest company in the world and gain control of half of the companies in the world in such a short amount of time is insane and unbelievable. This would require them to have success and profits beyond what should be possible for pretty much any product that could ever exist. If Vault-Tec earned enough money to buy half of everything, then they already won the game of capitalism without nuking the entire planet. Once again, their stupid and absurd plan is made even more ridiculous when you have more lore and information about the world. If they're a subsidiary of another company, however, why is it phrased as Vault-Tec owning half of everything? Because everything they own is technically owned by the parent company, so it would be the parent company that owns half of everything, even if it is still technically true that Vault-Tec owns half. On that note, Wilzig claims that a cyanide tablet is the most humane product Vault-Tec ever created, but that can't be true if they own half of everything. But worse than that, they have functional fucking vaults that are genuinely meant to keep people alive, with no horrible experiments. This feels like the show trying to demonize Vault-Tec, which they absolutely do not need to do, in order to foreshadow them being cartoonishly evil for the finale. Like everything else in this show, it's stupid, unnecessary, and out of place. One final thing to mention is regarding the Brotherhood logo, and this might seem like a petty complaint, but it actually kind of implies a lot. Now more likely than not, it was just a mistake by the production team, but this is worth mentioning regardless. Different chapters of the Brotherhood have different logos. In particular, the West Coast Brotherhood has the large gear on the left, whereas the East Coast Brotherhood has the large gear on the right. This show exclusively uses the East Coast logo, including when Maximus saw a Brotherhood knight when he was a child, implying that the East Coast Brotherhood had moved back west prior to the destruction of Shady Sands in 2277, which is weird because Fallout 3 takes place in 2227. This is just yet another contradiction. This is just a quick-fire round of as many of the absurd conveniences and coincidences as I can find in this show. And just to make clear, by absurd conveniences, I mean things that are incredibly unlikely. It is not an absurd convenience that Lucy had a glass pitcher in her kitchen, with which she used to save herself, but it is an absurd convenience that Maximus and Lucy met each other perfectly in time for them to save each other's lives, when both would have died otherwise. Let's begin. Since I already mentioned it, it is convenient that Lucy and Maximus met each other just in time to save each other's lives, as Lucy was suffering from radiation poisoning, and Maximus was about to get eaten by rad roaches, and neither had the means to save themselves. This is exacerbated by the fact that Lucy is tracking the head, which was taken away many hours ago, so this meeting should almost be impossible. It is an absurd coincidence that Wilzig happens to randomly stop at the same cave that Maximus and Titus pass by when they're going off mission. Keep in mind that this is only several hours after he happened to meet the other main character. It is absurdly convenient that Lucy woke up before she was harvested for organs. It is absurdly convenient that her legs were not restrained. And finally, it is absurdly convenient that she managed to kick the robot saw blade into her restraint, freeing her without injuring her at all. It is convenient that none of the three initial ghouls went for Lucy when she was the closest target. It is convenient that the Gulper decides to attack Maximus pretty much immediately. It is convenient that the Gulper only grabbed the head and not Lucy in her entirety, as it clearly has that capability. It is absurdly lucky that neither Norm, Lucy, nor Hank got seriously injured or killed during the raid on Vault 33. When two of these people are the children of Moldaver's zombie wife, and the third character is necessary for her plan to succeed, it is pretty damn convenient that Lucy and Maximus just happened to stumble into an incredibly open and non-hostile faction that had no problem taking them in as guests when Maximus was injured and needed to be healed. This was literally the first place they checked for supplies too, by the way. It is convenient, at least as far as the overall narrative goes, that Lucy just so happens to pass by the ruins of Shady Sands, considering her father nuked this city, and this is a big reveal to her. It is convenient that Betty just left the door open to her office so Norm could hack her computer. It is astronomically convenient that with no direction on where to go when leaving the vault, and traveling for over a day, Lucy just so happens to have met Wilzig and made it all the way to Philly, where she meets him again, with no direction whatsoever except from a guy who lives just over the hill from the town, only to end up trusting his mission to her to bring his head to the one person in the wasteland she wants to find, with the head being the one bargaining chip that Moldaver is going to be interested in. It is convenient for Moldaver and the Raiders that the residents of Vault 32 were already long dead, or else her ridiculous plan wouldn't have worked. It is convenient that the ghoul collapsed seconds after Lucy went into the Super Duper Mart, because if she ran away from him, he wouldn't have been saved and he would have gone feral. It beggars belief that Wilzig and his dog can shuffle along in front of a machine gun turret without getting so much as a scratch from the hundreds of bullets it expends trying to kill them. It is absurdly convenient that the residents of Vault 4 were both able to find Maximus's hidden power armor and bring it to the vault for him. It is astronomically convenient that Thaddeus met the chicken fucker who gave him a magic cure-all and gets turned into a ghoul, so he'll just give up the head without a fight. It is convenient that Thaddeus misses all of his shots towards Lucy and Maximus, and it is further convenient that they arrived before the Brotherhood did, especially given the fact it took Thaddeus all of 10 minutes to get flown to Maximus in episode 2.
Make us a beam saber.
I decided to combine these two sections because while a lot of the dialogue is just plain awful, a lot of it ties into the humor element as well. However, some of the dialogue is just awful on its own. Starting off...
After 10 years of cousin stuff, I'm definitely excited for the real thing. Messing around with your cousin, it's all well and good for kids, but a sustainable long-term sexual practice, you know?
I can't tell if this is meant to be a joke or not. It establishes that the vault population is low, however they repeatedly bring it up and it just makes things uncomfortable.
Get that jelly mold out of here!
Is this supposed to be a joke because he's a fat man and he cares about the food and not the people during the slaughter?
Take this shit no more, man.
Are we supposed to take this scene full of brutal death as a joke? The music playing and the constant slow motion certainly doesn't help establish a serious tone.
Well. Why, is this an Amish production of the Count of Monte Cristo, or just the weirdest circle jerk I've ever been invited to?
Yeah, okay, Deadpool, funny joke.
Well, you know what? The young man Woody interrogated this morning? He left an impression on me.
That is the gentleman who showed me his butthole.
Yes, but what I took from that is a desire to communicate, to reach out across the cultural divide.
Hate!
As you can see, the dialogue gets really fucking insufferable and stupid beyond any reason.
Regular boys can get angry and they'll just pee on the wall.
What the fuck does this mean? I am still in complete shock that this was a real line that exists within the show. When everyone in Vault 33 is split between people staying and going to Vault 32, Chet gets sent to 32. Norm asks if he's going to forget everything they saw, to which Chet says that he will, leading to this interaction.
You're a coward. You know that, Chet?
We all are, Norm. That's why we live in a vault.
Once again, this feels like a line the writers thought was profound, but it's really just stupid. No, you're not living in a vault because you're cowards. You're living in a vault mostly because your ancestors took shelter here from the nuclear fire that engulfed the Earth, and you continue to live here because it's safer currently in the vault than it is outside. That's like saying it's cowardice to live in a first world country rather than going on vacation to fucking Somalia. Doing things that don't put your life at risk isn't inherently cowardice.
You'll never find out. Oh, he's gonna find out.
This is the kind of thing people mean when they say something has Marvel humor in a derogatory fashion. The humor in the good Marvel movies tends to fit in with the scene and characters, whereas the worst jokes that have become notorious in criticism come across as though they're low-effort spam, much like this one is. I sure hope the bad thing doesn't happen. Then the bad thing immediately happens.
You wanna have sex?
This one just comes right the fuck out of left field. Nothing about her gave the impression that she just fucked some random dude she's known for less than a day just like that.
You mean use my cock?
Yeah.
I don't know. That weird thing could happen.
What weird thing?
Well, it's just for some guys, not me. But for some guys, you know, when they make it move, it gets all big and hard like a big pimple and then it pops.
My life.
What the fuck is this dialogue? Were the writers in competition for writing the worst dialogue they could? How does this full-grown man not know anything about sex or human biology? The first episode showed another recruit masturbating under the blankets. Then sometime later we get this gem.
You wanna make my cock explode now?
Hate!
I'm not a communist, Mr. Howard. That's just a dirty word they use to describe people who aren't insane.
Stop it. Get some help.
Ah yes, the line said by the absolute monster
Set
that
up a
the show
new research
desperately
thing
tried to
before I
recontextualize
go
to be a good guy
some
and gave a
water.
heroic death. I said it before and I'll say it again. The writer's intentions couldn't have been more clear. There isn't even subtlety. It's literally just communism good, everyone else dumb and insane. Cooper Howard got called a fascist for saying that communism ends in breadlines, but that's probably the one single realistic and accurate thing this entire show has said or done, in any capacity. How about this moment?
Goosey McLean.
Oh, no, it's Lucy.
Nope. It says Goosey.
You see, it's funny because he only has one eye, and they're glasses meant for someone with two eyes. We also get this weird moment, and I don't even know what the intention was here.
I grabbed a moldy one.
What is even the joke here? Is it really that he has a bunch of cups and just grabbed the wrong one? I've already gone over how bad Thaddeus' dialogue is when we're getting his backstory. Both him working as a shitter, and how he beat up Maximus. I still don't know if the shitter dialogue is meant to be comedic or not. It's too stupid and ridiculous to be serious lore, but at the same time it's not presented as a joke. How about this hilarious moment?
Young lady, come back here right away! That didn't work.
The world has truly never seen comedic genius such as this. To round out this video, I'm going to talk about the characters of the show one last time. While I've covered them throughout the breakdown as the story progressed, I think it's useful to take an overview of them. Now I have to state up front that I don't have a problem with any of the actors in this show, due to the fact that some people will inevitably take this as an attack on them, when all I'm criticizing here are the characters. I don't think it's necessarily fair to judge an actor's skill or talent based on poorly written work, where their characters are inconsistent, and they don't have a good chance to show off what they can do as actors. With that out of the way, I don't find any of these characters compelling or interesting at all. The main cast range from boring and shallow to irredeemably evil in a way I don't believe the writers intended. The best characters end up being Wilzig and Thaddeus because they didn't have a whole lot of screen time with which to ruin them, and even then they don't come out entirely unscathed, and they're tertiary and secondary characters. Wilzig, with what little we get of him, appears to be a generally good person, saving a puppy from incineration, giving advice to Lucy which she doesn't take, and even going so far as to give his life for a cause he appears to truly believe in. He made the ultimate sacrifice for this cause. Unfortunately, the cause he died for is a poorly written contradictory mess, and he isn't even given respect in the final moments of the show. But a Walking Dead zombie gets more respect and credit for this achievement than he does. But that's all been covered by now. Where Wilzig loses points is in risking his own life sitting at Lucy's campfire, as he knows this is dangerous and takes no precautions, and he kills himself before fully explaining what Lucy needs to do. Wilzig, unfortunately, is little more than a plot device made purely to get the MacGuffin into the show, so all of our main characters can search for it, and he's written out of existence within the same episode as soon as his job is done. In a better written show, I'd have liked to see his character get fleshed out and have something done with him. Moving on to Thaddeus, this is clearly a character out of his element. He doesn't seem to be a bad guy for the most part, but he isn't exactly clean either. Arguably, the worst thing we actually see him do is his participation and self-admitted encouraging of hazing Maximus. Aside from that, he threatens to con-man chicken fucker without knowing he's not a good person, and he recklessly shoots towards a person he doesn't know in an attempt to kill Maximus, who he rightfully believes to be an active threat to his life. These are all obviously marks against his character, however he makes up for it with how he's characterized elsewhere for what little we get of him. While initially he seems fearful of who he believes to be Titus, after that he comes across as someone eager to do his job well, even if he is still fearful of not Titus. Part of what won me over with Thaddeus was simply down to Maximus apparently motioning to kill him, and generally being abusive towards him. But what really sold me on the character is when he expressed remorse when he believed Maximus to be dead. Once again, very little was done with him as a character, and I'd have liked to see a better writer do something with him, as I do think there's potential here. Much like Wilzig, there's a point where he becomes nothing more than a plot device to keep the MacGuffin out of the show for a couple episodes, so Lucy and Maximus can go do their side quest in Shady Sands in Vault 4, and as soon as they're done with that, he's unceremoniously shoved out of the show. Next up is Maximus. How do I feel about Maximus?
I think you should die. I think I should kill you. I've been thinking about it a lot, yes. I do want you to die. I don't really care if it's painful or not. I just don't want you to exist anymore.
I've gone over the issues with Maximus a few times already, but for the sake of completeness, I'm doing it once more here. Maximus is an immensely frustrating character to witness stumbling through a story, almost exclusively taking every stupid and evil option available for no good reason, and ends up benefiting from constantly screwing people over and never once facing any real consequences for his actions. A character being evil on their own isn't even the problem. There's plenty of villains and evil characters who are likable and entertaining and even endearing. The problem is that the show itself doesn't seem to think Maximus is a villain, and the choices he makes doesn't seem to align with what he's supposed to be as a character. Unless he's supposed to be an insufferably irredeemable idiot. Most characters have some kind of goal or purpose to what they do. This is what drives them, and how they handle situations informs us of who they are as a character, and this obviously goes for both good and evil characters, and everything in between. In fact, every action a character takes can tell us something about them. With Maximus, I genuinely do not know what he wants, what his goals are, or even his allegiance. This is a character who supposedly wants to be heroic and help people, but he almost exclusively acts in his own self-interest, and even in one of the 2 times where he doesn't, he has to be talked into doing the right thing. Genuine question. What does Maximus want? He wants to be with the Brotherhood, but lies to, betrays, and subverts them constantly. His goal is to get the head, until he meets Lucy and wants to help her. He wants to be a part of the Brotherhood, until he gets a taste of the nice life and doesn't want to leave it, and further wants to get into Lucy's vault, in more ways than one.
Oh, behave.
So he betrays them again for the sake of Lucy, only to betray her to save his own skin. This is a character with no direction, no purpose, and yet, he's a main point of view character, and he's a horrible human being. He's driven by stupid and oftentimes impulsive choices, letting Titus die, attacking Thaddeus, attacking the residents of Vault 4, and all throughout he is getting rewarded and advanced for his constant fuck-ups or perceived crimes. The Brotherhood suspect him of injuring Dane, and he even outright admits that he wanted it to happen, only to be given Dane's role as squire to Titus. He lets Titus die and takes his armor. He gets involved in situations he has no knowledge of, and prevents justice due to his own stupidity. He injures innocent people with no consequence. He betrays the Brotherhood only to be forgiven, put on mission, and granted the rank of Knight, literally just because the writers wanted it. It is frustrating, seeing an abhorrent character getting rewarded, getting undeservedly up-jumped in rank, and worst of all, not only does he never face any real consequences for his horrible actions, but he's oftentimes rewarded for them. It's frustrating that no one even acknowledges that he's an evil person. Again, the show itself doesn't treat him as though he is. I genuinely hate this character, and I don't know why they would write a character this insufferably stupid and evil. Cooper Howard is pretty straightforward in the pre-war era.
Take a crack
he seems
at
like
the
a
boss.
generally decent person who wants what's best for his family, and expresses remorse and concern when his friends in the movie industry lose their jobs. He also has little tolerance for commies, which is always a good thing. I can't really say much more about this version of Coop, however, because he largely comes across as a generic morally good family man. Most of his scenes feel like filler, padding on a show that is already mostly padding. Having scenes with him both past and present is an opportunity to do something interesting, to show how he's a completely different person now, while also showing interesting aspects about the world before the bombs dropped. But we don't really get this. Sure, there's an attempt, but it's not a good one. Most of his scenes are superfluous and unnecessary. The only 2 scenes of note are the one at the start where the nukes drop, and the big reveal that Vault-Tec wants to kill everyone on Earth. The ghoul, on the other hand,
the Flammenwerfer
is a vague mystery and not in a
going
good
to do
way.
quite
He feels like a
lovely
generic
here.
antagonistic bounty hunter character and doesn't really get past that. The scene where he reflects on his past life doesn't seem to change him much, as he's just as brutal and merciless as he was before. He only has a positive outlook towards Lucy now. I don't know what his motivations or goals are for most of the show. He wants the head, probably because he's a bounty hunter and wants the payout, but then we get this last-minute plot point of him wanting to find his family.
I want my family back.
Okay.
Give me back my family.
Get off me!
I want my family back.
Even though last we saw his daughter was with him, and last we saw his wife, she said Vault-Tec should drop the bomb, wiping out 99% of humanity. He went from a brutal killer, who even kills people who helped him, to momentarily sad, to a brutal killer again, to someone who suddenly has the larger goal of finding his family, with nothing to build it up, and nothing to imply they were even available to find. It ends up feeling like a sucker punch, because it really just does come out of nowhere, and because I've done so little with him, I just don't have any investment with the character at all. Hank McClane is portrayed in the first episode to be someone who cares deeply about his family. But we don't get a lot from him in this first episode. We are shown he's willing to both kill for his daughter, as well as sacrifice himself and others for her, only for the final episode to recontextualize him into a cartoonish monster who nuked an entire city full of people. It's unclear if he did it because his wife ran away, and Vault-Tec's plan was just the excuse, or if he was a true adherent to Vault-Tec's absurd plan, and it was just a coincidence that his wife got caught in the blast. Either way, the potential he had in episode 1 was destroyed to make him a cartoon villain in the final episode, and it's just disappointing that like all the other potential this show might have had, this too got cut short for no good reason. There are effectively two different Hank McClanes, and we're just supposed to believe that they're the same person. Lee Moldaver is recontextualized by the end of the show to be a heroic person, despite being both a communist and a mass murderer, but I repeat myself. Her whole goal is finally activating cold fusion after over 200 years, only to power a dead city, and she's given a heroic death. We're also told she cared deeply about Lucy's mother, yet she conducted a brutal raid on Lucy's vault, resulting in plenty of innocent people getting killed, and nearly both Lucy and her brother killed in the process. Much like Hank, the show has two different versions of Moldaver, and we're just supposed to accept that both versions are actually the same person. There's a heroic, self-sacrificing humanitarian who cares about helping people, and cares about her zombie wife and her family. And there's the brutal raider who has no care about the savage and unnecessary loss of innocent lives, including potentially the lives of her zombie wife's children. Remember, Lucy got sent off to be alone with one of these fuckers and he tried killing her. The show writers seem to think that you can just completely recontextualize a character on a whim, that by just revealing that they're the total opposite of what you thought, as though it's a twist, makes perfect sense and will resolve all actions in the past, despite those actions being totally contradictory to who they're revealed to really be. It's a cheap and awful writing trick to essentially reset a character completely, so you can surprise the audience and so the character can fulfill whatever role you need for them at the time. Hank is a good guy, and the evil Moldaver kidnapped him, so Lucy goes on a quest to rescue him, only to learn that the heroic Moldaver kidnapped the evil Hank so she could do something good. The worst part about this is that you can have such a role reversal if it's set up properly, and if the characters remain consistent both before and after the reveal. The way it's done here is more like a switch was flipped between episodes, and they're just in their new positions now, and you just have to accept that, regardless of how little sense that makes and regardless of how disappointing it is. Another thing I want to bring up is how the show treats Moldaver early on, as though she's a force to be reckoned with. People seem to fear her, with Ma June in particular changing her attitude completely towards Lucy at the mention of her name. Yet the show treats her as though she's a wonderful person who is out to help people. This isn't the kind of reaction a good person gets when their name is dropped.
Because they
Then
were
there's
writing by
Lucy.
the seat of their pants.
Honest to God, I find
They
this
had
character
no
to be so
direction for the
bland and
show.
uninteresting, I completely forgot to write anything for her in this section, and had to stop recording to write this in at the last second. Much like many events in the show, Lucy is a case of the writers wanting their cake and eating it too. They want a pure, innocent, naive Vault Dweller character being thrust out into the wasteland and adapting to survive in the harsh world outside of the Vault. But then she lives through numerous brutal and horrifying events, only to have her personality reset between scenes and episodes. The attack she survives through in her vault should be more traumatizing to her than even what most wastelanders would have to deal with in their lives. She goes outside to get startled by a tumbleweed, and is so nervous about dealing with outsiders that she pulls her gun on a random dude, but then she's all plucky and naive again in Philly when she deals with Ma June, and eventually the ghoul, after he slaughters at least half a dozen people. She almost gets killed, sees a man's leg go through a meat grinder, and has to cut off his head, but then she's all innocent again despite carrying around a severed head and even petting it. By the end of the show, they seemingly want us to believe that she's made some big change, but in all reality, they've neither earned that supposed change, nor does it make sense. She survives the Super Duper Mart and gives the Zombrex to the Ghoul, citing her golden rule, only to need convincing to save Maximus in her very next scene, when he's been the most helpful person to her, having saved her life. But we're supposed to believe she's changed because she had the mind-numbingly stupid idea of putting a grenade into Wilsig's head to use it as a weapon against Moldaver? Lucy ends up feeling less like a character, and more like a vehicle for the story to progress, more so than any other character in the show.
Critters Sakurajima that I could go get.
At the time of its release, this show is being hailed as one of the best video game adaptations ever made, comparable to the likes of Arcane, which is quite possibly the most insulting thing you could ever say about Arcane, aside from mentioning the fact that it is based on League of Legends. I had heard a lot of good things about Arcane for years, and only decided to check it out when making this video, due largely to the comparison made between Fallout, and I'm not sure you could have put two shows next to each other that are more different if you tried. Arcane is an absolute masterwork of narrative, world building, and characterization, featuring a wide cast of characters, each with their own loyalties, morals, goals, and motivations. Not once during my watch-through did I ever have to consider the writer's intentions because of lazy or bad writing, nor was I ever taken out of the experience by any of the events or character choices. Nearly everything that happened made sense from the perspective of each character, even their bad decisions made sense for who they are and what they want to accomplish. Not once was I left questioning what anyone's goals or motivations were, and it was genuinely satisfying seeing these characters grow and change, and interact with one another, and even be shown to have more depth to their character than I thought. The writing is so tight that I could likely do a video longer than this one praising the show. Fallout, on the other hand, is fucking abysmal with hardly any redeeming qualities. The entire plot of this show relies on absurd convenience, the stupidity of every single character involved, and the audience not thinking about the events at all. Scene after scene, episode after episode, it's just a non-stop deluge of some of the most absolute god-awful writing I've ever had the misfortune to endure. The rules of how things work are constantly changing to accommodate what the writers want at any given moment, and everything happening for no other reason than the convenience of the plot really makes for an unsatisfying story, especially when you add in all the painfully unfunny humor and awful dialogue. Characters fight each other with intent to kill, yet never take any actual kill shots when they're available to each other. Characters don't have to face any real consequence for their actions. The show arbitrarily avoids telling characters basic information necessary to understanding the situation they're in for no reason, and every event and the whole entire plot itself seems to be propelled entirely by cartoonist stupidity and ridiculous levels of convenience. And worst of all, Fallout seems to actively despise the lore and world that it is built upon, that it is pillaging and destroying, to build this mockery imitation with no substance or depth of any kind. If I were to drill down to a possible explanation for this, it might be Hollywood networks of people who get into positions of power, then push to get their friends who have no experience hired, so they can get a foot in the door of the industry. This is not even a theory, but something that more and more successful creatives in the modern media actually say is the real story behind their big break. Many IPs are inundated with people for whom big budget production is actually their first real project. In such an environment, the idea matters more than the execution of it. If you can get your concept past a pitch meeting, no one seems to care how you actually put it together. There's no craftsmanship, only gimmickry and snappy patter to distract the audience from the fact that you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. Because the same people who hired you as a friend will also cover for you as a friend. Not to mention, in order to cover their own dumbass for hiring a friend instead of a professional in the first place. As a result, anyone working on an established IP with intricate lore is incentivized to dismiss and mock the lore as unimportant. It takes time that they don't have to learn and incorporate it. Lore gets in the way, so you let the past die and kill it if you have to. I'm not familiar with the lore of League of Legends, but I never once got the impression that Arcane was being disrespectful to the source material. I never got the impression that someone's OCs were being inserted into the universe to leave their mark on it, rather than trying to tell a genuinely good story with respect to the source material. Arcane took the time to show and explain how their universe works, so any potential new audience can understand the world they're viewing. Where Fallout constantly disregards and retcons its own lore, Arcane shows consistent events and characters, even if they have conflicted feelings on what's happening around them. Whereas Fallout cannot stay consistent with itself at any given time, let alone remaining consistent with the games that it is pilfering from and shitting on. Arcane is clearly a passion project with a vision, where literally every frame is a painting, and great care was clearly taken in the writing to ensure that a coherent, cohesive, and consistent world was crafted, whereas Fallout is an inconsistent mess cobbled together from disparate tropes, plot elements, unfunny jokes, and fucking member berries, with no actual goal or point or care for anything that happens on screen, and it's done all to push the most stupid possible, capitalism bad message that I've ever seen. Arcane portrays a beautiful world, and tells the stories of a diverse set of characters in terms of their beliefs, morals, and goals, some of which are tragic, whereas Fallout portrays shallow iconography and imagery being spammed at you for nothing more than brand recognition, and tells the story of a bunch of morons with no clear goals or purpose, stumbling their way to the finish line of something that was meant to be nothing more than a product that clearly wasn't thought out at all, that had no vision behind it, that had no goal aside from pushing a bad message poorly, that pushed their OCs into a setting that did not need them, that explained things that didn't need to be explained, that retconned lore at every given opportunity, that shit upon any other lore they touched, that didn't have the slightest amount of respect for the source material, even including Bethesda's own lore. There is more good and consistent writing and characterization in 5 minutes of Arcane than there is in the entirety of Amazon's Fallout. If the quality of writing fiction were to be placed on a spectrum, Fallout and Arcane would represent total opposite ends of the spectrum. To say Arcane, this masterwork of art, is in any way comparable in terms of quality to Fallout is an insult to everyone who worked on Arcane. It's like saying filet mignon is just as good as raw sewage. Quick note on that, I wrote and recorded all of this, and had planned to have this video released before Season 2 of Arcane came out. In fact, copyright hell delayed this video by about 2 months. None of the praise I've just given to Arcane Season 1 applies to Season 2, aside from the praise towards the art style and animation. Season 2 is hot garbage and should be avoided. Season 1 can be watched in isolation if you're fine with a cliffhanger ending, and it really is worth watching. In Fallout, every event that occurs is based entirely on writer convenience. The power of weapons, armor, and even groups of people shifts on a whim to whatever allows the writers to do what they want in any given scene. The power scaling even shifts within singular episodes. Power armor can't protect you from a bear slapping you and throwing you 2 feet, but it can protect you from slamming into the ground propelled by rockets. When fighting Maximus, the ghoul apparently just forgot the power armor weakness that he knew about pre-war and later exploits in the final episode that kills several Brotherhood Knights. The main cast consists of an evil idiot, a character who succeeds because everyone else around him is stupid, a character that seems to have no goals or morals until it's suddenly convenient for him to have them, and a character that flip-flops between being a poor naive girl who has never faced any brutality to someone who is apparently so desensitized that she can just pet a severed head, or is unfazed by the extreme gore and mass murder that just took place in front of her eyes. None of them grow or change, none of them learn any lessons, and none of them face any challenge that isn't superficial. Generally in stories, we like to see our protagonists face challenges or overcome obstacles. We like to see them face difficult choices and try to do the right thing. They have to train, learn skills, adapt, survive, improvise, bluff, plan, sacrifice, overcome insurmountable odds, or beat an opponent tougher than themselves. A character who has to work for their victory or to achieve their goals is satisfying due to the challenge and effort it takes, because we as the audience know that few things in life are easy. We root for these characters to succeed against all odds because we can see their hardships, we can empathize with their struggles, we like to see them learn and grow, and there's generally a through line for the events we see. There's a logical reason for why things are happening in-universe. When you don't have any of this cohesion between characters, events, and plot elements, it becomes less about telling a story and more about placating the audience with special effects, set pieces, and member berries, and praying to God no one pays attention to what is actually happening on screen, or thinks about it for more than a few seconds. It has become a disappointingly common sentiment on the internet that such arguments are nothing more than nitpicking, that focusing on this stuff doesn't matter, or that you're overthinking it. But the fish-out-of-water character is such a common trope in fantasy and science fiction for a reason. It is necessary to explain to the audience how core elements of the world work, and the easiest way to do that is by having a character who is uninformed about the world, or placed in the situations they're unfamiliar with, and the other characters explain the gap in knowledge to both the fish-out-of-water character and the audience at the same time. The audience having an understanding of the world is a vital part of their enjoyment of a piece of fiction, because understanding the rules and why characters are making the choices they do means the audience understands everything that's happening on screen and why these events are taking place. When the rules that are established don't matter, everything changes on a whim based on what the writers want in a given scene, rather than laying down the rules about how their world, weapons, armor, and other tools work, and crafting the story within those rules. The power levels, effectiveness, and abilities of characters and items are in flux, and there's no way to accurately judge the threat to our heroes or the situations they're in. This does immense damage to the stakes, because the audience now has no understanding of how well equipped any group is, when the effectiveness of their equipment is variable for no reason. When you give a character a shotgun, you have a general understanding of what can be done with that, but if that shotgun, shooting buckshot or slugs, does no damage to a normal human at point-blank range, despite having been used to kill a dozen other characters previously, this will take an audience out of the experience, because they have conflicting information that they cannot square away. Generally, the more common and more egregious the problem, the more people will be taken out of the experience and end up finding it unsatisfying. As I said way back at the start, as humans we're practically hard-coded to look for logic in the world around us, to understand why things happen, to figure out cause and effect, and there's a great many works of fiction that take painstaking effort to ensure that everything in their world, no matter how absurd or unrealistic it may get, still has that cause and effect, still has those reasons for characters making choices and events playing out. There's still a through line that makes sense. When that sense of logic and understanding is broken, oftentimes our immersion and investment in what we're seeing on screen is ruined. We start getting annoyed. Now this doesn't always work this way, of course. This is more so a generalization. There's a lot of people who are so personally invested in a franchise or a brand that they'll take whatever is produced, as long as it contains all the right imagery. Further, there are people who are wowed by special effects as well, and in many cases, this can effectively trick people into not thinking about the actual narrative at all. There's two things I think save this show in terms of public perception, and that's the fact that they made it superficially look like Fallout, and that it was dumped all at once as opposed to having a weekly release. The Halo show received intense criticism, deservingly so, across its 2-season run for being generally awful, but I suspect the critical point of failure was showing Master Chief's face. This was a highly contentious point for nearly everyone who is a fan of Halo, or even had passing interest in the franchise, so to just casually show his face and constantly have the helmet off likely made it so more scrutiny was put onto everything else as a result, and people saw it for what it was. Fallout has no such golden rule, especially under Bethesda's custody. As long as it looks enough like the last Fallout game everyone played, it was likely going to pass the smell test for many people. Red Letter Media may have pulled up the ladder recently, but they were spot on when Rogue One came out, and they mocked people getting excited over seeing recognizable iconography.
ATSTs, ATS Star Destroyers! I'm gonna come!
It broke new ground!
It's very much a similar situation with Fallout, where as long as that iconography is there, as long as all the things they remember from the previous games are there, even if they are entirely shallow or superficial, then a large part of the fan base is just going to eat it up and praise it, regardless of the actual quality of the content. As for dumping it all at once, earlier this year we saw the same tactic used by Disney to get by the disastrous Echo show as soon as humanly possible. The binge model for shows has been around for about a decade now, And it's been proven that such shows generally have a much shorter shelf life in public discussion, regardless of whether they're good or bad. A show that is released weekly for 8 weeks or longer is an ongoing event. People have time to think on the events that happened in the latest episode, and theorize on what will happen next for a week, until the next episode is available. People talk amongst their friend groups, and in the age of the internet, people do streams with friends talking about each character and event, and the minute details, often looking forward to, or dreading, the next episode, depending on whether they like it or not. Due to these factors, these weekly release shows stay in the public consciousness longer. This is a big part of why shows like Star Trek and X-Files and others are such cultural icons from before the internet was widespread. These are shows that would run weekly episodes with seasons 20 to 26 episodes long. They'd often be running for half a year. A show dumped all at once has the approximate shelf life of about a week or two. It becomes less and less relevant to talk about a show that was released all at once, weeks, or even months after its release. This video itself, despite taking months to make, is almost certain to not do nearly as well as it might have otherwise if it were released within a couple weeks of the show being released.
Still ain't done.
Due to the binge model, there's little to no time to think about the events that happened in the last episode, because the next episode is already starting. There's no time to chew on anything and get a feel for the show, or recognize any potential issues that you didn't catch in the moment, and the takeaway most people will likely have are the bigger and more shocking events in the series as a whole, as opposed to all the elements that don't work, all the inconsistencies and plot holes and other problems. A lot of people can be easily entertained and miss the big flaws in a work until they have time to think about it afterwards. This is why you sometimes hear people comment the fact that they enjoyed a movie in the moment, or had a higher opinion of it when they walked out of the theater, as opposed to when they got home, having thought about it on the drive back, or even a few days later when they've had a lot more time to think about it. When you consume 8 hours of television over the course of a day or two, you're going to forget many details and events that occurred. And speaking of Halo, by the way, I'd argue that even that god-awful show is still better than Amazon's Fallout. It's poorly written, it disrespects the source material, it turns Master Chief into a fucking basket case, and every character is an utter moron. But at least they had the decency to set it in a separate timeline, and despite all of its many flaws, it is still not as bad as Amazon's Fallout. This show is about as far away from Fallout as you can get without adding elves, gnomes, and magic to the setting, the last of which Bethesda has done, by the way. This show genuinely feels like it was made with malicious intent, due to the fact that every piece of lore they touch, or even stray close to, is damaged, retconned, or outright destroyed. They continued Bethesda's trend of taking the dark and grim setting of Fallout and turning it into a goddamn clown show with no restraints whatsoever. Few serious moments are ever given the chance to breathe, with many being undercut and ruined by really bad attempts at humor, and this show comes off as though it was a bad comedy, with a few serious moments sprinkled in, as opposed to a dramatic story with occasional humorous elements. The first Fallout portrayed a very dark and grim world, where people are struggling to survive, and society is just starting to rebuild. While it did have some humorous elements, they were very sparse, or were dark comedy, such as some of the more exaggerated kill animations. Fallout 2 is largely similar, with a serious main story and world, though there were a bunch of pop culture references in the random encounters in the wasteland. Fallout 1 had encounters like this too, but they were far more restrained than in its sequel, where Fallout 2 would have references to Monty Python, Doctor Who, and Star Trek. Now these are obviously just Easter eggs and not part of any serious lore. The closest you get to serious lore being a bit too silly was in The Hubologists, a parody of Scientology, in which its members wanted to go to space. Though a key detail of Fallout 2 is that society had rebuilt more. It's a new world rebuilding from the ashes of the old. It didn't stagnate like the worlds we always fucking see in Bethesda's games. Between these two games, you deal with kidnappings, murders, drug addictions and dealers, crime families, genocide, racism, rape, among other things, and the general way of life in the post-apocalypse. To imply these games, especially the core story content of them, where anything other than serious is nothing less than outright dishonesty, and I've called out YouTubers for propagating this myth before, such as Norte, who has a YouTube short claiming that a grounded and darker Fallout wouldn't be Fallout due to the fact that there's an extremely rare Easter egg in Fallout 1 that has talking Brahmin, or that you could sometimes get humorous dialogue from NPCs.
A darker, deadpan, grounded Fallout game wouldn't be Fallout.
Getting real tired of tourist season. No offense, but you guys are lowering the bar.
This is a case where someone is picking out the rare small bits of humor and trying to claim the entire series is like that, when it never was. I just really hate the historical revisionism you constantly have to deal with when talking about these games, because people want to defend Bethesda Fallout from any and all criticism. All of this combined makes for a really bleak future for Fallout as a franchise. It is undeniable that Bethesda has done immense damage to the lore and world building of Fallout. They've taken a fantastic RPG series, with great writing and world building, and gutted everything about Fallout that made it Fallout, in order to turn it into a goofy, unserious perpetual wasteland theme park, with no real point, other than to shoot baddies, and the only thing that matters is the recognizable iconography. And now the West Coast is also just as much of a nonsensical shithole as the East Coast is. The biggest faction in this series has been obliterated, to the point they have zero presence in the heart of their own territory, and none of their settlements even get a passing mention, aside from the one that the writers decided to blow up off screen. It's all just a lawless wasteland, living in ruins and junk towns for hundreds of years, with no semblance of any kind of society rebuilding, despite that being the whole point of the franchise. Little to no care is given to the stories of these games, or the show, and people just eat it up, guaranteeing more low-effort slop from this franchise in the future. I think the easiest way to quickly show the difference in the quality of writing is to show what the towns looked like in these games. In Fallout 1 and 2, most towns were just places where people lived. They looked different due to circumstances in their creation, but they were believable as places people would live, where societies would form and grow. Even in New Vegas, a lot of the towns, or former town locations, were just places where people lived. Shady Sands, Vault City, the Boneyard, the Hub, Klamath, Modoc, New Reno, Redding, Goodsprings, Novak, Prim, Freeside, Westside. These were places where people had genuine problems that needed to be solved. In Bethesda Fallout, it's always about some kind of dumb gimmick. Megaton is a junk town with a bomb in the crater that you can blow up. Tenpenny Tower is a place full of rich snobs. Little Lamplight is a town populated entirely by children. Big Town is a place where those children go to when they get too old, and they have no skills and somehow just exist without any supply of resources like food or water to keep themselves alive. Rivet City is a place where people live on a ship and don't even utilize the space they've got. The Republic of Dave is a town with like 5 people in it, who are all doing an election to decide who the new leader should be, and they all vote for themselves. Diamond City is a place where people live in a baseball stadium and use the field for housing, instead of utilizing it for growing crops. And now Philly is just another dumb junk town, when we're well over 200 years after the bombs dropped. Part of the problem in Bethesda Fallout is that no one ever makes anything new. Fallout 3 and 4 are worlds where everyone just scavenges weapons, clothing, and ammo and food from 200-year-old ruins, whereas the originals in New Vegas show people to be farming. There's a business dedicated to making new weapons, new towns are being built from scratch, and aren't made from whatever scraps of wood and metal happen to be lying around. The East Coast Fallout games portray a world that is stagnant and not well thought out at all. The new lore they build is a contradictory mess. The characters are stupid beyond belief. Nothing is happening at all. It is just a perpetual wasteland with no growth or change. Just isolated communities that simply exist through the sheer power of the writers not caring about the worlds they're crafting. As a quick reminder, these worlds are so poorly thought out that in Fallout 3, no one aside from Rivet City has any kind of food source. No one is growing crops or herding animals for food. The West Coast Fallout games portray a world that is rebuilding after nuclear devastation destroyed civilization across the world. New societies are rising. There is a logical progression to events, and great care is taken with the lore and world building to ensure that what you're seeing and what you're told makes sense for the most part. The cope defense against this point is almost exclusively to point to some kind of minor issue or inconsistency, as if these small few issues reduce the West Coast games to be as bad as the East Coast games, or as though a mistake in one should nullify criticism against the other. But now everything the West Coast had built up across 3 games has been undone. The NCR appears to be gone, New Vegas appears to be in ruins, and none of the factions or locations we're familiar with seem to exist anymore. The West Coast is now a perpetual wasteland with no society, and people living in towns made of scrap, where all the lore and world building is broken and nonsense, just like the East Coast. There's no point in even hoping for the next Fallout game to be good anymore, because the people in control of the franchise don't even care about their own lore, let alone the lore established by the originals in New Vegas. And worse, the lore that was good has been utterly destroyed with this show, and worse yet, the majority of the people who play these games now don't seem to care, or perform mental gymnastics to defend it at any cost. It hurts to say, but for anyone who cares about good storytelling, world-building characterization, and RPG mechanics, this franchise isn't for you anymore. There's no hope of Fallout being saved, because even if Microsoft takes the IP from Bethesda and gives it to someone else, they'll likely be building upon the fucked up lore that Bethesda made and ruined anyways. In conclusion, this show is complete and utter garbage. It disrespects every previous game in the franchise, including Bethesda's own Fallout games. It retcons the lore at every given opportunity, going so far as to imply the events of Fallout 1 did not happen. It destroyed a major location and faction off-screen, and for an insanely stupid reason. The story this show tells is rife with insane coincidences and absurd convenient writing for the writers. Inexcusable inconsistencies. The characters fail to learn and grow, and feel directionless for the most part. The capabilities of equipment changes on a fucking whim. Nearly every event that takes place is either outright nonsense or is only possible due to the overwhelming obnoxious stupidity of every character involved. Much of this season feels like it was wasted on filler. The dialogue is awful, the jokes are worse, and this show is just a miserable, painful experience for anyone who actually gives a fuck about this franchise, or for anyone who actually cares about good storytelling. Fuck this god-awful show, fuck Bethesda, fuck Todd Howard, fuck ML Pagliarillo, fuck Jonathan Nolan, fuck Graham Wagner, and fuck Amazon. Go watch Arcane instead. It is genuinely great, and does not at all deserve the insult of being compared to Fallout. And to everyone who made it this far, thank you for watching, it is very much appreciated. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe and check out some of my other videos. I have a 14-hour long analysis of Fallout 4, with a final part on the way covering the DLC, as well as a video going over the dumpster fire that was Saints Row 2022, as well as a review of Starfield, with a full analysis in the works and other projects I'm working on. These long videos take quite a while to make, but in between I'm working on smaller projects and I stream regularly. I would also like to give a very special thanks to A British Potato for helping with a significant portion of the editing for this video. I would not have gotten this video done at this quality or speed without his immense help. He's also available as hire as an editor, and I'm going to work with him to build a library of reaction clips to have more variety in future videos. I'd also like to give a special thanks to Kelbeck for proofreading the script and providing substantial additions and fixes to it, as well as the other people who helped me with the research of getting this video completed. Finally, I want to thank Thief for providing a few additional suggestions for the script that helped improve this video. Once again, thank you for watching.
This might seem capacitors. Well, we shall see.
does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
Here's a question. What the flying fuck is Nexus? Good chunk of cell. So, sounds like it's time to move on to a new video. A 4-hour Fallout 4 video.
In 2019, I made a response to Miniature Nerd's video, Fallout 3 is better than you think. Overall, his video was really bad, with very few valid or accurate points. Throughout his video, John had made many fallacious arguments and blatantly false statements. He removed context that was inconvenient to his arguments. He even straight up invented things in order to make Fallout 3 look better than New Vegas. And at his worst, he misrepresented what other YouTubers had said in order to make them look foolish and wrong. Overall, it came off as a really desperate, in defense of type video, where he spent much of the video trying to defend Fallout 3 from any and all criticism, even turning what few criticisms he admitted around into positives, rather than actually talking about why he personally liked it, or any legitimate positives the game might have had, while at the same time, he took quite a few inaccurate shots at New Vegas in an attempt to make Fallout 3 look better by comparison. Just to give a few examples of what I mean here, I'm going to start with a rock-solid, ironclad, irrefutable example here. He said what the developers tutorialize first is what they think is most important to their game. Now, ignoring the fact that's completely false, he then goes on to say that Fallout 3 has dialogue come before shooting, which is true, but that New Vegas tutorialized shooting before skill checks. So also ignoring the fact that there's regular dialogue in Doc Mitchell's house anyways, just like the vault in Fallout 3, there's actually no less than 4 possible skill checks in his house, the very first room of the entire game. He is factually, objectively wrong in saying that New Vegas tutorializes shooting first, and that skill checks only come in quite a bit down the line, especially when the combat tutorial is optional. I don't know how or why he would get something so simple wrong. He additionally claims that Legate Lanius is just some guy who isn't that important and doesn't affect the plot much, even using a quote from Ulysses in Lonesome Road, in which he says that it might not even be the same man under the mask, but he misunderstands the point of Lanius and why he's handled the way he was, that he's supposed to be a symbol to the Legion. The myth and history of what Lanius is more important than who he is, and this information is given in the very same set of dialogue from Ulysses as the quote John uses to support his argument. In what I believe to be a really dirty and disingenuous move, he frames an argument that Indigo Gaming made regarding Fallout 3 limiting choice as being completely invalid by taking its quote and applying it to a different part of the game, where Indigo had referred to Lamplight specifically, where combat and aggressive action of any kind is completely stripped out of the game. John had gone in-depth on another quest that does have a bit of choice and quoting Indigo Gaming verbatim, and even using a tone of voice to imply the very notion of what Indigo had said was absurd and ridiculous.
But for now, honestly, does that quest full of alternative solutions, dark themes and grey moral questions sound antithetical to the very core of Fallout games?
John also completely invents the idea that Megaton's food source is the 3 entire mole rats that spawn behind the town, even though there's absolutely nothing in the game to reference or imply that this is the case. There's no one who hunts them, there's no one who herds them, and there isn't a scrap of mole rat meat in Megaton. At least, not that I could find. He just assumes that they're a food source with absolutely no basis for it, because he wants to defend Fallout 3 from criticism. He also outright invents the idea that New Vegas doesn't have many dungeons, again, just to prop up Fallout 3, and he even acknowledges the fact that Obsidian didn't have much development time and completely ignores it for a bizarre and baseless theory that the game just didn't have enough loot to put in the dungeons, and that's why they didn't make many. Which he immediately contradicts by talking about how many unique weapons are in the game and aren't in dungeons. He also makes an argument here comparing the direct number of skill books in each game, which is entirely invalid for the point he's trying to argue. His argument is that there aren't many dungeons due to a lack of loot, and he says Fallout 3 has over 300 skill books, while New Vegas has around 98 or so. Point is, the direct numbers are completely meaningless for this argument, because those numbers are simply how many skill books appear in the game world, and not the available amount of them to place in the game. Literally nothing is stopping Obsidian from adding more skill books in that regard. There aren't unique copies of skill books, like the magazines in Fallout 4. It's just one item of each type that's placed into the world multiple times. If you find 2 big books of science in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, it's the same item in the code of the game, you just have 2 of them. This means Obsidian could have placed as many skill books as they wanted into the game. There is no limiting factor here. Even entertaining this argument is ridiculous, because it's baseless and something he invented whole cloth, so it's rather easy to disprove. It's also worth noting that populating a world with collectibles does not make it immersive. This is supposedly an RPG we're talking about here, not a looter shooter. There's nothing wrong with dungeons, collectibles, or looting, but they're not the core of what the game should be, nor do they fix poor writing. As mentioned, at many points during his video, he unfairly puts New Vegas down, with inaccurate criticisms, which is especially weird when people in the comments were quick to tell me that New Vegas is his favorite Fallout game. I'm still getting comments to that effect. Now keep in mind, these are just some examples. I cover pretty much his entire video in my response to him, including these same arguments, but with more depth than I have here. Point is, this video is pretty garbage. No offense, John, truly, but it's just really not a good video. When I had responded to him originally, someone had posted my video to his subreddit, and his response was to misrepresent me, my video, and my arguments, use ad hominems against me to discredit what I had said, and he cherry-picked what was probably my weakest argument in the original video to debunk. And he seems to have tried as hard as possible to make me look like some wild-eyed, angry, insane, hyperbolic ripoff of the angry video game nerd, or something. Admittedly, I was pretty harsh in my response, and if I could do the video again, I'd probably handle it differently. But nothing warrants that level of dishonest misrepresentation. I'd far prefer to be called an insufferable cunt over someone attacking my character and misrepresenting me. He didn't even mention the fact that I insulted him. I totally would have understood if he didn't watch my video because of it, or even if he hated me because of it. But instead, he opted for the dishonest response of trying to make me look like a ranting and raving madman. Thanks, dude. Really appreciate it. It's actually from this Reddit post that I got the line you see in my intro of my videos, including this one. It's just such a wonderfully absurd and hyperbolic line, I can't help but find it funny. Now, as bad as Fallout 3 is, and as bad as his video was on it, Fallout 3 is at least more defensible than Fallout 4 is. While it does have some quality of life improvements, and a few positives here and there, as far as the story, world, and questing goes, this game is an order of magnitude worse. In fact, it's a complete disaster. I've been covering it extensively in my analysis series, with more to go still, but I'm very familiar with what this game has to offer. So when I was told in my comments section many months ago that he was working on a Fallout 4 is better than you think video, I expected this to be much of the same. Fallacious and dishonest arguments, context inconvenient to his arguments being removed, and straight up inventions to make the game appear better than it is. I was quite excited to cover this video long before it came out, because it proved to be an interesting, if frustrating, experience overall, and I feel I've learned a lot from both the process and feedback I've received. Now, the issues with Fallout 4 run so deep that any in-depth discussion on it seems as though it would be incredibly lengthy, which is why my series up until this point clocks in at over 7 hours long. Which might change, as I'm planning on remaking parts 1 and 2 in order to update them to my current standard. So, when I saw that John's video was only an hour and a half long, I was a bit baffled as to how he could fit the discussion into such a short time frame. Though as it turns out, he'd split it into 2 videos. Just about all of this response is aimed at the first of his 2 videos, as he does say a lot of ridiculous things in that video in order to defend it. However, I was quite surprised to find the second video was actually quite critical of the game. Considering he went so far to defend Fallout 3, I was expecting much of the same here, but his second video is actually pretty good. He even points out to some things I didn't pick up on in my own videos. I know a channel with 500,000 subscribers doesn't need the recommendation of a channel with 3,000 subscribers, but I actually do recommend this second video, even if I don't agree with everything said in it. The first of these 2 videos, however, is a complete disaster, and I'll be going through this fairly meticulously, to the point I may even comment on smaller statements he makes for nothing more than the sake of accuracy, which some people might consider to be nitpicking. If lengthy discussion on a topic and refuting bad arguments is something that scares you, now's your chance to run away screaming. With that out of the way, let's get into it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John, this is Betty, a true and welcome to Fallout 4 is better than you think, which I think it is. And that itself is something of a miracle. You see, to my mind, Fallout 4 is a deceptively intricate game, filled with systems that don't look like they should work together. In fact, I'm going to argue that in terms of mechanics, Fallout 4 might be the most dense game in the whole franchise. There's a lot here that's easy to overlook.
So judging from the title and approach to this video, this seems like it's largely going to be an in defense of type video, much like his Fallout 3 video, rather than talking about what he personally enjoyed about Fallout 4. The problem with his Fallout 3 video is that through much of his video, he presented aspects of the game and arguments in general to make it appear as though Fallout 3 is far better than it actually is, and everyone who criticized the game just missed all these great things about it. To give an example, he talks about the criticism that there isn't enough choice in dialogue, and why that is wholly untrue, as you can learn information in the world to give additional options and quests, and he uses the example of Superhuman Gambit. If you found a terminal log in a dungeon in a remote location, it gives an additional way of solving the conflict in that quest. What he fails to mention is that the example he uses to defend the game having hidden dialogue options is the one single example of this in the entire game that can be used to resolve a quest. A singular dialogue option being hidden in the world does not in any way make up for the fact that the entire rest of the game is lacking these options, and it also doesn't make up for the fact that it largely lacks these options at the base level as well. Many of his arguments throughout this video will be much the same, and that he presents things in such a way that is super convenient to the narrative he's crafting here, and he's going to make these systems sound far more intricate than they actually are. He says Fallout 4 might be the most mechanically dense game in the series, but that isn't inherently a good thing. New features don't fix existing problems.
It's a game that takes a bit of time to understand, so that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna dive deeper into Fallout 4 than I've ever done before, and I hope that by the end, I might have sparked a renewed appreciation for how elegant some parts of this game are.
There's many words to describe Fallout 4, but elegant is certainly not one I'd choose. In fact, he frequently uses this word throughout this video to describe otherwise basic systems, and it ends up being nothing more than a flowery buzzword to make the things he's describing sound better.
So, let's begin at the beginning. Actually, no. We need to begin earlier than that, because to understand Fallout 4, we have to understand how it came to be, the context it was made in, and the journey Bethesda travelled on the way to Boston.
Not necessarily. Knowing the creation process for Fallout 4 doesn't really change or justify the final product in terms of how its mechanics, world, characters, and especially story work. If an aspect of the game is shit, such as the story, then you find out the lead writer and designer is a totally incompetent jackass who wrote a shit story because he made the dumb assumption that people wouldn't pay attention to it. That doesn't justify the story being shit, it just gives context as to why it's shit. The same principle applies to aspects such as world building and gameplay. It's not even a situation like New Vegas, where they only had 18 months to make the game, and aspects of the world suffered because of that limitation. Even then, New Vegas' problems are still problems. This is no different for Fallout 4. The variety of problems with Fallout 4 are largely a result of Bethesda sacrificing too much in order to appeal to a wider market, as well as general poor decisions, such as a dialogue system both limited to and requiring only 4 options.
So, I want you to imagine for a moment what developing Fallout 4 was like. It's 2009, and work just wrapped up on the last bits of Fallout 3 DLC, and we know that work began immediately on Fallout 4, representing a good chance to make some big foundational changes to how the game should work next to Fallout 3. Obviously, good starting point. Try and figure out how people reacted to Fallout 3. Except there's a problem. Because at a very high level, Fallout 3 players who want things to change in the next Fallout game fall into 2 camps, and these camps have very different desires. First up, with such high sales for Fallout 3 next to Fallout 1 and 2, we know there's a big group who are new to Fallout. Fallout 3 is their introduction to the whole Fallout universe. There's no one gaming background to these folks, of course, but there's an excellent chance that many of them would have been more familiar with shooters than RPGs.
While there likely were many new players who were more familiar with shooters, you failed to consider the fact that Fallout 3 came out on the heels of Oblivion, which was just 2 years old at the time. By this point, Bethesda had a strong following with games such as Morrowind and Oblivion. It can be inferred from this that many Bethesda fans that moved over to Fallout would be familiar with RPGs. In fact, this is the exact way I found out about Fallout myself. I've been a huge fan of prior Bethesda games. I saw their logo on this game on a case in EB Games one day, and bought it for that reason alone.
And I say that purely as in 2007, 2 of the year's top 3 selling games were first-person shooters, while RPGs had fallen on hard times at the end of the 90s, struggling with the, at the time, much smaller PC market, but unable to transition to the increasingly lucrative console market, the exact phenomenon that led in part to the disintegration of Interplay, the original publishers of Fallout. When you see the common criticism of Fallout 3 that the shooting is clunky, there's a decent chance you're hearing from this group, because if your frame of reference is the shooters of 2007 or 2008, then yes, Fallout 3 would feel a bit clunky.
I think it was a general issue many people had with the game regardless of gaming background. You don't have to be a huge FPS fan to tell when the shooting is shit.
Thank you for the
it's
follow.
An aspect of
Much
Fallout 3 that's
appreciated.
frequently criticized by both FPS fans and non-FPS fans alike.
You're joining me for an absent-minded stream where I am playing a lot of Palworld.
By 2015, of course, it would have been much worse, and Fallout 3's shooting mechanics would have seemed hopelessly out of date. So, if you want Fallout 4 to succeed, you're gonna need better, smoother, more accessible gunplay. But hang on, as I discussed when I was arguing that Fallout 3 is better than you think, part of the reason that shooting is a bit clunky in Fallout 3 is by design. You're playing as a character who's brand new to the world, and level 2, they shouldn't be able to nail a mole rat in the eye from 100 meters.
This is a bafflingly awful argument. I'm kinda surprised he's actually doubling down on this from his Fallout 3 video. See, the thing about making video games is that typically you want your audience to have fun, and intentionally making certain systems,
munching on
such as
dinner,
shooting,
which is a Reuben sandwich with a cherry
and generally annoying, regardless if it's intentional or not, is only going to drive people away, and it's counterintuitive to game design. I can back this up too. One of the reasons many people drop Morrowind in the first half hour is because they don't like the accuracy being tied to the dice roll system, and it's annoying for them to see their weapons physically connecting with an enemy and dealing no damage. This is something they changed in Oblivion. Now, shooting in Fallout 3 isn't quite that bad, but it still isn't great. To argue that it's intentionally designed to be bad because your character's a 19-year-old kid seems dishonest. It seems like a desperate attempt to defend a poorly made system that can't be defended otherwise. There's nothing wrong with admitting that a game you like is flawed. On top of this, there is zero evidence to indicate that Bethesda purposely implemented poor gunplay to reflect a lack of experience based on your time in the vault. Characters who tag into weapons-related skills will still suffer from Fallout 3's poor gunplay. Bethesda specifically went over their way to get help with the shooting from id for Fallout 4, because Fallout 3 was criticized for its poor shooting. And no one is arguing that you should be a cracked shot at level 2. The criticism is over the general clunkiness of the gameplay, not tying skills into your performance. This is yet another straw man argument by him.
It's literally built into the game that you have to invest skill points to boost accuracy, lower spread, and reduce weapon sway. You're not an amazing shot until your character is. As a result of that, if you make the shooting immediately accessible, you've undermined the entire foundation of Fallout being an RPG, that what you can do depends on your character's ability as well as the player's skill.
Not necessarily. Even New Vegas was able to handle its shooting mechanics better than Fallout 3 did, by tweaking aspects such as the accuracy and weapon spread, as well as adding iron sight aiming, over the incredibly lazy slight zoom on the screen, Bethesda did in Fallout 3. Despite this, New Vegas, although to a lesser extent than 3, still generally has unrefined gunplay. Skills being tied to performance isn't the issue, it's the fact that gunplay as a whole feels clunky and unintuitive.
Which brings us to the second camp, the long-standing fans of Fallout, or RPGs of interplay, or RPGs of the 90s in general, who have exactly the opposite complaint. When you hear the common talking point that Fallout 3 was a dumbed-down shooter experience that wasn't a proper Fallout game, that may well be somebody from this camp talking. And what they want is a proper RPG experience, which is traditionally characterised by your abilities being entirely defined by the character you're playing as.
Now why do you think that is? It's not tied solely to how shooting works. Despite improvements, New Vegas still has similar gunplay to Fallout 3. Yet, New Vegas still has less overall criticism by RPG fans. I've never seen anyone call New Vegas a dumbed-down shooter. This shows that there can be a balance between the two. Fallout 3 received the criticism that it's a dumbed-down shooter experience and not a proper Fallout game, because much of Fallout 3 was severely lacking in choice, consequences, world building, and much of the gameplay was about gunning down generic enemies, rather than solving conflicts or engaging with groups trying to survive in the world. There's a night and day difference between the gameplay, world building, characters, questing, and story of Fallout 3 and New Vegas. The main story of Fallout 3 featured amazing quests, such as do a dungeon to get to Galaxy News Radio, do a dungeon to get the satellite dish for the radio, clear out all these enemies in a dungeon so the scientists can work on Project Purity, do a dungeon to get the Gek, and do a dungeon to talk to the president and follow the giant murder bot and watch him destroy the baddies. New Vegas, by comparison, had you solving conflicts between groups in any manner of ways, be it peaceful or violent. You could take the kill everything approach if you decided to, but in many cases, multiple peaceful solutions can be found. The point is that many felt Fallout 3 was a lackluster RPG because much of the game felt like a series of mindless tasks, whereas the quests of New Vegas had a variety of choices in and out of dialogue that promoted roleplay. Dungeons in Fallout 3 were mostly just locations filled with generic enemies and a bunch of loot, with little more reason for existing than to populate the world. Dungeons in New Vegas were often the focal point of quests, and were designed to look like real places that might have existed in the world, rather than sprawling dungeons. It was rare to be sent to a dungeon where the goal was as simple as collecting an item or killing an enemy. A classic example being Come Fly With Me, where it starts off as a simple quest of clearing a dungeon of ghouls. But upon arriving at RepCon, the situation becomes more complex as the ghouls aren't all feral, and in order for them to leave peacefully, they need you to clear the dungeon of Night King, who in turn will not leave peacefully until you help them find what they're looking for. And this is further complicated when what they're looking for is in a room guarded by a ghoul who doesn't want to leave without his friend. What started off as a quest to kill what you assumed to be generic enemies turned out to be a complex, layered, and multi-staged conflict between two intelligent groups that can be reasoned with and solved peacefully. The point I'm getting at here is that there's very solid ground to argue the point that Fallout 3 is a dumbed-down shooter and not a proper Fallout experience, and the gunplay is by far not the sole reason. Beyond the shooting side of things, Fallout 3 does not offer anything of note, especially compared to previous entries of the time.
So, basically, who thinks it's a good idea for Fallout 4 to be an immediately accessible modern shooter where player skill translates into an immediate gameplay advantage? And who thinks the exact opposite, that shooting should have a much smaller part of the game to create a more diverse RPG experience where ability is a function of long-term character building decisions? Then Skyrim launches in 2011 and becomes one of the most successful games of all time, so does that mean we should take notes from that? And just when you think things can't get any worse, those bastards over at Obsidian manage, in 18 months, to make a Fallout game that just happens to be one of the best video games ever created.
So John seems to be trying to frame this as though it was this huge dilemma for Bethesda on what to do with Fallout 4 in development, even though Bethesda had been simplifying their games more and more with each release for well over a decade at this point. Morrowind was still a complex RPG, but it had been simplified from Daggerfall. Oblivion had been more simplified from Morrowind, to the point of no longer being a deeply complex RPG, and more of a casual RPG that anyone could jump into. And that's not bad on its own,
Storm Noodle.
but it brought Bethesda more success, and incentivized continuing on their trend of making each release more simple, dumbing down both the RPG mechanics and the writing. The shortest jump seems to have been between Oblivion and Fallout 3. Bethesda still kept much of the RPG mechanics, but the story was a considerable downgrade in terms of
your name, or is this
writing
a second
quality.
account?
After that, Skyrim further stripped out and simplified RPG mechanics and dumbed down its story, and Fallout 4 was only the next step in their trend of doing so. Now John does something here in this clip to try to frame the narrative so as to be convenient to his argument. He specifically says,
Then Skyrim launches in 2011 and becomes one of the most successful games of all time, so does that mean we should take notes from that? And just when you think things can't get any worse, those bastards over at Obsidian manage, in 18 months, to make a Fallout game that just happens to be one of the best video games ever created.
The framing being, Skyrim came out, then New Vegas did. He doesn't explicitly say that it happened this way, but he presents his information so as to appear that way. New Vegas released in October of 2010, and Skyrim released in November of 2011. This will become more important momentarily, because he's going to try and frame this as if Fallout 4's development changed due to New Vegas, more so than Skyrim's immense success.
Now a load of those new Fallout 3 players have had the chance to experience a really good Fallout game with strong RPG elements, and many of them really liked what they saw, and now things are even more impossible, because previously, the old Fallout fans were in a tiny minority, but now, thanks to New Vegas, there's literally millions of people who have played a Fallout game that's a lot more RPG-ish, and you can't ignore that many people, so now Fallout 4 also has to somehow embrace what people loved in New Vegas, even though New Vegas didn't even exist at the start of Fallout 4's development.
See, this, combined with how he described New Vegas coming after Skyrim, becomes an incredibly dishonest framing of the situation. Even if development of Fallout 4 had started before the release of New Vegas, it still would have been in its early stages. Just to get a bit of a timeline established here, Fallout 3 was released in 2008, New Vegas in 2010, Skyrim in 2011, and Fallout 4 in 2015. Much of Bethesda's development time following Fallout 3 was likely spent on Skyrim, with Fallout 4 likely being in pre-production stages at best prior to the release of New Vegas, and likely only kicked into high gear either as Skyrim was nearing completion or after it was completed. The thing about game development is that very little is set in stone, and there's plenty of examples of major changes to games happening mid-development, such as how most of Halo 2's development was scrapped, and the Halo 2 we actually got was made in only 10 months. These mid-development changes can either be disastrous, such as in the case of Anthem, or for the better, but that's irrelevant to this particular discussion anyways, because again, Fallout 4 was in its earliest stages of development, at most before Skyrim wrapped up development, so there was a lot of time to adjust to customer feedback regarding New Vegas.
Put all of that together, and that's the context of Fallout 4's creation. Just imagine the stress of that.
The context is Bethesda had been on a trend of simplifying their games, and Obsidian made a really good, well-written and complex RPG that far surpassed their previous two releases in every release since in terms of quality writing and role-playing elements, and despite the fact so many people liked New Vegas, they disregarded many of its aspects and continued on their trend of simplifying their games.
So, what did Bethesda do? Well, they did precisely what they always do. They threw everything out and started again.
I'm gonna slap a big ol' X to doubt and a citation fucking needed on that one. This is a rather bold claim that John completely fails to substantiate or prove. It's just a statement he throws into the video because Well, I'm not really sure, but I suppose it supports his argument.
Oh?
Now who knows? Maybe John is
Non-female?
entirely right here. Maybe he researched the facts and this really is the case. But I don't know, and that's a problem because if he's going to make such a bold statement, he should back it up with evidence. I searched for evidence of this myself and couldn't find anything. He could provide a clip of Pete Hines or Todd Howard saying that's what happened, or an article or something, but he doesn't. So I'm inclined to believe this is something he just invented. He acts as though New Vegas being so well liked by fans would have greater influence upon Fallout 4. But Skyrim came after New Vegas, and was wildly and commercially successful, far more than New Vegas. So wouldn't that have had more impact on the development of Fallout 4? With Fallout 4's liberal use of Radiant quests, Skyrim's influence is far from hidden.
Now, this point kind of slips past people a lot. Specifically, I've seen a lot of discussion about Fallout 3 versus Fallout 4 and what got added or taken away, and I think this is completely the wrong starting point for a discussion about Fallout 4. Yes, at the absolute surface level, Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 seem to have a lot in common. Vaults, ruins, jumpsuit, 10mm pistol, dog, mole rats, raiders, vats, compass, Pip-Boy. Superficially, the two look very similar. But Fallout 3 and New Vegas look even more similar, and they're hugely different from each other. Fallout 4 is a brand new thing, and some people bring that up like it's inherently bad, like revealing that Fallout 4 diverged from some of the exact design choices of a turn-based RPG from 1997 is a big takedown gotcha moment, and as strange as it is that this needs to be pointed out at all, I don't think Bethesda were trying to be as faithful as possible.
So this is something it seems John likes to do a lot, but he's framing the opposition as though they're arguing from a position they don't actually hold. Or in other words, he's strawmanning the critics of Fallout 4. Many of the issues with Fallout 4 have little to do with the fact that they diverged from the style of the original games, and more with the fact that the systems of Fallout 4 are unimpressive on their own merits. There are many complaints about the entire skill system being removed, for example, but much of that has to do with how they decided to replace it. But at the same time, you also have to consider the fact that taking a beloved RPG series and dumbing down or stripping out everything that made the series what it was is going to piss off a lot of people. Most of the people who have issues with Fallout 4 don't dislike it simply because it tries something different, but because it tries something different poorly. New Vegas totally removed the big and small gun skills and merged them into a general gun skill. Yet, this change is hardly criticized because the new gun skill was not poorly implemented. Why would I have issues with Fallout 4's new systems if they ended up being good? Because they're new? Again, New Vegas is different from Fallout 1 and 2, and yet the game is, by your own admission, beloved, and it's often argued to be the best game in the whole series. I've always really hated this argument that the people who hate something simply hate it because it's new or different. It's such a dishonest and fallacious argument, and seems to only exist as an attempt to discredit legitimate criticism. Seriously, this argument needs to die a quick death. People who are fans of a series typically want new things in that series. The issue is never that there's something new, but the quality of that content. People might not always have good reasons for disliking something, but I'm sure if you were to really dig into the complaints people have, you'd see there's often a fairly logical reason for it, such as character assassination, disrespecting the legacy of what came before,
You are nothing but a relic from a deleted timeline.
or just in general bad writing. A lot of people tend to write off criticism or hatred for something as though people are looking for something to be angry about, as if people enjoy simply hating things, and this is rarely the case. Sure, it can be fun to mock and laugh at something absurdly awful, like Ride to Hell Retribution, but generally speaking, and as weird as this might sound, oftentimes hatred for something ends up coming from a place of love. When people criticize Bethesda Fallout, they didn't wake up one morning and decide, oh yeah, I'm gonna hate the fuck out of this game. It comes from frustration that something they love isn't being handled properly. I would far prefer to love the fuck out of Fallout 3 and 4, and spend hours gushing about how great they are. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. These are two extremely flawed games, to the point that any legitimate positives to discuss are vastly overshadowed by their errors,
This isn't a secret. Ahead of Fallout 4, they did a press tour broadcasting this. Say, in an interview with the official Xbox YouTube channel in November 2015, Pete Hines could not have put his cards more clearly on the table. Every game gets treated from scratch. There are no sacred cows. I think this is part of Todd Howard's belief that you can get stale by staying in one spot.
So first off, if he is suggesting that we should have anticipated the changes that came with Fallout 4, I want to point out that the video John is referencing here only has about 73,000 views after being available for just over 5 years now, and it was released the day before Fallout 4 released, and according to Steam charts, the peak player count was close to 472,000 on PC alone. If we were to assume everyone who viewed that video made a purchase and only played on PC, then that would be only 15.6% of the player base that saw this video. This is generously skewing the numbers in John's favor here too, because not every single view translates to a sale, and this is completely disregarding other contributing factors such as how many people played on consoles or overall sales. At best, this video he's referencing, where Pete Hines could not have put his cards more clearly on the table, was only viewed by a small fraction of people who actually bought and played Fallout 4. If you're trying to argue that major changes to a new entry in a long-time running RPG franchise have been clearly telegraphed in advance, I don't think that a video with a scant amount of views as compared to overall sales released the day before the game's release is sufficient evidence. Many people had their pre-orders in by this point. Some of us were hoping for Bethesda to take greater influence from New Vegas. Some of us went to a midnight release. If these changes were such a core aspect of taking Fallout in a new direction, why were they not discussed at the E3 reveal? The other problem with this statement is that it's an appeal to authority. Todd and Pete believe there are no sacred cows, so that means it's open season to change any aspect about the series? Would you still be defending this if they released Fallout 4 as a dating sim? Or a real-time strategy game? Or a sports game? Or a visual novel? Just because they make the games doesn't necessarily mean every choice they make is going to be good, and it's absolutely worth mentioning that taking a long-running series known for being a deep RPG and turning it into a dumbed-down basic bitch looter shooter is going to upset people, especially when the remaining RPG aspects of the game are extremely lackluster. Regardless, it's absolutely understandable that Bethesda feels that staying in one place can get stale, but changing things alone is not the issue. The issue isn't that Fallout 4 diverged from being a 2D isometric turn-based RPG, the issue is that Fallout 4 neglected most of the aspects that made the series so great in the first place, in order to turn it into what basically amounts to a generic shooting gallery with a Fallout coat of paint.
So that's what they did in Fallout 4. They threw out a huge amount of the core components of Fallout 3. Tone, atmosphere, location, setup, and made not so much a sequel to Fallout 3 as something brand new.
You mean like they did with Fallout 3? Their follow-up to Fallout 2 set it on the complete other side of the country, turned its existing factions into jokes, and killed any level of unique world building that could have existed by failing to introduce new interesting ideas to the series. The hilarious part of John's statement is that it isn't even true. Aside from the location change, which Bethesda does in every new release, Fallout 3 presents a grim, depressing wasteland in which civilization has failed to really start rebuilding in 200 years, and the setup to the story is that you're looking for a missing family member. Fallout 4 presents a grim, slightly less depressing wasteland in which civilization has failed to really start rebuilding in over 200 years, in which the setup to the story is once again trying to find a missing family member. And funnily enough, the story is once again about the Brotherhood going to war with some technologically advanced rival, except this time it's synthetic people instead of the Enclave. Like yeah, Bethesda realized that plants exist and put them into Fallout 4, so the wasteland isn't quite as grim as a world that entirely lacks any kind of naturally growing food, and everything should be dead as a result. But otherwise, they're very similar games in that sense. It's also worth mentioning that Fallout 4 was never going to be a direct sequel to Fallout 3. Bethesda has never done direct follow-ups to their games before. Fallout 4 was never going to be the capital wasteland however many years down the line, because it's long been Bethesda's standard to change locations in each game. What he's describing here is nothing new. This has always been Bethesda's process. They routinely change location and retool, remove, or add different mechanics and systems to their games with each iteration. It is nothing new for them. It's standard procedure. For example, between Morrowind and Oblivion, changes included, but were not limited to, dialogue, skills, combat, and spells, as well as taking place in a different province. Saying Fallout 4 changed some of these things, as if it's something new and special that Bethesda is doing, is a dishonest framing of their typical approach to new games, and it still doesn't change the fact that many of the changes they made were not good ones. It's also worth mentioning that changing the location isn't the same as changing the setting. In many ways, the Commonwealth feels like a repackaged capital wasteland. Not to mention that throwing out tone and atmosphere is entirely meaningless when they're both incredibly inconsistent in both games. Fallout 3 is a grim world where everyone is supposedly struggling to survive. But daily survival doesn't seem to be a concern for most characters. There only seems to be a few characters that actually care about the water crisis. Liam Neeson and the 3 water beggars. So it comes across as though it isn't that big of an issue, and no one in the world seems to give a shit about there being a dire lack of food. So that grim tone has already been nerfed super fucking hard, because the effort wasn't fully put in to make it as grim as they wanted. But to make things worse, the world is full of dumb, goofy characters that destroy the tone and atmosphere as well, such as Dr. Lesko, who's just a dumb cartoon character who sounds like a Professor Frink ripoff.
My experiments are of a complex nature and would take a scientist to explain. Oh wait, I'm a scientist. How marvelous.
Is it machine? Oh, wait a minute. This isn't the monsterometer, it's the frog exaggerator. But...
Or the costumed morons in Superhuman Gambit. It makes it really hard to take the world seriously, but most of that world doesn't care about or acknowledge the supposedly dire circumstances they're in, and when it's full of dumb cartoon characters. In New Vegas there's a fairly consistent tone. A lot of people are tense and unsure of the future, due to the escalating tensions between the main factions and the eventual Battle of Hoover Dam. The outcome of this conflict would impact just about everyone in the Mojave. This tone is consistently conveyed by multiple characters across the entire game. Fallout 4, on the other hand, tries to tell a serious and tragic story, but the world is littered with absurdity such as the Silver Shroud quest, characters that function as little more than walking stereotypes, and dumb gimmicky factions like the Minutemen.
But how'd you square all those circles I was just mentioning? How'd you make everybody happy when, rather like the Fallout Wasteland itself, different factions of fans are trying to pull the game in opposite directions?
Well, I mean, naturally you can't make everyone happy. That's simply the nature of humanity. The goal instead should be to find a good middle ground. A game that is accessible to people, but one in which its RPG mechanics are a core part of the game. You know, kinda like New Vegas? That's the interesting thing here about New Vegas being a bit of a wild card in Bethesda's lineup. They had been increasingly simplifying their games to appeal to more people. Then New Vegas comes along and provides an accessible experience while tightening up its RPG aspects, rather than stripping them out or dumbing them down. It's proof that this format can work and be successful.
How'd you make everybody happy when, rather like the Fallout Wasteland itself, different factions of fans are trying to pull the game in opposite directions? Well, strangely enough, it all begins with a pile of rubbish. The junk system is one of my favourite additions to Fallout 4. It's a brilliant system that adds so much to the game, but let's keep things simple just for now.
Okay, so now we're finally getting into the actual defense of Fallout 4. And I just want to say that defending this game is already a bit of a controversial position to take, simply because of how thoroughly it's been picked apart and its flaws exposed. So I'd expect anyone coming out to defend Fallout 4 would do so by starting off with their strongest arguments, the most impenetrable defense you can muster, putting your best foot forward to convince people early on, so they'll stick around to watch the rest of the video. And it's really weird that he'd begin his defense with something completely unrelated to the issues people have with this game, as well as trying to make it sound as if this is the thing that'll bring the two opposing groups of fans together that he described earlier. If he really thinks the junk system in Fallout 4 is the best way to please both RPG and FPS fans, then things are already looking quite grim. It's very telling that he's starting his defense with a system people didn't really take issue with for the most part, instead of the substance of what most people's complaints were related to: the story, world building, questing, and characters.
In the original Fallout games, the world is populated in a very pragmatic fashion when it comes to items. Almost everything you see is just painted into the background. In fact, items you can interact with are sufficiently rare that you could hold down shift to highlight items that weren't just part of the scenery. From an isometric perspective, this is perfectly reasonable, as the camera is so far away from the player, distinguishing a useful item from generic junk would have been very difficult. This means in most scenarios, most levels are effectively empty, with items instead placed in containers or dropped by dead enemies. When Fallout moved into 3D first person, this changed. Now that the player was down on the ground and had a better view of the areas they were exploring, this level of emptiness would have made areas seem bland. So miscellaneous decorations were added all over the place. Spare parts, trash, components, pencils, various bits of pre-war detritus. Now, this did work as set dressing, but it created a problem. 99% of it was useless. You might occasionally grab items with decent weight to value ratio to sell at the nearest store, but mostly your character acted like potentially functional pre-war technology in a never-before-explored ruin was just a bit uninteresting.
So right away, John tries to frame the existence of junk items as a problem, and it's really not. As far back as Morrowind, the world was populated with all kinds of useless junk items, with literally no function to the player. Exactly as he describes for Fallout here, it was set dressing, and nothing more. He specifically cites this as being a problem, but he can't substantiate or back up why it's a problem. He claims that you bypass potentially important tech in ruins, but he fails to provide examples of this because there are none. Literally all the random junk items you find in ruins are random objects such as scrap metal, pencils, teddy bears, empty bottles, chessboards, and so forth. Many games are filled with such set-dressing objects. The only difference is that you can interact with them here due to the specific style of how Bethesda's games work, which changes nothing about their purpose for existing in the world. So these items, simply existing alone and not having any use, isn't an issue. He's falsely presenting it as a problem in order to prop up Fallout 4's junk collection system. And the idea that you're passing by and ignoring valuable tech is something he invents whole cloth.
And then came Fallout 4. Now, basically every item in the game can be broken down into materials, and those materials can be used to improve weapons and armor, or build infrastructure in your bases. This is a huge improvement, and the core reason why is because we're playing a game here, an interactive experience, so the more benefit there is to engaging and interacting with the world, the better.
That's not necessarily the case. More interaction with the world alone doesn't necessarily make the game better in any way. If adding this system just makes the game better by default, due to more interaction, then you could argue every single game should have a system like this, because it increases interaction with the world. What you're referring to here is a basic resource gathering system that exists in plenty of other games. Resource gathering is a prime aspect of other games, sure, but that aspect is largely a vehicle to progression in these games. I'm not sure there's many people who boot up Minecraft excited to spend hours mining hundreds of thousands of resources so they can build a massive fuck-off castle. They're typically excited about the actual building and designing aspect, not the resource gathering. Same goes for Terraria, Rust, 7 Days to Die, or the multitude of other games that use similar systems. The difference is, resource gathering is a core part of these games, whereas it has never been a part of Fallout's core gameplay, nor does it add roleplay value in any way whatsoever. The systems that junk collecting supports in Fallout 4, the weapon and armor modification and the settlement building, are still just extras on top of an otherwise complete game. They're nice to have, but they're nowhere near what the core of the game should be. If these systems were stripped out, the one single thing that would change about any major story elements would be the teleporter relay being built. If anything, I'd argue that when the junk collection system is viewed as a core aspect of gameplay, all the time spent collecting junk detracts from the focus of the story, characters, and world at large. Taking New Vegas as an example, the crafting system in the game does not add to the writing at all. It has very little to do with dealing with NPCs and picking up scrap metal, duct tape, and wrenches for my repair kits, does not tie in with how well New Vegas handles conflict. This is the exact line of reasoning the lead writer used as an excuse for writing a shitty story, along with a shallow world for Fallout 4. It's not a good excuse, because there are many people who do care about the story and world building, but he is right for the fact that many people would also disregard the story to build shit.
Let me give you a really simple example here. Let's look at a couple of very early game areas in various Fallout games. So, this is Silver's house in Fallout 3. The vast majority of these items have no use and effectively no value. They don't really tell us anything. I could steal them, but there's no point. A pre-war camera, useful chemicals, practical day-to-day kitchenware, all of them have no utility outside of a tiny number used in weapon schematics. New Vegas is very similar, though the issue is somewhat eased by a more full crafting system.
Again, none of this is an issue. You keep framing it as such, but it's really not. These items aren't meant to have value to the player. They're not meant to tell us anything besides the fact that people live in the world and collect whatever junk they like or find useful. If I see a plate and cutlery on a table, it tells me these characters use dishes to eat food, and that's about it. Yes, it's absolutely set dressing, and there's literally nothing wrong with that. I've never seen anyone complain about this in Morrowind or Oblivion or Fallout 3 or New Vegas or Skyrim. This is honest to God the first time I've ever heard anyone framing junk items existing as being a massive problem that needs to be solved, because most people understand what set dressing is. Literally, the only significant difference between these items and similar set dressing items that are painted into the world in other games is that you can pick them up. Giving these items to function as scrappable junk isn't inherently a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing either, it's just something you're now able to do that you couldn't before. If you couldn't interact with these items at all, if they were just static too, would they still be an issue, or is their existence as items the sole reason this is a problem to you?
In Fallout 4, meanwhile, this is the Concord Speakeasy, and at first it looks very similar, even featuring the same camera. But now, these items are hugely more valuable, because they're a source of components. So, you drag them back to base and drop them off there for crafting. And this has all sorts of positive impacts on the game world. Firstly, it incentivizes the player to engage with the world with much more attention. Rather than passing by background decoration, you start scavenging, which fits perfectly into a game universe where scavengers and prospectors have long been a part of the games, with the whole process streamlined through the quick loop menu, one of hundreds of tiny UI improvements that Fallout 4 gains.
Hundreds of small UI improvements? Surely you could substantiate that, right? Like, sure, quick looting is nice, but what are all these other improvements?
My sandwich more.
Anyways, picking up literal junk does sound a lot more interesting when you frame it as engaging with the world. But by making these items into loot, this just gives them the same role as stimpaks, caps, ammo, and other things a player would keep an eye out for, like in the other games. This isn't nearly as significant of an improvement as he's trying to make it seem. New Vegas set this precedent with crafting and reloading benches, and it never became a significant part of the gameplay. This isn't a revolutionary new system or anything, it's something that's been done dozens of times before. Stuff like junk collecting, weapon and armor modification, and the settlement building are ultimately bells and whistles, not the actual substance of what comprises a choice and narrative-driven RPG.
Even better, in a world where everything contains components that might have a use down the line, the optimal solution would be to pick up and take everything. But carry weight is the limiting factor. You have to start thinking with a critical mindset about what is most important to carry back to base.
Weighing my options between a desk fan and a roll of tape isn't thinking with a critical mindset, especially when I could just fast travel to the nearest settlement, dump my junk items in the workbench, and fast travel back for the junk I left behind. Again, this is literally nothing new for games with looting, and especially for Bethesda games, which have had carrying capacity dating back to the first Elder Scrolls games. Very few games have any kind of infinite inventory or excessively generous inventory. Most games have a limited inventory of some kind, be it carry weight or item slots. To reference Minecraft, Terraria, Rust, and 7 Days to Die Again, this is something you have to deal with in all of these games. You have to prioritize what resources and materials are most important to you and which to leave behind. Again, he's clearly trying to make this sound as if it's more significant than it really is. Hell, having to decide which items you want to take or not has also been a long-running part of Bethesda games in general. Adding in junk on top of that just means you have more things to choose from.
And what's even better than that is that changes over time and depends on your own build choices. At the start of the game, duct tape will be as precious as gold dust, as you need adhesive for everything. But as time moves on, you might well find it's screws that become more pressing, leading to the discovery that finding a desk fan now generates a slightly concerning amount of joy. In the mid-game, copper and aluminium could well start running low. And finally, rare precious materials for advanced energy weapons. That camera might be no use to level 2, but become precious at level 35, leading to a world of dynamic scavenging, where an area that seems uninteresting at one point becomes a gold mine later.
What is the concerning amount of joy?
What the fuck? What? What? What?
No, seriously though, this is literally nothing new. The crafting and building games have referenced to this point literally all feature a variety of resources that are used to craft different things, some of which tend to be rare, and your resource needs change as you aim to craft different things. This isn't complex in the slightest. Some materials are rare, and are often core components in crafting higher tier equipment or objects, but he has to puff this up and make it sound far more interesting and complex than it really is. Even making up absurd and hyperbolic phrases like dynamic scavenging to describe the extremely basic function of needing different resources in order to craft different items. Like at this point he's starting to sound like a used car salesman trying to convince me that a rust bucket is a Ferrari. If I'm playing Warcraft 3 and I need more lumber to build something and I have my peasants collect more lumber, is that dynamic scavenging? If I'm playing Terraria and I need some demonite ore to craft the next tier of armor, so I focus on getting that, is that dynamic scavenging? If I'm playing New Vegas, and I begin collecting 12.7mm rounds instead of 9mm rounds, is that dynamic scavenging? How is that any different than what he's describing here? Resource needs change as your goals for gameplay or crafting change. We're only 11 minutes into this video, and he's already littering his defense with flowery language and buzzwords to puff up otherwise basic features of this new system.
And perhaps even more importantly, it quietly encourages you to pay attention to the world. Because unlike previous Fallout games, where loot tended to be fairly generic and distributed at random, now you need to consider what's going to yield it. Need gold or silver? Try residential areas and look for jewellery. Need ceramic? Look for restaurants and kitchens. As you play more, you start to get a feel for what's going to be where, and thus whether, with your current needs, it's worth taking the time to loot a nearby diner, or science lab, or electrical store. And suddenly, it struck me. The game has taught me not just to act like a scavenger, but to think like one. The game mechanics have nudged me into role-playing as a Fallout prospector, and I think that's kind of genius.
And more importantly, it quietly encourages you to pay more attention to the world, because you need to consider what's going to yield loot. Mechanical parts, gas and engines from cars, crops from ruins of farms, concrete and cobblestone from construction sites, and suddenly it struck me. 7 Days to Die hasn't just taught me to act like a scavenger, but think like one too. The game mechanics have nudged me into role-playing as a survivor in a zombie apocalypse. What the fuck is your argument here? That the act of looking for materials to build stuff with is somehow the equivalent of role-playing? By this logic, just about every game out there is a role-playing game. Alien Isolation is a role-playing game about hiding from an alien. Team Fortress 2 is a role-playing game about mercenaries fighting over gravel. Angry Birds is a role-playing game about a race war with pigs. Using basic game mechanics isn't what role-playing is. Role-playing is typically creating a character, defining who that character is, and being immersed in that role. You can technically role-play as a scavenger in Fallout 4, if you so choose, in the sense that you're Nate the Scavenger. Remember, you can't actually write your own backstory or personality for your character. But simply using a tacked-on game mechanic in the exact way it's intended to be used, the way it's implemented in every other fucking game that has it, is not role-playing on its own. You're still hyping up this entire system to appear as though it's more important than it actually is. even if we considered engaging in certain mechanics as role-playing, is still far from impressive. New Vegas allowed you to apply a massive variety of character aspects to direct role-playing systems, such as skill checks and dialogue. For example, the medicine skill not only had the impact of granting healing bonuses, but it let you roleplay as a doctor by creating drugs, applying your skills in dialogue by recognizing drug symptoms, diagnosing mental health problems, and offer your services to other people. Outside of dialogue, there are options such as performing surgery during the quest Et Tumor Brute, and examining the corpses during GI Blues. This isn't exclusive to medicine, it makes almost every skill have role-playing applications. However, because Fallout 4 has dumbed down the dialogue system and completely removed skills, Charisma is now the only stat with any dialogue significance, and special checks as a whole are extremely rare.
Of course, all of this would be meaningless if the junk didn't do anything. So fortunately, the opposite is true. Junk isn't just important, it's part of the core of the game.
Sure, junk is the core aspect of the game, but it shouldn't be. We're talking about a choice-driven RPG series, where story and characters have been a core aspect for most of the mainline games, and all of that has been dumpstered in favor of collecting literal garbage, collecting materials to build stuff with. Something I can do in 100 other games. Minecraft, Terraria, 7 Days to Die, Rust, Ark, No Man's Sky, Starbound, though that game is complete fucking shit. Seriously, don't buy it. The Forest, Conan Exiles, Subnautica, RimWorld, and countless others. This is still just extra stuff, on top of an otherwise complete game. Bells and whistles, fluff. It's a decent, if flawed system. I'm sure many people enjoy what it brings to the table, but it has next to no impact on the main story, besides being required for a single quest. It has no impact on the side quests, and can otherwise be totally ignored. If you were to strip this entire system out of the game, very little would change in the overall progression or primary goal of the game. Regardless, you'd say all this would be meaningless if junk didn't do anything. Except you're neglecting to mention that how many materials I can break in from a location doesn't need to be my sole motivation. Why not just put actual narrative-driven quests or interesting NPCs in these locations, if there's no motivation to visit random areas?
Specifically the, by this point, well-acknowledged core gameplay loop of explore, loot, craft.
I thought it was kill, loot, return. This is the core gameplay loop regardless, because the game encourages looting non-junk items as well. Are you arguing that this gameplay loop is beneficial? One of the big criticisms of Fallout 4 is the massive lack of quality content outside of this loop, because Explore, Loot, Craft, and Kill, Loot, Return has, by no means of exaggeration, nothing to do with role-playing.
In practical terms, you begin the game with almost nothing.
You mean like almost every other game?
You loot Sanctuary Hills. You use what you find to slightly improve your gun. That facilitates going to a further away and more dangerous location, looting that, and so on, exploring further and further with better and better weapons and armor.
So this might come as a bit of a shocking revelation, but you don't need to upgrade your gun to go to Concord. This actually has very little impact on the game overall, so upgrading your gun here doesn't facilitate anything, because it is already well within your ability. Weapon and armor modification is nice, but it's not a game changer here, nor is it as essential as he's portraying it to be. You can quite easily complete the game without engaging a weapon or armor modification at all. Not to mention, you're going to be finding better weapons and armor as you play through the game regardless. That's how this typically works. Hell, as far back as Morrowind at least, exploring, looting, and finding better equipment has been a regular part of Bethesda's games. You know, except for the fact that in Fallout 4 they give you a free set of power armor and a minigun in the first 10 minutes of the game. Upgrading your equipment might give you a bit of an edge, and again, it's a nice system to have, and I even have some praises for it coming in the next part of my Fallout 4 analysis, but it's not as revolutionary or necessary as you're trying to make it out to be. I realize I'm saying that a lot, but John is spending a great deal of time trying to make a basic system that's tacked onto this game that's been done countless times before sound like it's the best thing since sliced fucking bread.
Now we'll get back to this exact loop and how it works in Fallout 4 in a second, but I do want to step back and look at the wider picture here. In particular, how Fallout 4 is for the most part unique in the Fallout franchise for even having an identifiable core gameplay loop at all. You see, in any big open game, you're going to have two different tiers of goal at the same time. First, you have a long-term goal. Find the water chip, find Dad, find Benny, find Sean. But these goals are often vague and far off, so generally the game is going to give you smaller, more local, more achievable goals. In Fallout, this is often done through subquests: Stop the Rad Scorpions, Power of the Atom, Ghost Town Gunfight, stuff like that. Local missions that can be resolved in a fairly short period of time. Now this worked fine in Fallout 1 and 2, as every location in the game features quests, and the space between them is represented by a map screen. The system, however, started to run into a bit of difficulty in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, as now the space between major towns wasn't just an abstraction, it was a real space you were travelling through, which thus had to be populated with stuff. This led to many small locations, camps, houses, abandoned farms, which the game flags to you and you can explore, but there's a risk that you could walk away from them empty-handed. And that's a bit of a disaster design-wise, as that teaches the player to not bother exploring in future. Exploration should always yield something.
I think the fact that Fallout 4's core gameplay loop has been identified to be something so simplistic is a testament to how far this franchise has fallen. Especially considering roleplay in a fucking RPG is not part of the core gameplay loop. Other games have core gameplay loops that are handled very well, such as Terraria, where engaging in the loop, dig, fight, and explore is core to progression. Terraria isn't praised for the loop existing, but for being done well. John cites explore, loot, craft as being a core of Fallout 4's gameplay, but again, crafting can be entirely ignored and isn't necessary for progression. Again, it's a nice bonus, but it doesn't make the game. This is almost the equivalent of praising a cake for having a cherry on top. It's not the substance of what the cake is, but a nice little bonus. At its core, Fallout is still about its story, world, and characters. Fallout 4 just handles all of these extremely poorly. As for locations that don't have anything of value in them, again, this is something that happened quite often in Bethesda games. Your proposed solution of tape and desk fans having value makes them no different than stimpaks or ammo in this regard. If a location is lacking loot, throw some ammo in there. If a location is lacking loot, throw some tape in there. This is also just the same argument repackaged that junk items have no use.
And thus we come to Fallout 4. The junk economy is a very elegant answer to this problem.
Junk economy? Junk economy? Mate, it's a fucking basic-ass system that exists in countless other games. This is another perfect example of him making up phrases in order to make something sound more complex and better than it really is. Imagine being so desperate to defend the game that you describe the basic function of collecting resources as dynamic scavenging, and a junk economy being an elegant solution to a few areas in the game being a bit uninteresting.
How do you make every single building in the game worth exploring? By giving every single bit of set dressing potential value.
The answer is, you don't need to, because this problem is far less disastrous than you make it out to be. Fallout 3 and 4 have an overwhelming amount of dungeons. There's probably a comparatively small amount of the player base that has seen every single dungeon in these games. Even if you give random junk items use and value, you're still going to eventually hit that threshold of not giving a shit anymore because you have everything you need. Especially considering the fact that by mid-game, you can just buy a lot of components that you need in bulk. This system doesn't so much increase the amount of dungeons you're going to be exploring, so much as it will increase the amount of items you bring back from each one. Also, just a point worth mentioning, but dungeoneering is never what Fallout has been about. Dungeons were set pieces for quests and part of the narrative, but they weren't the entire point of the game. Filling up the empty space in the world with potentially interesting locations to explore is a good thing because it fills up the world, but it's still just set dressing, in the same fashion that random junk items are. These items were never the core of previous Fallout or modern Bethesda titles, in the same way random dungeons aren't a part of Fallout's core gameplay.
If anything, the loot might have been a bit too compelling. Remember just after Fallout 4 launched, there was a whole bunch of webcomics that made the joke players were too busy crafting to bother finding Sean. That's a symptom of a core gameplay loop so strong that it's hard to break away from it to focus on the wider macro goal, though don't worry, we'll get back to the issues of your mission to find Sean later.
If this gameplay loop is so strong that it breaks the primary goal of the game, isn't that a bad thing? Typically, a side feature shouldn't overshadow the more important aspects of a game to this degree. We're about 15 minutes into the video, and he's barely said anything of substance. See, this is the thing I really can't stand about these in defense of type videos, which is absolutely what this video is. The discussion of the objective quality of the games falls by the wayside in favor of trying to score points in defense of the game. That's not to say that he's intentionally trying to deceive people. I don't know what his intentions are, but it seems pretty clear that some mental gymnastics are going on here in order to justify the idea that this game is better than people think. The thing is, many bad games can have small positives you can pick out of them, but that doesn't change the fact that those games are still bad. The fact that he has to do so much work here in order to make these systems seem great should be representative of just how little he actually has to work with. A rather simple system about looting crafting materials and spreading those materials around the world in a logical way can't be described as such because it doesn't sound interesting. It has to be described with terms like dynamic scavenging or junk economy to make it sound better than it is. Looting junk can't simply be described as looting junk because that sounds unappealing. In many ways it functions basically as a chore, largely because it is. The material gathering stage of any game is often the least appealing or most tedious aspect because it's rarely ever designed to be a hyper-engaging aspect of the game. In the case of Fallout 4, collecting garbage is literally just picking up junk as you come across it. John's description of this system is basically the equivalent of a garbage collector, describing their job as a sanitation specialist.
This, by the way, was one of Fallout 76's critical mistakes. By reintroducing weapon and armor condition into the game and making junk the currency used to maintain them, in 76 it's entirely feasible that you could go looting, but if the haul is a bit low, you could end up weaker than when you began in junk terms. In Fallout 4, as condition isn't an issue, that can't happen. Every single item you pick up brings you closer to improving your arsenal, and every improvement you make will be with you forever.
Again, an over-exaggeration of how deep this system goes. This really shouldn't need to be said, but not every single item you pick up will necessarily help towards your goals. It's entirely possible to collect a shit ton of basic materials that don't actually progress towards improving your equipment in any way. Yes, every material is usable for something, but not every material will hold the value he's pushing that it does due to your individual goals. You even gave an example of this, thanks to dynamic scavenging. Items such as screws will become far less valuable than adhesive.
But again, all of this is meaningless if the final stage of the loop, crafting, doesn't hold up. And I'd argue that the modular weapon crafting system of Fallout 4 is a huge step forward for the franchise, building on some of the best ideas in New Vegas.
I'm feeling like a broken record at this point, but yet again he's overhyping this system. The weapon modification system isn't too bad, but it does have some issues. I like the concept, just not the implementation. Many weapons share identical upgrades, and it goes a long way to making a lot of weapons feel very similar to each other. Just for an example, you could take the assault rifle and the combat rifle and modify them into very similar weapons with marginal differences several times over. This is true for many weapons in the game. There's a mod for the plasma gun to make it function similar to a flamethrower, so if you have one, why would you ever pick up the other? It's just a very similar thing to the thing you already have. Also, weapon modification was definitely not what people considered among New Vegas' best ideas. New Vegas is held in high regard because of its well-made factions, interesting NPCs, well-designed quests, expanding skill applications, well-written dialogue, and more. You know, role-playing stuff. In fact, it's quite an amusing thing to point out that Tim Kaine, the creator of Fallout, is quoted as saying, "My idea is to explore more of the world, more of the ethics of a post-nuclear world, not to make a better plasma gun." And yet here's John, using a weapon modification system to defend a game that is utterly lacking any kind of deep exploration of ethics or groups in a post-nuclear world.
You see, for a long time, Fallout had a problem with linear weapon progression. Basically, this means that certain weapons are simply objectively superior to others, meaning you have no reason not to trade up from one to the next as they become available. The problem this creates is it makes playthroughs very similar. You know that certain weaker guns will be traded out as early as possible, and at the other extreme, you know that the moment you get your hands on certain weapons, there will never be any reason to stop using them. From the Turbo Plasma Rifle in Fallout 1, to the Pulse Rifle in Fallout 2, or Vengeance and Lincoln's Repeater in Fallout 3, these are objectively superior weapons to anything else you're going to find. It was New Vegas that started the process of fixing this problem, through adding a limited array of mods that could be fixed to particular weapons. While this didn't stop weapons eventually falling out of use, it did mean that you could choose to invest in a particular weapon and give it a powerful edge that would extend its lifetime, and let you keep using a weapon of your choice. In a way, Fallout 4's modular weapon crafting system is just a logical, if very significant, extension of this. Now, every gun can be modded extensively. Your 10mm pistol isn't doomed to redundancy within the first 10 minutes of the game. Instead, if you want, rush to Gun Nut 1, slap a powerful receiver on it, you've got yourself a good early to mid-game weapon. And once you get into energy weapons, you can pretty much do anything. Turn a pistol into a shotgun, add fire damage, the world is your oyster. It was a really fun way to imagine energy weapons though. Rather than just being superior in power, as in Fallout 1 and 2, their strength now is in flexibility, allowing them to be introduced into the game much earlier. And you know what, I'm just going to mention this here, I love what Fallout 4 did with energy weapons. Rather than being a distinct class, as in every previous Fallout game, leading to that slightly awkward mid-game moment, when you realise all the best weapons from now on are going to be energy weapons, which you haven't been investing in, because you haven't really seen any energy weapons so far, so now you have to spend a few boring levels just piling points into energy weapons to make them usable.
So he makes it sound like you absolutely need to invest in energy weapons. But again, this is totally untrue. They're clearly more powerful, but it's totally valid to completely ignore them if you so choose. He also tries to make it sound like investing in energy weapons becomes this tedious task when it's really not. If you want to make a mid-game switch, just play the game normally and invest towards it. I did on my first ever playthrough of Fallout 1, though to big guns instead of energy weapons. I proceeded through the game with little issue. Additionally, the fact that energy weapons are a mid-game item is a trade-off for speccing into stronger, more efficient weapons. John presents energy weapons as some sort of necessity for having access to the strongest weapons in the game, but small and big guns are both completely viable weapon classes. In the case of small guns, the trade-off is that the weapons are cheap and readily available at all times.
Not anymore. In Fallout 4, rifles and energy rifles are deemed to be the same class in terms of perk investment, so you can transition whenever you want, with the limiting factor often being that energy weapons need a lot of rare materials to modify. But that's brilliant, because now the choice is in the hands of the player. In Fallout 1 and 2, the game just refuses to let you have an energy weapon until the mid-game, so screw you if you tag that skill, I suppose. Fallout 4 takes a much more nuanced position. You're welcome to use energy weapons straight away, but it will take careful scavenging to find the high-tech components you need.
So tagging small guns or energy weapons in Fallout 1 and 2 was more of an investment on which part of the game you wanted to be easier or harder. With small guns, the start of the game would tend to be easier due to your access to them, but late game would be harder due to your inexperience with energy weapons. With energy weapons tagged, the situation was reversed, in which the early game is more of a challenge, but becomes easier as you start finding energy weapons to use. Regardless, both are completely viable by themselves. There is no skill investment that is required to be made.
Especially as, at the same time, conventional firearms are much cheaper and easier to mod with common resources. And this is a good time to mention something I'd like you to try and keep in mind. That way of dealing with energy weapons, where the game gives you a lot of freedom to do things your own way if you choose to, Fallout 4 does this a lot, and more than many people seem to give it credit for. So, as I say, just bear that in mind going forward. We'll be revisiting that idea.
So this is just setting something up for later on, but I just wanted to make sure people took note of it, because he's actually going to try to argue that Fallout 4 has choice. He did a similar thing with his Fallout 3 video, where he exaggerated the complexity of situations in available choices to make it sound as though the people criticizing the game over a lack of choices were flat out wrong or misguided or something. What he's already setting up here is arguing from the perspective that you could choose how to play the game and how to handle situations in a very generalized sort of way, and framing it as though a basic function of how open world games work is a specific design choice to allow the player to have freedom and choice, similar to how he said running away is a valid choice when, again, it's a basic function of how open world games work. You can run away from encounters in Morrowind too, but it isn't a game series lauded for its choice and consequences. I'll address this more when we properly get to it, but the criticism that there's little choice in Fallout 4 is due to there being far less choice in handling situations and quests than even Fallout 3 had. Yes, you can choose the faction you side with. You can make some very minor, negligible choices in side quests that don't impact much, but the handling of conflicts between groups, and the ability to potentially solve them peacefully, is near non-existent in this game. Off the top of my head, there's an entire singular quest that's about different groups in conflict that can be solved peacefully, and that's Order Up, which is a quest that can be finished in a minute, not even joking.
Now, let's get back to weapons in general, because there's a key point here I need to stress about why this system works. There is no best mod ever. Every weapon you build, you're choosing a specialization. You never just make your weapon better. You make it better in one way and thereby turn down something else. If it's as powerful as it can be, for example, it might be heavier or fire slower. We often talk about building characters in Fallout. In Fallout 4, you're also building your gun. And I do believe that some people in Bethesda were thinking about guns almost as if they were part of your own character build, given they added the ability for you to name your arsenal, suggesting they knew you might spend more time with each gun and get a bit attached. And I can say, in my first survival mode run, I absolutely did.
Yes, it is cool that I have a lot of options in terms of gun customization. However, in what way does the ability to name my gun translate to it being a part of character building? Similar to previous comments such as dynamic scavenging and junk economy, I feel like this is just another layer of meaningless fluff to ham up this game's weapon customization. Also, the ability to name your custom weapon should be expected. It's a way to sort them in your inventory or easily distinguish them from the 20 other weapons you're carrying. Why would giving the player the ability to name their weapons be likened to character building? Once again, in similar fashion, Morrowind allowed you to make custom spells and enchanted items in which you have the ability to name your spells or enchanted items.
But of course there's another side to the discussion about weapons too, and prepare yourselves because I'm about to say a controversial thing. I love the legendary system. I think it adds so much to the game in so many ways.
So this is something he did a few times with his Fallout 3 video, and it's something he does several times in this video, to the point of it becoming obnoxious. But John will specifically highlight certain subjects as being controversial, almost as though he's trying to provoke a reaction. There's at least once in his Fallout 3 video where he said the line, "Prepare your best angry comments now." And in this video, he repeats the line about torches and pitchforks or something to that effect several times. But what he's actually doing here is a fallacy called poisoning the well. It's where you try to preemptively discredit your opposition by presenting negative information about them, so what they say won't be taken seriously. The way he's doing it here is by presenting his opposition as some irrational, aggressive mob, and it comes across as really disingenuous and fake. This will get more apparent as we get deeper into this video. Now, I'm not sure if this is intentional or not, but he's actually highlighting something as being controversial here that isn't nearly as controversial as other aspects of Fallout 4. There's certainly some criticism towards the legendary system, but as far as I've seen personally, it wasn't anything I really saw people getting up in arms about, and more so just giving general criticism towards it, because it ends up being a relatively small part of the overall game that does have its own issues, which I will cover momentarily.
Firstly, it gets rid of the old problem that once you've got a strong enough gun, you know you'll never find anything better, because anytime you could come across an instigating variant of your favourite weapon, or an explosive shotgun, or an automatic that applies extra flat damage per bullet. Once I found a plasma-infused minigun, that was a good day. You can do as much crafting as you want, but you'll never be absolutely certain this is now the only gun you'll ever need. A better weapon or piece of armour might be waiting just around the corner. Even better, the possibility of legendaries appearing anywhere further reinforces an incentive to search every building, as even a low-level critter can spawn a game-changing bit of gear, and that adds a huge amount to replayability.
Not needing to replace your gun because it's strong isn't a problem. It's a core part of progression and design that exists in many games. Also, you know how previous Bethesda games handled this? Weapon and armor durability. I don't carry one super powerful weapon in Morrowind or Oblivion or New Vegas, because the game encourages switching them up and different types of weapons might be suitable for different situations, especially in Fallout. Besides, what you're arguing here barely kicks the can down the road. You cite examples of legendary weapons being better than their default counterparts as evidence that it's always possible to find something stronger, but the very examples you use are likely some of the best modifiers you can get, and never need to replace them. As for these pieces of gear being game changers, there will be few and far between that will make that significant of a change upon your game. Just for a point of reference, I've played Fallout 4 for close to 400 hours, and I can't remember getting a single legendary item that was so significant as to change the game in any meaningful way for me. In fact, most legendary items I got ended up being totally worthless to me, as I had better equipment already. I'm talking items like a wooden board that does extra damage to mirelurks, or literally just any low-tier melee weapon, or pieces of armor that slightly reduce damage from certain arbitrary sources, such as ghouls or super mutants. Much of the criticism this system receives is due to it essentially acting like enchantments from the Elder Scrolls series. It isn't a horrible system on its own merits, it just feels extremely out of place with the way it's implemented. It makes absolutely no sense in Fallout for weapons to have these effects for no discernible reason, such as damage bonuses to certain enemy types, or dealing more damage if you're addicted to chems, or never having to reload, or straight up magically transmuting properties into bullets, or wooden boards, such as radiation damage, or freezing damage, or explosive rounds, or fire damage, or even poison damage. One feature of New Vegas that was praised was ammo types, and for some reason, Bethesda decided to not follow through with that and return to generic ammo for everything. But wait, there's guns that magically turn your bullets into plasma or poison bullets for no reason. New Vegas had weapons that had bonus effects, but they were generally more grounded in reality. Bonus limb damage or bonus crit chance, stuff like that. They generally didn't involve more unusual effects without good reason.
If anything, my only complaint with the system is that Bethesda were a bit too generous with the guaranteed reward and shop spawn. You can get some really good weapons that way, though there is definitely still room for finding and crafting some better stuff. Now, I can hear the angry hordes approaching already, and I know what they're about to say just before the pitchforking begins. John, though, cries they like the bonfire. Regardless of how well the system you're describing may not work, that doesn't change the fact that these mechanics are fundamentally those of a looter shooter, and not an RPG. Checkmate, burn the witch.
See what I mean? He presents a rather basic opinion, as if it's this big controversial thing that he's going to be attacked for, while also trying to make his opposition seem unreasonable. Generally speaking, the expectation for a structured critique is the presentation of objective information, as opposed to relying on a personal narrative. John opts for the latter in order to frame the idea of Fallout 4 being
that's a predator enemy
as some sort of hyper-heated, controversial debate, in order to poison the well, as seen through his repetitive comments about the angry mob that doesn't really exist. It really comes off as disingenuous when you specifically go out of your way to moan about how putting forward your arguments will result in getting attacked for them. Also, people who disagree with you or criticize you aren't attacking you. Just say what you've got to say and be judged for how well you put your information and arguments forward. Don't do this pathetic playing the victim bit, because anyone who isn't a die-hard fan of yours can see right through it.
seriously, I've seen this one being thrown around a lot. So apparently we need to discuss a bit of gaming history here, because I think the term looter shooter gets some folks a bit upset, possibly because it has shooter in it. So that means it's further down the RPG to FPS spectrum, and thus represents a dumbing down of Fallout.
And this is what we call strawmanning. Also, he's acting like the people who make this complaint are brain-dead morons who can't differentiate the fact that the word shooter alone doesn't make it less of an RPG. John really has an issue with his condescending attitude that he needs to fix. Seriously, people aren't morons for thinking differently than you. Anyways, he's trying to kill two birds with one stone here. He's trying to discredit the argument that Fallout is being dumbed down, which is no less than an objective fact I'll demonstrate momentarily. And he's trying to do so by painting the opposition as believing this because there's more of a focus on looting and shooting. Focusing on making shooting better doesn't take away from it being an RPG, and the looting systems you described neither adds to nor takes away from the RPG aspects of it being an RPG. People make these criticisms and complaints due to the fact that the games are getting far more simplistic in terms of mechanics, story, choices, and consequences. And this is something that's plagued the Elder Scrolls series too. I can't speak to Arena or Daggerfall, since I haven't played them yet, but Morrowind was very much reliant on the stats and skills system. Moving into Oblivion, many skills got cut outright, and your ability to engage in certain mechanics and abilities were reduced as well, such as enchanting and spellmaking. Skills were still important to the core of the game, but just a bit less than in Morrowind. Fallout 3 is kind of on the same tier, though traits weren't carried over from Fallout 1 and 2, and generally Fallout 3 provides a much more simplified experience as compared to the original two games. Skyrim by far is the biggest leap in terms of dumbing down and stripping out of mechanics. While a simplistic perk system was added as an additional character building aspect, attributes as a whole were gutted, and birth signs were relegated to a semi-permanent bonus from a runestone, rather than a locked-in aspect of character creation that you had to think about. Additionally, classes as a whole were removed, and now any skill leveling up progressed towards your overall level, instead of having a select few skills that were core to leveling up, but all others didn't progress your level. Before, raising your attributes would impact many aspects of your character, such as their magic resistance, speed, stamina, health, and so forth. This has been reduced into an extremely basic choice of picking which of the 3 colored bars you want to extend. It is factually dumbing down the mechanics of the game by removing classes, so now you don't have to decide which skills are important to you, and by removing attributes and replacing them with 3 colored bars, because picking which of your attributes to raise is far more complex. Fallout 4 did the reverse, where special still exists, but skills were torn out by the root, and with them all the systems they supported as a result, such as skills being used in speech checks or as ways to deal with situations or solve quests, along with actually having to choose your tag skills, because obviously that cannot exist when skills as a whole don't either. People don't call this game dumbed down because it does shooting better or because there's a junk looting system. They call it a dumbed down looter shooter because it factually strips out or oversimplifies many core RPG and character building aspects that existed in the previous games. And the few they leave in generally have less weight in your character build. You not only admit yourself, but praise the fact that looting is a core aspect of the game now. You quite generously labeled the cycle Explore, Loot, Craft, when in reality it's just kill, loot, return with a nicer coat of paint. The core gameplay of Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas was about dealing with characters and conflicts. Your skills or knowledge often impacted your ability to do so. Fallout 4 replaces that, with killing generic enemies and looting generic junk in a near-infinite loop, as quite easily demonstrated by the Radiant quests, and a large majority of Fallout 4's quests are exclusively about looting or shooting, with little variation in between. To say this game has been dumbed down from its predecessors is no less than the objective truth. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas often had quests that present you with a conflict or a moral quandary to solve. The Gecko power plant contaminating the water of Vault City, the bigots of Broken Hills, GI Blues, Hard Luck Blues, Come Fly With Me, Ghost Town Gunfight, That Lucky Old Sun. The list goes on. Sure, these games did have kill quests and collection quests, but they didn't dominate the available list of quests to the degree they do in Fallout 4. Many of the quests here are incredibly simplistic. Collect this, kill that, do a dungeon to get a thing, and only rarely would there be any sort of quest involving groups in conflict that could be solved peacefully. Off the top of my head is Blind Betrayal, which is somewhat decent. Order Up, which is incredibly simplistic, and over in a minute, maybe 2 or 3 if you really stretch it out. Imogene Takes a Lover, which is again, rather simplistic. Dependency, another quest that can be solved in just a minute or 2. In Sheep's Clothing, which is also super short and just a charisma check to end. The Big Dig can be ended peacefully with a charisma check at the end, and the Morowski Heist is a somewhat simplistic quest that can be ended peacefully. The large majority of Fallout 4's quests are often about killing or collecting things, and the ones that aren't are incredibly simplistic, such as Here Kitty Kitty, Kid in a Fridge, Silver Shroud, Trouble Brewing, Short Stories, Pull the Plug, Public Knowledge, Pikmin's Gift, Curtain Call, Confidence Man, Tradecraft, Mass Fusion, Powering Up, Hole in the Wall. The list goes on. Framing it as anything else is just dishonest, especially when the entire point of your video is to defend Fallout 4 from criticism, which you'd think would require some actual research into what that criticism is, rather than just strawmanning and saying whatever is convenient.
But this just doesn't really stand up to any level of scrutiny. First, just a reminder, looter shooters as an entire, admittedly slightly wibbly defined subgenre, were a variant on loot-heavy RPGs. Diablo is often mentioned as one of the important inspirations, with Diablo 2 lead David Brevik running an early online test with Hellgate London, though the first big success was most likely Borderlands, coming out in October 2009, which very conveniently started selling very well indeed at just the same time as development was starting and big decisions were being made on Fallout 4. The looter shooter has always been an offshoot of RPGs, and often features plenty of character build and upgrade options to build your character in the direction you want, which is a pretty core part of, an RPG. And even by the standards of looter shooters, Fallout 4 really skews back towards RPGs and away from the direction plenty of other looter shooters developed. Fallout 4 doesn't put twitch shooter gameplay at the centre of the action. There are no classes, instead sticking with a complex character build and upgrade system. There's no online focus, and your effectiveness with a weapon and how you utilise it is much more a function of your character build and crafting choices than the inherent numbers of the gun itself.
John is still conveniently ignoring the fact that the description of Fallout 4 as a looter shooter is not a criticism of the game improving on looting and shooting. The common criticism comes from the fact that Fallout 4 is lacking in many RPG elements that are specifically important to the Fallout series as a whole, involving dialogue, quests, and story. This is akin to an Elder Scrolls game failing to have good dungeons and combat. Regardless of how good other features may be, even if they're considered RPG elements, a series that emphasizes specific mechanics should excel at them. Even the complex character build and upgrade system, as John describes it, fails to allow creation of unique character builds because typical characters will find them picking up similar perks for weapon damage, lockpicking, and hacking, along with the problem of charisma being an objectively better stat, due to its direct in-game uses in the game's extremely limited dialogue system.
But here's the crucial bit, and the point that hopefully will stop the pitchforking. I don't actually think Fallout 4 is a looter shooter at all. You absolutely, 100%, don't have to engage with any looting. You can have a perfectly good time playing this game without ever touching a piece of junk. The reason for that is, to compare Fallout 4 with its distant uncle Borderlands, the rate of weapon obsolescence is miles apart. In Borderlands, you need to be constantly changing out your weapons. Every time you level up, new stuff becomes available. You're going to be routinely throwing out your arsenal to pick up new stuff instead. In Fallout 4, let's say you've done the early game Brotherhood quest for Dance and Arcjet. You now have a legendary lucky laser rifle, Righteous Authority, and if you want to, you can keep using that to the end of the game. Every 10 to 15 levels, you'll unlock a new rank of Science, then you can improve it a bit further. If you need materials, buy them. Junk traders are literally all over the shop if you'd rather not spend your time looting. I just don't think it's right to call Fallout 4 a loot shooter if all aspects of looting are optional.
So despite you saying this is part of the core gameplay loop, of which you said may have been too hard to break, you're now saying it's totally optional. What John's neglecting to mention here is that looting isn't exclusive to junk. Much of the game encourages looting in general. Armor, weapons, magazines, stimpaks, chems, ammo, caps. But that's besides the point, as looting isn't even an issue as explained previously. It's essentially just some nice icing on a fairly shitty cake. It's also worth noting that only a short while ago, he claimed the legendary system fixed the old problem of never finding a better weapon, but now he's saying a weapon you get early on can last to the end of the game.
Firstly, it gets rid of the old problem that once you've got a strong enough gun, you know you'll never find anything better.
A few moments later.
You now have a legendary lucky laser rifle, Righteous Authority, and if you want to, you can keep using that to the end of the game.
So one weapon being strong enough that you'll never have to replace it was an issue, but here's a weapon strong enough and you never have to replace it and it's super duper?
Any more than you can call it a building game, given it also contains an entirely optional building mode. In fact, it almost sounds like, and stop me if I'm being crazy here, that these are all things you could choose to do, in a world where you have the freedom to do or not do any of them.
Similar to what he did frequently in his Fallout 3 video, John presents flimsy evidence that can be demonstrably proven to be false. It is an undeniable, objective fact that the settlement building feature is a requirement of the main story in order to complete, through needing to build the teleporter to reach the Institute, and therefore you also need to collect the components for it as well. In fact, you're required to use this system if you want to complete the game for the Minutemen, Brotherhood, or Railroad, as they require you to build artillery, parts for Liberty Prime, and defenses respectively as part of a quest. Also, you can see him trying to emphasize that this game has choice again, when this is very clearly not what people are referring to when they say they want choice in these games. On top of this, looting being optional does not change the fact this game is clearly designed with this system at its core. Dark Souls can be beaten without engaging in any typical RPG elements, such as dialogue or levels. Does that mean Dark Souls isn't an RPG? Dishonored can be beaten by running in and mowing down enemies. Does that mean Dishonored isn't a stealth game? Crusader Kings can be played non-strategically. Does that mean Crusader Kings isn't a strategy game? Unlike the building system you mentioned, looting is a core part of the game. To claim that Fallout 4 cannot be called a looter shooter because the looting system is optional is extremely misleading and dishonest.
Like I say, if you enjoy town building, you could set up a network of scavenging stations to automatically generate junk without having to do any looting yourself, or set up caravan points so that traders will come to you, allowing you to trade the excess food and water that your settlement produces for whatever materials you need. This is something I never really see anybody talking about, by the way. Settlements have real gameplay utility for those who wish to play as a builder and trader, and that's pretty much a first for Fallout. You can actually run your own town that attracts merchants. You can trade for what it needs or invest in your own stores, so your own townsfolk can bring in passive income for you, and you don't need the shops in established towns anymore. You can simply handle all of your buying and selling inside your own town.
One more
It's almost like, I don't know, the game gives you that freedom I mentioned before, where you could take the role of a town mayor, or a prospector, or a mercenary, where the gameplay facilitates you being able to take on any of these multiple roles. I don't know, there must be a name for this sort of thing. Yeah, it's time to address the LERPG in the room. Let's discuss character building.
So
that's fine and all, but no matter what you do, you're always going to be Nate the Mayor, or Nate the Prospector, or Nate the Mercenary, or alternatively, Nora the Mayor, Prospector, Mercenary, and so forth. You get my meaning. Being the same person who could do multiple different jobs is far different from playing as your own character that you create. One of the big criticisms of this game is the fact you absolutely cannot create the backstory for your own character. It's set in stone from the outset. Your only other option is to completely ignore the intro and pretend it doesn't exist, which is a failure of the intro. In Fallout 1 and 2, some aspects of your character were established. You were a vault dweller, or a tribal descendant of that vault dweller. But besides that, your history was pretty much open to interpretation, and this allowed a fairly wide variety of character backstories you could write for yourself if you decided to do so. Fallout 3 took the legs out from under this ability to character build by deciding nearly every aspect of your life for you by the time the game proper starts. You know who your friends and bullies are, you know who your father is, you know your mother is dead, and you know you're 19 years old by the time you exit the vault. New Vegas was the most open in this regard, as the only things established about your character is the fact that you were working as a courier and you got shot in the head by Benny and survived. On the other side of this, every single mainline Elder Scrolls game to date has started off with you being an entirely nameless prisoner who may or may not have committed a crime to land themselves in jail. All other backstory is a complete blank slate for you to write whatever the fuck you want into it. Fallout 4 guts this entirely. You don't get to make your own character, you simply pick one of two to play as, either Nate or Nora. Sure, you can change their appearance, or their names, you can pick their special builds, and what perks they get as you play the game, but who they are is set in stone. Nate is a veteran who fought in a war. Nora is a law school graduate. The two are married and have a son together. Even their personalities are hard locked into being either sarcastic asshole or local superhero, and the lack of a karma system and evil choices in general takes away from the ability for your character to be a morally dubious or even straight up villainous person. This destroys the player's ability to decide who their character is, harder than the nukes destroyed the pre-war world.
You know, the strange thing for me isn't that Fallout 4 made some big changes to character building, it's that it took so long to happen. In terms of how special works, I think Fallout 4 might be my favourite Fallout game of all, and that's largely down to a change that looks minor on paper, but has a huge impact. The reduction of your starting special points from 40 down to 28. This was massively overdue, mainly as the old system, 40 special points divided between 7 primary statistics, meant that you could be perfectly competent in 6 stats, and then a world-class genius with a special of 10 in a stat of your choice. Maybe even more curiously, you could be literally as good as it was possible to be in 2 different primary stats, and still have a respectable enough score of 4 in the other 5. It feels very generous to me. To my mind, it just seems reasonable that if you want to be as intelligent, or strong, or agile as it's physically possible for a human to be, then go ahead and do that, but surely there should be a compromise somewhere.
This is something I actually agree with here. Special points have been a bit too generous in the past, so them being a limiting factor in character build here is certainly a good choice by the developers. Or at least, it would be, if the entire perk system didn't undermine this entirely. In Fallout 3 and New Vegas, special could be raised using perks. However, even this was limited in those games. In Fallout 4, the entire point of reducing special points at the start of the game is completely undermined by the fact that you can raise every single one of them to max using perks. Because you get a perk every single level, the only limiting factor is how fast you can level.
Special balance is another issue that the franchise has struggled with in various ways. While there's no special stat that's especially useless in old Fallout, there is one that's typically noted as very strong. If you look over Fallout 1 and 2 character build guides, you'll see a pattern emerging: very high agility. After all, it doesn't matter whether you're planning to use guns or melee, whether you want to stand and fight or run away. In a world where all of your in-combat actions and movements are controlled by action points, you're gonna want plenty of them. This was a very minor thing though. The real trouble started in Fallout 3. You see, with weapon
turned into a stamina bar in 4.
That was fairly generous to
Fallout
most
4
characters.
is
Anybody
literally
who
built
wasn't
on
going
top
to
of
melee
Skyrim.
didn't need
It is
strength.
just a
And
Skyrim
perception,
mod.
in a move so baffling I'm still convinced it must be some kind of
part of the
mistake,
reason why it's so
had
fucking
no
fun.
impact on your chance to hit, and instead just modified your compass
Sorry for
text,
the hard
leading to an odd situation where you might find yourself taking perception you absolutely don't want or need just to access the excellent perception perks, sniper and better criticals. Now Fallout New Vegas did restore weapon strength requirements, and then took away Fallout 3's blended charisma speech system, making charisma basically useless and giving birth to the Charisma 1 Speech 100 monstrosity. Perception was still completely useless as well. And then came Fallout 4 with a rebalanced special system and 28 points to invest in. And that's brilliant, because that means your starting point is now an average of 4 points per primary stat. If you want to be a genius with 10 intelligence, your other stats are now on average 3 each. Want to be the world's strongest and smartest man? Great! Enjoy having 2s and 1s in your other 5 stats. This has always made me think a lot harder about every single special.
Oh, there it
In
is.
Fallout 3 or New Vegas, bumping up intelligence straight to 9 is just something I do without thinking at the start of each game, as if being a near genius is some non-event. In Fallout 4, I'll rarely go higher than 7, because the cost and compromise seems too high elsewhere. Instead, a 9 or a 10 might be something I choose to work up to during the game, which makes perfect sense, having to invest in your character over time to get them an elite primary stat. More generally, this feels incredibly Fallout-y to me. Specifically, Fallout 4's entire special system reminds me of the classic Fallout trait system. As a reminder, traits are almost always double-edged swords. They allow you to give yourself a particular advantage, but always at a cost. The 28-point special system feels like that principle taken to its logical conclusion. Unlike every previous Fallout game, where you're welcome to be both a world-class expert at one thing and a competent all-rounder in everything else too, in Fallout 4, any expertise must be paid for by being below average elsewhere.
It is beyond fucking absurd to compare limited special points to traits. The two are nothing alike. Traits would often give game-changing attributes to your character, both a positive and a negative, such as Finesse, which increases critical chance by 10%, but all attacks do 30% less damage. Or Gifted, which increases all special by 1, but all skills are reduced by 10%. Or Trigger Discipline, which causes weapons to fire 20% more slowly, but are 20% more accurate. Or Feral Kid, from the cancelled and unfinished Van Buren, which would have increased throwing range to strength times 4, instead of strength times 3. But your limit of companions is reduced by 1. Traits offered significant gameplay changes, even something as simple as Hoarder, which grants an extra 25 pounds of carry weight, but you suffer a -1 to all special stats if you're carrying less than 160 pounds, which causes you to rethink how you play the game in certain aspects. You may find yourself picking up random, literal useless junk, almost like a real hoarder, in order to satisfy this requirement. On the other hand, New Vegas' Logan's Loophole can completely change the late game, as the level cap can be lowered by as much as 20 depending on what DLC is owned, but chems become far more reliable to make up for this loss, as they're effective for twice as long, and you cannot become addicted to them.
If there are any
Saying
other
that limiting the special points is the natural conclusion of the trait system is an absurd comparison, because special just isn't all that impactful in Fallout 4, and has nowhere near the variety of benefits or drawbacks as the traits
so
in
much
previous
oil,
games
it'll
had.
make America blush.
I didn't know taking the trait system to its natural conclusion involves stripping the system out entirely. He's drawing a connection here that just simply does not exist. Yes, you have to balance your special points, which might mean sacrificing one stat for another.
I didn't want
But
to
again,
get it in a low level
special is
area,
less
though.
impactful than it was previously,
That's annoying.
with the exception of perks being locked
I still
behind
don't know
them.
how to bump up
But then of
meteorite
course there's
spawns on
the
servers.
thing. We have to talk about the thing. The thing that always comes up when anyone discusses Fallout 4's character build system. And I'm going to say something now that makes me wonder whether I actually enjoy the pitchforking, but it's something that needs to be said. Skill points are not, and never have been, a good way of representing and controlling your aptitude in key skills. They were long overdue for a rework. Fallout 1's mechanics were closely modelled on the GURPS system, which was first created in 1986, and we were still using something close to it in 2010's New Vegas. Okay, do you know part of the reason why tabletop games represent skills as numbers? It's because when a game is happening entirely on a table, the easiest way to generate a random result is a dice that generates a number. And thus the easiest way to check how well your character did is to also have your skill represented as a number. Easily accessible on a character sheet so you can see whether your stat is higher or lower than the dice roll. But most RPGs today do not actually have visible dice rolls, they're going on in the background. And even more than that, we don't see the calculation, we just have numbers and a result. Say in New Vegas, I put 6 skill points into barter, repair and guns. How much better are the prices I get? How much more accurate am I with a gun? How much more can I repair my gear? I don't know, because the game doesn't say how it's working it out. The moment the mechanic is a secret back-end thing, then skills as a number have no meaning. It's madness. You can invest in skills and have no way of knowing what that did without checking the wiki.
So there's another pitchforking comment. That certainly isn't getting tiring.
So this guy does not
So in this entire segment, he's trying to justify the removal of skills on Bethesda's behalf. He's trying to frame this as a good thing. First thing of note is that he says they were overdue for a rework. A rework. Tearing the entire system out by the root is not what a rework is. Maybe the skill system needed to be rebalanced, or reworked in some ways. I'd agree with the sentiment that it's not a perfect system, but fixing a flawed system usually entails adjusting that system, not outright deleting it from existence. Next, he specifically highlights that Fallout 1's mechanics were based on the GURPS system, which was created in 1986, and that we were still using it in 2010, as though the system being old in itself is a bad thing. Remember earlier how he said people would point out that Fallout 4 was new, as if that was some kind of gotcha moment. He's doing the same thing here but in reverse, citing how old something is instead. If anything, I'd argue that a system being used that long is a testament to how good it is. But John is treating it as though it's out of date simply because it's old. Age is a valid argument against things that can go bad or expire, like food, not a concept like RPG mechanics. I'd like to point out, for the record, that the wheel was created thousands of years ago and is still used today. We didn't just get rid of it simply because it was created a long time ago. Next, he tries to argue that skills being represented as numbers have no meaning to the player, because we do not know the calculations going on in the background. Except that's total bullshit. It might require a bit of explanation, just to make things a bit more clear, but otherwise it's fairly easy to understand that raising your skills generally increases the benefits they provide. Exact numbers aren't necessary, because learning that your guns are going to shoot 1 or 2% more accurately means little to the player, that raising a skill alone won't already inherently tell them. Not to mention, there's so many complex interactions under the hood that it's nearly impossible to tell how things will work exactly. To take an example from another Bethesda game, in Morrowind, bartering with an NPC isn't based solely on your mercantile skill, it's based on the NPC's skill too. So an item that may sell for 300 gold to one NPC may sell for 350 to another if you have the same mercantile skill in both interactions and they don't. I don't know if it works the same way in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, but it does show how complex skill interaction can be. He highlights 3 examples here: shooting, bartering, and repairing. For shooting, it's generally harder to actively portray in a blatant manner to the player how much better their shooting is, due to an increase, especially since an increase of a few skill points is marginal at best. A solution to this would be to have the level up screen display general information as you hover over each skill, and how much your points will increase your benefits from that skill before you lock them in. This actually applies to bartering and just about all other skills in general. He says outright that the moment the calculations are a secret back-end thing, then skills portrayed as numbers have no meaning, and that it's madness! As if stating such a thing just makes it true. Despite skill levels like 15 and 90 being part of back-end calculations, the player can infer that these numbers represent general incompetence and expertise respectively. When I was 12 years old and playing Morrowind for the first time, the function of skills was explained to me in basic terms, and I've understood ever since. I didn't need to know the background calculations. Either that or I figured it out for myself, I can't remember exactly. But I do know that I didn't have the internet back then, so I couldn't just look it up. To quote Mr. Caption's Fallout 4 video, which is absolutely worth a watch.
There was an article a long time ago from Bethesda before the game's release about why this was done, and it was for 2 reasons. In addition to showing why these 2 reasons are not excuses for what happened to the skill system of Fallout, I plan on carefully deconstructing the new perk system and why it's a complete downgrade in almost every way. The 2 things Bethesda hoped to fix with this new system was a perceived overcomplexity from the old one, and that the old one was supposedly too limiting in your options when you were leveling up. Let me first get everyone on general ground as to how it used to work. In Fallout 1, 2, 3, and New Vegas, when you leveled up you would get skill points, usually around 10 to 12 to maybe 14 of them. You could distribute these points in any number to any number of skills in the game. The goal of this was to get your skills as high as possible, because the higher they were, the more their effects benefited you. After this, you would either, at every level or at every other level, pick a perk. A perk is a new trait of your character that somehow affects certain aspects of the game for you and provides a great benefit to certain features or mechanics in the game, assuming they weren't functionally broken. With this understanding made, let's talk about how supposedly overcomplex the original system is. It's not. I have no idea who Bethesda thinks they're fooling with this shit, and I cannot imagine there exists a person who is genuinely confused to the point of no longer enjoying the game by the skill system. It's incredibly simple. You raise points and skills get better, then you pick a perk. That's all there is to it. I have no idea how someone can be flummoxed by that, and if you really can't get a grip on how that works, I'm afraid you may not be smart enough to play Fallout.
But here's the crucial bit. It actively, specifically doesn't work in a video game.
Except in all those games that it works fine in. Imagine making the argument that a system that's been around for decades and is a staple of many RPGs has not worked, despite being a core part of those RPGs. John's argument isn't just taking shots at old Fallout here. He's taking shots at all RPGs that use the system without explicitly showing what their skills do. The funniest part about this is that the special system he was just praising moments ago does the exact same thing. He actively argues to the benefit of the special system of Fallout 4, yet all the calculations of what they do is equally in the background and unexplained to the player. He argues that he doesn't know what 6 points in guns repair or barter does for your character because the game doesn't explain it to you, while praising Fallout 4's special system despite the game not explaining to you what they explicitly do. That's one hell of a double standard, John.
Let me give you a really simple example. If you've ever watched a speedrun of New Vegas, you'll notice the runner immediately builds a very extreme character. A common one is Strength 1 to help fund Endurance 10 and Charisma 10. They'll rush to Speech 100 by level 6 and use that to talk down Linnaeus at the end of the game. Generally, we call this min-maxing, the process of building a hyper-specialised character who is therefore hyper-competent at the exact thing the player needs them to do.
This should really go without saying, but naturally speedruns are going to be vastly different from a typical run. Most people who play the games typically do so in order to, you know, play the games.
Impossible.
Speedruns exist solely to get to the end of the game as soon as humanly possible, without care for anything else. Speedruns are in no way representative of how the game is meant to be played, or how most people tend to play the game. This is the case for most speedruns of most games. Regardless, how exactly is building a hyper-specialized character a problem? No shit that making a Charisma 10 character and rushing speech would make that speech-specialized character hyper-competent at the thing you designed it for, specifically at the cost of being disadvantaged in other skills.
Now, in a tabletop game, this wouldn't fly. There are many articles by game masters discussing how to deal with power gamers who are trying to min-max, but the general gist of it seems to be, if the game master spots this as happening, they can adjust the world to compensate, ideally in a fun way, like having the player's strength draw unwanted attention, or potentially just having a quiet word with the player to make sure everyone's having a fun and fair time. But as soon as your game is running with tabletop rules, XP and skill points, but the game master is a dumb machine that has no way of spotting what the player is doing, well, welcome to Exploit City. Population Intelligence 10, Charisma 1, Speech 100.
It's a basic function of RPGs that you would want your character to be as competent in the most important aspects to the player as soon as possible. There's literally nothing wrong with playing this way, because at the end of the day, it's a single-player game. John tries to draw a comparison here between tabletop games, even mentioning that a game master might have a word with a player trying to exploit the game to get them to stop, so everyone can have fun, and that the game is fair, and that a computer can't do that with a video game. But this point is completely irrelevant in a single-player game.
There are many articles by game masters discussing how to deal with power gamers who are trying to min-max. But the general gist of it seems to be, if the game master spots this is happening, they can adjust the world to compensate, ideally in a fun way, like having the player's strength draw unwanted attention, or potentially just having a quiet word with the player to make sure everyone's having a fun and fair time. But as soon
This isn't a multiplayer fucking
Treating
game.
yourself with the experience. And it's like,
Even then, he presents min-maxing as a problem.
Yeah, that's a totally valid way to play if people want to do that. Like,
so in my experience, I have like a D&D group that I play with, and the thing is, min-maxing is not a problem really. Like the idea being, obviously you want to have the ideal build. I mean, the thing is, because it's not a video game, that this is not an issue. There's nothing to exploit. You'd have to actively have knowledge of the game to do something like that in New Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's part of the problem. Like, okay, let's say you play Fallout 3 and you want to nuke Megaton. Well, you know from the start, if you've played the game before at least, that you need 30 in explosives to go do that. So, is it, I don't know, abusing the systems to raise your explosives that high to complete the quest immediately? Like, what is he getting at here? And yeah, I've never played D&D myself, but I think it should go without saying that a tabletop game with a bunch of people, of course that's going to be, you know, a unique campaign or scenario every single time. It's not like, well, I'm loading up New Vegas for the 400th time. Let's see how fast I can talk Lanius down. You know?
Exactly, yeah.
The Game Master in New Vegas is a computer, not a person. Why would it ever care if you try to min-max? If you want to rush a skill in Fallout, that's not even exploiting the game. It's a basic function of how the system is supposed to work. How the hell can you sit there and unironically call this an exploit? I'd also like to draw attention to John's double standard once again. He just praised the special system in Fallout 4 for being so limited in terms of points, that if you want to be really good at something, you have to sacrifice something else to do so. The skill system in New Vegas is the same exact thing. If, for example, you want to rush lockpicking, you're doing so at the direct expense of every other skill not being raised. So by the time you do max out lockpicking, you're still terrible at shooting and hacking and survival skills and medicine. And unlike in Fallout 4, this could have consequences upon your playthrough. You might not be able to talk your way out of situations because speech is too low, for example. John is also making the mistake of assuming that just because he plays this way, that everyone else will too. Not everyone is going to play this way. Some people just want to enjoy the game. Some people want to roleplay and build their stats based on the character they create for themselves. Not everyone is going to min-max, and even if some people do, that's not an inherent problem. Comparing this to tabletop games is also a total false equivalence, because even if you do give yourself absurd stats, this impacts no one else but yourself.
Now, to be fair, the system worked better in Fallout 1 and 2, because they had a couple of mechanics built in to stop precisely this sort of thing, like how investing in a skill yields diminishing returns over a certain level, meaning hitting the actual skill cap of 300% was something that basically nobody would do. Where it all went wrong was Fallout 3. You see, in Fallout 1 and 2, almost everything is being calculated with probability, effectively tabletop dice rolls happening in the background. This meant that investment in your skills would always give you at least some modest benefit in your chance to succeed. And crucially, your character sheet showed you those calculations, so you knew precisely what benefit you were getting by investing. Yeah, you can really tell that Fallout 1 was literally built on Tabletop Foundation. It really shows. But in Fallout 3, they kept the skills, but got rid of 99% of the probability. Now, I haven't been able to find any concrete statements as to why this decision was made, but the most obvious conclusion is that people playing PC RPGs in the 90s went in fully understanding and expecting the game to feature hidden dice rolls and probability. A bigger general video game audience in 2008 and 2010 would be much less familiar with this idea, and might find it confusing and frustrating that they were failing skill checks without knowing why, or even that they were happening.
And this is not a fault of the system. Why is it the audiences of the 90s expected this system? I never played tabletop games, and Morrowind was my first Western RPG, which, sure, came out in 2002, but I still went in blind not knowing how RPGs work.
Some systems work.
The only RPGs I had played prior to that were Breath of Fire 3, Legend of Dragoon, and Dragon Warrior 7, none of which had skill systems, and yet I didn't have an issue understanding how a basic skill system worked. Sure, I didn't know the intricacies of how it worked, but I knew in a general sense that skills being higher was a good thing. It made you more effective in the things those skills controlled. It's fairly easy to put together that higher weapon skills means that you will be more likely to hit with that weapon. If modern audiences are less familiar with the system, then it's a responsibility of the developers to explain it. As for Bethesda removing 99% of the probability, John assumes it's because audiences a decade apart would be less familiar with the idea. But that just isn't a good argument because the systems can still be explained to those too dumb to understand that higher skills means you're better at doing what the skills relate to. The obvious answer is the fact that these are two vastly different styles of game. In the original Fallout games, most actions, particularly in combat, had the probability calculations because you had a separate point of view from your character. You couldn't manually aim your character, they had to aim their weapons themselves, which meant when shooting at an enemy, they had a realistic chance of missing, and the game calculated it based on your skill. Moving into a first-person perspective, that wasn't going to work. Bethesda already went through this particular song and dance with Morrowind, and I know I explained it earlier, but just for the sake of people understanding, Morrowind also largely ran off of dice rolls in the background, especially when it came to combat. And having a low skill in a weapon would often result in you seeing your character's weapon physically connecting with their enemy and the game rolling a miss, so you do no damage. It makes total sense that players would find the system frustrating, which is likely the reason why Bethesda reworked their combat going forward. Now the solution to shooting in Fallout 3 obviously isn't the best. It results in your bullets flying off in random directions, but certainly less frustrating than seeing a bullet hit an enemy and still count as a miss. John also mentions that the calculations of skills were shown in the original Fallout games, so you could see what raising those skills would do for your character. So if the current system is so bad because you don't know the calculations, then why not just display the calculations rather than tearing out the entire system? I mean, as I explained earlier, his point about needing to know the calculations is invalid anyways, but that's besides the point.
And I can speak from experience here, because the very first time I played Fallout 3, which was also my first Fallout game, I got hugely frustrated that I was failing pickpocket attempts in Megaton, which led to everyone shooting me. Now, as far as I was concerned, I was sneaking, I was behind the guy, so obviously, to me at the time, it felt like the game had either bugged out or I was just being screwed over unfairly. I had no idea there was a stealing dice roll happening in the background that was a function of my stealth skill.
Yeah, that's not the game's fault for you failing to understand how its mechanics work. Many games have mechanics that aren't going to be understood if you just jump straight in without paying attention to anything. Maybe Fallout 3 should have done a better job explaining how it worked, and maybe give a short tutorial on it. I know most people don't read the game manual to the point most new games don't even come with one anymore, but this stuff is explained quite clearly in the game manual. If anything, I think it's a bit silly to just assume that sneaking and being behind someone would instantly make you a master pickpocket who could just steal everything from everyone. It would be insanely overpowered.
Mostly though, Fallout 3 and New Vegas even more so utilise skill thresholds. 25 lockpick to open this door, 50 science to hack this terminal, and in New Vegas, 60 speech to persuade this person. Now, have you spotted the issue yet?
No, because there isn't one. Though I do know you're going to make an issue of something that isn't an issue, because that's the only way to defend the removal of skills. You're going to cherry pick an example and present it in such a way to make it look terrible and awful, and how can anyone ever like the system, while at the same time ignoring any other context that's inconvenient to your argument.
Let's say you have lockpick 25 and come across your first average locked door, so you decide to invest in lockpick. You're playing New Vegas and you have a pretty good intelligence stat, so you're getting plenty of skill points. You wait, earn XP, level up, and put all 14 skill points into lockpick. Now you have 39 lockpick, which means nothing. You still can't open average locks. Your character is, in real terms, identical to what they were before. Just consider that for a moment. Consider how wrong that is. The game just played you this noise. Or maybe this one. And you invested everything that a character that specialised in having plenty of skill points has into lockpick, and you get literally nothing out of it. That is wrong. That is objectively wrong. The game played you a noise indicating you should celebrate because a good thing happened. You should have gained something. You should always gain something.
Oh look, it's exactly as I called it.
Be more variable.
Okay, so let's go through this bit by bit. He specifies New Vegas at first, and this will become important shortly, but it's a particular framing of the situation to make it look worse, as well as blatantly ignoring a key aspect of leveling up, because acknowledging it would be inconvenient to his argument. He shows that you do not have enough skill points to jump straight from lockpick 25 to lockpick 50, to which my response is, yeah, your point. He frames this as bad, despite there being very little wrong with the system. If you try to pick a lock that is higher than your skill allows, it specifically tells you what skill level you need in order to pick the lock. When you're in the level up screen, you can allocate your skill points in whichever way you want, even allowing you to take the ones you earned to this level back and place them elsewhere. Only once they're confirmed do they get locked in. You can very easily see in advance that you wouldn't have the skill points needed in a single level to raise your lockpick skill high enough. You would have to be an utter moron or a literal child who doesn't understand basic math to miss the fact that you don't have enough skill points to jump straight from 25 to 50 lockpick. But he's framing it as though you're hard locked in the second you put a point towards the skill, and acting as though it's this high crime of game design. Do you know what the solution to this issue is? Either slowly build to 50 lockpick over a few levels and invest your remaining skill points elsewhere, or rush lockpicking with the understanding you're going to have to earn another level in order to open that lock. If you invest all your skill points into lockpicking, then get upset about it, even saying that it's objectively wrong, that's your own damn fault. He says you get literally nothing out of it, which is literally false. You still get your skill points, you're just building towards a goal. The system is working exactly as intended here, and I'm really sorry that the game doesn't facilitate mindless instant gratification, which is essentially what you're arguing here. Hell, you were just bitching about intelligence being a skill point vending machine, and now you're complaining that you're not getting enough skill points. Fucking pick a side and stick to it. He's also literally wrong about getting literally nothing out of it for another reason. In Fallout 3, you still get a perk every level. In New Vegas, you get a perk every other level, which, by the way, is the reason he used New Vegas for this example, as most people who have played New Vegas would know this already. But in addition to that, he specifically showed his character reaching level 3, in which you do not get a perk. So it's easier to frame the argument to an inattentive audience who may be listening to his video in the background that you get literally nothing out of leveling up. Keep in mind, this is also an extremely specific situation that only exists for lockpicking and hacking. All other skills don't have these thresholds, aside from those used in skill checks in the world and in conversations, which again, is exactly how the system is supposed to function, and there are other benefits to those skills as well. Hilariously, he also blatantly says that this is objectively wrong. It's funny to hear him use objectivity when he uses it as an excuse to paint my content as angry rants to his audience, but what's funnier still is that he's using it wrong. To discuss something objectively is to talk about its merits or flaws without personal bias, because no matter how much you love something, it could still be flawed, and no matter how much you hate something, it could still be perfectly fine or even good, or at least have some redeeming qualities. John's use of objectively here is incorrect, as he's not only falsely presenting the information to fit his narrative based on his subjective opinion, but he's also cherry-picking an extremely specific situation in order to paint the whole system as bad. So, yeah, this entire argument he's making is disingenuous as fuck, but I've come to expect that at this point. However, I will give him one point here. I do think the lockpicking limits are a bit dumb in Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas. As much as I hate Skyrim, I like the way they handled it better, where you can pick locks at any level, but it's simply harder when your skill is lower, rather than being level gated. In fact, it's really strange they went back on this for Fallout 4, where each level of lock requires a perk, in order to be able to pick now. I'd make the argument that combining Skyrim's style of lockpicking with the skill system of Fallout 3 and New Vegas would be far better in this regard, because at least you wouldn't need to rush lockpicking and never have to worry about encountering a lock you couldn't pick due to a skill level gate, if that's what you really wanted to do, as opposed to Fallout 4, which requires you to reach level 18 in order to unlock the perk for picking master level locks, thus limiting your freedom in how you play the game. By the way, we'll be returning to the subject of picking locks in a little bit.
And the worst thing of all, skill points can completely run counter to roleplay. Like, I know I use Charisma 1 Speech 100 as a joke, but it really is a problem. It's absolute proof that completely detaching your intrinsic natural aptitudes, represented by special, from your actual practical day-to-day abilities, represented by skills, creates a complete mess. It leaves us with a scenario where a character with perception of 1 who has never picked a lock in his life can be the world's greatest lockpick master just because that's where you put your skill points. And accordingly, it further imbalances special by making intelligence a god tier stat, because as soon as pretty much every interaction with the world is determined by skills and intelligence gives you skill points, well, that's the special skill to take then.
I'm pretty sure most people who really engage with actual role-playing, rather than simply playing an RPG casually, would make their skills and special match whatever role or character they're playing as, because they would likely count that as an integral part of their characters. Besides that, sure, the system is a bit flawed, and it could be reworked to improve it, but again, stripping it out isn't reworking. We also have to acknowledge that if we want to have RPG mechanics like skills in a game, we're going to have to deal with the fact that totally unrealistic scenarios might happen, such as someone being a master lockpick and having never picked a lock before. Besides, didn't you mention how you preferred how Fallout 3 blended skill checks with special stats? Why not apply that to other skills, instead of just dumping the system as a whole?
It's also
personally,
a failed project
I preferred lockpicking in Morrowind over the mini-games introduced in Oblivion and Fallout 3. Alternatively, another option is how it's handled in the Elder Scrolls, where using your skills levels them up, which many people find tedious. I also far prefer having a system that's flawed, in which intelligence is a highly valued stat, when it gives me the ability and option of interacting with the world and responding to characters using my skills, as opposed to a system that completely deletes that option from ever existing, and the only options you have to interact with anyone, or anything, are the most bare-bones basic options that come by default, with the rare charisma challenge, and an even more rare special check. Yes, the system in New Vegas is flawed, but at least it gives me some fucking options.
And what really makes me feel like I'm losing my mind is, when it was revealed that Fallout 4 was removing skill points, People were furious. There was anger. Anger that Bethesda was dropping a 30-year-old tabletop mechanic well known to be easily exploited, imbalanced, and capable of yielding nonsense power characters.
Again, appealing to how old something is isn't an argument. Nice try, though. Maybe you should take the time to consider why RPG fans are mad that a core RPG mechanic is being stripped out for no good reason.
Their own way.
You'd think someone trying to craft a defense video would go out and look up why people were mad, and maybe try to understand their reasoning, rather than just saying, OMG, why are people mad? Am I going crazy? The removal of the system removes depth from the game as a whole. It's a big part of why people consider Fallout 4 to be dumbed down. With the removal of a core system that requires players to think about their builds, it takes away that pesky thinking aspect so you can get back to mindlessly gunning down enemies and collecting garbage faster for hours on end, while simultaneously diluting the only form of actual specialization in the game, perks, by flooding them with boosts to damage, healing, loot, and other bonuses. If a system is easily exploited, imbalanced, and capable of creating nonsense characters, then it's something that developers should look at and attempt to fix. That's not a reason to gut the system entirely.
Well, hopefully, I can change a few minds today, because in Fallout 4, everything's been folded into the perk system, where every perk corresponds to a certain special threshold. And I think this is good, because perks are great. When I was playing Fallout 1 and 2 for the first time, the levels where you got a perk, which is only every third level, they were the best and most exciting levels for me. Because, fine, what I'm about to say is pure opinion, but I imagine most people
using the word perk so often that it's losing all meaning.
Thereby providing a small invisible percentage increase to one of my skill rolls is not as exciting and cool as scrolling through a perk list and picking which brand new ability I want to immediately have access to.
I find it incredibly interesting that he frames it this way. Raising skills are boring. Getting perks are exciting. I'd agree with that statement, absolutely. But he says skills being folded into the perk system is a good thing, and completely misses the point of why these were separate systems in the first place. See, the thing about skills is that they're supposed to be boring. They handle the heavy lifting of character progression, such as your ability to shoot guns, or how much you know about medicine, or how well you can pick locks. That last one being my key example that I often use to explain why removing skills was a bad thing. Perks, on the other hand, were exciting, specifically because they granted you new abilities that skills could not. Prior to Fallout 4, perks could range from a slight bonus to an absolute game changer. You could gain effects such as landmines not going off near you, or chems lasting longer, or the mysterious stranger showing up to help you, or any other number of abilities. Now that skills have been murdered, dismembered, and thrown in the dumpster behind Bethesda Game Studios, perks now have to fill in the space and do the boring heavy lifting of character progression that skills once did. Before, if you wanted to pick a lock, you'd need to spend your skill points in lockpicking on your next level up, and you get a perk every level or every other level to spend on what you wanted. Now, in Fallout 4, if you want to spend a perk on a cool ability, but also wanted to pick a lock, well, go fuck yourself, it's one or the other. This is an issue across the board. Want to do more damage with weapons? You need a perk.
Oh yeah, we
Want to
should
hack a
probably go check on our
terminal? You need a
expedition
perk.
and,
Any kind of crafting or settlement building? Perk.
I'm just gonna respawn.
Heal more with stim packs? Perk. Want to talk your way through situations using your knowledge? Nah, go fuck yourself, mate. The option doesn't exist anymore. Want to sneak better? Perk. You can also no longer rush skills to your heart's content. Core character progression perks, such as lockpicking, have level requirements, which means if you find a master lock at level 8, well, go fuck yourself. You need to gain 10 more levels in order to open it, rather than being able to rush the skill in a few levels if you decide to do that. What was once an interesting and exciting system has been bogged down by doing the heavy lifting of basic character progression. John specifically cites getting perks every third level in Fallout 1 and 2 as being exciting and the best levels. But now you get perks every single level. and then many of them likely have to be spent on making your character more effective with the things that matter to playing the game, namely combat in Fallout 4, since most of the game's content is about shooting at things. So picking something you find interesting is likely going to fall by the wayside in favor of picking something more immediately relevant and important to your character. Because perks come so often, and because they handle the boring number work that skills once used to, perks have now become far more boring as a direct result. Having chocolate cake once in a blue moon is a real treat. Having chocolate cake every day becomes ordinary and routine. It becomes mundane, and it's no longer special. Especially when the chocolate cake doesn't even taste that good.
And I think Black Isle themselves would agree with that, because when the time came to make New Vegas, they increased the perk rate to every second level. They also got rid of various Fallout 3 perks that simply boosted skill points, and replaced them with more perks that provided unique benefits that generic skills can't provide.
Again, dishonestly presenting the information. Fallout 1 and 2 gave perks every third level. Then Fallout 3 gave perks every level. New Vegas didn't increase them from the originals, they decreased them from Fallout 3, by instead giving perks every other level. Also yes, New Vegas got rid of many of the perks that were plain skill boosts, which is a good thing. I find it really weird that you're citing this as a positive, but defending Fallout 4 going back on that and just making perks do what skills used to. Because the very fact that you think it's good that New Vegas removed the skill boost perks implies you think that it was boring. Unless you mean to tell me that stat increases, healing bonuses, and damage boosts are fun, it's rather clear that Fallout 4's perks are a step back from New Vegas.
Perks are fun. Selecting a perk is fun. And crucially, unlike our lockpick example before, you can't find yourself accidentally taking 2/3 of a perk.
Your lockpick example was fucking shit, and I don't have to debunk it again. But look how he's falsely representing the situation again. You can't find yourself accidentally taking 2/3 of a perk. I'm sorry, but if you lack the ability to pay attention to where you're placing your skill points and what they do, then you may not be smart enough to play RPGs. Also, is it really that big of a deal to just get another level so you can pick the damn lock? This is actually frustrating me to an incredible degree. So I really have to highlight that he knows better, and he's going out of his way to craft a very specific narrative here. This is someone who has played these games extensively. He should be extremely familiar with how the skill and leveling system works, and the fact that he's misrepresenting the system to this extent shows how dishonest he's being with this video. The only way this could ever be a problem is if someone doesn't understand the system or isn't paying attention. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative, eh? Also, as mentioned already, at least with the skill system, you still get a perk every other level.
Oh God.
He's going to a rather extreme length to paint the skill system as though it's this horribly broken mess, and this whole segment of his video is just really dishonest. It is absolutely the player's responsibility to pay attention to how they're building their character, and not a fault of the system or the developers. Many classic RPGs would fucking destroy you if you didn't build your character properly. The fact that the worst you would have to deal with is not being able to pick a lock for another level is a testament to how far these systems have come. As for the perks are fun comment, how's getting a lockpicking perk any more fun than raising the skill and being able to open the next level of locks?
If you take a perk, you immediately have that benefit, meaning leveling up will always yield a positive change for your character.
Leveling up always yielded a positive change for your character regardless. Putting 14 skill points into lockpick is still a positive change progressing you towards opening that next level of lock.
The next research.
Presenting it otherwise is completely, indisputably, false.
And on top of that, this solves a couple of our other problems. Because perks are tied to special, you can't just become a master without any form of natural aptitude. If you want to do advanced chemistry, you're gonna need high intelligence. If you want to run a bustling town, you need decent charisma. immediately this makes sense. It's very intuitive, and I think it provides the best possible compromise for allowing players to rush to elite special abilities, while stopping a repeat of the level 4 skill 100 rushes of Fallout 3.
No, you come here.
So he keeps bringing up the fact
you run from me, you
that
hacker.
players can rush skills and acts like it's this big issue, but again, it's really not. At most, it's an incredibly small issue. Remember, these are single-player games, so if someone wants to do something that's a bit imbalanced, then the only person it impacts is themselves.
No.
Most people who play games don't even get involved with min-maxing.
You don't
Most people
get to
just
do
want a
that.
fun experience and play the game normally. Besides that, however, it's still not as imbalanced as he's making it out to be. As explained earlier, if you want to rush a skill in Fallout 3 or New Vegas, the rest of your skills do not advance as a direct result. You're advancing one skill super fast at the direct cost of your other skills remaining in limbo.
You see, in Fallout 4, every perk has multiple ranks, and you can always take the first rank immediately if you meet the special requirements. If you feel like, say, specialising in power armor, or forcing enemies to surrender, or shooting through walls at level 2, you can do that straight away, with further expertise following from further ranks which are level locked.
These are not specializations. These are abilities you gain through perks. Trying to frame it otherwise is dishonest. Specialization usually entails building your character around some aspect of gameplay, such as stealth, for example, or in fantasy RPG games, building a character around magic. It's specializing in one specific aspect of gameplay. Taking a perk to get a couple bonuses to using power armor is not specializing in power armor. This is yet more of John trying to make it seem as though something rather simple is far more intricate and a far bigger deal than it is. If I take the perks for lockpicking, that isn't specializing in lockpicking. He also acts as if raising points of a specific skill isn't specialization. How is that any different from taking perks in certain fields?
Once again, I think this is a huge part of the freedom that Fallout 4 offers you. This system gives you more flexibility and more ability to specialise from a very early level than any other Fallout game. So consider, what about New Vegas at level 2? 13 skills you can invest points in, and then 9 potential perks, though it's likely only about 7 will be available to the average player. Fallout 3 at level 2, 13 skills, and a maximum possible selection of 7 perks. You really don't have much choice here. Every single game in the entire Fallout franchise up to this point has actually had a very regimented perk system, until Fallout 4 came along and announced that you could have ice cream for dinner and go to bed when you wanted, because Fallout 4 lets you have the first rank of any perk at level 2. That's a choice of 70 perks, but it's not just the choice, it's also about how it's presented to you. What you actually see is 28 out of an available 70 perks. Now that's a huge amount of choice and represents a huge amount of significance for your special decision. If you go all in on perception, you can start shooting through walls at level 2. Cannibal at level 2? Sure. Level 2 pacification of enemies? No problem. But you're gonna have to make the special compromises elsewhere, like we already discussed.
In Fallout 3 and New Vegas, more perks become available as your skills increase. It's a rather standard thing for games, especially RPGs, that more abilities and options open up to you as your character grows. Additionally, a lot of these available perks come down to extra rifle damage, fighting more caps and boxes, being able to open more advanced locks, and so forth. It's also worth mentioning that he was just criticizing Fallout 3 and New Vegas for allowing you to rush skills, because it makes no sense that someone who has never picked a lock before could be a master at lockpicking. But doesn't this system create a similar issue? What sense does it make jumping from 1 intellect to 10 intellect over the course of 9 levels? Or any other special stat for that matter. Your character can go from a brain-dead drooling moron to a super genius just because you killed some enemies, discovered some locations, and built a wooden shack. But worse than that, it still has the exact same problem. You could take all the lockpicking perks once they're available without ever having picked a lock. So how is this not a problem for Fallout 4, but it is a problem for the other games?
And all of this is part of a wider trend in Fallout 4 that lets you boost more specific abilities than ever before. In the
What are you
entire
shooting?
franchise up to Fallout 4, power armor was just an elite armor type.
Premise.
There were no perks for it. If you wanted to roleplay
Speaking
as a
of
Brotherhood
premise,
Knight, then I hope you've
it's
got a good
almost-
imagination, because the game's got nothing for you. Well, in
What,
Fallout
they
4,
gave me
you
no
can
meat?
give yourself the ability to create
I feel
shockwave
cheated.
by jumping from height and power armor, and then eject your armor's power source as a dropped nuke grenade, which you can do while flying. You can fly over your enemies and do a fusion core bombing run. It's amazing.
Just look at the pretty explosions and don't think about it. Okay, so here's the thing. You don't need perks in order to roleplay as being part of a faction. Perks are not a gateway to roleplaying a character or a faction. It's fucking hilarious that you say you hope the audience has a good imagination, because that's exactly what roleplaying often entails. No, seriously. I really love how you were trying to take a jab at the other games for not having perks for role-playing purposes, and in doing so, you tipped your hand and proved you don't actually know what the roleplay in role-playing games even means. Good job! Anyways, how does creating shockwaves or using the armor's power source as a nuke facilitate roleplay as a Brotherhood Knight? Because that's not something the Brotherhood has done previously. In fact, they'd probably view using fusion cores to do a bombing run as both a waste of resource and the exact kind of misuse of technology that led to the world's destruction in the first place, which is the entire reason this faction has the doctrine it does.
How about your faithful canine companion? Up to this point, there's been literally one perk in the entire franchise for the dog. In Fallout 3, to make him respawn, because people were sad he kept dying. But in Fallout 4, you can power up dog meat to give him new moves and make him cause bleed or limb damage. Fallout 4 gives you a lot of options for how you want to specialize. I mean, this is what we've always said we want from RPGs, right? Difficult choices that lead to meaningful consequences.
John's continued misunderstanding of what choice and consequence means continues to frustrate and annoy me. I honestly can't tell if he's being intentionally dense, or if he genuinely does not understand what people mean when they say they want choice and consequences in their Fallout games. But the fact that he's getting it this wrong speaks volumes. It's really, really simple. The game presents you with a moral quandary or conflict between groups, and you can side with one of the groups, or you can work to resolve it peacefully, and they should be a bit more complex than, do you want to nuke a town for no reason at all? He did this in his Fallout 3 defense video too, but he brings up either minor examples of choice, or he refers to character build options as choice, and throws it in the faces of people who make these complaints in a, I thought you wanted choice in an RPG, what are you complaining about sort of manner, while either failing to recognize or outright ignoring that the complaint about choice and consequence is in regards to your interaction with quests, characters, and the world at large. Choice and consequence, in terms of character build, is vastly different from choice and consequence that, for example, results in the ghouls of Necropolis dying from dehydration, or the many various outcomes of GI Blues, depending on which major faction you support and how you solve the quest. Now this next section is going to be a bit long, but I'm going to play the full thing for context, and then clip out the most important parts and use those in my response. Just pay close attention to what John is saying here.
Your early game skills and specializations are hugely different depending on what special stats you choose to specialize in. And that specialization, that uniqueness that comes from your choices, that stays with you in the late game much more than previous Fallout games. And I can prove that with
you can
numbers.
just max out
so
every
let's
stat,
consider
literally.
how perks are gated in Fallout games, because that's really important to keeping characters unique. If every character can have every perk, well then, you're probably always going to pick the same few really powerful perks. Like, say, in Fallout 3, Finesse, Nerves of Steel, Sniper, Better Criticals, things like that. Except, we have a problem here. You see, in Fallout 3, the highest special requirement for a perk in the entire game is 7. But John, I hear you cry. Didn't you say earlier that the average starting special stat for Fallout 3 is about 6? Why yes, I did. Or, 7 with the bobbleheads. And as for skill requirements, mostly it's 40 to 60. A single perk ninja does go up to 80 though. Now, that sounds a bit more aggressive, but then you remember how easy it is to max out every skill in Fallout 3. To do that, you'd need 1,300 skill points. You start with 195, another 45 through tagging, 130 through bobbleheads. There are actually 600 available through skill books, but you're not going to get every single one of those, though you are getting 20 skill points level from leveling up with intelligence of 10, so 400 by level 20. Then there's educated at level 4, and a whole bunch of perks do give 10 to 15 points each. It's actually surprisingly easy, in fact, to max out every skill in Fallout 3, meaning every character, no matter where you started from, can have any perk. And New Vegas is barely any more strict. A handful of special 8 requirements, 6 perks that call for 90 or above in a particular skill, but again, it's not difficult to rush skills in a world where intelligence is a giant skill point vending machine. If I've got my numbers right, you should be able to have access to literally every perk in New Vegas, and be very close to having 100 in every single skill as well, around level 38 or so. But with Fallout 4 system, of course, elite perks are locked behind every single special 10 stat, in a world where you start with less special. Now, you can, to be clear, boost special instead of taking a perk in Fallout 4 to access more perks thereafter. But even if you did nothing but that, it would take you until level 40 just to have access to every perk by having special 10 across the board.
It's a very interesting thing he does here. Some serious mental gymnastics and a very specific framing of the arguments to try and make Fallout 4's perk system look better than it is. So early on, he says,
if every character can have every perk, well then, you're probably always going to pick the same few really powerful perks.
So first off, you cannot have every perk in Fallout 3 or in New Vegas. That's just false. What he's really arguing here is that if every perk is available, well, most people are probably going to pick the best perks. He even does the calculations to show what you would need to do in order to make it so every single perk in the game is available at once, so you can always pick the very best. What he once again fails to realize is that not everyone is going to min-max to get the best build every single time. Most people just play the games casually. Typical players are more likely to build into what they need, or what they personally find interesting, and as a result, they likely won't have access to every single perk for much of the game. And even if they do eventually hit that point, there's a lot to choose from. I realize this is anecdotal, but of the perks he listed, Finesse, Nerves of Steel, Sniper, and Better Criticals, I rarely, if ever, take these perks. Actually, I'm not sure I ever have. Point is, having every single perk available is likely not something many players will specifically aim for. Why go through the effort of making it so every single perk is available, when you could just tunnel vision the specific ones you want? The scenario he's putting forward here is simply outlandish, because it makes no sense to play in such a way as to make every single perk available when you cannot ever gain every single perk. Also, note how he says you can achieve this around level 20. He says it's quite easy, but the reality is that it's still going to take a lot of time and a lot of unnecessary work on the part of the player to reach that point. And odds are, they will have experienced a great deal of the game by level 20. Which, by the way, is the level cap for the base game. Broken Steel only increases this by 10. It comes off as really dishonest to frame this as being a broken system, because you can play in such a way that, by the end of the base game, you have the possibility of having every perk available, when that's not actually going to be the case for most people. However, if someone did want a particular perk, and knew exactly what stats they needed to get that perk, they could just allocate their skills and special in order to make that perk available as soon as possible. So if there's a few really powerful perks that most players choose, and therefore makes their build similar, it only seems logical that they would specifically aim for those perks, right?
If you go all in on perception, you can start shooting through walls at level 2. Cannibal at level 2? Sure. Level 2 pacification of enemies? No problem.
Oh my god, how embarrassing. So in order to make his argument here, he has to present the perk system of Fallout 3 New Vegas to appear more flawed than it is, and from the perspective of having every single perk available, which again, is a lot of work to achieve, you would naturally just pick the most powerful perks, which again, isn't necessarily the case. And at the same time he's making that argument, he's defending Fallout 4's perk system by saying special could be allocated in such a way that allows you to pick any base perk you want from the start, including the most powerful. But it's also worth noting that the best perks aren't necessarily going to be the ones that require 9 and 10 special. And since the first level of every perk is available so long as you have the special, it can be just as easy to rush those super powerful perks. Sure, there's level gates for the second rank and above, but Fallout 3 New Vegas also have level gates. He conveniently ignores the level gates because he's framing it from the perspective of having every single perk available, which brings the player to the point of passing most level requirements anyways. He has to stretch so far in order to make this point that you'd bypass level requirements for most of these perks, meaning to reach this point, you've likely played most of the game. This is also incredibly small, but I still find it amusing to point out that the very second John is saying that every perk is available in New Vegas, around level 38, he's literally scrolling over perks that require you to be level 50. No offense, dude, but try not to use footage that directly contradicts what you're saying. It looks really bad.
If I've got my numbers right, you should be able to have access to literally every perk in New Vegas and be very close to having 100 in every single skill as well, around level 38 or so.
Anyways, he starts off the section saying,
your early game skills and specialization are hugely different depending on what special stats you choose to specialize in. And that specialization, that uniqueness that comes from your choices, that stays with you in the late game much more than previous Fallout games.
This is the main point he's making here with all this bullshit. However, there's aspects of this he's failing to take into consideration. Again, because perks now do what skills used to, many builds are going to end up being similar as a direct result. If you need to lockpick, and because lockpicking is required in much of the game, many players are going to end up taking those perks every single time, unless they want to ignore a huge amount of loot in the world. Need to shoot guns? Awesome. Now you need perks to do it more efficiently. Not just one perk, but multiple perks. He cites the Rifleman perk to increase your damage with rifles, but now you need that, and a half a dozen other weapon-based perks to cover for what skills once did alone. Now all those super special and exciting perks are doing all the boring shit that skills used to, as I've explained already. Now you could argue Fallout 3 and New Vegas have this problem too, that every player is going to invest skill points into lockpick for the same reason. But this system still allows perks to be a fun bonus, rather than picking something that's absolutely necessary for you to be able to play the game. You can now spend your perks on something you think is fun or interesting.
Okay.
Also, if you think the perk gating in Fallout 3 New Vegas isn't great, the obvious solution to this problem isn't to dump the entire skill system, but to rebalance how perks are distributed and become available. Design perks that require 90 in some skills. Fallout 4 already has perks that require 10 special, so why not go all the way? Now one might argue that Fallout 4's system is still better for roleplay, because if you want to make a character that is an expert sniper but terrible with handguns, this system facilitates that. But again, roleplaying is largely about the player's imagination, and the restrictions they place on themselves. If someone wants to roleplay that character, they could simply ignore handguns in the same way that someone playing a pacifist run would ignore deadly weapons.
But around level 40 is about the time a typical player seems to finish the base game. If you wanted to take every perk, that's going to take you to about level 300. Now, theoretically, at that point, yes, you are an unstoppable super god, but no more so than a courier at level 40 is to my mind. The point I want to stress is, Fallout 4 is maybe the best game in the entire franchise at giving you the ability to build a character that gets to be unique from the very early game, and keep unlocking perks that are only going to be available to you if you focused your special in that direction.
Again, much of that uniqueness is diminished by the fact that many players will end up requiring similar perks in order to play this game. Increases to weapon damage, healing, lockpicking, hacking, and so forth. The thing is, I don't even entirely disagree with how the special system is handled here, but I think it would benefit far more by being coupled with a skill system that took care of the heavy lifting and as a result, made a lot of room for a lot more interesting perks to exist in their place, rather than a good deal of the perks being boring as a result of standing in for a skill
you
system.
see the whole
In this next section of its video,
skill tree
he
instead
talks
of just
about how special has been
blindly
rebalanced.
letting you
His
choose
big
your
point
perks,
here is that it's the
making
first
you think,
Fallout game
oh,
where one
hey,
particular special
I
stat isn't
want
the
to use
most
electric
important
weapons,
to any kind of
I'm
character
gonna go
build.
intelligence.
While I'll agree that
And
special
then
certainly
turns
needed some
out,
rebalancing,
no,
the cost here is
you
simply
need
too
to-
great.
You need
The
to
loss
do
of the skill system is far more
strength,
damaging to the overall game than the rebalanced special is
or
beneficial.
perception. I forget
Regardless,
to do
there's nothing to indicate that the
guns,
removal of the skill system was even
because
remotely necessary in order to facilitate these
all the
changes.
guns were
Unlike
smashed
agility in
into
old
a
Fallout or intelligence in the
singular
Fallout 3
category.
generation, now it really is the case that you're free to specialise however you
just
wish.
like,
And then we get to maybe my favourite change in the whole game. Now this one sounds tiny, but it's actually huge, and when you put a few of the pieces we've been discussing together, oh, it's beautiful. In Fallout 4, for the first time ever, special is uncapped. Now, your character's base special still has to be between 1 and 10, though you can sort of manipulate it a tiny bit higher, but you can boost it well over that using apparel, or food, or drugs, and Fallout 4 added a lot of apparel, food, and drugs. And this is important because it massively opens up how strong and specialised a character can be.
It seems as though specialization is becoming the buzzword of the hour here. I believe the intent of this is to make it seem as though specialization is a far bigger deal here than in the other games.
Let me give you a simple example. In Fallout 1, you can only have agility of between 1 and 10. This yields action points of between 5 and 10. So the maximum possible AP difference that can exist on account of your choices is 100%. In Fallout 4, the default AP is 70 at agility 1 and 160 at agility 10, which is already a bigger proportional variance than in Fallout 1, so well done Fallout 4 for that.
Okay, but this isn't something that Fallout 4 deserves any kind of credit for. Action points have an entirely different usage in Fallout 4 than in Fallout 1, so it's only natural that their range would be vastly different. In Fallout 1, AP determined how much you could do in a single turn. Attacking with different weapons cost different amounts of AP. Healing, opening inventory, and moving all cost AP. This is because it was a turn-based system, and much of it was based on tabletop games. They needed a way to limit how much anyone could do in a turn for some level of balance. Moving into real-time 3D first-person shooter games, 5 to 10 action points wasn't going to cut it anymore. People would find it incredibly annoying if they arbitrarily couldn't shoot or even move in real time because they lacked AP. So it was repurposed for VATS. How much AP you had determined how many shots you can make in VATS. As a result, this changed the potential number of action points you got. Fallout 4 largely uses a similar system, but it has more things that use AP, such as sprinting or flying. The fact that Fallout 4 has greater AP numbers is simply a byproduct of its vastly different function. It's nothing worth praising on its own. To praise it as such is really weird. It'd be like if you praised World of Warcraft for giving characters and enemies health in different quantities from the old RTS games. Even though they have the same function, the context surrounding them is vastly different. Bigger numbers on its own isn't inherently a good thing. If you could get an absurd amount of AP in the original Fallout games, it would make you extremely overpowered, even if your character build was garbage.
But start moving agility towards 16 with apparel and armor, add in some food and drink, 300 AP is absolutely manageable. And then we start mixing in gun crafting that we were discussing earlier, favouring lighter parts that reduce the AP cost per shot. Then we mix in legendaries and hunt down weapons and armor that boost VATS effectiveness, and all of a sudden we have a level of specialization that is simply impossible in every previous Fallout game. Fallout 4 is the Wild West of character building.
AP is literally just
consider the use of
Skyrim
food,
stamina
drugs, and clothing items as further specialization. Typically that's what your character build is for. For example, if I wanted to specialize in speech, I'd invest my skill points and perks to make speech easier, or to get new options, such as Terrifying Presence, Black Widow, Lady Killer, and other similar perks. In fact, to further support specialization, I'd advocate for far more perks across the board. maybe even to the point of redundancy. Have a commanding presence type perk, which gives special dialogue options when speaking with military personnel, or a conman perk, where you can influence lower intelligence characters, or even get better deals from them when bartering if that character happens to be a merchant. I think what it comes down to here is that John is misusing the word specialization, and strangely enough, simultaneously applying it too broadly and too narrowly. To demonstrate what I mean, I'm going to compare it to another RPG, in which you have plenty of options to choose from to make your character. Morrowind. The character building process in Morrowind is a fairly short one. You can pick from a list of classes, or make one of your own, and you pick a birth sign. Now you can make a more generalized character that has aspects of all three basic specializations, but regardless, all classes and custom classes are required to have one of the three basic specializations, combat, magic, or stealth, and additionally they must have two attributes as their favored. The specialization you choose results in a small skill point boost to every skill in that specialization, as well as them leveling faster. The favored attributes get a 10-point bonus. Additionally, each race in the game has bonuses to skills, as well as natural abilities such as resisting frost damage. The way this is designed ends up giving a lot of options to the player. Maybe you want to hyper-focus on specializing as a mage character, so you pick a race and all the skills and attributes to support that specific style of play. Or maybe you just pick whatever's convenient to you, such as speed for the sake of convenience, acrobatics to assist in leveling up faster, and you jump constantly while traveling through the world. Point is, specialization seems like something that's almost more class-based, a particular set of skills. If I focus on lockpicking on a character in Fallout, I don't believe that's a lockpick specialized character, but it can be part of specializing as a thief, if that's how you want to play. That's why I found it weird when John said you can specialize in power armor, because specialization has generally seemed more broad to me than picking a single perk or just one single thing and being good at it, but more as a collection of skills to excel in the type of gameplay you prefer. Yet at the same time, he's making the argument that you can specialize in power armor with one perk. He's making the argument that utilizing food, drugs, and other items to boost your stats is further specialization. I'm surprised this even needs to be explained, but using items to boost your stats is not specialization. It's using items appropriate for your style of gameplay to boost the stats you intend to use, or use the most. Taking drugs in Fallout 4 to boost strength is no more specialization than a mage in Morrowind using a fortified magicka, intelligence, or willpower potion. This is what's typically called a buff in RPGs. If you're at the point of mislabeling existing game mechanics as specialization, then maybe you should take a break and realize you're reaching a bit too hard in order to defend this game's mechanics. I don't even disagree that using items to boost your special past 10 is a cool feature that could be utilized by players willing to do so. But to present using stat items and buffs as specialization is dishonest and misleading to the point of absurdity. I feel like this is being done in response to people calling Fallout 4 a dumbed-down RPG, so in order to defend it, he has to stretch the definition of what specialization means to the nth degree, so it appears as though Fallout 4 has the greatest ability to specialize of all the Fallout games. And by the way, nothing is set in stone for the other 4 games either. I've never done a full playthrough where I take 10 agility in Fallout 1 or 2, and I've never done a full playthrough where I take 10 intelligence in Fallout 3 or New Vegas. You're perfectly free to specialize as you want in those games. John makes it sound like you're deadlocked into agility and intelligence, but it's perfectly viable to play without them maxed out.
If you put the effort in to bring the right special, the right perk, the right gear and the right weapons together, you can make something so damn ludicrous. And this helps reinforce making every character unique, because you don't ever bother boosting strength to 30 for a melee warrior, or a luck of 25 for a VATS gunslinger. If I want to put in that work to make that choice, I can. In Fallout 4, the training wheels are gone.
Wait, so let me get this straight. People using the game's mechanics in New Vegas to create a ludicrous build is bad, but people using the game's mechanics in Fallout 4 to create a ludicrous build is A-okay? Are you even aware of the fact that you contradicted yourself here?
Let me give you a really simple example. If you've ever watched the speedrun of New Vegas, you'll notice the runner immediately builds a very extreme character. A common one is Strength 1 to help fund Endurance 10 and Charisma 10. They'll rush to Speech 100 by level 6 and use that to talk down Linnaeus at the end of the game. Generally, we call this min-maxing, the process of building a hyper-specialised character who is therefore hyper-competent at the exact thing the player needs them to do.
I see. And what was your response to this earlier?
But as soon as your game is running with tabletop rules, XP and skill points, but the game master is a dumb machine that has no way of spotting what the player is doing, well, welcome to Exploit City. Population Intelligence 10, Charisma 1, Speech 100.
So how is it an exploit to use the game's mechanics to make a ludicrous character that's hyper-competent at the exact thing the player needs them to do in New Vegas, but it's not in Fallout 4? Is this just some kind of weird double standard? I do think the skill system wasn't perfect, and it could have used some tweaks, but what we lost with them being torn out takes away far more than it added. Skill checks are no longer a thing that exists. An entire complex system of making additional choices and how you interact with characters, quests, and the world has been erased entirely, which is an undeniable fact. Most quests in Fallout 4 don't have meaningful choices. Last Voyage of the USS Constitution has a few special checks. I believe there's one in Covenant. And what little choice remains is a basic option that the game itself doesn't even always respect. Or the semi-rare Charisma check, which can be argued to mark Charisma just as important as you claimed Agility and Intelligence were earlier.
Taking a step back though, I want to stress that there's a lot of good groundwork here to build an RPG. The blend of building a character, building a weapon, and engaging with the mechanics of the junk economy howsoever you wish. On paper, it all sounds like an RPG, and yet a casual look at Fallout 4 would make you think it's a first-person shooter.
That's because it is a first-person shooter. The RPG mechanics have been dialed back or removed in all aspects. The amount of choice has been stripped back near to the point of not existing. And to clarify, because you seem to like to confuse what choice means, I'm referring to how you interact with the world, characters, and quests. The things mentioned are not being ignored by people who feel the game fails as an RPG. The one-dimensional characters, the dumbed-down dialogue system, the nonsensical plot-hole-ridden story, factions that fail to feel nuanced and complex, and more are the reasons why people, despite the aspects John lists, feel the game only excels at being an FPS with a Fallout coat of paint. Also, just to point it out again, he's using the phrase junk economy unironically. Dude, it's collecting materials for crafting. Chill out.
So let's get back to the question I posed at the start. How do you square that circle and build something that works for the contradictory demands of shooter and RPG fans?
New Vegas did it. You admitted yourself at the start of this video that New Vegas gave a real quality RPG to people new to the series with Fallout 3. Sure,
exercises, generates electricity, and does business.
Systems New Vegas established.
All at once.
I also want to take a moment here to remind everyone that he started this entire segment by saying this.
How do you make everybody happy when, rather like the Fallout Wasteland itself, different factions of fans are trying to pull the game in opposite directions? Well, strangely enough, it all begins with a pile of rubbish. The junk system is one of my favourite additions to Fallout 4. It's a brilliant system that adds so much to the game, but let's keep things simple just for now.
I thought everything you were trying to explain up until this point was to explain how all those circles could be squared. I mean, it's a moot point anyway since you are wrong about most of it. And additionally, most people who care about their deep RPGs being deep RPGs made complaints about this game's RPG mechanics regardless. Or do you really think people are so stupid as to assume that it's not an RPG because it's called a looter shooter? The thing is, even then you're working backwards on that claim. People don't think it's less of an RPG because it's called a looter shooter, because the word shooter is in the description. People call it a looter shooter because its RPG mechanics are lacking, and there's a far greater focus on solving all your problems with a bullet than ever
to repair my
before.
hat, but I need the plasteel to level up
Now this
the
is the
base.
part where I'm going to make a big cut in his video, because it's at this point he starts
also
talking about the
need
combat for this game.
Plasteel.
In all honesty, I don't have too much to respond to here.
to make this.
Arguably, the combat in Fallout 4
I'll
is the
probably
best it's ever
scrap the
been.
medicine bench.
While I do prefer the style of the
because
originals,
I don't
and I really enjoyed
hardly
the combat
ever
of New
use the
Vegas,
medicine
I
benches.
do have to admit that Fallout 4's combat is pretty good. It's worth mentioning that this is by no means an endorsement of the removal of the skill system. I think many of the changes made to shooting in this game could work really well when paired with the skill system, but unfortunately that's not what we got. John does make a few comments that I strongly disagree with in this section, mainly him trying to push that through the use of VATS, Fallout 4 could still be played as an RPG, but ultimately it's not worth picking through this entire section for those little segments, and including enough context to respond to them, especially when much of it is based on stuff I've already covered here, so I'm just going to skip to the next section. After talking about combat, he moves on to talking about the world for a bit, and in a similar manner, I don't have too much to comment on as he's talking about the biomes. I will point out quickly that while Fallout 4 does have some unique looking areas, clearly set apart from the rest of the map, this still isn't really anything new. Morrowind did this incredibly well back in 2002. In fact, Oblivion and Fallout 3 are the odd ones out in that regard, as Oblivion was 90% generic forest, and Fallout 3 was just a dead wasteland that mostly all looked the same.
Now the second thing for me is kind of connected to the glowing sea, in a way. You see, the oppressive noise and low visibility from the storm is part of what makes that area work. But it's also noteworthy that storms can appear anywhere, as can a whole bunch of other weather conditions, which is just brilliant. Most of the time, conditions are clear and sunny, but just sometimes it'll be cloudy, other times there's a fog that actually hampers visibility. Sometimes it's just raining, and going out in the rain in survival mode causes a slightly raised chance of getting ill, which is just amazing. But most of all, anywhere, anytime, a rad storm can break out, and you either accept this as just part of living in this world and deal with the literal fallout, or you make a run for cover and wait out the storm in a building. Just consider that for a second. A dynamic weather system that might mean I choose to wait out some fog or a storm. It's just a beautiful way of making the world feel a bit more alive and potentially turning even the most gorgeous area into something a lot more sinister.
Okay, so I've never heard anyone complain about the weather system. I think it's generally accepted by most people that this is a decent system. Sure, some people might find it mildly annoying. I do to a degree. But I prefer to have the slight annoyance in exchange for the world being a bit more realistic in a way that makes sense with the world we're shown, which this game is harshly lacking in other areas. That said, Bethesda has had weather conditions in their games as far back as Morrowind. Rainstorms, ash storms from the volcano, blight storms at Red Mountain, and the Blood Moon DLC even added snowstorms. This was all back in 2002 and was made to work on the original Xbox. If there happens to be a rad storm in Fallout 4, and if it really bugs you that much, then just go into a building and wait for a day. It'll be gone by the time you leave. Seriously, how many people will be impacted by this to such a degree that it's significant? I'm gonna guess not many. The next section is about how well the city of Boston is designed, and similar to the combat section, I just don't have much to comment on here. In fact, I'd say I agree with him on much of it. I just think he spends too much time talking about it. After that, however, is a section talking about enemies, which I do have a lot to comment on.
So, let's talk about your opposition. And here's where I need to swing in to defend Bethesda's honour, because there's one complaint I've seen repeated over and over again, and I'm not having it because it doesn't stand up to the slightest bit of scrutiny. This one goes, Bethesda are uncreative and the enemies are boring because they reused enemies from previous Fallout games. Which is true in the most technical, literal, superficial sense.
So this is another dishonest framing of the complaint that will become more clear momentarily. Just keep in mind what the complaint is that he's trying to refute here.
We have seen things of roughly these names and designs before, but in any meaningful way, the enemies of Fallout 4 are a huge step forward, and I think they play an important role in why combat is much more enjoyable in this game. Okay, refresher time. It's 2008, you're playing Fallout 3. You run into your first mole rat. What does it do? Well, it's a melee enemy, so it's going to run straight at you in order to perform an attack. How do you deal with it? Well, you could cripple its legs to slow it down, or go for a headshot, which does bonus damage. Oh look, there's a dog over there. It turns out it wants to run straight at me to do an attack, so the viable tactics are cripple legs or focus on head for bonus damage. Oh look, Yao Guai, straight at me, legs or head. Deathclaw, legs or head. I was going to give the Mirelurk a pass for having the shell, but then I realised the weak point was still the head, because basically everything's weak point is the head. And all the melee enemies have the exact same tactic, which is run straight at you. My point is, there isn't much tactical variety here, either in how the enemies attack you, or how you deal with them. The problem I'm trying to get at here is that everything is
really having any
interchangeable.
trouble.
There's no real difference between a mole rat and a deathclaw, aside from 3 numbers. Its health, its damage, and its armor. And that's a big problem. Fallout 4 put a huge amount of effort into fixing this, giving us a game where the enemies now exhibit hugely varied attacking behaviours as well as varied weaknesses that reward the player for understanding the situation they're in and make different engagements actually feel unique.
This is something John seems to like to do a lot, where he
Except
takes
for
an
the
argument,
random super
ignores
mutants
what the
that
argument was
explode
really
themselves,
about,
but that's really
and try
not
to debunk it by talking about something that people
world-shattering.
weren't actually complaining about. If you'll remember the lamplight example I gave at the start of this video, this is similar to that. He starts off saying,
because there's one complaint I've seen repeated over and over again, and I'm not having it because it doesn't stand up to the slightest bit of scrutiny. This one goes, Bethesda are uncreative and the enemies are boring because they reused enemies from previous Fallout games. Which is true in the most technical, literal, superficial sense.
And instead of addressing the complaint about reused enemies, he instead talks about the tactics the enemies use against you, and the tactics you use against them, and how Fallout 4 fixed this by giving enemies unique tactics and behaviors. While it's all fine and good, even something absolutely worth praising, as this is actually a step forward for Bethesda, the main complaint was mainly about seeing the same enemies over and over again. John writes this off quickly by saying, we've seen similar enemies before in terms of design and names, that this complaint is only true in the most superficial sense. What he's failing to mention is that this is where many of the complaints come from. They're not nearly as superficial as he claims they are. Take, for example, super mutants. They were the main antagonistic force in the original game. There was a lot of lore and history behind them, and the Master, to explain how and why they worked. In Fallout 2 they expanded on that, and showed that at the end of the day, they were just people trying to survive like everyone else. They had personalities, feelings, and were complex and intelligent characters within the world. Then Fallout 3 came along and said that we can't have a Fallout game without super mutants, and apparently ML and the other writers only met the really dumb super mutant in Fallout 1, and said all of them are now this super mutant, but also 1,000 times more aggressive. What was once a complex and interesting race of intelligent creatures have been reduced to mindless orcs in an eternal blood rage, who all want to turn every living thing they see into meat chunks. So already that was a vast downgrade from what they were before. But now in Fallout 4, we're introduced to more super mutants, the result of a different strain of FEV from both Mariposa and Vault 87, and they're similarly orcs in an eternal blood rage who want to murderize everything they see, to the point of actually creating suicide bomber units. Sure, it's an interesting combat tactic to have to deal with a literal suicide bomber coming after you.
It's annoying.
But this is disastrous upon the lore and world building. These super mutants all come from the Institute, so they have no way of making new ones as they don't have access to the FEV. They also can't breed just like the other super mutants, so they have no means of reproduction, and they're so stupid as to send their limited numbers out to die, instead of fighting in a way that makes more sense, as if they have no sense of self-preservation. There's also literally no explanation for the Institute having FEV. It's just an ass pull by Bethesda to shove super mutants into this game, like they did with Fallout 3 and Fallout 76. The issue is that seeing the same creatures over and over and over again is fucking boring, even if their tactics have been significantly improved. As much as I hate Fallout 76, at least they tried to introduce a lot of new enemy types. Because Bethesda keeps reusing super mutants, deathclaws, ghouls, generic raiders, and I guess the Brotherhood of Steel, it feels like all we're ever going to see going forward is super mutants, deathclaws, ghouls, raiders, and the Brotherhood of Steel, at the expense of stretching the series' lore to absurd lengths to make it fit. Ghouls and raiders at least get a pass because they're pretty much universal, but the others had specific reasons for being limited to one part of the world, and Bethesda just keeps slapping them into every game. To take a counterexample, in the Dead Money expansion for New Vegas, an entirely new enemy type was created, the Ghost People. They're a unique creature that used to be human, but mutated into these monstrosities locked inside these suits, and they're memorable for their design, behavior, and sounds, and they're unique among enemies in Fallout. Bethesda doesn't need to have FEV and super mutants in every single game. If Dead Money was made by Bethesda, the Ghost People wouldn't exist. The main enemies you would have been dealing with would have been ghouls or super mutants.
No,
In Nuka World,
Raiders.
Bethesda reskinned Deathclaws and called it a Gator Claw. John continues to talk about enemy tactics quite a bit here, but it's not something that needs responding to. Overall, again, I agree that the varied tactics are a huge bonus to the game and makes combat overall more interesting. But he never does address the actual issue of reused enemies, however.
So, at the start of this video, approximately 2 weeks ago, I pointed out the impossible position the creators of Fallout 4 faced at the start of its development. And one of the many issues was that Obsidian went and made the best game ever in 2010, and that couldn't help but shape parts of Fallout 4. And the biggest way is, at the highest level, how the world of Fallout 4 is populated, because the game fully embraced a faction system. And the factions are completely at the centre of the game.
No, this is false. They didn't fully embrace a faction system. They kinda sorta embraced a faction system, and implemented it poorly. Fallout 4 only has 4 factions, and there's no faction standing at the level New Vegas has. You're either hostile with them, or you're not. New Vegas not only accounted for the major factions in their reputation system, but they included plenty of smaller factions as well, and how you treated each faction impacted their disposition towards you. I will admit that New Vegas was probably the biggest influence for a choice of 4 factions. What Bethesda seemed to miss was everything else that New Vegas did right. New Vegas wasn't good simply because it had 4 main factions to join, but because of the depth and quality of the writing and player interaction. Most of the major characters had detailed beliefs and plans for the futures that are detailed, and it makes sense that these characters act and behave the way they do based on their backstories and histories. Fallout 4 doesn't even have the reputation system because it doesn't go nearly that deep. The factions as a whole aren't even that good. The Railroad are a bunch of obnoxious assholes, and most of their involvement in the main story just has you playing the Institute path. The Minutemen are lacking any and all personality, and their quests are dominated by "another settlement needs your help, I've marked the location on your map." The Brotherhood has turned into a diet enclave who wants to purge the impure, and no longer wants to hoard advanced technology, as they just want to mindlessly destroy the Institute, and all 3 of these factions have the exact same plan to destroy the Institute, when taking it over would have been far more beneficial to all of them. And finally, the Institute is made up of some of the most stupid motherfuckers in the entire series, who brought all their problems on themselves for constantly kidnapping and killing people on the surface, and making everyone fear them. Honest to God, the game doesn't even explain why the Institute wants to make synths so badly. It's just something they're obsessed with for no reason, because the lead writer is a talentless hack who thought the idea of not knowing who was out to hurt you was a deep and interesting idea. And to further highlight how shallow this guy's writing is, he thinks that dragons are a theme for Skyrim. Just about every aspect of the story in this game is botched.
Because the game fully embraced a faction system. And the factions are completely at the centre of the game, vastly more so than Sean. It's noteworthy, for example, that Sean is a baby, kidnapped in a world where a bunch of people have already been kidnapped, so nobody else really cares that much about him. The focus is instead on the people who kidnapped him. Valentine, Dr. Amari, Virgil, the 3 factions you can get to help build the teleporter, they're all far more interested in the Institute than they are in Sean.
False. Nick is more interested in Sean. If you talk to him before going into the Institute, he'll comment that he hopes you get your kid back. He suspects the Institute because of the most likely culprit in Sean's kidnapping. Funnily enough, if you decide against joining them and return to the surface, you can't tell Nick about it. It's just a dead-end plot thread. You spend the entire first half of the game trying to find him, enter the Institute, leave without him, and no one seems to question it. At least, I've never seen anyone question it in more than 400 hours of playing the game. Not to mention, Virgil isn't interested in the Institute, he escaped them. He's only helping you because you need it.
The entire first act is really much more about just establishing the various factions and the basis of their relationship with the Institute, with the third act entirely dedicated to working for or against the various factions.
Establishing what relationship with the Institute? They all unequivocally hate the Institute. The Brotherhood views them as abusing technology in the same way that led to the world's destruction, and they see synths as an abomination. The Railroad hates that the Institute enslaves synths and wants them destroyed. And finally, the Minutemen just do whatever you want them to anyways, so war with the Institute is going to happen if you reject the Institute.
The point I'm trying to get to here is, in terms of core, structured Fallout Quest experience, the factions are at the heart of everything, becoming more and more prominent as the game goes on. If Fallout 4 is going to work overall, the factions need to work, and apparently I just really enjoy the pitchforks because I'm about to say maybe the most controversial statement I've ever uttered. In some ways, Fallout 4's factions are superior to New Vegas.
So once again with the pitchforking comment, for fuck's sake dude, this isn't winning you any points. I'm also starting to realize that the phrase, in some ways, that he keeps throwing into sentences acts as a get out of jail free card for any controversial statement he makes. Similar to how, in my opinion, has come to mean, this is how I feel and you can't criticize that, for many people on this platform. John uses, in some ways, to say something bold like, Fallout 3 is the best Fallout game of all, or, Fallout 4 has better factions than New Vegas. So when those statements are criticized, the defense is automatically, he wasn't saying Fallout 3 was the best game of all, just that it did some things better than the others. Then why not just say that it did those things better than the others? Why word the statement in such a way as to bait an angry response and cry about the pitchforking? It really seems like John is trying to provoke a reaction here. Imagine if I made a controversial statement like, in some ways, The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars movie of all, if my point was just to say, well, the visuals are impressive, and the actors did a fine job with the material they were given, but everything else was shit. If I were tasked with specifically trying to piss people off, I would probably handle it in the exact way John is doing here.
Okay, while you're all putting together a bigger bonfire, because now the first one isn't anywhere near hot enough...
Stop this. It is embarrassing.
Let me be clear. New Vegas has the better faction reputation mechanic. Its factions have much more interesting in-depth lore that rewards the player for engaging with them with rich backstory. They're populated by a better selection of more varied and compelling characters, and in general, they are much better written.
So this is something I've seen people do in other videos. It's probably one of the most pathetic and embarrassing writing tactics I've ever seen. X is better than Y. Now Y does this, that, these, and those better, but X does this one single thing better than Y does. No, shut up. You're literally asking for the angry response when you talk like this. You're trying to fucking evoke hatred from people with this constant playing the victim, while specifically going out of your way to make statements sound as controversial as possible. Rather than specifically going out of your way to say something that you know will piss people off, and further going out of your way to highlight it repeatedly, why not just simply state your argument and see if it stands up to scrutiny or not? Because here's the thing, and this is coming from someone with an intense hatred of Fallout 4. Many of us who utterly despise this game for what it is, and for what it did to the series, we can still recognize that it's not the most awful thing ever created by mankind. We can recognize that it might even do some aspects well. I absolutely love the general feel of how power armor works. The difference is, those few small positives are vastly overshadowed by its flaws. There have been numerous times in this very video where I've agreed with a few of your assessments of the game, because they were accurate. If your argument here had any strength to stand on its own, you just cut the legs out from under that argument for many people who dislike this game by intentionally trying to start shit with them. Your goal with this video should be trying to convince as many people as possible that Fallout 4 is better than they think. And by constantly taking this approach of trying to piss off the people you most need to convince is only going to drive them away. Unless your only goal is views, then keep on keeping on, I guess. But know that it will only grow resentment for you.
But despite all of that, Fallout 4 has an ace up its sleeve, and to explain what that is, let me begin with a simple example. In New Vegas, when you're exploring McCarran and the Strip, you can learn a lot about the monorail system. Characters explain to you that it's a very useful strategic possession for the NCR, allowing them to move men in and out of Vegas easily and, if necessary, project strength into the Strip, effectively controlling 2 areas for the price of 1. It's an important asset which has its own quest dedicated to it. So, what happens if you blow it up? Does the NCR's presence on the Strip reduce to represent it's now harder to get there? Do we see more NCR troops passing through Freeside? Now that's the only way in. No, none of those things happen. Miss New Vegas announces that it happened over the radio, Colonel James Shue will say it's a disaster, but nothing in the world changes. And this happens quite a lot in New Vegas. No matter what major events occur, the Legion driven out of Nelson and Cottonwood Cove, the sacking of Camp Forlorn Hope, the death of Caesar, the assassination of President Kimball, Heck Gunderson promising to staff the Strip, the leaders of Crimson Caravan and the Silver Rush being killed in revenge attacks. The status quo always holds. The NCR patrols do the same handful of routes, no matter how well or badly the war is going for them. The point I'm trying to make here is, in New Vegas, like the vast majority of games, you do big, important things that you're told are going to be hugely consequential, and yet the world just carries on. You don't see the change represented in the world around you.
Yes, this is absolutely a flaw of New Vegas, but it is likely a result of the limited development time as well. It's also worth noting that not all change is going to be immediate. Sometimes the consequences for major events take a long time to play out, hence the end slides of Fallout 1 and 2 in New Vegas, explaining the long-term ramifications of your actions that can play out over the course of years. Necropolis doesn't immediately die out the second you take their water chip. It takes time for these consequences to play out. Killing Caesar doesn't mean the Legion is going to fall immediately, but the game itself implies that he was the only thing holding it together, and it will eventually fall as a result of his death. That isn't something that can be portrayed in a game when it's something that could potentially take years to fully play out. You're also failing to mention that there are absolutely examples of actions you take resulting in changes in the world. For example, completing 3-card bounty, in which you wipe out the leaders of the Fiends, results in the entire first recon moving to Camp Forlorn Hope. Additionally, the death of Caesar opens up interactions with characters such as Chief Hanlon and Boone. If nothing else, this shows that Obsidian wanted to do more of this kind of thing and simply did not have the time. There are other examples of stuff like this happening in the game too. I'm sure if they were given more time, many of the issues in New Vegas would have been fixed, or at least handled far better, such as the Legion being undercooked. Even an extra 6 months of development will likely have resulted in a radically different New Vegas from what we actually got. It really is too bad we'll never get to see what it could have been.
And this is where Fallout 4 shines, and in particular, one of my favourite factions in the entire franchise, Fallout 4's Brotherhood of Steel, and it's down to how they organically interact with the rest of the world. You see at the start of the game, the Brotherhood of Steel aren't present in the Commonwealth in force, just a handful of scouts. But at the end of the first act, they arrive with the Pridwin and Vertibird, and they issue a threat that nobody should interfere in their business. They say they're here to hunt down and destroy monsters, where their definition of monster is a little bit on the broad side. They're a heavily armed, militaristic, authoritarian group that press gangs farmers into handing over their crops and basically seeks to forcefully occupy Boston and kill anybody who stands in their way. So, you know, a few concerning things there. In general, when a faction rocks up in a game and announces that it's taking over, but don't worry, because their huge military is completely fine, but don't get in our way or we will murder you, that's a good sign they aren't to be trusted. But here's the crucial genius bit that makes me adore how this faction works. They actually follow through on all of their talk. they do actually get out into the world and start killing monsters. And not just in a handful of scripted events, you'll run into them all over the shop and you'll find yourself feeling very relieved when you hear the sound of an approaching vertibird.
Honestly, the portrayal of the Brotherhood out and about in the world is a joke. I've seen these guys die countless times to generic enemies, and there is no relief when hearing the sound of an approaching vertibird, because they always seem to crash.
But you'll find yourself feeling very relieved when you hear the sound of an approaching vertibird.
No. I stop and look at the fucking clown show as this thing fucking flies into every building in sight and eventually crashes and explodes.
A few moments later.
That's what you're seeing, but it is. They're literally an occupying army that the locals don't like. They're also the only people in the world that see...
I was gonna comment about...
Look how effective the Brotherhood is. Fucking crashes and burns as he's propping them up.
Why did he think that was a good thing to show?
It doesn't make the Brotherhood look imposing, it makes them look incompetent and pathetic. Besides, these are a little more than just another type of creature being spawned into the world. They're just humans aligned with a faction. This would be decent if they had any kind of goals, but they just march out into the field to die. I mean, it's a step up from Skyrim's pathetic civil war, where you'd see half a dozen troops walking around randomly and not engaging with each other, because they rarely ever cross paths. But this still falls short of being anything meaningful. This still doesn't make Fallout 4's factions any better than the ones in New Vegas. If I was given a choice between a faction that sends generic characters out into the world to go kill the baddies, or some factions that were really, really well written, I'm gonna pick the well written ones every single time. And absolutely none of this makes up for the overall terrible story this game has. Sure, it's super neato that the Brotherhood deploys troops into the Commonwealth, but this is such a minor and irrelevant point when the entire main story is nonsensical garbage. Any meaning these things have are massively damaged as a result of Mr. Paper Airplanes not giving a shit.
Because they genuinely do help. Their vertibirds will lay down fire on the enemy, knights will deploy onto the ground with powerful weapons and armour, and they do a good job destroying groups of raiders, ghouls, super mutants, all the things that ordinarily would be attacking you. And this creates a really fascinating bit of storytelling, because everything they say makes them sound like the bad guys. They deny the possibility that a sentient AI could ever have the right to exist. You're asked to shake down farmers and seize any valuable technology. But they're actually helpful. The railroad doesn't have the manpower to handle patrolling and is focused exclusively on its own goals regardless. And the Minutemen are dedicated to protecting their own holdings, not general pacification of the region. The simple fact is, the Brotherhood get out and kill a lot of bad things. Countless games and other media take on the question, would you sacrifice liberty for security? But I can't recall ever seeing a better representation of that debate being allowed to play out in the world without a single character in the game ever saying that's what you're seeing. But it is, they're literally an occupying army that the locals don't like or trust.
Similar to your mole rats being a food source in Fallout 3, this sounds like something you're just inventing out of thin air to try and make this sound more deep and complex than it really is. It doesn't seem like any of the people in the Commonwealth are sacrificing liberty for security. It sounds like a group of folks have shown up and started shaking down the locals for nothing in return.
They are like a very bad idea to wear.
About helping these people. They just want their resources
so
they can continue doing their own thing. And their own thing happens to be exterminating anything that moves that they don't like and setting off a nuke in this region. Gee, thanks guys. There doesn't seem to be any aspect to the people of the Commonwealth giving up their freedom. Broad themes like sacrificing liberty for security can be applied to almost any piece of media. Mr. House is not Obsidian's grand critique of capitalism. Skyrim's Civil War is not about the struggle between imperialist empires and local cultures, and Angry Birds is not a metaphor for resisting foreign invasion. Despite sounding pretty, the Brotherhood being a representation of sacrificing liberty for security is just blatantly wrong. And it's clear that the writers were not thinking these types of questions when creating their factions. Just because you found meaning in quests, where you intimidate farmers for food, does not mean the writers created the Brotherhood with these nuanced themes in mind.
but they're also the only people in the world that seem to be making an impact on the wasteland and making your life easier as you travel through Boston and the waste beyond it. Though to step back from the organic storytelling for a moment, the lore of Fallout 4's Brotherhood is fascinating too, because it's a bold new place for the Brotherhood of Steel, but one that feels perfectly in character. This is the realization of a dark place that we always knew the Brotherhood could go to. Fallout 1's Brotherhood has such contempt for the average wastelander that they send you off to a radioactive ruin to die as a joke. Fallout 3's outcasts treat the locals with open mockery. Elder Lyon's chapter was exiled for doing too much to help the local population. The West Coast Brotherhood fought a war against the NCR, and Father Elijah's entire career, from Operation Sunburst to the events of Dead Money, does not speak well to the Brotherhood's respect for outsiders. An insular, narrow-minded refusal to engage with the world positively that made Veronica consider leaving her home. The possibility of the Brotherhood mobilising their massive tech advantage to go on crusade has always been there. In fact, as I say, it's already happened. They fought a war against the NCR between Fallout 2 and New Vegas.
It actually ends up feeling like narrative whiplash, as the Brotherhood were xenophobic technophiles in the original games, to Super Power Rangers helping everyone in Fallout 3, to a diet enclave in Fallout 4. It seems as though Bethesda just repurposes them to be whatever is convenient to them at the time. Making sudden and drastic changes to major factions typically isn't a good idea, because it starts to feel as though there is no consistency to them, and the audience won't know what to expect, which isn't always a good thing. If Fallout 5 is announced tomorrow, and we see the Brotherhood is going to be in this game too, what is anyone's expectation going to be? Are they morally pure saviors of the wasteland? Are they isolationists again who only care about hoarding technology? Are they thugs who extort food from dirt farmers while exterminating everyone they dislike for petty and stupid reasons? Are they a retcon that completely tramples the existing lore for no good reason because the Brotherhood absolutely must be in this new game? We just don't know, and that's a problem. There was little to no information at the forefront of dealing with the Brotherhood in Fallout 3 to imply they'd change to become what they did in Fallout 4. However, as poorly written as the Enclave was in Fallout 3, there was a very small hint of an idea that the faction could change in a way that could very much change how we could interact with them going forward, as Autumn seemingly cared about the citizens of the wasteland. He wanted to rebuild his country. It's a very tiny little moment that's extremely easy to miss, but had it been expanded on and developed more, it could have been a very interesting way to potentially transform the Enclave from what we knew of them in Fallout 2 to a new and different kind of Enclave in Fallout 5, or whenever they reappear, with Fallout 3 serving as the catalyst of their change. New Vegas handled the Enclave in an organic manner, by building upon the relatable human aspect of the Enclave that had already existed in Fallout 2 in places like Navarro, where you could casually chat with mess hall workers, grunts, and listen to a drill sergeant scream about paper-shuffling jackasses. Rather than pushing the group to even further extremes, Obsidian emphasized these qualities with characters that have fairly mixed perspectives on their lives in the Enclave. This organically demonstrated an evolution from malicious government organization who wants to commit genocide to people who just want to move on. Bethesda could have done something like that with the Brotherhood, but instead of, putting effort into their stories to make sense, they just moved all the pieces on the board to what was convenient for them. We want the Brotherhood to be saviors, so now they're saviors. We want the Brotherhood to be an Enclave Light, so now they're the Enclave Light. Also, John says in Fallout 1, they send you to a ruin to die as a joke, but that's not actually the case. It's a genuine mission they want solved. It's just a suicide mission. They want you to stop bothering them or complete this highly difficult task. Also, Lion's Brotherhood wasn't exiled for helping the locals. They were exiled for disregarding their main goal of being in the capital wasteland, capturing rare and advanced technology. Lyons was sending his men out to die to protect the locals. Of course that's going to piss off the core Brotherhood leadership. His terrible leadership led to his chapter fracturing, creating the outcasts who still stick with their goal, and Lyons was forced to recruit incompetent and idiotic rando wastelanders to fill his ranks, because half left and the rest were dying to fight his idiotic war against the evils of the wasteland. Sure, the possibility of the Brotherhood using their technology to go on a crusade has been there, but going on a crusade is never what the Brotherhood has been about. They've always wanted to hoard technology to keep it out of the hands of those too stupid to use it, because that's what led to the world's destruction in the first place. And yet, in Fallout 4, they go out of their way to capture a stockpile of nukes to have Liberty Prime throw out groups of super mutants, and they nuke the Commonwealth by blowing up the Institute.
Until now you have become the very thing you swore to destroy.
They wanted to stop the super mutants in Fallout 1 because they were a direct threat to the Brotherhood. They opposed the Enclave in Fallout 2 because they posed a threat to the entire world, and the Brotherhood feared their technology. They literally have a quest dedicated to stealing their vertebrate blueprints. They fought a war with the NCR over technology, not because they wanted to purge the undesirables. In Fallout 4 they go on a crusade because they've essentially become radical zealots who seek to destroy the Institute and all of their technology instead of taking control of the Institute and its highly advanced tech. Remember, if the Brotherhood really hates the synths and wants them to stop existing, then all they need to do, once in control of the facility, is to shut down production of the synths. Maybe repurpose the tech for some other means. But no, there's a ton of valuable information and technology, and they completely disregard it because, synth's bad. Additionally, the Brotherhood now hates all mutants regardless of context. They outright want you to murder Virgil simply because he's a super mutant, and not because he's any kind of danger to anyone. They literally want to go out of their way to commit mass genocide of an entire race for entirely backwards reasoning.
So this is a really interesting place for the Brotherhoods. Not engaged in debate as to whether they should be closed off or open to the world, the same debate we've already seen happen in Fallout 1 and 3 and New Vegas, but at a point in their history where they're aggressively pursuing their mission to capture or destroy dangerous technology, and willing to mobilise their forces and occupy territory to get it done. The Brotherhood on Crusade is a great setup for a story because they could be brilliant or terrifying, depending on how they wield their power, or perhaps whether you're willing to collaborate with them, because they're not actively oppressing you, but instead are actually making your life a little bit easier. The question is, are you willing to completely overlook the clearly stated wishes of every single local who do not like or trust the Brotherhood one little bit?
How many of the locals comment on this to the point it's a big deal? If you're not with the Brotherhood, there's no quests from the locals surrounding them being here. Most NPC chatter seems to be the bare minimum of acknowledging that the Brotherhood exists. Like, you're going on and on about how the Brotherhood is such an oppressive force, but they fail to make such a presence in the world. For example, after the Battle of Bunker Hill, they should occupy the town as a strategic location. The locals and traders hate them, maybe even have it so they're shaking down the caravans, making them pay a toll for traveling in territory under Brotherhood control. Like a protection racket. Have them set up an outpost in Diamond City. Maybe have them take over the All-Faith Chapel so they could keep an eye on the locals, extorting local businesses and so forth. Maybe they depose Hancock from Goodneighbor. You met him during your first trip to the town. Now he's forced out by the Brotherhood. Maybe they're killing locals who try to fight back and resist their occupation. All of this would go a long way to show how undesirable the Brotherhood is for the locals, and how the Brotherhood themselves have become so accustomed to their power that they just trample over everyone without a care. What we actually get is the Brotherhood sometimes kills monsters in the world, and if you talk to one particular NPC while siding with the Brotherhood, he'll ask you to shake down some random farms. Literally a Radiant quest in a sea of Radiant quests. This Radiant quest doesn't even really do anything either, besides a permanent -50 penalty to happiness if you coerce them into supplying food. What John is failing to mention here, and I have to take this as intentional because it's impossible to miss, is that you can just buy the crops from them as well, which would be beneficial to the people of the wasteland. John is once again taking something and stretching it to the furthest possible degree to make it look deeper than it actually is. Additionally, there's the implication that this is something Proctor Tegan is doing on his own and isn't officially sanctioned.
Now all of that was just one example of a storytelling device that Fallout 4 uses a lot, and that's narrative through mechanics and gameplay. In brief, this means that even if you were to ignore the words coming out of every character's mouth, the gameplay will still impart a piece of the story to you. Now you've probably heard of the opposite of this, where the story and gameplay are at odds. Like say, you're told you're on a top secret mission, but then the alarms go off and there's a massive firefight, but it doesn't seem to matter. We call this ludonarrative dissonance. Fallout 4 features the opposite of this, ludonarrative harmony.
I think it goes to show how far you need to stretch to try to pull any positives out of this game when you're at the point of inventing phrases like ludonarrative harmony. However, you yourself admitted that this game has some extreme ludonarrative dissonance when you said earlier that collecting junk caused people to not care about finding their kidnapped child.
If anything, the loot might have been a bit too compelling. Remember just after Fallout 4 launched, there was a whole bunch of webcomics that made the joke players were too busy crafting to bother finding Sean. That's a symptom of a core gameplay loop so strong that it's hard to break away from it to focus on the wider macro goal, though don't worry, we'll get back to the issues of your mission to find Sean later.
Here's the thing, you won't hear the phrase ludonarrative harmony very often because it's a pretentious phrase invented for the sake of saying that a game is doing what it should be by default. It's like praising a meal for not giving you food poisoning. It's like inventing a term to say a computer program is running perfectly fine. We don't need a specific phrase for that, because that should be the default, and we have terms like bugs or glitches or errors to describe when something isn't working right. The word plot hole exists to describe when something happens in a story that makes no logical sense given the context of the world we're shown. We don't need a dumb phrase like plot smooth to describe when a story properly accounts for why things are happening. It's a plot smooth that Bilbo gives Frodo a mithril vest, which explains how he survives being stabbed by the cave troll. Ludonarrative dissonance exists to explicitly describe a problem with a game where the goal of the game is telling you one thing and the gameplay is contradicting that. The most relevant example being Fallout 4 itself here. The story tells you that finding Sean is your absolute utmost top priority. Nothing could get in the way of a parent and their child, except maybe collecting tin cans for 500 hours, helping settlements, dealing with a retcon, and finding a cat for a child. This is something Bethesda has had trouble with since Oblivion, where the main stories of Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Fallout 4 are all about these super urgent goals that are portrayed to be time-sensitive, and yet you're encouraged to explore the world and do random shit. Morrowind and New Vegas were the best in this regard. There was no ticking clock element. Morrowind would even stop you on the main quest to tell you to go do some other shit for a while, and in New Vegas, it's perfectly reasonable to not want to go chase after the man who almost murdered you. You weren't a chosen hero that the world depended on to immediately solve a crisis. You weren't someone who was desperately missing a close family member.
Where an impressive amount of thought has been put into crafting faction missions that inherently suit and inform you about the relevant faction. So let's examine that supposition. The first quest given by the Brotherhood after they arrive in full is Show No Mercy, where you get in a vertibird, circle a group of mutants, gunning them down with a minigun before landing and wiping out the remaining mutants inside. The mission is only complete when everything is dead. So, if you'd paid no attention to the plot up to this point, and had never played a Fallout game before, and knew nothing about the Brotherhood, what would you learn from this mission just from the gameplay? 1. The Brotherhood has access to superior technology. 2. They deal with their problems violently. 3. They are uncompromising and will, as the mission says, show no mercy. And there you go. What I was saying before about how terrifying a Brotherhood crusade could theoretically be, that's it, right there. The basics of what you need to know about the Brotherhood to understand the faction embedded in a single mission's gameplay.
So again, creating quests and missions for a faction that align with what they're based around, or the narrative they're a part of, only makes sense. This is the most absolute basic bare minimum that the developer should do when making a game. If I was making a Mage's Guild quest in Morrowind or Oblivion, it wouldn't be to go kill a bandit with a warhammer, I'd make it based around magic somehow. As for what you'd learn if you weren't paying attention, knowing they have superior technology is the default. You knew they had superior technology the moment they flew in on their fuck-off Sky Fortress. Dealing with problems violently is how most quests and conflicts are solved in this game as a whole. This is far from unique to the Brotherhood, and doesn't serve to reinforce that it's something specific for them. Also, they didn't even have a choice here. There was exactly a 0% chance to have any kind of peaceful solution or any kind of negotiations with the super mutants. They want to kill anything and everything because that's what Bethesda apparently decided was the most interesting direction to take them. You can't say that this proves to an inattentive player that the Brotherhood solves things violently when there's literally no other option. The super mutants don't even attempt to surrender or anything of the sort. If they started fleeing in terror, or tried surrendering, and were still mercilessly gunned down, this would have shown a lot more about the Brotherhood than fighting an enemy that's always hostile regardless. As for your third point, in what way could they possibly be compromising here? What compromises are there to make? What mercy is there to give? The super mutants don't surrender and don't beg for mercy. They fight to the death. Most notably, this mission does not even emphasize the core value of the Brotherhood, the preservation and protection of pre-war technology. That is literally the most important point about them.
And just quickly, while we're on the Brotherhood, can I just say I love the new design of the power armor, how it's not just a suit, but instead acts like a vehicle, an entirely different type of armor that feels like a walking tank. Which it should, because that's why the US Army built it in the first place. Now, there are some gameplay issues with how it works, we'll get to them, but just design-wise, it's beautiful. And I love how big it is now, it makes the knights feel appropriately intimidating.
I actually agree with this part. It's something I'll go more into depth in my Fallout 4 analysis series, but if there's one thing that Bethesda absolutely deserves praise for, it's how power armor generally works and feels in this game. Minus the fusion cores, of course, which are stupid and lore-breaking.
But let's step back and examine a different faction, see if this holds true elsewhere. The first mission the Railroad gives you is Tradecraft, and it is hugely different to Show No Mercy, which it should be. The Brotherhood are a huge advanced army, while the Railroad is made up of a small number of elite agents. They rely on secrecy, tactics, and intelligence. So, how does their mission go? You begin by exchanging call signs with a second agent and specifying how you'd like him to help you. You have a choice of approaches as the other agent is both a capable sniper and an explosives expert. You then proceed to sneak into the facility through a sewer. During the mission, you can use several terminals to disable security. Your goal is to infiltrate a safe and acquire a piece of technology. In short, hugely different. And what would we learn if we ignored every word that's written or spoken? This is a group of agents. They use stealth, equipment, and other sneaky tactics to outsmart their opponents. And there we go. That's a good summary of how the Railroad really does operate.
It's really too bad that any level of intelligence that the Railroad had was already undercut by their password to their top secret base being the name of their faction, when this is a group that supposedly faces complete extermination at the slightest of fuck-ups. Also, just to hammer on this point again, a faction engaging in gameplay that matches their place in the narrative is the bare minimum of how a game should be made. It's honestly hilarious that Fallout 4 is so absurdly bad that in order to defend it, John has to highlight the game doing a few extremely basic things somewhat right as big positives for the game. This quest makes a big deal of call signs and such, which do exist in the world, but this is the only quest that actually deals with them in any meaningful way. There's no hidden quests that can be found using them, and they're not important to any future quest. The game went out of its way to teach you these signs, only for them to act as a little more than set dressing. Also, the piece of technology you recover isn't ever used for anything. The Railroad sends you on a suicide mission to their former HQ, which is now a death trap full of their enemies, all to retrieve an item that serves no other function than being the objective of this quest. To further highlight the stupidity of the Railroad, let's not forget that when you're sent to wipe them out by the Institute, their leader will say that they heard rumors that you're working with the Institute, and she doesn't want to deal with you anymore, but takes absolutely no measures to prevent her faction from being wiped out, including abandoning this base that has been compromised by a potential Institute agent, the player, knowing about it. I explained this in my Fallout 4 analysis video, but basically because the entire leadership of the railroad are in this one location, it makes it incredibly easy to completely exterminate them, when the smart thing to do would have been to have the leaders in different safe houses, so if one falls, the entire faction doesn't die as a result.
What about the Minuteman? What does Preston tell you to do? Crucially, nothing. He doesn't want you to do anything. Instead, he wants you to go to small farms and ask them what needs doing, which most of the time will be dealing with a small local problem, a nearby pest or raider. Do that for them, and their farm becomes allied, and you can start building there, because the Minutemen are a faction of town builders, dedicated to building a loose alliance of independent holdings. So what do their missions look like? They look like solving the local issues of a town so they can stay independent.
Preston wants you to help another settlement. John is talking like these are deep quests, when they're nothing more than an infinitely generating cycle of the most low-effort garbage quests I've ever seen in a game. Literally, most of these quests have you doing nothing more than killing a bunch of generic enemies for generic settlers, or rescuing generic settlers from generic enemies. Even when Bethesda takes a risk and makes an actual quest here, such as the one at Abernathy Farms or the greenhouse full of robots, you're still doing mundane tasks and dealing with generic enemies. The Minutemen could have been all about capturing strategic or valuable locations, but instead, they have no personality and became known as a fucking joke to the entire fandom because Preston harasses you constantly with his bullshit Radiant quests. I didn't even expect John to try and defend Radiant quests, but here we are, I guess. Also, these NPCs at these settlement locations are all nameless randos. Literally. They're little more than cardboard cutouts that exist to be quest givers or victims of the baddies and little more. And on top of that, John says you're solving local problems, but he fails to mention that local problem can also mean a dungeon on the other side of the map. The first quest you get from Preston will likely be to go to Ten Pines Bluff, and the settlers there will send you to the Corvega factory, which is halfway across the map.
So just take all three of those missions side by side and look how different they are in execution. There is literally no room for stealth in Show No Mercy. You are literally flying around firing a minigun. It is about overwhelming firepower. Tradecraft is about stealth, terminals, being sneaky, and the Minutemen quests are about accessing a new town that you can build in, setting it up with appropriate resources and defences so it stays safe going forward. They all feel completely different, and that feel holds true for the rest of the campaign. The Brotherhood missions are largely violent. The Sentinel site is filled with ghouls that you just have to mow down. The railroad must be wiped out to the last man. Spoils of War, Ad Victoriam, they all have a similar thrust. Direct confrontation, lots of unavoidable violence. So what about the railroad say? During their campaign, how do they deal with the Brotherhood? Well, as sneaky secret agents, they can do it without a single shot being fired. In Rocket's Red Glare, you can use disguises, stealth and charisma to infiltrate the Pridwin, plant the bombs and bring it down without a shot being fired. It is perfect ludonarrative harmony.
Yet another dishonest framing of the situation once again, with just about everything he said here. Yes, the Brotherhood have mostly violent quests, but so does the rest of the game. It's hard for that to not feel like the case, because most quests are solved by shooting things until they stop moving. This applies to the Minutemen's quests too. They're often about going out and killing raiders or super mutants, or whatever enemy type is harassing a settlement. The Minutemen do have you constantly recruiting new settlements, but that's nothing more than a function of the settlement system. As for the railroad, John specifically highlights taking down the Brotherhood, but he fails to mention that they largely don't have a quest line in the main story. Most of their side of things is just doing the Institute path, which could be argued to be acting like a spy, but most of their other quests have you gunning down enemies as mercilessly as the Brotherhood would, because again, the entire game is built primarily around combat. Spoils of War exists in the Institute questline, and by extension the Railroad, and both quests are dealt with in the exact same way, killing your way towards your goal. Ad Victoriam is just a repeat of following Liberty Prime's death march in Fallout 3, as he murderizes everything in sight, and you don't really have to do anything.
And as for the Minutemen, how do they deal with the Brotherhood? Well, having recruited a whole bunch of towns, they fire artillery from all their farms at the same time, bringing down the Pridwin, and even better, they then have to survive a counterattack on their main base, the castle. But the castle, of course, is a build site, meaning literally the final boss of the Minutemen run is, in part, a test of your building abilities. The better the defences you constructed, the easier the fight is, which is, again, for a faction all about building and towns, incredibly elegant ludonarrative harmony.
I think ludonarrative harmony might actually be the single most pretentious phrase I've ever heard. Just to reiterate here, John is going to extreme lengths to praise the game for doing the most absolute basic things it should be doing. Having gameplay that makes sense with the narrative of the faction. And as explained earlier, they don't even get that right most of the time. Also, the Minutemen destroying the Brotherhood is entirely optional, so it's only a final boss fight if you choose it to be.
And all of this is without pointing out that each faction gives you unique rewards that again fit the faction perfectly. The Minutemen let you build artillery that you can call down nearby to every town you secure. The more you recruit into the Minutemen, the more of the Commonwealth you can hit with the artillery, rewarding you for building the Minutemen alliance and building up the towns you recruit.
In my experience, artillery wasn't worth the hassle. Oftentimes I was out of range, or it was too much effort to switch to a smoke grenade, all for an attack that's delayed and might result in enemies moving away from where the shells were coming down.
While the Railroad gives you access to Ballistic Weave, some of the strongest armour in the game, which can be applied to everyday apparel, so you look casual, but actually you're extremely well protected. Again, perfect for the secret agents of the Railroad. And this sort of thinking just permeates Fallout 4. It's everywhere.
A faction gives rewards that make sense for what the faction does. The Telvanni and Morrowind giving you enchanted items and teaching you magic spells is a ludonarrative harmony. The Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood giving you armor enchanted to help you sneak better is a ludonarrative harmony. You see how fucking pretentious and worthless this phrase is? You see how John is unironically praising the ever-living fuck out of basic functions as though they're groundbreaking, revolutionary, and actually a huge fucking deal when they're not? This is just getting embarrassing to listen to. After all that, John talks a bit about skill books and goes into a quickfire round, and I don't have much to say up until this point.
5. Radiation now directly reduces your health bar. That's a brilliant system and makes radiation feel much more real and dangerous than the abstract systems of 3 and New Vegas.
So I think it's important to mention here that radiation was handled in an abstract way before because radiation is a silent killer. It's a background lingering threat you might forget about, and it could cost you. It's not supposed to be in your face all the time. Radiation acting as a direct subtraction to your health bar makes it an ever-present threat, which defeats the point of radiation being a silent but deadly threat. There's not much else to discuss here. He essentially ends on a joke in a lead into the second part of his video, in which he implies that there are issues with Fallout 4. As I said way back at the start of this video, the second part is actually pretty decent. There's many accurate criticisms of the game, but naturally with a video so short, he doesn't go super in depth with most of them. I do especially like the point he makes about how dumb it is how the Institute handled the Warwick family farm. Again, I just kinda wish he went deeper on the issues of this game, because Fallout 4's issues run extremely deep. He concludes part 2 by reaffirming that Fallout 4 is better than you think. But much like his Fallout 3 video, the act of looking deeper at the game to respond to him has caused me to realize that it's worse than I ever thought. It's brought to light new issues I hadn't even realized or considered before. Ultimately, a few positives here and there don't make up for the massive amount of issues this game has overall, especially when it comes to the story. If I have a shitty car that's falling apart, barely starts, is slow and just all around terrible in most ways, but the radio works perfectly fine, sure, it's not totally worthless, but the overwhelming majority of it is absolutely garbage. Fallout 4 is without a doubt the most poorly written mainline Fallout game. There's so many references for this
It would be too much to put into this video, which is why I have a whole video series talking about it that currently spans at over 7 hours. With John's Fallout 3 video, I mostly took issue with the misinformation, fallacious arguments, and especially the false equivalence arguments he made. But with this video, it started off in a similar manner. But the more I worked on this response, the more and more I took issue with his general attitude. Mainly the points in his video where it seems like he's intentionally misunderstanding the criticisms of this game and talking down to the critics of this game as if they're all stupid.
Any more than you can call it a building game, given it also contains an entirely optional building mode. In fact, it almost sounds like, and stop me if I'm being crazy here, that these are all things you could choose to do, in a world where you have the freedom to do or not do any of them. Seriously, I've seen this one being thrown around a lot, so apparently we need to discuss a bit of gaming history here, because I think the term looter shooter gets some folks a bit upset, possibly because it has shooter in it, so that means it's further down the RPG to FPS spectrum, and thus represents a dumbing down of Fallout. Fallout 4 gives you a lot of options for how you want to specialise. I mean, this is what we've always said we want from RPGs, right? Difficult choices that lead to meaningful consequences.
And especially the parts where he's playing the victim, where he's overplaying the kind of reaction he's going to get for saying certain things.
But of course there's another side to the discussion about weapons too, and prepare yourselves, because I'm about to say a controversial thing. I love the legendary system. I think it adds so much to the game in so many ways. Now, I can hear the angry hordes approaching already, and I know what they're about to say just before the pitchforking begins. John, they'll cry as they light the bonfire. Regardless of how well the system you're describing may or may not work, that doesn't change the fact that these mechanics are fundamentally those of a looter shooter, and not an RPG.
It feels less like he's trying to convince anyone of any arguments or points, and more like he's pandering to a group of people who are never going to disagree with him anyways, and trying to bait an angry response from those critical of this game. And it comes across as really petty and disingenuous. As I said earlier, if you have an argument to make in defense or as a criticism of something, then you should present it as best as you can. The goal is to convince people of your side. If you limit your statement and arguments with comments like
checkmate burn the witch.
Or
okay, while you're all putting together a bigger bonfire, because now the first one isn't anywhere near hot enough.
Or
and I'm going to say something now that makes me wonder whether I actually enjoy the pitchforking, but it's something that needs to be said.
Then it's only going to frustrate the very people you're trying to convince, because it's really fucking condescending to act as though the people who dislike and criticize this game are nothing more than a mindless and idiotic angry mob who will just torch anyone for disagreeing with them. By acting like this, you're only going to predispose these people against you, and the merits of your argument won't matter to many of them. An argument for or against something should live and die on its merits and validity, and the more rational people should judge them as such. But when you start acting like you're going to be attacked, and repeatedly bring it up like this, it makes me think that you don't think your argument is strong enough to stand on its own, that you need to act as though this game's critics, or your detractors, are all irrational haters with no valid counterpoints, and you need to poison the well so others will think so as well. While there will always be the kinds of people on both sides of this discussion who will never change their positions on this game, love it or hate it, there will still be the more rational people open to discussion and who may be convinced one way or the other. I think what really highlights it for me is this tweet he made shortly after releasing the first video. I am thrilled to announce that the plan has worked perfectly, and my power plant that converts the expression, not an RPG, into electricity has just solved the world energy crisis for the foreseeable future. He's not just dismissing the opposing viewpoint here, but he's openly mocking them. It's very much the same attitude he held throughout this video, where he throws thinly veiled insults at critics of this game in a condescending tone of voice, such as when he implies people are so stupid as to think Fallout 4 is less of an RPG because the phrase looter shooter has shooter in it, when it's a far more complex discussion than that. It comes across as really childish and petty, and it gives a very distinct impression that he has no interest in the discussion. A mistake I made with my response to his Fallout 3 video was the hostile attitude and insults I made,
and that made it easy to write off and ignore as a result. And when I see comments like this in his video, seemingly made to provoke an angry response from critics of this game, it almost seems like a defense mechanism. It's as if he specifically wants an angry reaction, so criticism of his video can just be ignored. Maybe that's not the case, but that's how it comes across when I listen to his video. All of that combined, with everything else discussed in this video, his disingenuous and fallacious arguments, numerous misrepresentations of the facts, stretching to absurd degrees in order to defend this game, I feel safe to conclude that his video is terrible, and that Fallout 4 isn't better than you think.
Video. Well, I'm going to thank you all for coming out tonight. We shall end it here. So. I hope y'all have a funky, fresh Christmas. I clicked the wrong tab. Y'all give some love to VJ. Night. Nighty night.